My name is Wuji, and I have been in a world where demons and monsters have revived for 22 years now that I thought I could live a stable life, but it turns out that the people in this world are all crazy. I slashed a demon that was eating people, and someone actually shouted, "A demon's life is also a life." I slapped you right there. Joining the Demon Slayer department, I became the most feared demon crusher in Jiangcheng City. Night-crying demon parasitizing villagers. One slash and it's all gone. Blood clan pretending to promote peaceful coexistence. Just pin it against the wall and smash its mouth. Human scum selling blood plasma. Cut off the power, and serve them with a baton. I don't care about any powerful figures, any public opinion, or any damn Demon Rights Protection Act. Demons deserve to die, can't kill them all? Then I'll kill them until they go extinct. Success doesn't have to be mine. Success must be mine. Unbeatable flow, decisive killing, exhilarating face slapping, all high energy with no dull moments, specifically treating sanctimonious pricks and demon sycophants. Chapter 1. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in the Demon Slayer department, and I encounter the extraordinary Jiangcheng City, headquarters of the Demon Slayer department. Interrogation room. My Bobo was just hungry. It didn't do it on purpose. Why does your Demon Slayer department kill whenever you want? Just because it's hungry, it can eat people? What else? Should I let it starve to death? It's just a child. Bobo. My Bobo. It ate 3 people. That was their own fault. Who told them to run when they saw Bobo? If they didn't run, would Bobo chase them? If they didn't resist, would Bobo get angry? If Bobo didn't get angry, would it eat them? So you mean the people who got eaten deserved it? That's not what I mean. I mean, Bobo just doesn't understand. It needs education. It needs love. You Demon Slayer department just kills demons at every turn. You're simply cold-blooded and heartless. Is a demon's life not a life? When I heard that last sentence, it felt like the folds of my cerebral cortex were instantly smoothed out, stretched. Wuji has been in this world of demon revival for 22 years. From growing up again to joining the Demon Slayer department and opening the door to a new world. Chapter 2. Bringing in newcomers, A-level task in the old residential area. Back in his office, Wuji found a new document about the case on his computer. Tap tap tap. He unconsciously tapped on the desk with his fingers, focusing intently on the surveillance footage on the computer screen. The footage showed an old alley, with streetlights flickering, and a drunken man staggering along. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the corner, moving so fast it almost left an afterimage, instantly grabbing the drunken man's neck and dragging him into the darkness. The entire process took less than a second. The surveillance didn't even capture the shadow's exact form, only vaguely revealing its hunched shape, long limbs, and glowing green eyes, resembling some kind of twisted humanoid creature. Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he couldn't see the creature's complete appearance, based on his years of dealing with demons, it was obvious. This was clearly a night-crying demon. The green eyeballs and long limbs like a monkey were the most distinct characteristics of a night-crying demon. Its nocturnal behavior also matched. However, what Wuji found interesting was, this kind of lowly creature was inherently timid. Attacking one human in a month would already be considered extreme. But now, it had actually targeted 7 people in a month. Chapter 3. Arriving at the old residential area, immediately locking the village chief's throat. On the way. Wuji explained the basic situation of the old residential area to Lin Xiaoyu. The old residential area was originally a village on the outskirts of Jiangcheng City, but later due to urban planning adjustments, this area was designated as a development zone, and it has been delayed for over 20 years. Infrastructure is lacking, and young people have all gone out to work, leaving mostly the elderly and left-behind children in the village. He focused his gaze on the road ahead and continued, according to the information, among the 7 missing people, 6 are elderly villagers, and 1 is a worker from outside. And the last one is the only drunken man caught on surveillance. Aside from the drunken man, the other 6 went missing at home, and there were no signs of struggle at the scene. No signs of struggle? Lin Xiaoyu frowned. Either they were instantly subdued, or it was someone they knew. She had also seen that segment of surveillance. The attacking creature was clearly a demon, but the idea of someone they knew being involved meant that a familiar person entered the victim's home and then let the demon eat the victim? In this world, humans are allowed to keep demons. So, such extraordinary situations could indeed occur.
Chapter 4. 3 slaps to get the truth. If you don't lead, I'll kill you now. Zhao Deshaz was stunned. What just happened? He had just put poison in the tea, and before he could even make a move, this volunteer had grabbed him by the neck and slammed him against the wall. What kind of volunteer is this? You? What do you want to do? I am your employer. You actually hit me. This is illegal. The back of Zhao Deshaz's head crashed heavily against the brick wall, stars appearing in his vision, and a wheezing sound escaping from his throat. Wuji slightly relaxed his grip, his tone grim. Old man, still pretending at this point. Speak up. Zhao Deshaz's eyes widened in confusion. Speak about what? Does he know everything I did? He's not just a simple volunteer. No, I have to leave for now. I don't know what you're talking about. He struggled to pry Wuji's fingers apart, his old face turning purple like dried tree bark. Don't know. Wuji grinned maliciously, swinging his left hand to deliver a hard slap. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed. Zhao Deshaz's head snapped to the side, his dentures flying out of his mouth and clattering to the ground. Half of his face swelled visibly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 5. The Man in Black. What are you babbling about? 1 second as time passed. The three of them quietly arrived at an old ancestral hall on the back mountain of the village. This is the place, Zhao Deshaz said, his voice trembling. He usually stays inside. Eerie green light seeped through the cracks of the hall's door, and the air was thick with the stench of decaying blood. At this moment, Wuji had already changed into demon-slaying attire, with a tang knife hanging at his waist. He squinted and said to Lin Xiaoyu, "Stick close to me and don't move around." Lin Xiaoyu nodded nervously, tightening her backpack. Then, Wuji kicked open the main door of the ancestral hall. Boom! The moment the door flew open, a shadow lunged from deep within the hall. Wuji sneered, raising his hand to throw a punch. Crack! The shadow was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily into the wall. Green blood splattered, revealing its twisted form. It was a deformity covered in tumors, with limbs as long and thin as a spider's. It was now silent. What trash, trying to sneak attack like this? Wuji scoffed. Zhao Deshaz swallowed hard. So strong. Is this what demon slayers are like? All right. Wuji cracked his neck, his eyes sharp. Where is the man in black? As soon as he spoke, a low, sinister laughter echoed from deep within the ancestral hall. Chapter 6. A-class task completed. Behind it lies the Blood Clan in the evening, at the Jiangcheng demon-slaying division. In the director's office. Good. Wuji, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Zhao Jiangwo looked at the task report handed over by Wuji with satisfaction. This old residential area was classified as A-class difficulty. So many in the division were reluctant to take on this hot potato. There is an unwritten rule within the demon-slaying division: any task rated A either has a very high difficulty, or involves other complex matters. So knowing there is a big problem, taking the risk to accept it would be like asking for trouble, right? But since the task was assigned by Wang Cheng, it couldn't be ignored. So they thought it through and decided to let the one who fears nothing in the division handle it. Wuji played that role. He wasn't afraid of trouble, and even sought it out. Because only in this way could he become stronger in real combat, achieve more results, stand higher, and shatter this idiotic worldview. Of course, to outsiders, Wuji simply appeared to be a violent overachiever, trying to outshine them. After Wuji finished reporting the task, just as he was about to leave, Zhao Jiangwo narrowed his eyes, looking at Wuji, and said in a heavy tone, "The network of relationships behind this task involves a demon clan." Chapter 7. The Demon Slayer Training System. 24-hour breathing method in operation. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight like water. Wuji sat cross-legged in the courtyard of a villa in the city center. The surroundings so quiet that only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. His villa was located in the most prosperous area of Jiangcheng. Yet it was surprisingly tranquil, with no other buildings within 100 meters, resembling a solitary island. This was provided to him by Zhao Jiangwo. After all, you can't expect someone to work hard with poor benefits, right? The television in the living room was still on, playing boring entertainment news. Popular star Erin suddenly announced tonight that starting tomorrow evening, she will disguise herself as a passerby and randomly choose lucky individuals for a one-day date. If the date is completed, she will reward the lucky individual with a mysterious grand prize. Wuji glanced at the television and scoffed, "What a stupid program. I'm not saying, but can't recent variety shows be a bit more interesting? They are not even as good as the oldest name-tearing shows." He raised his hand to turn off the television and walked towards the center of the courtyard. Under the moonlight, a completely black tang knife lay quietly on the knife rack. The blade was long and narrow, glinting with a cold light. And fine blue arcs of electricity wrapped around the spine, flickering as if it were alive. Thunder Prison. This was the weapon Wuji used most frequently. Chapter 8, Selling Plasma. 3 sticks to smash the human traitor's soul aside from going out for demon-slaying tasks. Wuji had a lot of freedom in the demon-slaying division. He could do whatever he wanted. If there were no tasks, he could skip work without consequence, as the system would automatically clock him in at the right time. However, Wuji chose not to do that. Of course, sometimes other departments would want him to lend a helping hand. Just arriving at the office, a young colleague brought over a cup of milk tea. He blinked at Wuji shyly. "So, Wuji, we need to trouble you again." Wuji glanced at the milk tea and smirked. "Is it less ice with 3 points of sugar?" "Yes, and it also has coconut jelly." "All right." Demon Slaying Division. Underground Level 3, Interrogation Room. In the dim light, the prisoner on the iron chair tilted his head, a disdainful sneer on his lips. He wore specially designed handcuffs that could suppress demon powers, but were clearly ineffective against humans. He was a complete human traitor. Name? Your dad. Age? Older than you. Zhong from the interrogation department had veins bulging on his forehead, and the pen in his hand snapped with a crack. This was already the 4th round of interrogation. And the prisoner still remained unyielding, even becoming more arrogant. Chapter 9, The Drained Corpse. Investigation task at the Eternal Night Club. The interrogation of the person took place in the morning, and the task arrived in the afternoon. In the director's office, Zhao Jiangwo stood in front of the projector, with a 3D structural diagram of the Eternal Night Club displayed on the screen behind him. Eternal Night Club, this is the largest nightclub in Jiangcheng. The main entrance is tightly closed during the day, but lights up brightly at night, becoming a paradise for revelers. The owner behind it is said to be a powerful vampire family. Every night, vampire guards stand at the entrance, and anyone who dares to cause trouble will be politely escorted out. Of course, this nightclub is divided into a regular area and a VIP area. The VIP area is only accessible to vampires and invited guests. This is clearly suspicious. Zhao Jiangwo looked around the office at the 4 people present. Wuji was lazily leaning back in his chair, spinning a pen between his fingers, while Lin Xiaoyu sat upright, her eyes behind black-framed glasses fixed on the screen. The other 2 demon hunters were Chen Mo, a 6th-rank demon hunter, and Wang Hu, a 7th-rank demon hunter, both of whom had serious expressions. "Everyone." Zhao Jiangwo tapped the table, his voice deep. "The impact of the blood plasma trafficking incident is worse than we imagined. Through the interrogation of Director Li from the blood bank at Tongji Hospital, we uncovered some other matters." Chapter 10, Do you think you have me figured out? Erin Van Troep arrives after leaving the director's office. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Why wasn't I kicked out just now? Could it be? The leadership trusts me. Just thinking about this made Lin Xiaoyu feel unexpectedly flattered. Wuji glanced at Lin Xiaoyu beside him. He had intentionally kept her behind, because she had previously participated in an A-level mission with him. So, well, how should I put it? She was already on this ship of thieves. There was a high probability she wouldn't be able to escape the ensuing series of events. Newcomer. Yes? Lin Xiaoyu immediately looked up, nervously meeting Su Wuji's gaze. The latter nodded and asked, "You should have understood what was discussed in the conference room, right? Do you have any information about Erin and her family?" As a vampire family stationed in Jiangcheng, Erin naturally had a real-world identity. However, Su Wuji usually didn't follow celebrities. So certain deeper aspects might only be known to fans, or those who pay attention to these things. Erin. Lin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. As a homebody who stayed at home when not working, she naturally knew this person. So she spoke up, "I know a bit. Erin is currently recording a variety show called Night Help. Chapter 11, Do you think you have me figured out? Next up is not suitable for children." Erin quickly adjusted her expression, revealing her signature sweet smile. "So, tonight's lucky person is..." Her finger wandered through the crowd before finally pointing to a random bystander, "This gentleman." The chosen man was instantly overjoyed. Dazedly walking forward under the envious gazes of the crowd. Erin affectionately linked her arm with his, but her eyes subtly glanced in Su Wuji's direction. The boy's expression turned extremely disappointed, as if he felt unwilling because he wasn't chosen. Erin was genuinely puzzled now. Could it be that he was her fan? Oh my! The Demon Crusher is actually my fan behind the scenes. Is this real? For some reason, with this thought, Erin's mind kept circling around this matter. Right? No one is perfect. Although the data shows that Su Wuji has killed countless demons and openly states that demons deserve to die, who am I, Erin Van Trope? The future heir of the Van Trope family. Also, a hot and popular star. With such a huge charm boost, it's completely normal for Su Wuji to fall for me. Chapter 12, Good evening, everyone. Attack on the overpass. The night was as dark as ink. And the street lights on the overpass cast blurred shadows on either side of the speeding stretch limousine. Inside the car, Erin Van Trope lazily reclined against the leather seat. Her crimson tongue slowly licking the bloodstains remaining at the corner of her lips. Thank you, Miss Erin. The young man in the back seat had a dazed expression. 2 tiny bite marks on his neck visibly healing at a noticeable speed. His skin gradually became pale. And a hint of unnatural dark red appeared at the edges of his pupils. This was a sign of having been newly embraced. Erin chuckled softly. Her fingertips gliding over the man's cheek. No need to thank me. From today on, you are my child. Her voice was gentle yet carried an irresistible authority. In the driver's seat, a silver-haired youth gripped the steering wheel tightly. His gaze, through the rearview mirror, was fixated on Erin's fingers caressing her newly embraced child. His eyes swirling with pathological obsession and fervor. Why does Miss Erin prefer to drink the blood of these foolish humans? Clearly, my blood is purer and more delicious. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his tongue unconsciously licked his sharp canine teeth, as if savoring the taste of being fed on by Erin herself. Chapter 13, Vampires Have Dignity. Lord Su, you say what? Erin's pupils constricted sharply. She had never seen a human walk on air. But Su Wuji did it. Each of his steps seemingly stepping on invisible stairs, the air around him exploding in waves, as he shot toward Erin like a cannonball. Get down here. Su Wuji's right fist was tightly clenched, lightning coiling around his fist, and he punched toward Erin. Boom! Erin hurriedly rolled to avoid it. The lightning grazing her bat wings and exploding, sending violent currents coursing through half of her body. Gritting her teeth, she flapped her wings and quickly created distance. Her crimson eyes locked onto Su Wuji. What exactly are you? A monster? Su Wuji scoffed, standing mid-air, his black trench coat billowing in the wind. I am Su Wuji from the Demon Slayer Department, specifically here to kill your kind. You still think you have me figured out? I can't die from you. Before his voice faded, He flashed and instantly closed in on Erin, his right leg chopping down like a battle axe. Bang! Erin crossed her arms to block, but was still heavily smashed toward the ground. Boom! She crashed down like a meteor into a cargo truck on the overpass, instantly denting the metal and twisting the truck's body. Chapter 14. I want to be the head of the family so much Erin's pupils suddenly constricted. What? The first part of what he said she could pretend she didn't hear. But the latter part, she doubted whether she had misheard, even questioning if she was hallucinating from being beaten. A demon slayer, a madman famous for slaying demons, is now actually asking her if she wants to become the head of the family. What are you talking about? Her voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. Wuji chuckled lightly. I said, his voice deep like a demon's whisper, I can help you take the position of the head of the Vans Were family. Erin's breath caught. Crazy, this person is definitely insane. She stared hard into Wuji's eyes, trying to find a hint of mockery. But in those eyes, there was only cold certainty, as if what he said was not a joke, but a promise about to be fulfilled. Why? Her voice trembled slightly. Seeing this, Wuji smiled and lazily stood up, looking down at her. Because within your blood clan, there are people who deserve to die more than you. His tone was casual, but it sent a chill down Erin's spine. Your brother, Eisen Vans Were, right. Chapter 15, The Cat Demon Incident. The excluded Lin Xiaoyu the next morning. Logistics Department. Archive Room. Lin Xiaoyu was on her tiptoes, trying to stuff a stack of heavy files onto the top shelf. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the effort, and her black-framed glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose, making her look both awkward and adorable. TSK, this broken shelf is designed against humanity, she muttered softly. And suddenly her foot slipped. Ah! Just as she was about to fall flat on her back, a large hand firmly supported her back. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyu turned her head in shock, only to meet a familiar face. Wuji was looking down at her, his brows slightly raised. Hello. L leader. Lin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red, and in a flurry, she adjusted her glasses, causing the files in her arms to crash to the floor. Wuji sighed and bent down to help her pick up the documents. Do you usually handle things this clumsily? No. I just a bit nervous. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, her voice getting quieter. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Wuji, her limbs felt as if they weren't her own. Wuji stuffed the files back into her arms and said straightforwardly, I have already arranged everything. A few days later, you will follow me to the second floor of the Eternal Night Club. Chapter 16, The Cat Demon Incident ends. This world has mental issues in an old neighborhood in Jiangcheng, in front of a peeling tenement building. Wuji pushed open a rusty iron door. 3 or 4 uniformed demon slayers were taking photos for evidence. Upon seeing him, they straightened up. Inspector Su. Wuji casually extinguished his cigarette, but against the wall. What is the situation at the scene? The oldest demon slayer handed over a tablet. The deceased, Jiangcheng, 48 years old, an insurance company employee. The body was found in the bedroom this morning. Initial judgment. He lowered his voice. It looks like it was torn apart by a beast. Wuji glanced at the gruesome photos on the screen. The chest cavity of the corpse was completely opened, the ribs broken in unnatural radiating patterns, the liver missing, yet the edges of the wounds were strangely neat, as if something sharp had precisely carved it out. Where is the person who reported this? Inside. The young demon slayer pointed to the bedroom. She's not very stable. Before he finished speaking, a dull thud suddenly came from the inner room. Wuji strode in and saw a woman with disheveled hair madly banging her head against the wall, while 2 female demon slayers were desperately holding her. Ms. Li. Calm down. It's here, it's coming again. Chapter 17, Cafeteria Riot. Lin Xiaoyu, I've got your back. Time reached noon. Logistics Department. After finishing her work in the archive room, Lin Xiaoyu still had the reports on the computer to fill out. These were, of course, supposed to be Liu Wen and the others' tasks. But now they were all dumped on her. Sigh. Lin Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes, unsure if she could finish today. Not having gone out with the leader, she had no idea how the tasks were going on that side. Hopefully, the leader wouldn't be angry. Just as she was thinking this, Xiaoyu, go eat. Liu Wen and her 3 companions arrived at Lin Xiaoyu's workstation, looking at each other with friendly smiles. Oh? Oh? Lin Xiaoyu nervously nodded, saved the document, and stood up with her meal card. Oh dear, why are you so nervous? Aren't we friends? Liu Wen threw her arm around Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders, and the 2 companions nodded in agreement. In fact, everyone knew that Lin Xiaoyu and the 3 of them were not friends. But the surrounding colleagues kept their heads down, pretending not to see. As Liu Wen could be said to be the queen in this logistics department. Because her brother-in-law is a 6th-rank demon slayer, no one dared to provoke her. Those who had the guts to resist ended up in a terrible situation. Until Lin Xiaoyu was led out by Liu Wen and the others. Chapter 18, Lin Xiaoyu's Profile, 10 times Gravity Training Room after lunch. Wuji had returned to the office. Suddenly, he thought of something. He rummaged through a document on his desk. He pulled out one and took a look. It was clearly a profile on Lin Xiaoyu. This had been sent over by Zhao Zhongwo in the last 2 days, but due to lack of time, he had not looked at it. He glanced at it and immediately showed a playful expression. Lin Xiaoyu, 9th-rank demon slayer, cultivating qi, spirit, and weapon. Both parents are demon slayers and died in the demon ritual case 7 years ago. Personality, timid and sensitive under normal circumstances. Extremely hateful and disgusted towards demons. Warning, this person possesses multiple dangerous personalities. Please pay close attention, trigger conditions unknown. Known combat power rating, 5th-rank demon slayer. Wuji looked at the profile and chuckled softly. Interesting. Previously, he didn't understand why Zhao Zhongwo wanted a newcomer to do an A-grade mission with him. But now he understood. At this moment, a message popped up on Wuji's phone. He glanced at it. The sender was Liu Wen's brother-in-law, Zhong Peng. Wuji. What Liu Wen did has nothing to do with me. Don't vent your anger on me. I am currently out on a mission, wait for me to come back. I will personally tear her mouth apart. Chapter 19, You Must Be a Beast Reincarnated. Early start on the task. The smoke from the training room had not yet dissipated when Wuji was forcibly pressed onto the medical bed by Wen Ruyan. Don't move. Wen Ruyan tore open his tattered shirt, revealing well-defined muscles covered in fine cuts. She wore medical gloves, her fingertips coated with a special ointment, and unceremoniously pressed it onto Wuji's wounds. Hiss! Wuji gasped, be gentler. Gentler. Wen Ruyan rolled her eyes. Did you not think about the consequences when you self-destructed under 10 times gravity? She applied more pressure, the ointment seeping into the wound, bringing a stinging pain followed by a cool sensation. Wuji grimaced but remained silent. He looked up at the ceiling, letting Wen Ruyan fuss over him. The lights in the medical room were a bit blinding, and he squinted, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Hey, what are you thinking about? Wen Ruyan suddenly leaned in. Her amber eyes fixed on him. You're not thinking about that newcomer Lin Xiaoyu, are you? Wuji snapped back to reality, frowning. What is it to you? What is the matter? Now everyone knows about Lin Xiaoyu. Oh, feeling shy? Wen Ruyan grinned mischievously. Her hand still working. I heard you threw a fit for her in the cafeteria today. TSK, that's not like you. Chapter 20, Heading to the Eternal Night Club. Jiangcheng, the Vans were family. Erin stood in a corner of the hall, expressionless, watching the man seated on the high platform. Ladies and gentlemen. The patriarch of the Vans were family, Albert, slowly raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. His silver-grey pupils scanned every Blood Clan member present. Finally landing on Eisen beside Eren, tomorrow night, the Eternal Night Club will host a Crimson Party. At that time, we will gain a new batch of powerful allies. The elders of the Blood Clan will also be present. Therefore, his voice carried an undeniable authority, this party must not fail. Then he looked at Eisen. His gaze unusually gentle. The affairs of the club are always handled by Eisen, so I am very assured. You should learn more from Eisen. The establishment of the Eternal Night Club has further solidified our family's foundation in the human world, and has also enhanced the Vans were family's standing within the Blood Clan. Thunderous applause followed. Eisen smiled and bowed. Eren watched this scene, nearly sick to her stomach. Why? She had fought for years in the entertainment industry, earning countless initial embraces for the family, yet all she got from her father was a dismissive remark. Meanwhile, Eisen only had to build a filthy underground club to be exalted. Chapter 21, The Crimson Party, Lin Xiaoyu's second personality. The lights on the second floor were dimmer, and the air was filled with a sickeningly sweet aroma. Dozens of genuine leather sofas were arranged in a circular fashion, with a massive round stage in the center. The most chilling sight was the dozens of iron cages hanging from the ceiling, each containing a vacant-looking human. This was the VIP area on the second floor. Eren's voice was very low. Now follow me. I have a private area. Su Wuji nodded, about to step forward when Lin Xiaoyu suddenly grabbed the hem of his clothes tightly. Leader. Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have seen something incredible, her eyes wide with shock. Su Wuji followed her gaze to the edge of the stage. There stood two familiar figures, Chen Mo and Wang Hu. However, what was terrifying was that both wore silver collars symbolizing Blood Clan servants, their eyes vacant like dolls in a display case. What happened to them? Lin Xiaoyu's lips trembled, her voice barely a whisper. Su Wuji's smile remained unchanged. After all, he had suspected something was wrong, but to avoid alarming the enemy, he could only let these two fools act as bait for now. Chapter 22, Move again, and your colleague is going to be a TMD madman. Su Wuji. He slowly raised an eyebrow. Watching Lin Xiaoyu charge in with a machete, he shook his head helplessly. So this is what multiple personalities meant for a normal demon slayer. This situation was indeed incredibly bad. After all, the initial plan was simply to record evidence and then retreat along the predetermined route. But now, Lin Xiaoyu's second personality had completely shattered that plan. However, Su Wuji grinned, his eyes showing appreciation. This newcomer was indeed to my taste. The ones left dumbfounded were Eren and the little dog, standing in the private room, watching Lin Xiaoyu wield the machete, carving a bloody path through the Blood Clan. Wasn't he the plan to record evidence? Eren's voice changed pitch, unable to help but curse. Is she seriously going all out? No. Are you all crazy? We can't just die like this. The little dog swallowed hard, his eyes glazed. Miss, are we being set up? Eren turned sharply to look at Su Wuji, only to see him leisurely unbuttoning his suit, revealing a tight black combat suit underneath. Chapter 23, Elder, save me. Eisen is dead. Eisen never imagined that Su Wuji would charge at him with a knife. At that moment, Eisen thought of his dignity as a Blood Clan member, the efforts he had put in to reach this point, and the glory of becoming the family head in the future. So, I can't die. Elder, save me. Eisen's scream nearly tore through the noise of the club. His pupils dilated sharply as he watched Su Wuji's thunder prison tang knife cleave the air, aiming straight for his throat. The fear of death froze him completely, and he even abandoned the thought of controlling Chen Mo and Wang Hu. Just as the blade was about to sever Eisen's head, sigh. A long sigh suddenly came from above. Buzz. A blood-red barrier appeared out of nowhere, blocking Su Wuji's path. The thunder prison blade struck the barrier, igniting blinding sparks. Dracula vans were slowly rose, his silver-grey hair moving without wind. His eyes were like an abyss, coldly gazing at Wuji, Jr. Stop. Seeing this, Aizen's tense body instantly slumped down. He gasped for breath. A look of ecstatic relief on his face, Elder. Chapter 24. I will become the first female family head, right? Why are you cuffing me? Seeing this, Wuji's lips curled into a sinister smile. He didn't dodge or evade, and with a single stroke, he slashed down at the blood-red orb. Thunder prisons 1,000 calamities. The blade light erupted like thunder, and the violent lightning snakes instantly tore the blood-red orb to pieces. Dracula's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could react, Wuji's figure had already penetrated through the blood mist, his blade aimed directly at his throat. Arrogant! Dracula roared, his silver-grey hair moving without wind. And he suddenly brought his hands together. A torrent of blood surged from his palms, transforming into a monstrous python that lunged at Wuji. Boom! The impact of two forces colliding directly blew off the dome of the Eternal Night Club, bricks and rubble falling like rain. Wuji took advantage of the momentum to soar into the sky, the blade tracing a dazzling arc in the moonlight. Old thing, fight in the sky. Dracula laughed in anger. A tearing sound came from behind as his luxurious suit was ripped apart, and a pair of tumor-covered bat wings suddenly unfolded. As you wish. The two figures crashed through the night sky like shooting stars, engaging in a breathtaking duel above Jiangcheng. Lin Xiaoyu rushed to the edge of the ruins, looking up with an excited expression. Under the moonlight, Dracula's true form was fully revealed. His originally handsome face was now covered in greyish scales. His mouth torn to the roots of his ears, revealing menacing fangs. Chapter 25. The incident ends, no office romances allowed. Outside the Eternal Night Club, the alarms of the Demon Slayer division pierced the night sky. Dozens of black cars emblazoned with the Demon Slayer emblem surrounded the building. And fully armed Demon Slayers quickly sealed off the scene, setting up a cordon. Chen Mo and Wang, who were helped out of the door by two medical staff, still wearing silver collars around their necks, their eyes dazed as if just waking up. Brother Chen, are you okay? A young Demon Slayer hurriedly inquired. Chen Mo opened his mouth, his voice confused. What happened to us? You were controlled by the Blood Clan. The young Demon Slayer said excitedly, it was Inspector Su who saved you. Wang Hu touched the collar around his neck, looking bewildered. What? Weren't we following the insider upstairs? How come we woke up in a cage? Insider. A female Demon Slayer nearby sneered, that guy has long been a lackey of the Blood Clan. The two exchanged glances, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. They finally realized that they had almost become the Blood Clan's meal. Not far away, beside a specially designed prisoner transport vehicle, Eileen lay hopelessly on the metal floor, her hands and feet locked in special shackles. Through the iron window in the roof of the vehicle, she could see a pale moon. Chapter 26. Wrapping up, don't you think Wuji is becoming more ruthless? The next morning, in the director's office, Wuji stood calmly across from him, as if the bloodbath at the Eternal Night Club last night was just a trivial matter. He briefly summarized, that's how it is. Zhao Jiangwo took a deep breath, his hand trembling slightly as he picked up the teacup. After receiving the news from Wuji, he immediately assembled an elite team for support. Yet this madman in front of him single-handedly stormed the Blood Clan's stronghold, even splitting the elder-level Dracula in half. My goodness! This kind of combat power is beyond the 5th rank. Oh, right, the deputy director at the 4th rank has already been hospitalized. Forget about that guy still in the hospital. Zhao Jiangwo put down the teacup, his voice low. The Fanjua family still has remnants hiding in Jiangcheng. Everyone's hands are stained with blood. He looked directly at Wuji. In the next few days, you will lead the cleanup. Additionally, we will quickly interrogate the Blood Clan about the demon incidents in the old residential area. Originally, this operation was aimed at clearing the Blood Clan from Jiangcheng. So last night's action also allowed Zhao Jiangwo to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, the footage Lin Xiaoyu captured last night is already enough for the Demon Slayer Division to take action against the Blood Clan. Chapter 27, Vacation, a new mission begins. Jiangcheng. Demon Slayer Division Headquarters. In Zhao Zhongwei's office, the teacup hung in midair. You want to take a vacation? Zhao Zhongwei's eyes widened, as if he had heard something outrageous. Su Wuji stood in front of the desk, hands in pockets, looking completely unbothered. Yeah, the Blood Clan matter has come to a pause. And the second wave of attacks won't come until around the release of the Blood Clan Rights Bill, so I want to take a break during this time. Zhao Zhongwei put down the teacup, tapping his fingers on the table, his brow furrowing even tighter. You? Take a vacation. Su Wuji. Do you know what your nickname is now? The Demon Slaughtering Machine. Su Wuji shrugged. Sounds better than a shredder. Zhao Zhongwei almost laughed in anger. You haven't complained about being tired for 2 years, and now suddenly you say you want a vacation. Quite normal, right? Su Wuji replied flatly. I haven't used a vacation day, it feels a bit wasteful to leave it there. Zhao Zhongwei. He was speechless. Then opened a drawer and slapped a card on the table. Fine, approved. This is your vacation fund from the division, come to me if it's not enough. Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. So generous. Zhao Zhongwei snorted. If you collapse from exhaustion, who's going to deal with that bunch of beasts? Chapter 28, Heading to Donghai City. There's a problem with the Demon Slayer Division here. The next afternoon, a plane from Jiangcheng to Donghai took off. Inside the luxurious cabin of the plane, Lin Xiaoyu quietly turned her head, her gaze landing on Su Wuji beside her. He was dressed in a neat uniform, gold-rimmed glasses resting on his high nose. His long fingers gently tapped on a laptop, the blue light from the screen reflecting on his chiseled face, making him look like an elite with a scholarly demeanor. Lin Xiaoyu's heart involuntarily raced, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, wanting to say something but hesitating. So, She finally gathered the courage. Her voice barely a whisper. Su Wuji adjusted his glasses and turned to look at her. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoyu's face turned even redder, she lowered her head. Her voice almost squeezed out between her teeth. Leader, why did you call me to take a vacation? And, are we going to Donghai? Various thoughts raced uncontrollably in her mind. Is Su Wuji going to take her out for fun? But why her? Could it be that he has feelings for her? It's so hard to guess. Her thoughts drifted further, even imagining the two of them strolling along the beach at sunset, Su Wuji gently holding her hand. Chapter 29, Difficulty Level S. The entire city is transformed by demons. Donghai City, the evening sea breeze carried the salty scent, dispersing the heat of the day. Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu sat on plastic stools at a seafood stall by the roadside, the sunshade above them rattling in the wind. The surrounding diners were noisy, and waiters weaved through the crowd with plates, the air filled with the aroma of grilled fish and garlic scallops. What would you like to order? The staff handed over the menu with a warm smile. Su Wuji took the menu, his gaze casually scanning it beneath his gold-rimmed glasses. Then ordered several signature dishes, 50 skewers of pork belly, 50 skewers of lamb, pepper salt shrimp, scallion crab, and garlic oysters. He paused and handed the menu to Lin Xiaoyu. Take a look and see if there's anything else you want. Lin Xiaoyu took the menu, her eyes lighting up. The tension from the Demon Slayer division earlier seeming to be temporarily forgotten. She quietly added, and a serving of stir-fried clams and seafood fried noodles. Plus this garlic grilled eggplant. After speaking, she secretly glanced at Su Wuji, as if afraid she had ordered too much. Su Wuji smiled. All right, that's it. The waiter noted down the order and shouted as he walked towards the kitchen. Lin Xiaoyu held the teacup with both hands, sipping slowly. Her eyes occasionally glancing at the flickering neon lights across the street, looking somewhat uneasy, but also a bit excited. Chapter 30, Entering the Demon-Slaying Academy. Full of demons the next morning, Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. Driver, take us to the Jiangcheng Private Demon Slaying Academy. Su Wuji opened the car door, signaling for Lin Xiaoyu to get in first. Oh? The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. With dark skin and laughter that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Are you two teachers? Su Wuji smiled slightly and nodded, yes, we just arrived from out of town. The driver immediately became interested, starting the car as he said, what a coincidence, my daughter also studies at that school. It's a pity it's a boarding school. I can only see her once a month. Sigh. He sighed, his tone filled with helplessness and longing. Su Wuji glanced at Lin Xiaoyu through the rearview mirror. She gently nodded, her expression slightly serious. This driver seemed suspicious. The car fell into silence, with only the hum of the engine. Suddenly, the driver changed the subject and asked curiously, but shouldn't teachers be at school? Why are you out here? Lin Xiaoyu's fingers tightened slightly, but Su Wuji remained calm. Reaching out to hold her hand, smiling as he explained, I had a little accident before and injured my leg, which delayed my start date. Chapter 31. Acting like a real person, looking for living people. Teacher Liu took Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu on a tour for the whole morning. During this time, the other party did not exhibit any unusual behavior. The entire campus was well organized, with complete facilities, and everything appeared normal. Occasionally, they would encounter students greeting Teacher Liu, all looking like regular students. Teachers, next I'll take you to the last place. Teacher Liu pushed up his glasses and said, the teaching building. Su Wuji nodded, glancing at Lin Xiaoyu beside him. She remained quietly following behind him, her eyes under the black-rimmed glasses shining with focused light. Since leaving the principal's office, Lin Xiaoyu had been observing everything on campus. She had memorized the entire layout of the campus and created a simple 3D model in her mind. At the same time, she had also noted everyone they passed along the way. Since she wasn't very good at fighting, she wanted to help Su Wuji in this way. The three of them walked through the tree-lined paths of the campus, and soon arrived at the teaching building area. It was the last class of the morning, and the sounds of teachers lecturing echoed in the hallways, occasionally accompanied by students answering questions. Chapter 32, the first lesson. On how to cleanly slay demons. The time had come to the afternoon. In Class 3A, a girl with a high ponytail at the last row of desks tightly gripped her pen, her notebook filled with twisted handwriting. My name is Xia Lin, a regular student at the Jiangcheng Private Demon Slaying Academy. But now, my classmates and teachers might not be human. If you see this diary I've written, please be sure to report it to the demon slaying office. Xia Lin finished writing this and pressed her lips together. She continued writing, I don't know what kind of demons they are, forgive me for not having learned that topic yet. But I know they will slowly replace humans and disguise themselves as humans in front of you. Remember. 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 If you want to survive, you must pretend not to have noticed anything unusual. Secondly, you must not be alone. Finally, if I can hold out until the end of the month for family visiting day, I must report to the demon slaying office. If I don't make it, please, whoever sees this diary, be sure to report it. Xia, what are you writing? At this moment, a girl sitting in the front row suddenly turned her head, curious to see what Xia Lin was writing. Oh, nothing. Chapter 33. Finding survivors. A city was invaded and corroded by demons. In fact, Su Wuji was reluctant to believe that such an exaggerated event would not have any rumors circulating. But it seemed to be true. At least he hadn't heard any news about such a serious matter in Jiangcheng City. However, just because he hadn't heard it here, it didn't mean others hadn't heard it elsewhere, right? Surely someone could resist a little and pass the information out. At least Black over there knew, right? And they even found videos that had circulated. Although, relying solely on one video, Black managed to locate the incident site, which was already quite impressive. But there should be more, there should be other organizations involved as well. In the evening, at the teachers' dormitory building, male teachers were assigned to the first floor, while female teachers were on the second floor. Wuji was leaning against the door of the teachers' dormitory, smoking. As the smoke swirled, he watched the teachers and students coming and going. The entire school felt like a carefully arranged trap, with him and Lin Xiaoyu as the only two awake prey. Teacher Su, a math teacher from the neighboring dormitory, poked his head out. Dinner is ready, want to join? Wuji exhaled a puff of smoke. Glancing at the staircase, you go ahead. Chapter 34, Survivor Base, A Diary After Dinner. Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu walked side by side on the tree-lined path of the campus. Hey, these demons may not be worth much, but the food tastes surprisingly good. Wuji stretched lazily, seeming completely unconcerned about being in the demon's lair. Lin Xiaoyu adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, unsure whether to comment on Wuji's remark. In any case, she just let him be. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Teacher Su. Teacher Lin. A girl with a ponytail rushed up, clutching a leather diary tightly to her chest. Her school uniform collar was a bit disheveled, and her eyes exuded an unusual weariness and vigilance for her age. Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu exchanged glances and slowly turned around. Classmate Xia Lin. Wuji smiled gently. Is something the matter? Oh? This is interesting. I was just thinking about you, and you came to find us, he said. But, where's that boy? Didn't he come with you? Xia Lin looked around and suddenly lowered her voice. If I said that everyone on campus isn't human, but demons, would you believe me? The air instantly froze. Heh? After a few seconds of silence, Wuji chuckled softly. Chapter 35, Fang Ming is dead. Contact Zhao Jiongwo. Xia Lin excitedly ran out of the secret base, thinking about finding Fang Ming to tell him this good news. The result didn't run for long. She had just turned the corner of the teaching building when she saw a familiar figure. It was Fang Ming, who was walking towards her, seemingly intending to go to their survivor base. A familiar smile hung on his lips, and even his walking posture was exactly the same as she remembered. Fang. As soon as the name left her lips, a sudden chill ran down Xia Lin's neck. She instinctively took a step back, feeling a strange sensation for some reason. Xia Lin. Fang Ming stopped in front of her, tilting his head. I was just about to look for you. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his face. Xia Lin stared into his eyes. What a coincidence. She struggled to keep her voice steady. What do you want to see me for? Fang Ming naturally reached out to place his hand on her shoulder, but Xia Lin flinched away as if electrocuted. His arm froze in mid-air, and his gaze flickered for a moment. I've also figured it out. I want to go find Teacher Su and the others with you. Fang Ming retracted his hand, his smile unchanged. Instead of waiting for the family visit day, we might as well ask Teacher Su and the others earlier. Chapter 36, Night Attack of the Demons. Anatomy of Demons. Late at night, Jiangcheng City. After finishing a call with Zhao Jiongwo, Wuji fell into a deep sleep. He lay in bed, breathing steadily. But suddenly, a faint cry pierced his ears. Help me, Teacher Su, save me. The voice was intermittent, as if it was coming from a distant place. Yet it felt like a whisper right beside him. Wuji's brow furrowed slightly, but his breathing remained steady. The cries gradually became clearer, mixed with eerie sobs. Why won't you save me? Creak. The balcony door had opened at some point, the night wind gently swaying the curtains. A white figure stood quietly at the doorway, long hair cascading down, obscuring her face. In the moonlight, her form flickered, her toes hovering 3 inches off the ground. Just floating there. Wuji slowly opened his eyes, looking calmly at the white figure. Sensing he was awake, the white figure's cries suddenly became piercing. Teacher Su. You're finally awake. Her voice echoed eerily, reverberating in the room. The white figure began to move, gliding forward in a manner that seemed unnatural. Her long hair swaying gently with her movements. Chapter 37, Understanding the Murder Pattern of the Demons. Then we can act. It was noon. Su Wuji, Lin Xiaoyu, and Xia Lin were huddled together, eating. Lin Xiaoyu was still reading that diary while eating. Xia Lin had little interest, looking at the food in front of her with no appetite. Su Wuji, however, was lost in thought. What is going on here? Fang Ming died yesterday. And that bespectacled boy also died. But the others are fine. Is there a commonality between these two cases? He began to recall Zhong Jun. The boy with glasses. Suddenly, I understand. Lin Xiaoyu closed the diary, her gaze behind her black-framed glasses no longer timid, but sharp and cold. She raised her head. Her voice calm yet filled with undeniable certainty. I understand the murder pattern of the heart-eating demon. Su Wuji and the others looked at her simultaneously. Through analyzing the content of the diary and the details of Fang Ming and Zhong Jun's deaths, Lin Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses. The lenses reflecting a cold light. I can confirm one thing, the heart-eating demon, or rather, the low-level heart-eating demons can only attack those who are fearful at heart. Xia Lin dropped her chopsticks with a clatter. What do you mean? Chapter 38, Lin Xiaoyu's second personality reappears. Please call me Xia Xue in a hidden basement deep within the campus. Under dim lighting, Liu Yu, the teacher who previously showed Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu around the campus, stood in front of a worn-out wooden table. She took off her black-framed glasses, revealing sharp, eagle-like eyes. The situation is worse than we imagined. Liu Yu's voice was deep and hoarse. Donghai City has completely fallen. The demon-slaying division is filled with puppets of the heart-eating demons. And none of the people we sent out to deliver messages have returned. 3 others sat at the table, 2 men and 1 woman, all looking grave. They bore various injuries, and their eyes were bloodshot, clearly having not rested well for a long time. If this continues, we won't last long. A burly man clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. The disguise of our strength consumes too much. If we let our guard down, we will be discovered immediately. Have those 2 newcomers shown signs of being assimilated? A woman with a ponytail suddenly spoke, her voice cold. Liu Yu shook her head, her brows furrowing, not sure. But one of them is Su Wuji from Jiangcheng City. Su Wuji. Chapter 39, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Director of Donghai Demon-Slaying Division. Chen Qianxiong. Bang. Su Wuji kicked open the door to the principal's office, splintering wood everywhere. However, the room was empty, with only the curtains fluttering in the wind. TSK, running pretty fast. Su Wuji scoffed. It seemed they knew he could not be their opponent. Over at Xia Xue. She leaped onto the desk like a cat. Then she leaned down to sniff. Suddenly grinning, her crimson tongue licking the corner of her mouth, he escaped in quite a panic. The smell of fear is truly delicious. Su Wuji raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can smell emotions. Of course. Xia Xue cupped her face with her hands, her eyes narrowing sickly, fear, despair. Collapse. These smells are like rotten strawberry jam. The thicker they are, the more exciting they become. She suddenly pulled out a cleaver. The tip gliding across the desk. I love watching my prey tremble and then, thrust. Slice their throats open. He. Su Wuji stared at her for 2 seconds and suddenly laughed. Not bad, I admire you. Only such a person is worthy to be his teammate. Just then, tap tap tap. Chaotic footsteps approached from behind. Xia Lin burst in with more than 20 surviving students, each holding standard weapons from the Demon-Slaying Academy. Chapter 40, Directly to the Demon-Slaying Division's doorstep, confrontation with Chen Qianxiong. Smash. Smash. On the streets of Donghai City. Su Wuji gripped the steering wheel of a truck with one hand, the other resting on the window. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, wildly barreling down the road. All the demons in his path were crushed into meat paste. Ha ha ha. Look at that, leader. The co-pilot, Xia Xue, leaned out of the car window, excitedly directing from the side, left. There's a whole group on the left. Run them over. Crush them all. Inside the container. Shaolin and over 20 survivors clutched the fixed rod tightly, their faces turning paler, as they glimpsed the scene outside through the gaps. Countless heart-eating demons poured out from shops, alleys, and even sewers on both sides of the street, clawing and lunging at the truck, only to be ruthlessly crushed by it. Ooh! A boy finally couldn't hold back, bending over to vomit aside. These two are definitely crazy, Shaolin murmured, watching as another heart-eating demon was crushed under the wheels. Black goo splattered against the windshield, then was roughly swept away by the wipers. At the intersection ahead, a heart-eating demon dressed in a school uniform suddenly came to a halt. It had absorbed the memory of some delusional teenager, and was now mimicking a pose from an anime. One hand in its pocket, and the other adjusting an imaginary brim of a hat. Chapter 41, Clash of Two Powerhouses. Chen Qianxiong defeated Su Wuji grinned savagely. Since you know me, that makes things easier. He flicked his wrist, his gaze sharp as a knife. Although cross-city law enforcement is somewhat against the rules, before he could finish his sentence, he stomped down, shattering the ground, as he shot towards Chen Qianxiong like a cannonball. But for scum like you, it doesn't matter at all. Boom! The thunder prison unleashed a violent bolt of lightning, and Chen Qianxiong blocked it with his knife. The black mist on the ghost blade instantly coalesced into a twisted ghost face, withstanding the strike. At the moment of collision, the ground cracked open into a chasm several meters wide, debris flying everywhere. I am Su Wuji, the 5th rank inspector of Jiangcheng City. Su Wuji used the force to leap into the air, twisting his body, as the blade released a blinding flash of lightning. For colluding with demons, harming your own kind, and betraying humanity, I sentence you, he shouted, as the thunder prison suddenly shone like the blazing sun. Death? Chen Qianxiong's pupils constricted slightly. The black mist on the ghost blade surged violently, countless vengeful spirits howling as they coalesced into a solid form. He crossed the long knife over his chest. His voice still calm, you can try. In the next moment, both men erupted. Thunder prison, 1,000 birds. Chapter 42, I just want to save my daughter, Chen Qianxiong's death. The birth of a king-level demon. The blinding lightning gradually faded, and the air was filled with a scorched scent. Chen Qianxiong lay among the ruins. The ghost blade stuck in the ground, the black mist completely dissipated. A thunderbolt had pierced through his chest, blood gushing out and staining his torn trench coat. His vision began to blur, and all he could hear was the sound of his own heavy breathing. Am I going to die? In a daze, he seemed to see a familiar figure. A girl with 2 small ponytails stood in the distance, timidly looking at him. Daddy. That voice was as gentle as a hallucination. Chen Qianxiong's pupils abruptly contracted, his heart feeling as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand. He understood. The revolving lantern of memories had begun. 10 years ago, in Donghai City's Demon Slayer department. Chen Qianxiong, you performed excellently in this director candidate assessment. Several high-ranking officials nodded in satisfaction in the conference room. Chen Qianxiong slightly bowed, a gentle smile on his face. Thank you for your recognition. I will continue to work hard. Back then, he wasn't the cold-blooded person he was now. He had a happy family, a gentle wife, and a lovely daughter. Every day when he returned home, his wife would prepare hot meals for him, and his daughter would rush over, excitedly recounting interesting stories from school. Chapter 43, Battle with the King-level Demon. Reinforcements arrive above the sky, the wind and clouds changed color. A holy yet terrifying figure hovered in the high air, surrounded by a twisted black halo. It was a girl wearing a blood-stained school uniform, her face shrouded in a hazy divine glow. Her long hair moved without wind, each strand flowing with dark golden runes. Countless crystalline tentacles extended from the wound in her abdomen, drooping down like a deity's ribbon. Our king, O king! On the rooftop of the Demon Slayer department, Jiangcheng knelt on the ground, trembling with excitement. Finally succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Its skin continuously peeled away, revealing the true form of the heart-eating demon beneath. It excitedly shouted, "King! Eliminate these humans. Lead us to establish an eternal demon city." But before it could finish speaking, a rusty wood-cutting knife suddenly pierced through its chest. Huh? Jiangcheng looked down in confusion. At the moment he saw the knife's tip, a silver bell-like laughter came from behind. Surprise! Xiaoxue pulled out the wood-cutting knife, tilting her head to reveal a naive yet sickly smile. "Look behind you." "You?" Jiangcheng's eyes widened. Boom. Chapter 44, Wuji's second form, Thunder Prison Armor. Above the sky, the roar of engines was deafening. On one of the helicopters, a man wearing sunglasses leaned out halfway, looking down at the hovering king-level demon. Hey, 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 he slowly took off his sunglasses, his pupils suddenly constricting. Cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. This isn't a joke, is it? A king-level demon. This is my first time fighting such a tough battle. But hey, even if I die, it's worth it. I haven't lived in vain. He suddenly grabbed the communicator, his voice hoarse yet firm. "Everyone, pay attention. Target confirmed. King-level heart-eating demon. Execute S-level encirclement tactics as planned. Repeat, S-level encirclement tactics. Received. Understood." The communication channel echoed with organized responses. In the next second, the demon slayers on both sides of the helicopter acted simultaneously. Dozens of demon slayers formed hand seals, channeling their energy through specially designed firearms, transforming it into solid energy bullets that poured down like a torrential rain. The bullets traced pale blue trajectories in the air. Another group of demon slayers condensed their power, weaving invisible willpower into braided ropes in the air to restrict the demon's movements. Chapter 45, Thunder Goddess Spear, S-level city destruction mission, completed. On the battlefield, the heart-eating demon queen was about to completely annihilate the humans present when she suddenly halted her attack, turning sharply to look in another direction. It was the spot where lightning had been flashing since earlier, in front of the Demon Slayer department building. There stood a tall and bizarre figure. "Hey, hey, hey, demon. Now, it's time for the final round." Wuji's voice echoed, like thunder rolling in the clouds. He slowly raised his arm, and dazzling electric light burst forth from the joints of his armor. The pupils of the king-level demon suddenly constricted. She hovered in the high sky, her divine countenance showing a fluctuation for the first time. Can humans actually wield such power? Her voice remained ethereal, but there was an added seriousness in her tone. Even she felt the sense of threat posed by the human before her. Wuji did not respond, he merely slightly bent his knees. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through space, shooting straight towards the heavens. Die! A punch was thrown, and thunder erupted. The king-level demon hurriedly raised its hand, crystalline tentacles intertwining to form a shield, but at the moment of contact, bang! The shield shattered. The tentacles crumbled into pieces. Chapter 46, wrapping up the incident. I should be able to advance to rank 4, right? A day later. Jiangcheng, Wuji's villa. In the living room, the light from the television screen illuminated Wuji's face. He had just finished showering, casually draping a black bathrobe over his body, with wet hair still dripping. He lazily leaned against the sofa, holding a can of cold beer, his gaze drifting over the news playing on the television. Today, the demon invasion incident in Donghai City has officially been declared over. The news anchor's voice was serious and heavy, according to investigations. The mastermind behind this disaster was indeed the heart-eating demon clan. They manipulated the director of the Donghai City Demon Slayer office, Chen Jiangcheng, orchestrating a sacrificial ritual targeting the entire city. Director Chen Qianxiong ultimately died in battle against the heart-eating demon clan. The scene switched. The camera sweeping over the ruins of Donghai City. Once prosperous central streets were now in ruins, with tall buildings collapsed and the ground cracked. According to statistics, Donghai City originally had a resident population of 3.2 million, but after this disaster, the actual number of survivors. The anchor's voice paused. Seemingly reluctant, was only less than 50,000. The camera switched again, this time focusing on Liu Yu, Wang Taishan, and others standing before the ruins. Chapter 47, Rank 4 is not possible, protection mission issued by the Royal City Council 3 days later. Zhao Jiangwo called. Just as Su Wuji thought. It was about the follow-up to the Donghai City incident. So, my vacation is over. And I have to go back to work as a Rank 4 demon hunter. Jiangcheng, Demon Slayer Office Headquarters. Zhao Jiangwo, drenched in sweat, lowered his head and said softly, the Rank 4 matter is temporarily not possible. Su Wuji's face still wore a friendly smile. Lao Zhao, what did you just say? His voice was soft, but it instantly drenched Zhao Jiangwo's back in cold sweat. I mean. Zhao Jiangwo swallowed, beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks. He tried to awaken Su Wuji's humanity. Wuji, Before he could finish speaking, bang. Su Wuji slammed his palm on the office desk. The solid wooden surface instantly forming a deep palm print, cracks spreading like a spider web. No, are you kidding? Su Wuji's smile remained, but his tone had completely frozen. I made such a big contribution and can't get to Rank 4. What a joke. I have the strength. It's legal and compliant. What exactly is lacking? He grabbed Zhao Jiangwo by the collar, lifting him off the ground, his smile bright enough to send chills down one's spine. Chapter 48, Why are you crying? You have to go too. As night deepened, streetlights lit up one by one, outlining the city's silhouette with a gentle glow. Lin Xiaoyu stood under her apartment building, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. She wore a light blue dress with a beige knitted cardigan over it. What is the leader going to say? She muttered softly, her cheeks involuntarily heating up. The halo of the streetlight cast over her, stretching her shadow long. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the stray hairs at her temples, and she quickly reached up to smooth them down, afraid of messing up her hairstyle. It can't be that. Her thoughts uncontrollably drifted to strange directions, conjuring up various scenes from idle dramas in her mind. The male lead professing his love in the night. Or a domineering CEO pinning her against the wall. What am I thinking? She shook her head fiercely, her ears burning red. How could the leader do that? Just then, a dazzling car headlight broke through the night. Vroom. The low rumble of the engine grew closer, and a black SUV made a perfect drift, stopping in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing Su Wuji's sharply defined face. He was rarely not in uniform today, wearing a simple black t-shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders. Chapter 49, Intelligence from the Shenyu family and multiple personality conversations in the dead of night, Jiangcheng Villa. Su Wuji pushed open the secret door to the study, walking straight to the specially made computer. After inserting the USB drive, the screen lit up with a familiar black dialog box. Login successful, user, Su Wuji. He flexed his fingers and suddenly pounded the keyboard. Su Wuji, black. Get the hell out here. The dialog box fell silent for 3 seconds, then suddenly a series of crying emoticons popped up. Black, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Black, I was wrong. I really was wrong. QAQ Black, the intelligence error this time regarding the heart-eating demon was too large. I'll give you 10 pieces of intelligence as compensation, okay? Su Wuji sneered, his fingers striking like shadows. Su Wuji, 10 pieces. Are you trying to give me scraps? Su Wuji, 20 pieces. Or I'll come through the internet and chop you up right now. On the other end of the screen, in a dim room, The only light source was a monitor flickering with code. A petite figure in loose cat ear pajamas curled up in an esports chair, her silvery hair tousled and spread out. Chapter 50. Arrival at Cherry Blossom City, Shenyu Qianxue. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Cherry Blossom City, Airport. A flight from Jiangcheng slowly landed. The cabin door opening, and two figures walked out one after the other. Wuji was still clad in a black trench coat, its hem swaying slightly with each step. His presence sharp like a drawn sword, radiating brilliance. Following behind him, Lin Xiaoyu was dressed in light casual wear, carrying a backpack. However, passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to them. More accurately, they were captivated by the long knife hovering beside Wuji. Ghost floated quietly at Wuji's side. Its blade entwined with faint black mist, occasionally trembling slightly, seeming almost alive. Distorted faces briefly appeared on the blade before dissipating, eerily bizarre. Leader. It seems like it's looking at me. Lin Xiaoyu shrank her neck and muttered softly. Wuji glanced at the ghost and said lightly, "Get used to it. This broken knife is just like those stupid dogs, it likes to scare timid humans." The ghost seemed to understand, and the blade trembled slightly, as if protesting. Lin Xiaoyu swallowed nervously, and instinctively leaned closer to Wuji. The two walked towards the airport exit, with passers-by glancing over. Some even secretly raising their phones to take pictures. Chapter 51. Since I need to protect you, it has to be done my way. After Shinyu Ryuichi left, the spacious tatami room was left with only Wuji, Lin Xiaoyu, and Shinyu Qianxue. Outside the window, cherry blossoms were fluttering, but inside the room, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Shinyu Qianxue sat in a wheelchair, her fingertips gently rubbing the armrest. Her gaze indifferently looking towards the courtyard. Her profile appeared particularly cold in the interplay of light and shadow, as if she were isolated from the world. Lin Xiaoyu stole a glance at her and quickly lowered her head. Something felt off. Ever since entering the Shinyu family, she sensed a subtle sense of incongruity. Shinyu Ryuichi's gaze towards his daughter did not carry a father's concern, rather, it felt more like he was scrutinizing a tool. Shinyu Qianxue's reaction was even stranger. In response to her father's admonitions, she remained silent throughout, not even a flicker of emotion in her eyes, as if she had long been accustomed to such detachment. "Hey!" Wuji suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. He casually sat down on the tatami mat, propping his chin on one hand. Staring intently at Shinyu Qianxue, "What did your dad mean by that? What does he mean by preventing you from leaving the family?" Shinyu Qianxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she finally turned her head. Her pupils were a rare light grey, as if coated with a layer of frost, her voice barely audible, literal meaning. Chapter 52. They are all waiting for Miss Qianxue to die. The cherry blossom forest in the back mountain was tranquil yet vibrant, with pink and white petals dancing in the wind, carpeting the winding path. The wheelchair rolled over the soft flower carpet, making a faint rustling sound. Shinyu Qianxue sat in the wheelchair, her long hair gently swaying in the breeze, her expression still indifferent, but her fingertips unconsciously tightened around the armrest. The after-effects of the earlier wheelchair race still lingering. "Leader, do we really not need to go back?" Lin Xiaoyu jogged to catch up with Wuji. Her eyes behind black-framed glasses anxiously glancing back. What if those bodyguards? What's the rush? Wuji casually kicked aside a stone in their path, with one hand in his coat pocket. "Let them search for a few hours first, if they can't find us. They'll naturally report that the young lady has been kidnapped." He turned to Shinyu Qianxue with a grin. "Right, hostage miss." Shinyu Qianxue shot him a cold glance. "Childish." Lin Xiaoyu thought to herself. I have to say, she was feeling quite flustered. Wasn't this supposed to be a protection mission? Why did it now look so wrong? Anyone who didn't know would think they were actual kidnappers. The three continued deeper into the cherry blossom forest. Chapter 53. Taking this young lady out for a meal. The night wind suddenly stilled. A petal hovered in front of Shinyu Qianxue, and just as she reached out to catch it, the petal was carried away by a breeze created by someone moving nearby. She silently turned her head to look. Su Wuji was staring at her with a mischievous grin. Lin Xiaoyu awkwardly pushed up her glasses beside her. Xinyu Qianxue thought to herself, these two are very strange. Just as she was about to speak, Su Wuji said, Miss, do you usually have dinner like this? Xinyu Qianxue didn't understand Su Wuji's meaning and frowned, All right then, I'll give a simple evaluation. Su Wuji smiled slightly, I'm still hungry. Xinyu Qianxue tilted her head, but at this time, the kitchen is all ready, what are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Wuji suddenly grabbed the back of her collar, pulling her back to the wheelchair like a kitten. She looked up angrily. Meeting Su Wuji's playful grin, my teammates and I are taking you out for a meal, how about it? Are you touched? Meal? Xinyu Qianxue's eyes widened, have you forgotten what you promised my father at dinner time? Chapter 54, Xinyu Qianxue's complicated feelings, is this freedom? As night deepened, the night market in Sakura City awakened under dazzling lights. Along the streets, various stalls lined up, the aromas of food mingling with sounds of laughter, painting a lively scene. Su Wuji pushed Xinyu Qianxue's wheelchair through the bustling crowd. Lin Xiaoyu flitted around like a cheerful little bird, occasionally rushing to a stall, pointing at intriguing trinkets and exclaiming, Leader! Look at this! Xinyu Qianxue sat quietly in her wheelchair, but her gaze was irresistibly drawn to everything around her. She had never seen such a vibrant scene before. The enthusiastic calls of the stall owners, the laughter of children chasing each other, the affectionate silhouettes of couples, all of this felt strange yet inexplicably warm to her. Miss, try this. Su Wuji suddenly stopped, bought a portion of takoyaki from a nearby stall, and handed it to Xinyu Qianxue. Beneath the golden, crispy exterior, pieces of octopus were faintly visible, and the steaming sauce emitted an inviting aroma. Xinyu Qianxue hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. She cautiously took a bite, and instantly, the delicious flavor exploded in her mouth. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Chapter 55, The Goddess of the Xinyu Family, how could she be so oblivious? When they returned to the Xinyu family's main residence, it was already late. As expected, their actions had indeed been exposed. In front of the main residence of the Xinyu family, the faint light of the stone lantern swayed in the night breeze. Xinyu Ryuichi, dressed in a dark kimono, stood expressionless on the steps, with several solemn family elders behind him. The night wind stirred his garment, but could not disperse the heavy atmosphere. Oh, still not asleep this late? Su Wuji casually greeted while pushing the wheelchair, as if they had merely bumped into a neighbor. The ghost blade hovered beside him, shrouded in black mist, contrasting sharply with the members of the Xinyu family. Lin Xiaoyu shrank her neck, but managed to suppress her nervousness, and stood beside Xinyu Qianxue. Xinyu Qianxue sat upright in her wheelchair, her expression as calm as ever, as if she had anticipated this scene. Xinyu Ryuichi's gaze lingered on his daughter for a moment before he said lightly, Qianxue, come to the tea room later, I need to discuss some matters with you. All right, father. Xinyu Qianxue's voice was calm, without a hint of fluctuation. Xinyu Ryuichi then turned to Su Wuji, forcing a stiff smile, Lord Su and Lord Lin can go wash up first. I have some things to discuss with my daughter. Chapter 56, The Shikigami Yukionna, the Angry Elder. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the paper windows into the tatami room, where Xinyu Qianxue sat quietly in her wheelchair, an ancient book spread open on her lap. Her fingertips gently turned a page, her gaze as indifferent as water, as if the girl who had slightly moved at the fireworks last night had never existed. Lin Xiaoyu stood not far away. She looked at the mountain of books piled beside Xinyu Qianxue, and felt a wave of discomfort in her heart. These books were clearly prepared intentionally, as if to bury herself completely in the text, isolating herself from the outside world. Why were these family members like this? Each one so unwelcoming to Miss Qianxue. Just as she thought this, a series of ear-piercing crunches broke the silence. Wuji lay sideways on the tatami, holding his phone and scrolling through short videos, crumbs of potato chips scattered all over him. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, this dog has become enlightened. Newcomers. Take a look. Lin Xiaoyu awkwardly leaned over to take a glance, forcing a dry laugh. Shen Yuqianxue didn't even bat an eyelash, seemingly accustomed to this noise pollution. So boring, so boring. Wuji suddenly sat up with a flip, crumpling the empty chip bag into a ball and tossing it accurately into the trash can. He ruffled his messy hair, flopping around on the tatami like a stranded fish. This protection task is worse than being in prison. Chapter 57. A violent beating. The elder, who stood up, had white hair and a sharp gaze, pointing at Wuji and scolding him. Wuji, you are merely a 5th-grade demon slayer, just do your job. This is the Shenyu family, not a place for you to run wild. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire tea room fell into dead silence. Shen Yuqianxue frowned slightly, just about to speak, when she saw Wuji suddenly reveal an extremely kind smile. Oh? He tilted his head, his tone light and airy. What you mean is, as long as I do my job, that is enough. The elder snorted coldly, showing no fear. What? Am I wrong? Even if you are going to join the council's direct troops in the future, you still have to follow the council's orders. Don't forget, our Shenyu family also has a say in the council. The more he spoke, the more smug he became, even adding a hint of disdain. So Inspector, there are some things our family head can't say, so I'll say it for him. Bang. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted. Wuji's figure instantly vanished from where he stood, and the next second, he appeared before the elder like a ghost, his right fist enveloped in violent lightning, smashing into the elder's face. Chapter 58. It's nothing serious, just a bit painful in the following days. Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu took Shen Yuqianxue on a wild adventure. From an initial reluctance to later letting go. Night markets, amusement parks, science museums, hot spring resorts, Shen Yuqianxue's world seemed to be suddenly infused with color. Lin Xiaoyu acted like a dutiful tour guide, happily introducing every place they visited, and even secretly buying many souvenirs to give to Shen Yuqianxue. It was fun, beautiful, and a great experience. However, that morning, when Wuji pushed open Shen Yuqianxue's room door, as usual, excitedly announcing the day's itinerary, the girl in the wheelchair gently closed the book in her hands and shook her head. I'm not going out today. Her tone was calm, but carried an undeniable firmness. Wuji raised an eyebrow and squatted down to meet her gaze. What's wrong? Throwing a tantrum again? Shen Yuqianxue chuckled lightly. This time her smile lacked the usual detachment, and held a hint of genuine helplessness. I'm not throwing a tantrum, I'm really tired from playing. She pointed to the stacked books beside her. Let me rest for a day, I want to read. Shen Yuqianxue was indeed tired from playing. From never stepping out before to now running around with Wuji and the others. Chapter 59. The pure white kimono, symbolizing the bride's marriage. Shen Yuqianxue continued reading. Meanwhile, Wuji leaned against the corridor pillar, gazing at the falling cherry blossoms in the courtyard, exhaling a puff of white smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lin Xiaoyu quietly approached. Leader, she lowered her voice, nervously twisting her clothing. I always feel something is off about that ceremony. She pushed up her glasses, the lenses reflecting a sharp light. Miss Qianxue clearly knows the truth, but says nothing. Considering the reactions of the family members, will this ceremony cost her life? Wuji took over the conversation, the glow of his cigarette flickering. It's highly likely. Lin Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. Then we, as demon slayers, our task is only to protect her until the ceremony begins. Wuji interrupted her, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders slumped. But in the next moment, Wuji suddenly extinguished his cigarette, a dangerous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. but if she asks for help herself, that's a different story. He shrugged. Just consider it paying back for the meals these past few days. Lin Xiaoyu stood there for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. Leader, you really are a good person. Chapter 60. The truth about the Shen Yu family's deity that night. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight obscured by thick clouds, and a suffocating atmosphere lingered in the courtyard of the Shen Yu family's main residence. Su Wuji stood under the corridor, a cigarette between his fingers, the sparks flickering in the darkness. The information from Black is pretty much in line with what this deity lady said, but, he murmured softly, the so-called deity is indeed a demon. He exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist twisting in the air, as if reflecting some indescribable outline. Just moments ago, Black had sent the final intelligence. Shen Yu Qianxue had returned from climbing the mountain today, showing a look as if she were rushing to her own death. But she might not realize that the deity the Shen Yu family has worshipped for generations is not a true god, but an ancient demon that has survived since the Heian period. Its true name has long been buried by history, but in the ancient texts of the Shen Yu family, it is referred to as Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. Tsukuyomi's form is not fixed but evolves with the times. Initially, it was merely a spirit wandering in the deep mountains, devouring passing travelers and feeding on fear and despair. Chapter 61. Say, do you want to live? The last day of the protection task. At dawn, the Shen Yu family's main residence was brightly lit. Maidens carried pure white feathered garments through the corridor, while elders wearing black hats held sacred bells, chanting ancient blessings in the courtyard. Su Wuji leaned against the corridor pillar, calmly watching this scene, while Lin Xiaoyu clenched her sleeves, her eyes fixed on the center of the courtyard. 8 strong men carried a pure white divine palanquin, slowly approaching, the curtain of the palanquin lifted by the night wind, revealing half of Shen Yu Qianxue's pale face. Today, she had painted her eye corners crimson, and her pure white kimono was embroidered with dark patterned cherry branches, resembling a paper doll at a funeral. The auspicious time has come. The ceremony begins. Shen Yulong waved a cypress fan, his voice trembling with excitement. Boom, boom, boom. The drums suddenly sounded, and the bearers of the palanquin danced to a strange rhythm, turning towards the back mountain. This was their happiest day. The family will continue, and the power of the gods will continue to bless them. What needs to be sacrificed is merely a puppet without any emotional foundation. Those old faces filled with smiles between the wrinkles, those greedy eyes fixed on the sedan chair, all made Lin Xiaoyu's mood increasingly heavy. From the very beginning, she could see that these people all wished for Shen Yu Qianxue to die. Chapter 62. Lin Xiaoyu's third persona, the annihilation of the Shen Yu family. What? Shen Yulong looked at Su Wuji, who was bursting with endless killing intent. His entire expression twisted in horror. Are you kidding me? Shen Yulong grabbed his hair, yelling at Su Wuji with a contorted face. Su Wuji, do you even know what you're doing? Do you know that by doing this, you are opposing our entire Shen Yu family? Don't think that just because you've taken out a few elders, you're strong. The most important source of power for our Shen Yu family comes from Shikigami. Even you absolutely cannot survive under the siege of our entire Shen Yu family. Shen Yulong seemed to be wary of the existence behind Su Wuji. Even though he was furious, he still gritted his teeth and reminded, Su Wuji, interfering with our Shen Yu family's most important ritual. Even if you are the one they have their eyes on, our Shen Yu family will definitely dispose of you on the spot. Before Shen Yulong could finish his words, Su Wuji erupted like thunder. The thunder prison tang knife, carrying the might of 1,000 bolts, slashed towards Shen Yulong's face. Chapter 63. The God-slaying war begins. Shen Yu Qianxue only felt the wind howling in her ears, and a bone-chilling cold seeped into her marrow from the embrace of the Snow Woman. She struggled desperately, but the Snow Woman's power far exceeded her imagination. Her cold arms like iron hoops, firmly binding her. Let me go. Shen Yu Qianshue's voice trembled, a glimmer of despair flashing in her eyes. She looked towards the increasingly close mountaintop shrine, the dwelling place of the gods, and the end of her fate. The snow woman did not respond, only accelerating her flight. Her silver hair danced in the wind, her ice blue eyes devoid of emotion, as if she were merely a puppet executing orders. Just as Shen Yu Qianxue was about to be taken into the shrine, a familiar voice suddenly exploded in her ear. "Hey! Is this the place where you worship the gods?" A large hand suddenly reached from the side, gripping her wrist. That hand was warm and strong, completely different from the snow woman's coldness. "Su Wuji!" she exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. But what about Lin Xiaoyu? Did she stay behind to hold off the Shen Yu family? Su Wuji grinned, his arm suddenly exerting force, and he yanked her out of the snow woman's embrace. Chapter 64, Su Wuji's Demon Form. "Even if it's a true god, I will destroy you." At the peak of Cherry Blossom Mountain, the thunder roared. Su Wuji's figure was like a purple lightning bolt, instantly crossing dozens of meters, the thunder prison tang knife carrying the might of 1,000 thunderbolts. Slashing down towards Tsukiyomi. Die! Before the blade arrived, the violent pressure of thunder had already torn a hideous crack in the altar's surface. "Heh!" Tsukiyomi's lips curled back to his ears, his pale palm gently raised. Boom! Dark as ink, demonic power gathered in his palm, transforming into a twisted shield that withstood the blow. At the moment of impact between the two forces, the entire mountain trembled violently. The shockwave exploded in a circular pattern, turning the cherry blossom trees within 100 meters into dust. "Is that all you can do?" Tsukiyomi's voice suddenly distorted, shifting from an elegant male voice to a sharp female voice, then morphing into countless overlapping screams. "I have consumed a full 80 generations of goddesses. From a lowly and humble hybrid, I have grown into this disaster. Do you think, with just you, a little ghost can kill me?" It suddenly spread its arms wide, and from under its hunting clothing sprang forth dozens of pale arms, each with a gaping red mouth, lunging at Su Wuji to bite him. Chapter 65, People of the Royal City, let's go to the West Sea to see the fish. The Royal City. Inside a towering white tower, a woman leaned casually against a genuine leather chair, her long fingers lightly tapping the table, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Intermittent reports came through her earpiece, the tone carrying an unmistakable shock. "My lord, the Shen Yu family's ritual has been completely disrupted, and Shen Yu Long has confirmed the death of the disaster-level demon Tsukiyomi, taken down single-handedly by Su Wuji." The woman's fingertips paused slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by amusement. She said softly, "Oh? Tell me more." The voice on the other end trembled. "Su Wuji's fighting style is extremely violent. He ascended the mountain alone and engaged Tsukiyomi in a fierce battle, which lasted less than 20 minutes, and the demon was utterly annihilated, even its core was crushed." 20 minutes. The woman raised an eyebrow. A disaster-level demon lasted only 20 minutes in his hands. "Yes, my lord, and..." The reporter hesitated. Lin Xiaoyu's performance was also very unusual. She single-handedly held off all the demon slayers from the Shen Yu family, and it is suspected that she used the abilities of her other personas. Chapter 66, The Protection Mission ends. The moonlight is beautiful. Night fell on the west coast. The waves gently lapped against the shore, the moonlight spilled across the sea, creating silver ripples. Su Wuji pushed Shen Yu Qianshue's wheelchair along the soft beach, while Lin Xiaoyu bounced along beside them, carrying a bag of snacks. "Leader, do you think the meteor fish will really appear?" Lin Xiaoyu asked curiously. Su Wuji shrugged. "Who knows, we're here anyway." Shen Yu Qianxue looked at the distant sea, softly saying, "It will. Ancient texts record that tonight, which comes once every 20 years, silver fish will leap out of the water, like meteors. Isn't that rare?" Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Shen Yu Qianxue smiled slightly. "Yes. It is very rare." Su Wuji glanced at her, suddenly teasing, but no matter how rare, it can't compare to how rare you are. Didn't you say before, oh? But thinking about it, that should all be stories from books, probably fake, didn't you not even want to come see it back then? Shenyu Qianxue was taken aback, then quickly turned her face away, her ears slightly reddening, her tone a bit trembling. Don't say that. Chapter 67, New Weapon, Cherry Blade. Return to Jiangcheng City. The next day. Sakura City, in the front courtyard of the Shenyu family. A gift? Su Wuji curiously accepted the wooden box handed to him by Shenyu Qianxue. Yes, that is right. Shenyu Qianxue sat in her wheelchair, her delicate white fingers lightly resting on the box lid. The wooden box was entirely black, intricately carved with cherry blossom patterns, and the corners were inlaid with silver threads. Glinting coldly in the morning light. Su Wuji raised an eyebrow, casually lifting the box lid. Clang! A flash of cold light suddenly appeared. Inside the box lay a short dagger, its sheath and hilt both a plain white color, entwined with crimson silk thread, resembling a blood cherry blossoming in the snow. The guard of the dagger was intricately carved in the shape of 8 cherry blossoms, with an ice blue gem embedded in the center. Identical to the eyes of Shenyu Qianxue. Sakura cut, Shenyu Qianxue said softly, the demon-slaying sword passed down through the Shenyu family for 1,000 years. She gently stroked the sheath with her fingertip, her tone calm. Now, it is yours. Su Wuji picked up the short dagger, pushing it with his thumb. Whoosh! The blade slid out 3 inches, its cold gleam like snow. The blade was not metallic silver, but a light pink like the first cherry blossoms, with a layer of icy crystal-like shimmer flowing at the edge. Upon closer inspection, countless tiny cherry blossom petal phantoms were slowly drifting away. Chapter 68, End of Jiangcheng Arc. A bunch of fools in the corridor. Lin Xiaoyu jogged to catch up with Su Wuji, quietly asking, Leader, are we really just leaving like this? Su Wuji shrugged, what else? Staying here to drink tea with old Zhao. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated, but the director looks very worried about the council. Worried about what? Su Wuji scoffed, those people in the council are very shrewd. They know my value better than anyone. The old folks of the Shenyu family are dead, so who cares? He stuffed his hands back into his pockets and strode forward. Come on, newbie, say your goodbyes to your friends these days. And I'll take you to Jiangcheng to see the world. Lin Xiaoyu blinked and hurriedly followed. Leader, is Jiangcheng really impressive? Su Wuji grinned, impressive? Ha! No matter how impressive a place is, it still relies on fists to speak. Lin Xiaoyu admired Su Wuji for this. No matter what, just get it done. That evening, the Jiangcheng Council sent a transfer notice. Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu were going to Jiangcheng. Zhao Zhongwo finally felt relieved. In the following days, the news of Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu's transfer to Jiangcheng spread quickly. Chapter 69 Arriving at Jiangcheng. I became the captain of the Qian Shu troops Jiangcheng. This is the pinnacle of the demon-slaying world, the last line of defense for humanity against demons, and the vortex center of countless forces vying for power. The Jiangcheng Council is the highest power center in the world, governed by 30 S-class families and hundreds of A-class families, with the S-class families as the core and the A-class families surrounding them. Members of these S-class families are born with special bloodlines that can naturally restrain demons, making them the most precious combat force in the demon-slaying system. Therefore, their rights must not be infringed upon. The Council thus holds the highest decision-making power, resource allocation rights, and even the power of life and death. Beneath the Council, there are 30 direct troops, each directly controlled by an S-class family, with core members being monster-level demon slayers. Their duty is to defend world peace and protect the safety of the Council members. Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu's destination on this trip is one of the 30 troops. Qianshu, belonging to the S-class family by family. The structure of Jiangcheng resembles a massive vertical kingdom, divided into 19 layers, symmetrically distributed above and below the central layer. Chapter 70 New S-Class Mission, Black Seal Syndrome. Bai Yi smiled gently, looking meaningfully at the frowning Su Wuji. Isn't this the promotion you wanted? I'm not clear on your motive for wanting to climb higher, but this is all I can offer you, and what you can give me, I will see soon. Or are you worried you won't be able to control the people below you later? Su Wuji shook his head, only frowning as he asked, what rank is the captain of this direct troop? Bai Yi, she took a gentle breath and said, can command those of rank 2 and below. Su Wuji smiled, all right, I'm in. Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt the need to reassess Su Wuji's obsession with promotion. Lin Xiaoyu cautiously asked, Lord Bai Yi, what are our specific responsibilities? Bai Yi glanced at her. The responsibilities are simple, that is to uphold justice. Additionally, Bai Yi reached out and gently lifted Lin Xiaoyu's chin. A slight smile on her lips. Little girl, your abilities are quite interesting. Lin Xiaoyu's face instantly flushed red, stammering, I. Chapter 71 Team Members Profiles. Heading to Jiangcheng headquarters, leaving the White Tower, the world ahead of Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu became clear again. They stood at the edge of a floating platform. With a sheer drop below, and dozens of floating giant islands above, their outlines faintly visible through the swirling clouds and mist. Currently, they were on the 9th layer of the Qianmian district. Su Wuji guessed that this place was likely where the S-Class families resided. It really was safe and refreshing. The air up here is so fresh. Su Wuji took a deep breath, his black trench coat flapping in the high-altitude wind. Leader, how do we get down? Lin Xiaoyu shrank her neck, instinctively grabbing Su Wuji's sleeve. Although she had passed the high-altitude combat exam at the demon-slaying academy, standing on an unprotected platform still made her legs weak. We just jumped down. Su Wuji grinned, pretending to step forward. Don't. Lin Xiaoyu was so frightened that she hugged his arm tightly. Heh. A cold, light laugh came from behind. The two turned around to see the woman, who had initially led them into the White Tower, leaning against the door of a black car. She wore a neatly tailored white uniform, her grey hair tied in a high ponytail, her features exquisitely sculpted like ice, but devoid of warmth. Chapter 72 Familiar Troops. New offensive from the Blood Clan. The three crossed the square. Beneath their feet was the naturally formed pattern on the back of a tortoise shell, with each groove flowing with a faint blue energy, pulsating like blood vessels. In the distance, clusters of silver-white buildings stood in an orderly manner on the tortoise shell, glinting coldly in the sunlight. The Jiangcheng headquarters is divided into 3 areas: the outer zone, the central zone, and the core zone. Bai Yaru explained while walking, her voice calm. The outer zone has 200 members, responsible for routine tasks and logistical support. She pointed to a spacious training ground on the left. On the field, dozens of uniformed demon slayers were training. Some were flying with swords, some were forming formations to cast spells, and some were even fighting unarmed against 3-meter-tall stone puppets. The air was filled with waves of energy, each collision bursting forth with dazzling light. Bai Yaru spoke with a hint of pride. Anyone among them would be top-tier combatants in the local demon-slaying departments. Su Wuji nodded in agreement. Having been in both places, he could naturally see it at a glance. The demon slayer talent in this place is much higher than that of Jiangcheng City. However, it's unclear what each person's philosophy is. Passing through the outer area, they arrived at an arched gate. Chapter 73, All team members in position. Did you see that bespectacled one? She's stronger than you. In the training ground, the air was filled with a piercing shriek as it was torn apart. Swish, swish, swish. The long spear was like a dragon, gleaming coldly. And Qianlan's figure weaved between the humanoid puppets, and each thrust of the spear accurately struck the joints of the puppets, producing a sharp metallic clash. Sweat dripped down his forehead, his black hair clinging to his pale skin, but his gaze was as cold as ice. Faster. Even faster. I want to become stronger. A single thought echoed wildly in his mind. The spear tip suddenly pierced the puppet's chest, and Qianlan's pupils constricted. A blurred figure flashing through his mind. It was a man standing in a pool of blood, a sneer on his lips as if mocking his helplessness. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and growled, spinning the spear violently and sending the puppet flying. However, at that moment, another puppet seized the opportunity while he was distracted, launching a heavy fist straight at his face. And Qianlan's expression changed, and he inwardly cursed. But before he could react, boom! A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly struck, splitting the puppet in half, its charred remains crashing to the ground, sparks flying. And Qianlan stood frozen in place, his gaze following the direction of the lightning. Chapter 74, Xiaoxue reappears, time for a team meal. Su Wuji. Is that really you? After finishing, I forgot to send it. And Qianlan finally realized that Su Wuji was actually the captain of their Tianshu team. Naturally, he felt unconvinced, thinking that Su Wuji had cultivated before him and was therefore stronger. He would eventually surpass him. But that Lin Xiaoyu clearly didn't seem like a tough character. How could he possibly lose? Then, hey, this guy is so weak. Lin Xiaoyu's Xiaoxue persona covered her mouth, laughing wildly at the doubting Qianlan lying on the ground. Su Wuji shrugged. After all, they've already had one round, so it's understandable for him to become weaker. Of course, it wasn't just one person who was shocked. Bai Yahweh looked in astonishment at Lin Xiaoyu, who had suddenly transformed. The fact that her weapon was a machete was already bizarre enough. But what was up with her combat power? The data showed that Lin Xiaoyu had multiple personalities, with an initial combat power assessment of a 5th-tier demon slayer. But from her performance just now, it was clearly not 5th-tier power. How on earth did these idiots evaluate their combat power? Zhongpingen shrank his neck in fear. Well, he had already witnessed the terror of one persona in Sakura City. Chapter 75, Flowers may bloom again, but youth will not return. Preparing to head to the infection zone. The noise in the barbecue restaurant gradually faded away, as Su Wuji and his group walked out of the flame beast. Discovering that the neon lights of the first layer of the royal city had all been lit. The streets were bustling with people. Senior sister. Which department are you in now? Su Wuji had his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, turning to look at Song Yeshue. Her profile appeared particularly gentle under the neon lights, her long black hair swaying softly in the wind. Song Yeshue smiled slightly, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. I'm in the nightmare team, handling some special tasks. She paused, her tone teasing, but you, becoming the captain of Tianshu, really surprised me. What, doesn't it seem like it? Su Wuji grinned, deliberately puffing out his chest. Song Yeshue chuckled softly, playfully hitting his shoulder. Come on. You were so timid as a child you wouldn't even dare to step on an ant, and now you've become a top combat power in the demon-slaying office. Hey. That was years ago. Su Wuji pretended to be dissatisfied, pouting, but his eyes were filled with amusement. The conversation between the two made Lin Xiaoyu, who was following behind, unable to contain her curiosity and lean in. Senior sister, was the leader really that timid as a child? Chapter 76, Arriving at the first layer of the infection zone. Ambushed. The day of departure soon arrived. On the helipad of the Tianshu headquarters, Bai Yahweh looked at the three people ready for departure with a frown. She repeatedly checked the task list in her hand, finally unable to hold back. Are you sure you don't need support from the outer members? At least bring a 10-person squad as backup, right? Su Wuji was focused on checking the Thunder Prison Tang knife in his hand, not looking up. No need. Bai Yahweh took a deep breath, pointing at the glaring S mark on the task file. This is an S-level mission, and you three, bang. Su Wuji closed the knife sheath. The moment he raised his eyes, Bai Yahweh's voice was abruptly cut off. The laziness that had been in her eyes during their recent outing was replaced by a chilling sharpness. Outer members have not been exposed to Black Seal disease. Going in would be a death sentence. He sheathed the tang knife at his waist with a flick of his wrist. We three are enough. Bai Yahweh sighed helplessly at his words. She understood Su Wuji's meaning. The only known mode of transmission for Black Seal disease was through the air. Having more people would instead trigger a chain reaction. But for 3 people to delve into the infection zone was simply insane. In fact, for her, the lives of core members were certainly more important than those of the outer members, so sending outer members to scout was actually the most prudent choice. Chapter 77. Has the Black Seal disease infected individuals evolved? The battle was about to begin. A swarm of bloomers rushed out of the residential buildings like a tide. Su Wuji's eyes narrowed. Boom! A thunderstorm with a diameter of over 10 meters erupted, centered around Su Wuji. The violent purple lightning snakes instantly engulfed everything within a 20-meter radius. Walls, floors, ceilings were reduced to ashes in the lightning. And dozens of bloomers charging at the front turned to charcoal without even having time to scream. Su Wuji's figure flickered in the lightning, resembling a descending thunder god. Each of his strikes brought forth a thunderstorm, and wherever he passed, the bloomers fell like wheat. Phut! A monster with a split chest lunged at him. Only to be cleaved in half by his blade, its remains turned to ashes before hitting the ground. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Su Wuji laughed maniacally. His blade light like a dragon. Meanwhile, Qianlan's long spear had transformed into silver lightning. Phantom spear 100 cuts. His figure wove through the mob of monsters. Each thrust of his spear hitting the bloomer's core flower mark with precision. A monster with limbs transformed into vines lunged at him, only to be pierced through the forehead by his spear. Phut, phut. Chapter 78. The Black Seal Disease Experiment, the Existence in the Garden. Quickly moving. The 3 arrived at an abandoned convenience store. Inside the convenience store, the shelves were toppled, and glass shards littered the ground. Carefully checking for any abnormalities, Su Wuji found a relatively clean corner to sit down, casually leaning the Thunder Prison Tang Dao against the wall. Anzi, stay alert. And Qianlan nodded. Gripping his long spear horizontally, standing by the window with his hawk-like gaze sweeping the street outside, Su Wuji was deep in thought about the current intelligence. First, the black mark disease spreads through the air, with a rapid infection rate. Second, infected individuals become insane, their bodies mutate, and a black mark flower grows on their foreheads. Third, the bloomers now possess super intelligence and disguising abilities. This is a more troublesome entity than demons. Demons have a physical form and weaknesses. But these beings are neither human nor demons. They resemble a hybrid of viruses, plants, and demons. Damn it. Su Wuji felt somewhat distressed. Thinking about things made his head ache. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, "Leader, I have a hypothesis." Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. Speak. The transmission method and symptoms of the black mark disease are very similar to a certain type of parasitic ecology. Chapter 79. Heading to the garden. Using qi to protect the body, isolating the black mark disease virus. Inside the convenience store, Su Wuji leaned against the wall, lightly tapping the sheath of the Thunder Prison Tang Dao with his fingertips, producing a dull sound. Lin Xiaoyu was busy organizing supplies, while Qianlan stood by the window, constantly observing the movements outside. Suddenly, a crackling noise came from the communicator, and Zhong Pingan's voice came through the speaker. "Captain, we found something." Su Wuji raised an eyebrow and picked up the communicator. "Speak." "There is indeed a sealed area on the first floor of the Abyss District, which was once called the Garden." Zhong Pingan's voice carried a hint of gravity. "The Garden? There really is such a place?" A glimmer of interest flashed in Su Wuji's eyes. "Why is it called that?" The sound of keyboard typing came from the other end, and after a moment, Zhong Pingan explained, "The archive system shows that many years ago, a politician's child raised a plant-type demon there, so a specific area was designated for its growth. Later, the child lost interest, and the demon was abandoned, leaving the area sealed to this day. The child's name was Roland Black, the adopted son of the head of the Alvin family, and is currently the captain of the Nightmare Squad. Chapter 80, 3 against 1, Wuji, the advantage is ours. As Wuji's voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled, and Qianlan's long spear pierced the ground with a clang to stabilize his stance. The three formed a triangular formation back-to-back, their vigilant eyes scanning the shadows around them. Thud, 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 heavy footsteps approached from afar. And a 3-meter-tall giant emerged from behind the ruins. His skin displayed an unnatural greyish-blue hue, muscles bulging like old tree roots. And a strange black mark flower flickered with eerie light on his forehead. With each step he took, the ground cracked like a spider web. The dogs of the upper city, the giant spoke, his voice booming like a drum, your time of death has come. As his words fell, 4 figures flashed like phantoms. The first to appear was a woman. Ah! Incredible! The woman stood barefoot on a vine, looking down at Wuji and the others. Her gaze fixed on Wuji. You actually managed to evade Xiaohua's predation. This time, the people from the upper city are somewhat interesting. As her words fell, a middle-aged man in a white coat appeared beside her, but his eyes had no pupils, only a pitch-black void. His fingers were unusually long, and black goo dripped from his fingertips, corroding the ground into small pits. Chapter 81, former captain of the Qianshu squad. Don't forget to let my wife claim the compensation. The battle commenced, and Qianlan steadied his mind, thrusting his spear like a silver dragon, the tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The bandaged man flashed, his fist enveloped in a violent aura, crashing toward the spear. Clang! The sound of metal colliding erupted, sparks flying. And Qianlan felt a tingling in his palms, but gripped the spear tightly, his gaze sharp. Who exactly are you? The bandaged man's movements paused slightly, his voice hoarse. Former captain of the Qianshu squad, Jifeng. Jifeng. And Qianlan's pupils contracted sharply. He was very familiar with this name. A legendary figure in the demon slayer realm, a peerless master who solely cultivated qi, his iron fists striking throughout the royal city. But how could such a powerful being end up like this? What exactly did you encounter? And Qianlan questioned sternly, sweeping his spear to force the opponent back. A low laugh emerged from beneath Jifeng's bandages, but his eyes showed deep fear. We saw the elves. Elves? And Qianlan was taken aback, but his movements did not stop. The spear tip stabbing out like raindrops. Bang! 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 Jifeng's fists, enveloped in thick energy, shook Qianlan's arms with each blow. His voice trembled. They are not ordinary elves. They are things we cannot imagine, things I have never seen before. Chapter 82, Rest, the taming process of Sakura. Boom! The stone wall collapsed with a roar, dust rising. Wuji casually put one hand in his pocket, while the other dragged the blooded Qianlan out of the ruins, landing lightly on the ground. In the distance, the sounds of Lin Xiaoyu's battle had long ceased, and an eerie silence hung in the air. Has Lin Xiaoyu finished? And Qianlan coughed out a mouthful of blood, barely stabilizing himself. Wuji did not answer, his gaze passing over the ruins, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Whoa! There! 10 meters away, the corpse of the vine woman was arranged into a chilling piece of art. If one had to say what it resembled, it looked like a twisted donut tied with a bow, appearing both bizarre and aesthetically pleasing. This aesthetic, Wuji stroked his chin, is quite striking. And Qianlan's stomach churned, his throat rolling. This was done by Lin Xiaoyu. He. A shadow pounced from the side, and Xia Xue clung to Wuji's arm like a koala, her hatchet still dripping with black blood. Her cheeks were flushed with a sickly hue, and her eyes shone frighteningly. Big brother. Am I amazing? Am I super amazing? Wuji glanced at the artistic piece, nodding, terrifyingly strong. Chapter 83, Head to the Garden. The person emerging from the shadows was Song Yeshue. Swish! The long and short Sakura blades crossed over Mirror Lake, and at the moment of their clash, countless splashes erupted from the lake surface, each droplet reflecting the figures of the two. The woman's swordsmanship was sharp and elegant, each strike radiating with the brilliance of cherry blossom snow while concealing deadly intent. Wuji's sword, however, was entirely different. Wild, direct, and without any frills, every slash aimed straight for a fatal point, as if he intended to cleave this illusory world in half. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing reverberated endlessly, and the silhouettes of the two figures flickered on the surface of the lake at high speed, the blade light weaving a tightly woven net. Your swordplay is too conventional. Wuji suddenly spoke, his Sakura knife spinning sharply in his hand, the blade slashing diagonally upward. The woman took half a step back, blocking with her long knife, but was still shaken by the impact, her wrist trembling slightly. The swordsmanship of the Shenyu family emphasizes the ritual of slaying demons, right? Wuji pressed forward step by step, his knife intent becoming increasingly fierce. But I'm not from the Shenyu family. My sword only kills enemies. Now that your family head has sent you to me, you must fight my way. Boom! The final slash fell, and the mirror lake suddenly shattered. Chapter 84, The Past. When did I become like this? 3 years ago, in the royal city, Qianmian district. Song Yeshua stood in the center of the conference hall, tightly gripping her resume. Her heartbeat was rapid, but her face still wore a bright smile, as if she could already see her future flourishing here. Song Yeshua. The reception clerk did not lift her head, casually tossing her resume onto a nearby pile of documents. Graduated from Qingqiu Demon Slaying Academy, grades, well, not bad. The clerk adjusted her glasses and said casually, unfortunately, most of the peripheral positions in the direct troops are full, and currently, only the Nightmare direct troop is lacking personnel. You can go there. The Nightmare troop. Song Yeshua's smile stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. She certainly knew the reputation of the Nightmare troop. It was a direct troop controlled by the Blood Clan, with peripheral members all being elites, and the core members being either Blood Clan or hybrids. To be promoted, one must cater to them. But so what? Song Yeshua believed that with her strength, she could definitely become the first core member, as a human. He. When that time comes, she would definitely show off in front of her juniors. Chapter 85, this time, she could finally rest well back to the present. The moment Wuji slashed down, Song Yeshua's figure had already dissipated like a ghost at the original spot. At the same time, bang. 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 3 bullets shot towards Wuji's forehead, throat, and heart in a triangular formation, each wrapped in dark energy, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Wuji grinned maliciously, his thunder prison slicing through 2 bullets with precision, while he dodged the last one by tilting his head. Senior sister, his eyes sparkled with excitement. I see that your marksmanship hasn't declined in 3 years. Song Yeshua appeared on a branch of an ancient tree 10 meters away, the moonlight casting a silver edge around her. The silver handgun in her hand was smoking, while another black short knife flipped between her fingers. Your knife has changed a lot. Her voice was soft but carried a chilling coldness. The you from before wouldn't have so ruthlessly struck at an old friend. Wuji laughed loudly, the electric light on thunder prison surging. People change. After saying that, boom. The ground beneath him exploded, and his figure shot toward Song Yeshua like a cannonball. Thunder prison drew a dazzling purple trajectory, as if it wanted to tear apart space itself. Song Yeshua's pupils constricted. The boy from 3 years ago, who couldn't even hold a knife steady, now moved with a speed that made her heart race. Chapter 86, Wuji's Thousand Flowers Falling Cherry Blossom Form. Wuji said nothing and quickly ventured deeper into the garden. His speed was so fast that he almost turned into a remnant shadow. Where he passed, vines broke and fungi shattered. And Qianlan followed silently behind, gripping his spear tightly, his expression serious. He could feel the extreme murderous intent emanating from Wuji, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Little Snow tilted her head, her petite nostrils gently twitching, suddenly catching up to Wuji, bouncing as she asked, "Big brother, are you really angry right now?" Wuji's expression was emotionless, his voice terrifyingly calm. "I am not angry." Little Snow blinked and nodded with a grin. "Oh." Deep in the garden, greenery flourished. An ancient tree stood tall in the center of the forest, its trunk as thick as a mountain, its crown blocking out the sun, with shimmering green light flowing between its branches and leaves. It sensed the death of its children, anger and sorrow intertwined, causing the entire forest to tremble under its emotions. "Why do humans come to disturb my love for my master?" Its voice was ethereal and mournful, like the night wind gently brushing across the lake, yet filled with deep despair. Chapter 87, Cleanup complete, incident concluded. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a small, deformed green sprite curled up in the heart of the shattered ancient tree remains. It had wings, but they were already rotting, its body was unnaturally twisted, and its skin was covered in black patterns, as if polluted by some force. Strangely, even after being hacked to pieces, it still tilted its head back, staring blankly at the moon above, mumbling incomprehensibly, just a little more, and I could send my love to my master. Just a little more. Wuji's expression remained unchanged. He flicked the tip of his knife, and with a soft sound, pierced straight through the sprite's chest. Splat! Black blood splattered, and the sprite's body shook violently, the light in its eyes gradually fading. In its final moments, countless shattered images flashed through its mind. From now on, we will be friends. That was when it first met Roland, the young blood clan boy squatting in the garden, smiling brightly as he reached out a hand to it. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating his face. His smile was brighter than the moonlight. "I will definitely create a world where the blood clan can stand in the sunlight." Chapter 88, The Black Seal Incident Wrap-Up. Interesting fellow in the first floor of the Abyssal District after the battle, the black viral substance in the air dissipated rapidly like morning mist under sunlight. Those twisted, writhing plant demons also dried up at a visible speed after losing their source of support, turning to ash. "It's really over." And Qianlan let out a long sigh. The tension in his nerves finally relaxed. He looked down at the spear in his hand, with a few drops of black blood still lingering on the tip, now slowly evaporating. With the defeat of the source of the Black Seal incident, this Black Seal incident finally came to an end. At this time, the three had already exited the garden and were retracing their steps. Ashes were scattered everywhere along the way. Little Snow blinked curiously and said, "Are these all humans who were infected?" "Yes," Wuji replied, standing in the center of the ruins, thunder prison sheathed, his gaze sweeping around. The once fearsome corpses of the bloomers were now quickly disintegrating like weathered sculptures, turning to fine sand and scattering in the wind. "The crisis has been resolved. Let's go." Wuji turned and said, "It's time to head back." The teleportation platform in Qianmian district of the royal city. Bai Yaru had been waiting here for a long time. Chapter 89, In the Name of Justice. You are sentenced to death. Meanwhile, in the Alvin family mansion on the 7th floor of the Qianmian district, the crystal chandelier cast a soft halo, illuminating the entire hall, as if it were daytime. A scarlet carpet laid out a luxurious path, with portraits of generations of Alvin family members hanging on the walls, each framed in gold, showcasing the family's nobility and power. In a room deeper within, a charming woman was lazily leaning on the sofa. She wore a dark red gown, the hem flowing on the ground like blood, her long fingers gently swirling a glass of red wine, the liquid shimmering with an enchanting hue under the light. "Roland," she called softly, her voice as smooth as silk. "Madam," a tall figure stepped out from the shadows, his golden hair cascading down, his handsome face adorned with an elegant smile. It was none other than Roland Blake, the captain of the Nightmare Squad. He slightly bowed, his movements respectful yet composed, like an elegant cheetah ready to tear its prey's throat. The woman was the head of the Alvin family, and one of the initiators of the Blood Clan Rights Protection Act, named Elena Alvin. Chapter 90. The sky of the royal city is about to change, the Qian-shu swearing-in ceremony. Author's note, this month. I aim to release 3 chapters, 6,000 words, every day. Please support with small gifts. No one had ever imagined that someone would directly kill a captain of a direct unit in front of 30 S-rank families. This had never happened before. Each person's face revealed a variety of expressions. Some were cross-legged with a playful smile, others had tightly pursed lips and angry eyes. While some shone with excitement, as if they had seen an interesting toy. Of course, everyone shared a common understanding in their minds: this guy must be a madman. In the briefing meeting, in front of 30 S-rank families, directly executing the captain of the Nightmare Squad. This was no longer provocation. It was shattering the majesty of royal power. The entire parliamentary hall fell into dead silence, as if even the air had solidified. The next second, a piercing explosion that nearly ruptured eardrums suddenly erupted. Elena Alvin's face, once elegant and noble, now twisted into a near-savage expression. Her pupils shrank to pinpricks, her mouth twitching. Her entire face seemed to be violently crumpled and torn by an invisible force. Chapter 91. I am the new captain, here for 3 things. The next morning. In the service hall of the outer area of the Qian-shu squad, hundreds of uniformed demon hunters gathered in small groups, whispering. Hey, have you heard? A young man with a buzz cut lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. The captain of the Nightmare Squad, Roland Blake, was killed yesterday. What? A female demon hunter wearing glasses turned her head sharply, her eyes wide with shock. Are you kidding me? The captain of the direct unit. Who would dare to touch him? The buzz-cut youth looked around to ensure no one was paying attention before continuing. It's absolutely true. My cousin works in the parliamentary guard. And he saw Roland's body cut into pieces. Even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Hiss. Several people around gasped. Even more explosive, the buzz-cut youth licked his lips. The one who did this is our new captain, Sir Wuji. As soon as the words fell, a burly man with a face full of flesh looked shocked. How could our new captain be so strong? Didn't he used to be a 5th-rank inspector? Sure. Lower your voice. The glasses-wearing girl quickly pulled him down. Did you forget that Inspector Bai is holding a regular meeting this morning? It's said that the new captain just completed the Black Mark task and is going to make his official appearance today. Chapter 92. A new incident. The Zhao family's demon hunting ground. The major changes in the Qian-shu squad quickly spread. Yet some still disbelieved and rushed to the Qian-shu squad. What did you say? No more accepting escort missions. A portly man with a round face and luxurious clothing stared wide-eyed, his jowls trembling with anger. He slammed the reception desk and roared, "What kind of joke is this?" The receptionist maintained a professional smile. "Sir, this is the new regulation of Qian-shu. The direct unit will no longer undertake private escort missions." Bullshit. The fat man suddenly waved his hand. "I'm from an A-rank family. The taxes we pay to the parliament every year are enough to support 10 of you Qian-shu. Where's your captain? Let him come out and see me." The air in the hall instantly solidified. The outer members looked over, murmuring, "Who is this fat pig? How dare he be so arrogant?" It seems to be a direct descendant of the Morris family, who doesn't take the direct unit seriously because he has a bit of money. The fat man, seeing no one paying attention, grew even angrier, kicking over a nearby flower pot, pretending to be deaf. "Huh? Do you believe I can cut your Qian-shu's budget in half with just one word?" "Oh?" A lazy voice came from the second floor. Chapter 93. The Zhao family's hunting game. Has Sir Wuji arrived? On the 3rd floor of the Qianmian district, in the Zhao family's private territory, the Shadow Grassland. This vast grassland enveloped by a magical barrier displayed an eerie dark purple sky, as if covered by a thin veil. In the distance, several artificial hills stood adorned with magnificent viewing platforms, filled with fine wines and delicacies, with servants respectfully bowing their heads. Go! 4 figures rode on demon-scaled steeds resembling fine horses, galloping across the grassland. As these demons' hooves touched the ground, they left behind traces of eerie blue flames, which vanished in an instant. About 500 meters ahead, 4 slaves with gas-masking collars were desperately fleeing. Their coarse cloth clothes were embroidered with the numbers 3, 5, 8, and 9 on their backs, their faces filled with tears of terror. Behind them, a dozen demons controlled by collars let out low growls. These demons varied in form, including giant wolves with bone spurs, rotten corpses, and even a smaller dragon. Their collars glowed red, stimulating their hunting instincts. Brother Mingjuan, this time you are sure to lose. The youngest boy, around 16 or 17 years old, Zhao Xingyu, grinned as he drew his bow and arrow, because first place is definitely mine. Chapter 94, Writing. The Zhao family father and son bribing Captain Su Wuji of the Qian Shu squad. In the Zhao family mansion, in the reception room. Su Wuji and Lin Xiaoyu sat on the guest seats, facing Zhao Gang, the head of the Zhao family, and his third son Zhao Qianle. Zhao Gang wore a black long robe, his face stern and his eyes radiating the oppressive aura of someone who has held power for a long time. Zhao Qianle, on the other hand, maintained his sunny smile, as if he were friendly and approachable to anyone. Diplomatic matters were generally handled by Zhao Qianle, so naturally, the task of receiving Su Wuji fell on him this time. However, Zhao Qianle was somewhat surprised to find that his father was already present, but after a moment's thought, he understood. Su Wuji was personally chosen by the Bai family, so even though his father had already been training them as successors, he naturally chose to make an appearance for the sake of that person. However, judging by the situation, it seemed that his father still intended to hand over the overall diplomatic matters to him. Lin Xiaoyu was nervously clutching her clothes, her gaze occasionally darting around. She felt that the atmosphere in this place was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe, especially with the Zhao family guards standing in the corners, their cold eyes seeming to watch their prey. Captain Su, I've long admired your name, Zhao Qianle spoke first, his voice gentle. I heard that you solved the problem of the black mark disease as soon as you arrived in the royal city. It's truly admirable. Chapter 95, Interrogation. The mouth is really tough. Central District, Interrogation Room. The cold metal walls emitted a dim light, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Zhao Qianle was handcuffed to a specially designed chair, his chest wound was simply bandaged, but blood still seeped through the bandages, staining his luxurious white clothing. Su Wuji leaned against the interrogation table, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface. His gaze indifferent, as he looked at the hypocritical smile on the face of the man before him. Zhao Qianle, the third young master of the Zhao family. Su Wuji slowly spoke, his voice devoid of any warmth. Tell me, how many civilians have been killed by your Zhao family's demon hunting grounds over the years? Zhao Qianle lifted his head, still wearing that sunny smile, as if the wound on his chest did not exist. Captain Su, that's not right. Our Zhao family has always abided by the law. What demon hunting grounds are there? Have you heard some rumors? He paused, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Moreover, even if there were, it would be an entertainment project tacitly approved by the council. You, a newly appointed captain, probably don't know that our Zhao family is engaged in legitimate business, right? Su Wuji did not answer, merely watching him perform in silence. Chapter 96. Did the Zhao family head commit suicide? He really doesn't view his younger brother as human. Su Wuji, cigarette in mouth, stepped into the corridor. Lin Xiaoyu and Qianlan were already waiting outside. He exhaled a puff of white smoke and casually asked, how did the old man Zhao Gang fare in the interrogation? Lin Xiaoyu and Qianlan exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat grim. Lin Xiaoyu nervously clutched her clothes, hesitating to speak, while Qianlan pursed his lips, his gaze dark. Su Wuji frowned, the cigarette, but pausing at his fingertips. What's going on? Did something happen? Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and whispered, Leader, Jiangcheng is dead. What? Wuji's eyes suddenly sharpened, and without saying a word, he strode towards Jiangcheng's interrogation room. Lin Xiaoyu and Qianlan hurriedly followed. Inside the interrogation room, several members of the medical team were gathered around Jiangcheng's body, examining it. When they saw Wuji enter, one of them looked up and said, "Captain Su." Initial judgment suggests it was a suicide by poisoning. The poison was hidden in his teeth, and biting down on it was instantly lethal. Wuji stared at Jiangcheng's grey-white face, a trace of black blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. He let out a cold laugh. "Suicide? This old dog is rather decisive." Lin Xiaoyu whispered, "Leader, this is troublesome." Jiangcheng died in the interrogation room. Chapter 97, Lin Xiaoyu's ability. "So you admit it, right?" Zhao Qianle slumped in the therapy cabin, his whole body trembling from the electric shocks. And he looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a face full of terror. He had thought this fool was a soft target. But he didn't expect each blow to be more ruthless than the last. What do you want to ask?" Zhao Qianle gasped, his voice trembling. Lin Xiaoyu held the record board, timidly shrinking her neck, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Well, let's just chat," the leader said. "If we chat happily, maybe you can die a bit easier." "Die easier?" Zhao Qianle scoffed, but quickly realized his situation, suppressing his anger and forcing out a fake smile. "Sure, let us chat." "Die my ass, how could I die here?" He thought. Anyway, this guy seems stupid enough to just be fooled with a few casual remarks. Lin Xiaoyu pushed up her glasses, her tone still timid. "So, what do you usually like to eat?" Zhao Qianle was taken aback, almost laughing out loud. What kind of interrogation is this? Asking about dietary habits. He casually replied, "Steak, medium rare, with red wine." "Oh," Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head to record, the pen scratching noisily. "Then what kind of food does your Zhao family's hunting game usually prepare? You can't let the guests watch the performance on an empty stomach, right?" Chapter 98. I want to see Wuji in person, new organization Dark Abyss. Author's note, thank you. I am really impressed, certified by the great God. The air in the therapy room seemed to freeze. Zhao Qianle's complexion changed from pale to ashen, then from ashen to deathly white. Damn. This is a blunder, a blunder, a blunder. How could I make such a low-level mistake? Thinking the opponent was a woman who looked like no threat. So I let my guard down. Originally, as long as I held my ground and didn't give in, it wouldn't matter, even if there were records, so what? But now what? Did I slip up? Will I die? Zhao Qianle clenched his fists tightly. Just as he was thinking, what a pity, Mr. Zhao. Lin Xiaoyu sighed softly, her voice tenderly tinged with a hint of pity. You must have been forced to participate in the Zhao family's hunting game, right? Zhao Qianle was taken aback, suddenly looking up at Lin Xiaoyu. He saw her slightly tilting her head, black hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes filled with hypocritical sympathy. What does this mean? Zhao Qianle felt his throat dry. You don't know yet, do you? Lin Xiaoyu blinked, lowering her voice. Your father confessed everything during our leader's interrogation. Chapter 99. The Zhao family is destroyed. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Lin Xiaoyu also returned to her timid demeanor, clutching the record board and shrinking behind Wuji. She cautiously pushed up her glasses and quietly asked, Leader, what do we do next? Wuji, cigarette in mouth, surrounded by swirling smoke, murmured the name Dark Abyss. A cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Information without any files. It seems these people are well hidden. He suddenly realized the importance of intelligence. So, he thought of someone, or rather, an old friend. Harky Black. TSK. Ever since arriving in the royal city, he had been busy dealing with the black mark disease and the Zhao family's issues, and he had forgotten about this old friend. TSK. So busy that there's no time to drink. Wuji rubbed his temples, cursing inwardly. What made him even more displeased was that the training equipment in this broken place of Jiangcheng was actually worse than the gravity chamber that Wen Ruyan had tinkered with in Jiangcheng. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days when she would torment him to the brink of death, especially when he recalled her smug face saying, "My training room is the best in the world." After all, he didn't have to worry about the aftermath since Wen Ruyan could always bring him back to life. Chapter 100. Contacting Black again the next day. Shocked, stunned, this time it was truly witnessing history. A bombshell news spread through Jiangcheng like a swarm of locusts. The Zhao family, an A-class family, raided by the Qianshu troops. The reason was simple, just one short sentence: colluding with demons and harming civilians. A series of damning evidence was even brought to light. Some people thought Wuji had gone insane. Such matters were usually kept under wraps, and everyone got along just fine. But who would have thought this guy would just let it out? The most critical point was that, according to the existing demon-slaying regulations, Wuji hadn't done anything wrong at all. It was truly a situation where they couldn't do anything to him. Many were shocked, at first. They thought Wuji was just a reckless rule-breaker. But in the end, how did they find out he seemed to be the one who fully understood the rules? This meant that not only could they not take action against him, but they might even have to reward him for eliminating threats to the public. In a private garden. What? The Zhao family was raided by this Wuji guy. An old man, upon hearing the news, smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Chapter 101. Inquiry about Abyss. Questions for Miss by Abyss. The petite figure blinked. As if hearing something incredible, she widened her eyes slightly and began typing slowly. Black, isn't Wuji finally going insane? Wuji. He remained silent, continuing to type. Wuji, what is this? What is Abyss all about? Black, all right, this counts as 5 pieces of information, because you know too much about it. Wuji. Black, wait for me a moment. Wuji stared at the screen. A few seconds later, a pop-up encrypted document appeared in the chat window. The title glaringly read, Top Secret File, Abyss Organization. The document automatically unlocked. And dense text unfolded. Abyss established. Unknown core members. Unknown activity scope. Global danger level. SSS known information 1. Abyss has been conducting human modification experiments for a long time. Capturing demon slayers and civilians, and fusing them with demon organs to create half-human, half-demon hybrids. The success rate is less than 1, and failures result in flesh disintegration, turning into active artificial demons known as. Chapter 102. Family members captured by Wuji. They can only endure for now. After dealing with the Council's special envoy, Wuji, with a cigarette in his mouth and a cold gaze, sat down heavily in a chair, taking a deep drag and exhaling a cloud of white smoke. Damn it, these council buffoons really think I'm a fool. He sneered, tapping his fingers on the table. The Zhao family has just been wiped out. And they immediately send me a task. They don't even try to pretend, do they? Lin Xiaoyu shrank her neck, mumbling softly, Captain, is there a problem with this task? Of course. Wuji scoffed, his eyes sharp. The Abyssal Rift's 2nd level. A demon-slaying mission. Ha, what a coincidence. Bai Yaru frowned. Are you saying this is a trap? What else could it be? Wuji grinned, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Since they want to make a move, then I'll make the first move. Bai Yaru's frown deepened. Are you planning to target other families next? Smart. Bai Yaru shook her head, her tone serious. After the Zhao family's incident, other families will definitely be cautious. Finding evidence to raid them will be nearly impossible. Raid them. Chapter 103. The Yuan family. Yuan on the 9th floor of the Qianmian district, in a floating garden in the clouds. A gentle breeze blew, petals danced, and the air was filled with a faint orchid fragrance. A man in a moon-white robe stood in front of a screen, his handsome face like jade, with a smile in his eyes, softly speaking. Mother, now is a great time for a trip, why don't I take you out for a walk? No response. Yuan Yun's voice was warm. He continued, I heard a new pastry shop opened on the first floor of Qianmian district, and their pastries have been reported by various media. I had someone buy some, they'll be delivered for you to try shortly. A soft response came from behind the screen, you're so thoughtful, Yana. Then, the sound of a baby gurgling followed, sweet and adorable. Yuan Yun's smile deepened, and he lowered his voice, is my little brother here too? Yes. It seems he's getting sleepy. The woman's voice was filled with tenderness, and she gently began to hum a lullaby. Her voice flowing like a clear spring, the wind gently sways, the clouds slowly drift, the stars blink, and the moon smiles. Little treasure, go to sleep, in dreams. Flowers bloom beautifully. The gentle singing gradually calmed the baby's gurgling. After a moment, the woman softly said, Yana, it's time, little treasure needs to sleep. Your father said he has something to find you, you go ahead. Chapter 104, Visiting Victims' Families, Lin Xiaoyu's Anomaly Qianshu Troops, Interrogation Room in the Central District. Su Wuji sat with his legs crossed at the table, his fingertips tapping on a stack of interrogation records. On the densely packed papers, the term abyss only appeared sporadically. All vague hearsay. A bunch of useless trash. He scoffed, throwing the records onto the table, they don't even know their own core secrets. And they dare to call themselves family descendants. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside him holding a clipboard, quietly asking, Captain, should we continue the interrogation? She glanced out the window at the edge of the floating island. A dozen wealthy youths were blindfolded and tied with special ropes, when the Qianshu team pressed a switch. They screamed as they fell freely from a great height, only to be yanked back violently before hitting the ground. Quite a nice bungee jumping game. Continue. Su Wuji didn't even look up. If we can't get information on Abyss, we'll ask about something else. Corruption, dereliction of duty. Colluding with demons, I'll strip them down to their underwear. He paused, suddenly looking up. Have the lists of those affected by the Zhao family been compiled? Lin Xiaoyu quickly nodded. All found. A total of 37 households, all in the eastern district of Qianmian. Good. Su Wuji stood up. Shaking his white trench coat, take the consolation items and go now. Chapter 105, Those Who Touch Me. Then let us raid their homes. The next day, as Su Wuji had anticipated, the behind-the-scenes figures quickly launched a counterattack. You say you want to resign. Su Wuji looked at the young man standing in front of him. Head down, body slightly trembling. His eyes showed no confusion, only a sense of foreseen inevitability. Are you sure? Don't you want to think it over? I'm sure. Tell me the reason. I'm sorry, Captain. Su Wuji looked at the fear and evasion in the young man's eyes, and his heart already understood. He took a deep breath of smoke, slowly exhaling, the smoke swirling in the air, obscuring the coldness in his gaze. All right, I approve. He picked up the stamp on the table and pressed it heavily on the resignation letter, then pushed the document back. You can go. The young man seemed to have received a pardon, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. After saying that, he turned and hurried away. As if some great flood or beast were chasing him. The office door was gently closed, and Su Wuji stared at that door, his gaze gradually turning cold. He extinguished the cigarette, but lightly tapped his fingers on the table, the rhythm slow yet filled with suppressed anger. The second one, he murmured. In just one morning. 2 peripheral members had submitted their resignation applications, and each person's reaction was the same: fear, silence, pleading. Chapter 106, The Weather Has Turned Cold. The royal city will lose a few families. Author's note, thanks to the great god Shang Moxing for the certification. As time passed, the night deepened like ink. The platform of the Qianshu floating island was illuminated, as if it were daytime, by searchlights. Hundreds of demon-slaying masters stood in neat rows. The atmosphere filled with a chilling sense of hostility. They wore white uniforms, the the golden scales emblem on their chests shining brightly, with talismans, long knives, and firearms at their waists, their eyes burning with long-repressed anger. Wuji stood at the front of the line, having changed into a black trench coat. With a cigarette in his mouth, the crimson tip flickered in the darkness, reflecting his sharply defined profile. Captain. And Qianlan strode forward. All the family members of the members in the royal city have been safely brought back to the Qianshu headquarters, with no casualties. Good? Wuji nodded. Captain. Zhongping lazily walked over, dark circles under his eyes like a panda, but holding a thick stack of files, the evidence against the Morris family. The Li family, and the Cai family is all here. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. We even dug up the dirty deeds of their ancestors for the past 18 generations. It's enough to sentence them to death 100 times. Bai Yaru stood beside him, her grey high ponytail swaying slightly in the wind. Chapter 107, The direct troops have arrived. They are not here to save us. Time passed. On the street, Wuji walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Behind him, dozens of family heads were chained together, kneeling in a row in a disheveled manner. These once high-ranking figures now looked pale and trembled all over. 1, 2, 3. Wuji counted and suddenly frowned. Why are there fewer? The most critical ones, the family heads Morris, Li, Cai, and Shandashi, were actually missing. They have run away. A guard from the Li family was thrown over by the Qianshu team, trembling as he spoke. They left on a private shuttle half an hour ago. Run away? Wuji's eyes turned cold. Damn, they are quick to act. Lin Xiaoyu's small face tightened. Leader, they wouldn't he be going to call for help, would they? Ha! Wuji sneered. They are really afraid of dying, then let us chase. I want to see how far they can run. He suddenly turned. Send the order. Activate all floating ships of Qianshu. Search the entire city. Yes? The Qianshu team members shouted in unison. Chapter 108. The Battle of the Direct Troops is about to begin. The battle was about to erupt. Wuji. A sharp scream pierced the night sky, and the figure of Nightingale charged in like a blood-red lightning bolt. With a flick of her blood whip, it instantly transformed into dozens of scarlet phantoms, sweeping towards Wuji. Where the whip wind passed, the ground exploded, the air roared, as if even space was about to be torn apart. I want you to pay for Lord Roland's life. Ha! Wuji sneered, his form unmoved, but his right hand suddenly shot up. Clang! The Lei Yutang knife was drawn, and purple thunder erupted. Swish, swish, swish. The blade light was like a dragon, instantly shredding the blood whip phantoms. Is that all you've got? Wuji scoffed, his left hand's fingertip curling. Ghost, come. Vaz? The pitch-black knife energy condensed from the void, transforming into a ferocious ghost pouncing towards Nightingale. Nightingale's pupils constricted suddenly, retreating in a panic, only to see Wuji had charged in front of her like a cannonball, crossing his dual knives down. Die! Phut! Ah! Blood splattered. Nightingale's right arm was severed at the shoulder. She screamed in horror as she stumbled back, but how could Wuji give her a chance to breathe? The blade of the Lei knife twisted, and the thunder transformed into chains that wrapped around her ankle, yanking fiercely. Come here. Chapter 109, The Annihilation of the Nightmares. You all come at once. Having finished devouring, Nightingale's body had twisted to an extreme, as if countless black vines were wriggling frantically beneath her skin. Her throat emitted a non-human roar, her eyes completely covered by viscous black substance, resembling two abysses. Her originally beautiful face was now twisted like a demon, her mouth torn to the roots of her ears, revealing serrated sharp teeth. Ha 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 ha. Nightingale's voice was shrill as she spread her arms. Black vines bursting forth from her body, dancing wildly in the air like living creatures. Wuji. Do you see? I am invincible now. The air around her seemed to be polluted, even the light was swallowed by those black substances. The ground beneath her feet corroded and melted, emitting a pungent green smoke. Wuji stood in place. He stared at Nightingale's twisted form and suddenly grinned, Black Mark virus. Goodness! These blood clans are quite talented. So fond of experimenting on their own bodies. Before his words fell, his figure suddenly vanished. Nightingale's pupils dilated sharply. The world before her was suddenly sliced into fragments by countless purple thunders. No, that was the blade light. Wuji held his knives. The Leiyu and ghost blades instantly transforming into countless phantoms, the sharp whistling sound of the blades slicing through the air merging into one, like the symphony of death. Chapter 110, 1 versus 4 team members. All at once. Crazy. So crazy. Mobai and Qingluan exchanged glances, realizing that Wuji was indeed insane. The strength of the nightmare troops is already at the lower tier, so they can handle it easily, which they believe is reasonable. However, the Qingming troops and the Xuanjia troops are genuinely top-tier forces, with core members who are monsters among monsters. Especially the two brothers of the Xuanjia, their synergy is extraordinary. And they can unleash incredibly terrifying combined attacks. Wuji actually wants to take on 4 opponents by himself. Qingluan helplessly looked at Yaru. Yaru. Is your new team captain missing a screw? Choosing to get injured quickly over being hurt and slowly hurt. What good does angering them do for him? Yaru didn't say anything, just watched Wuji's flamboyant demeanor, and couldn't help but slightly curl her lips. She said lightly, then let's wait and see. Mobai and Qingluan exchanged glances. Huh? Yaru, are you missing a screw too? It's actually not surprising they found it exaggerated. After all, there are indeed differences in strength between troops. The higher the tier of the troops, the closer the strength of their members becomes. And it's basically impossible for one person to win against multiple opponents. Chapter 111, Cherry Blossom Dual Form. Ice Emperor's Abyss. Shizhong's giant axe ignited with blood-red flames. The blade extending out with menacing bone spikes. The stone's meteor hammer split into 9 sections, each wrapped in crimson chains, writhing like living creatures. The pupils of both men completely turned blood-red, and their violent killing intent locked onto Wuji. Oh? Finally getting serious. Wuji licked his lips, his fighting spirit boiling. Wuji. Qin Shuyu pushed up his glasses and spoke coldly. Do you think you're the only one with a second form? The folding fan in his hand opened with a swish, the blue runes on the fan surface swirling wildly. His voice was cold and precise. It's indeed surprising that you could develop your energy and weapon to this extent in a remote area. Unfortunately, without systematic training. Your understanding of the cultivation system in this world is too shallow. I have already understood the combat methods of your 3 forms, the Thunder Prison Armor, the Ghostly Demon Affliction of the Spectre, and the Sakura Battle Armor of the Shenyuhua family. Therefore, I only need to analyze for a moment to know the weaknesses. And knowing the weaknesses allows me to dismantle your forms. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue gear-like pattern appeared in Qin Shuyu's pupils, and his aura suddenly changed. Chapter 112, All Secured, Wrap Up, Raid, Split the Profits. The entire venue was shocked by the scene before them. No way. How many forms do you actually have? The key point is, why can you suddenly transform? What are the conditions for transformation? What is this? Qin Shuyu's pupils constricted, feeling shocked. But he quickly calmed down. Don't panic, although a 4th form has appeared that was not in the intel, as long as he has the support of these eyes. He will definitely find the weaknesses. Come on. The blue gears in Qin Shuyu's pupils slowly turned. Show me your weaknesses. However, there weren't any. Qin Shuyu looked at the humanoid creature before him, muttering softly. No, it's not that there aren't any, but rather that his ability temporarily cannot quickly analyze the opponent's weaknesses. This is bad. Wuji's normal form can already match their second form. So what will happen when the opponent also enters their second form? Lingling also put away her teasing smile, crossing her dual blades and cautiously stepping back half a step. Hey, 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 why has this guy's aura suddenly become so terrifying? Bookworm, did you see anything? Qin Shuyu did not respond, but stared intently at Wuji, trying to find his weaknesses. Chapter 113, One Person, 13 Salaries, Loyalty. Royal City. In a higher place above the 9th floor, an ancient great hall stood above the clouds. The hall was entirely constructed of pitch-black mysterious stone, with every line on its surface seemingly flowing with the traces of time. Inside, 7 gigantic stone pillars supported the dome, with fierce dragon-shaped reliefs coiling around the pillars, and blood-red gemstones set in the dragon's eyes, flickering with an eerie glow in the dim light. In the center of the hall, 7 figures sat high on thrones. They wore dark golden robes, their faces hidden in shadows, only occasionally revealing pairs of eyes as deep as an abyss when they raised their gazes. The 7 holy envoys, the true rulers of the Royal City Council. At this moment, Bai Yi stood beneath the hall, her silver-white hair cascading over her shoulders, her heterochromatic eyes calm as water. Her voice was cold and respectful. My lords, the 7 holy envoys, this is how it is. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice slowly sounded from the leftmost throne. Wuji's strength is sufficient, his courage is extraordinary, his background is clean, and he knows how to stop at the right time. He paused and chuckled lightly. The key point is that he has a great thirst for power. Heh. Another person on the right throne spoke in a deep voice. What attitude does he have towards the Royal City Council? Chapter 114, Entering the peak of the Extreme Martial Hall, 2 cultivators, take me along. Entering the Extreme Martial Hall. A cold mechanical aura rushed at them. The entire hall was silver-white, with countless holographic screens embedded in the surrounding walls, displaying various training data and energy fluctuations in real time. Welcome to the Extreme Martial Hall. Esteemed guests. A crisp electronic voice rang out. Immediately after, a round, white robot slid over, and a smiling face appeared on the display screen atop its head. I am Yu, the guide of this training venue, and also the most beautiful, smartest, and perfect super-intelligent robot crafted by Dr. Wen. You can ask me any questions. Wuji raised an eyebrow. Dr. Wen? I haven't heard of him. Yu's screen instantly changed to a shocked expression. Ah. You haven't heard of Dr. Wen? She is the greatest scientist in the Royal City. And this training venue was created entirely by Dr. Wen. The equipment was just updated recently. Zhong Ping'an rubbed his forehead, muttering softly, this robot talks too much. Yu seemed to hear his complaint, and the expression on the screen immediately turned aggrieved. This gentleman, Yu is serving very seriously. Chapter 115, 10 times gravity, let's compete. Kuan Yanjin and Ling Yue both looked at Wuji, their eyes flashing with shock. This suddenly appearing man actually flew down onto Kuan Yanjin's gravity platform. It should be noted that the current gravity was 8 times. An ordinary person standing on it would instantly be crushed to bones and have their organs burst. Yet Wuji stood there as if nothing had happened, even leisurely brushing off his sleeves. The two exchanged serious glances. This person is very strong. Soon, Kuan Yanjin recognized Wuji. Or rather, in the current royal city, no one was more prominent than Wuji. He raised an eyebrow and looked up and down at Wuji, grinning as he said, the new captain of Qianshu, Wuji. Wuji smiled and replied, that's right. Kuan Yanjin laughed heartily, his voice booming like a bell, brother, you're impressive. You've got guts. On the surface, he appeared bold, but inside, he was stirred by a storm. He was currently under immense gravitational pressure, muscles tensed, bones cracking. But Wuji, he was calm, as if he was strolling in his own living room. Could it be because I just fought and my stamina is too depleted? Chapter 116, 20 times gravity. This guy is crazy. The battle lasted only a few minutes, and the puppets were completely cleared. At that moment, the count above had also been displayed. Su Wuji, 68, Guangyang Jin, 14, Cold Moon, 18 His Ha. His Ha. Guangyang Jin's weapon was thrown on the ground as he leaned on his knees. Breathing heavily, looking over at Su Wuji, who seemed unfazed, and said with a twitch of his mouth, "Hey, you're really strong. I'm Guangyang Jin, the captain of Fen Qian." Although Cold Moon didn't look as disheveled, her rising and falling chest indicated she was also in a bad state. However, she looked seriously at Su Wuji. "You're strong. I'm Cold Moon, the captain of the Frost Blade team." Su Wuji didn't care about all that. What were they babbling about? He pointed to the data on the platform and grinned. "The match isn't over yet. How about we play something exciting? I've just finished warming up." As soon as he finished speaking, Guangyang Jin and Cold Moon exchanged glances, and an ominous premonition appeared in their eyes. "What do you mean, just finished warming up? What do you mean by exciting?" Guangyang Jin swallowed hard and asked quietly. Chapter 117, Explanation of the Cultivation System. The fusion of qi, momentum, and tools. Baji. And Qianlan opened his eyes in confusion, hearing a frenzied eating sound nearby. He instinctively touched the back of his head, feeling sore all over, as if trampled by dozens of monsters. "What is going on? Wasn't I cultivating?" he mumbled. His vision gradually focusing, realizing he was lying on a soft sofa, with warm yellow light above him and the aroma of food wafting around. "Yo, NZ. You're awake." A familiar voice came. And Qianlan turned his head to see Su Wuji and Guangyang Jin sitting at the dining table across from him. Piled high with various high-calorie foods. Grilled monster meat, spirit rice porridge, energy potion mixed noodles. The two were stuffing their faces like starving ghosts, with grease on the corners of their mouths. "Hey, this kid has the guts I had back in the day," Guangyang Jin said, chewing on a grilled beast leg. Laughing indistinctly, "You just started cultivating and went straight into a 10 times gravity chamber. You've got courage." And Qianlan, "What is going on?" Just then, Zhong Ping'an, lounging on a soft sofa nearby, yawned lazily. "Hey newbie, don't you remember? You fainted as soon as you entered the 10 times gravity chamber. And it was you who dragged you out with a mechanical arm." Chapter 118, The Evil Dragon of the Royal City. And Qianlan was very intrigued and asked, "So what are the fusion conditions?" "Well, it's not that difficult." Guangyang Jin laughed, with Dr. Wen's data analysis. "We can divide human abilities into 5 types: slaying power, stamina, mental power, spiritual control, and speed. You can understand slaying power as the qi your body can withstand. Only by being able to bear more qi can you go further in the aspect of refining your body." Guangyang Jin continued, "So generally speaking, slaying power and stamina are linked. People with low slaying power definitely have poor physical quality." Zhong Ping'an. "As for mental power, it has a certain influence on the development of momentum and even on the essence of tools. Spiritual control is simple. It's about the precise control over weapons and various skills of the body. Speed is easy to understand. It encompasses attack speed and reflexes. To fuse any of these 3, you need to raise your 5-dimensional values." Guangyang Jin raised 2 fingers. "Among these, you must ensure that 2 values are raised to 90 or above to touch the threshold of fusion. The rest depends on your own fortune." Chapter 119, Award Ceremony. "The 7 holy envoys want to see you." Su Wuji tilted his head to look at her, suddenly showing a playful smile. "Captain Cold, how about we make a bet?" Cold Moon frowned. "What is the bet?" "Let us bet on whether the council will hold an award ceremony for me." Su Wuji extended a finger. "If I win, you have to teach me the fusion methods of momentum and tools." "You dare to think that?" She scoffed. "What, afraid that teaching your disciple will starve the master?" Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. "Provocation doesn't work." Cold Moon said, "But what if you lose?" "Me? Wuji pointed at himself. Then I'll tell you how I cultivate, from breathing techniques to various combat forms, I'll tell you everything. Cold Moon's eyes narrowed. Wuji's cultivation method was indeed a mystery. His breathing technique allowed him to have terrifying combat power in a normal state. And his 3 combat forms far exceeded the limits of ordinary slayers. If she could figure out his secret. Deal. Cold Moon said coldly. Great. Wuji clapped the armrest and laughed out loud. Captain Cold, just wait for me to have you as my teacher. Don't be too happy. Cold Moon closed her eyes to rest, her tone indifferent. Do you think defeating a dozen families is something to brag about? The waters of the royal city are deeper than you think. Chapter 120, 7 Holy Envoys, with this holy order. Wielding life and death authority, the Black Butler led Wuji through the Ascension Passage, with the scenery around rapidly rising. The floating islands of the 9th layer of the Qianmian area gradually shrinking beneath his feet. Wuji, hands in pockets, curiously surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly raising an eyebrow, oh, there's still a place above the 9th layer. The Black Butler slightly nodded. His voice deep, this is the highest place in the royal city, the residence of the 7 holy envoys. Wuji grinned, interesting. Soon, the Ascension Passage came to a halt in front of a pitch-black grand hall floating in the clouds. The Black Butler pushed open the heavy palace door and gestured, please. Wuji stepped in, his gaze sweeping over the 7 vacant thrones in the center of the grand hall. He then noticed the 7 stone pillars supporting the dome, with lifelike dragon-shaped reliefs on their surfaces. Wuji licked his lips. Wow, I didn't expect there to be 7 people in the council. The Black Butler didn't respond, just continued to lead the way. 2 people walked through a deep corridor, with portraits of powerful figures from various eras hanging on the walls, as if scrutinizing every passerby. Wuji was unfazed, even grinning at the portraits. At the end of the corridor was a carved wooden door, and upon pushing it open, a wide expanse unfolded before him. Chapter 121, The White Knight delivers new weapon, Dead Eye. Leaving the garden. The council, the 7 saints, demons. Wuji silently curved his lips, finding it interesting. Everyone wished to use him as a spearhead. But who would have thought that he had similar thoughts? The hegemonic faction. He murmured to himself, a bunch of old foxes, they must already have their own calculations. However, since you all want to play, then I'll play along to the end. Finally managed to establish a foothold in the royal city. He looked at the dark golden badge in his hand, on which the word Saint was inscribed, and couldn't he help but smile lightly. After doing so much, wasn't he at all for this? If people kept bothering him, how could he comfortably slay demons? Next, he could finally enjoy the thrill of slaying demons. Outside, the Black Steward seemed to have already known the outcome. He bowed respectfully and said, Captain Su, hello, my name is Barkan, I am the messenger of the 7 saints. And I will be the one to liaise with you regarding the orders from the 7 saints. Wuji smacked his lips and waved the badge in front of Barkan. Do you know what this badge can do? Barkan's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, to put it simply, this badge allows you, Captain Su, to walk sideways in the royal city. Chapter 122, The Fusion of Power and Weapon. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. By the way, Wuji suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, does this knife have any special abilities? Yare stared at herself, according to the tests. It can release a form of mental pollution that plunges enemies into illusions, but the specific effects. She paused, the previous testers all went mad. So the data is incomplete. That's just perfect. Wuji laughed heartily, let me develop its full potential. He casually twirled the knife, and the eye within it moved with his actions, seemingly revealing a hint of fear. Yare rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she had seen correctly. Thank you for me to miss Bai. Wuji sheathed the dead eye and patted Yare on the shoulder. I am very satisfied with this gift. Yare took a deep breath. Lord Baiyi has another message for me to convey. The seven saints gave you something she can't provide for now. Baiyi looked directly at Su Wuji, but what she can give, the seven saints also can't. Su Wuji raised an eyebrow and then laughed heartily. Interesting. Tell Baiyi that I've noted it. He turned and strode toward the training ground, his back proud and arrogant. The dead eye trembled slightly in its sheath, as if silently roaring. Chapter 123, The Icefields of the Northern Region. Team Annihilation. When Leng Yu left the training ground, she was in a daze. Under her silver mask, her face, which had always been cold as ice, was now filled with doubts about life. Learning just by looking. Developing a perverse ability like Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Leng Yu clenched her fists. This guy isn't even pretending anymore, right? She suddenly turned around, looking towards the training ground with an extremely complicated expression. The key point was that Su Wuji had 3 knives. Thunder Prison, Phantom, Cherry Blossom Cut. If each one could develop a unique fusion technique of power and weapon, Leng Yu gasped, not daring to think further. A monster. She muttered under her breath and quickly turned to leave, her back showing signs of disarray. Inside the training ground. Anzi. Su Wuji grinned, casually sheathing the dead eye and turning to look at the still dazed and Qianlan. Didn't you want to learn the gun intent? Just in time. I'll teach you. And Qianlan was first taken aback, then ecstatic. Really? Please guide me, Captain. Good. Su Wuji smiled brightly, raising his hand to summon Thunder Prison. Phantom. Cherry Blossom Cut. The 3 knives simultaneously unsheathed, hovering beside him, their blades shimmering with different glows: thunder light, black mist, cherry blossoms. Chapter 124, and Qianlan's gun intent. Little brat, you really should die, little brat. And Qianlan opened his eyes in confusion, his ears echoing with a series of displeased sounds. He looked over in a daze and saw a man with sharp teeth squatting in front of him, a blood-red spear stuck beside him, its tip still dripping with fresh blood. The man glared at him with an unhappy expression, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Where is this place? And Qianlan instinctively looked around, his pupils suddenly contracting. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They were standing on an ancient battlefield. The ground littered with dismembered limbs, the smell of blood almost suffocating. Hey! Little brat! The man suddenly stood up, grabbing Qianlan by the collar and poking his forehead hard with his finger. Weren't you shouting every day to see me? Now that you see me, why are you making that stupid face for? And Qianlan felt a pain in his forehead, but suddenly had an epiphany, trembling as he said, You are Longya. That was indeed the name of his spear. Finally got it. The man released his grip and spat. If it weren't for your perverted captain forcing me, I wouldn't even bother with a rookie like you. He instinctively touched the back of his head, as if recalling some terrifying incident. Chapter 125, Difficulty SS Event. Heading to the northern icefields. Night fell. First floor of the Qianmian district, Commercial Street. Leader, can we really buy whatever we want? Lin Xiaoyu timidly tugged at Su Wuji's sleeve, unsure if it was her illusion. She felt that everyone around them was watching them. It was normal to think so. After all, they were currently the center of attention. However, Wu. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, her face filled with fear. I'm so nervous. Who says no one cares in this world? Isn't there a lot of people caring? Su Wuji grinned, waving his hand, of course. Tonight, I'm treating. Buy whatever you want, eat as much as you want. He turned to the few people behind him. Don't be polite, if anyone tries to save me money, I'll get mad. Zhongping lazily yawned, but the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Captain, you said this, don't feel sorry for your wallet later. And Qianlan, holding the spear, looked utterly disinterested. Lilith, Baiyi rubbed her forehead, helplessly shrugging, not wanting to ruin the mood. Can you all be a little more ambitious? The captain is treating, at least pick something expensive, right? Chapter 126. For this operation, I'll be the captain, those who disobey will be slain. The day after accepting the mission. Splash. Military aircraft jolted violently in the howling wind and blizzard, the cabin lights flickering. Lin Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the information board. Her voice low but clear enough for everyone to hear. The situation is as follows. The North Border Icefield originally dispatched 30 corps members from the direct troops, including 5 captains. The last intel from the outpost indicates that all 5 captains and the troop members have been wiped out. And the outpost is suspected to have been invaded by demons. Our mission is to find survivors and eliminate the enemy. As her words fell, the air in the cabin suddenly froze. Everyone's expressions varied. This was not the demon-slaying division, but the pinnacle of the royal city's combat strength. How could they have been completely annihilated? But someone quickly reacted, realizing that with the strength of those North Border barbarians, how could they possibly be their opponents? There was only one possibility. Qin Shuyu nudged Yang Jin, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, colluding with demons, harming their comrades, these beasts. Damn it. I want to twist their heads off and use them as balls. Shizhong from the Xuanjia brigade slammed his fist against the cabin wall, his tone furious. Chapter 127, Casualties. Invisible attacks. The team continued forward. Suddenly, Wuji halted, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop. There are enemies. He squinted, his gaze piercing through the wind and snow. Enemies. Everyone looked around warily, but all they saw was a white expanse. Where are they? Captain Su, are you too tense? Before the words finished, heavy footsteps echoed through the wind and snow, slow yet exceptionally clear. A vague shadow gradually approached, its outline resembling a person. But its walking posture was extremely bizarre. Its arms hung down, almost dragging on the ground, and each step produced a rustling sound in the snow. A member of the Hantian brigade let out a sigh of relief. Looks like a person. Hey! You there? Which troop are you from? Wuji sneered. Have you frozen your brain? How could there be anyone in a place like this? Before he finished speaking, the shadow was already 10 meters away. As the wind and snow subsided slightly, everyone finally saw its true form. It was a monster nearly 3 meters tall, covered in grey-white long hair. Its arms reaching down to its ankles, with fingers sharp as hooks. Its face resembled that of a monkey. Some ape. A strong man from the Kuangyan brigade breathed a sigh of relief. Just a common demon from the North Border, Captain Su. You don't need to take action on this one. Chapter 128, Waiting for the snowstorm to stop, then we hunt North Border Icefield. At the peak of the snow-capped mountains, the howling wind roared, and the blizzard raged. A slender white figure stood at the edge of a cliff, holding a crystal-clear fishing rod. The rod was thin like a bone, with a nearly transparent line extending from its end, flickering in the wind and snow. The man had a handsome face, his skin pale as snow, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His pupils were eerily vertical, glowing with a ghostly green light, and he had 2 small black horns growing on either side of his forehead, resembling the incomplete characteristics of a demon. Why can't I break through? He tilted his head, his tone laced with frustration, gently flicking the fishing rod, making the line tremble slightly in the air. At his feet lay 3 heads neatly arranged in the snow. They were the heads of the corps members from earlier. Their eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before death, their blood long since frozen and blending into the white snow. So close. The man sighed, rubbing his fingers over the fishing rod, as if contemplating a strategy. At that moment, a cool voice came from behind him. Is it because the opponent is very strong? The man turned around to see a tall woman walking towards him. Chapter 129, like this. It actually blocked it. The raging blizzard finally ceased, and the North Border Icefield welcomed a rare clear sky. High above, the sky was as clear as a translucent sapphire, sunlight pouring onto the snow, refracting dazzling rays. However, beneath this pure sky lurked a deadly killing intent. Caw! A sharp cry pierced the air. Above the clouds, an ice crystal giant bird with a wingspan of over 20 meters spiraled through the sky. Its body was like an ice sculpture, each feather shimmering with a cold light. And sharp ice spikes extended from its beak. On its broad back sat a man with horns on his head. The man held a crystal-clear bone fishing rod, with lines as thin as hair dangling thousands of meters down, almost invisible in the sunlight. He closed his eyes, sensing the subtle vibrations from the fishing line. Suddenly a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Found you." He abruptly opened his vertical pupils, his ghostly green eyes locking onto a spot below. Through the feedback from the fishing line, there was a massive aura surging, sending chills down his spine. Such an obvious bait. The man licked his sharp canine teeth. Is this a provocation? Chapter 130. Slaying the angler. Everyone looked up. Aside from the colored lines, they still couldn't see the figure. In the high sky, the man's expression shifted from mockery to astonishment, clearly taken aback by how precisely his attack had been intercepted. What is going on? Why? He saw the three attacks converge, as if they knew where his line would land. So I was predicted. Damn, it doesn't matter, once the line is reeled in. These forces will disappear. I'll change positions. These humans won't be able to see me again. Below, Wuji looked up at the convergence point of the three lines. His power instantly concentrated and extended until he saw a certain figure. Wuji grinned, his killing intent surging. So it's the angler. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly pointed to the sky. Leader. The main body is in that direction, at a distance of 5,700 meters. Wuji responded, his mouth curling into a sinister arc. That's within reach. In the next second, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he slowly raised the thunder prison Tang Dao. The blade glowed with purple lightning, instantly extending into a thunderous blade aura over 100 meters long. At the same time, his left hand pressed against the back of the blade, assuming a standard Iaijutsu stance. Chapter 131. A demon that can use weapons. The huge figure of the frozen throne, the man's corpse, gradually lost its human form, transforming into a grotesque demon carcass. Its grey-white skin was covered with fine scales, and it had a pair of incomplete bone wings on its back, clearly not fully evolved. It appeared to be a high-level demon. Leng Yu crouched down, her fingertips brushing over the horns on the corpse's forehead. And it has royal blood. Royal blood? Shizhong gasped in shock. The demon royal family. Each member possesses terrifying strength capable of destroying cities from birth. As they cultivate and grow stronger, each one could potentially become a source of catastrophe that triggers the apocalypse. Fortunately, their numbers are few, so there are ways to deal with them. No, wait. Lin Xiaoyu, who was checking the fishing rod beside her, suddenly shook her head. If it were a true royal, it couldn't be this weak. It must be a mixed blood. She lowered her head and fiddled with the fishing rod, her gaze sharpening. This fishing rod is a weapon. A weapon? Everyone was stunned. It is well known that demons cannot use weapons. This weapon can only be used by humans, and the conditions for use are harsh. Ordinary people cannot fully utilize its power. Thus, everyone looked down at the demon man, who had already turned into wreckage. Chapter 132. Ice Corpse Nest. No need for that. Thanks to Ryan Huai for the God certification. On the snowy plains, Wuji and his group trudged through deep snow, struggling against the biting cold wind. The snow was thick, and each step was accompanied by a crunching sound, with their breath condensing into frost in the air. Wuji led the way at the front of the group, holding the thunder prison, which emitted a faint purple light. His gaze was sharp like a hawk, constantly alert to any potential dangers around. Whenever a demon ambushed from the snow, he always sensed it first, and wherever the blade flashed, the demons fell to the ground. Wen Han reluctantly followed at the front of the team, her exquisite uniform already stained with blood and snow. She bit her lip, her expression disgusted. Scrubbing at her clothes and face vigorously. Wenhan felt increasingly uncomfortable. Why should she? She thought angrily in her heart, glancing at that figure who handled everything with ease. Wuji could eliminate groups of demons with just a wave of his hand. Why did he have to call them along? Couldn't he just wave his hand and wipe out the demons himself? What made her feel even more aggrieved was that Captain Leng Yu, who usually protected the team members, had tacitly approved of this arrangement. Chapter 133, The Maze of Spatial Transfer, Isolated. Everyone stood on the ice ladder, gazing down at the charred abyss below. Their hearts shocked and unable to calm down. This is too exaggerated, right? Shizhong stared wide-eyed, murmuring to himself. Kuang Yanjin's mouth twitched, his fists cracking, damn it. I was just thinking about fighting with all my might, and he solved it all by himself. Leng Yu's gaze behind the mask was extremely complicated. She took a deep breath and suppressed her shock. Wuji's strength had already exceeded her understanding. Leader. Are you okay? Lin Xiaoyu poked her head out from the ice ladder, her small face flushed, her eyes full of admiration. Wuji shook off the ice crumbs from the thunder prison and grinned. This little fish isn't enough for me to warm up. He looked up at the top of the abyss, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Everyone followed his gaze and saw that the originally solid ice layer was now pockmarked like a honeycomb, filled with irregular hollow cavities, as if eroded by some force. Wait here for a moment, I'll go up and take a look first. Wuji dropped a sentence, and with a burst of thunder, he shot up like a cannonball. Hey! Wait! Kuang Yangjin just wanted to call out to him, but found that Wuji's figure had already disappeared from sight. Chapter 134, Let him play by himself, reducing casualties. Deep within the dark ice cave, a massive spiderweb cave hung between the glacier. The Spider-Man dangled in the center of the web, his 8 sharp legs gently trembling, eyes closed as he sensed every subtle movement within the ice cave. This aura. The Spider-Man suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of mockery flashing in his crimson pupils. Through the vibrations transmitted by the spider silk, he saw Wuji's actions. That man was crazily hacking at the ice wall, thunder raging, like a trapped beast. Ha 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 ha. The Spider-Man's laughter echoed in the cave. Sharp and piercing, is this guy crazy? Does he think he can break open my 1,000-hole ice nest with brute force? He laughed so hard he almost fell over. His legs trembling, I thought someone who could kill the Kang Yao would be tough, but it turns out to be a brainless brute. Ha 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 ha. After laughing enough, the Spider-Man licked his lips, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. I made what I thought was the most suitable decision. Forget it, let him play by himself. Now, it's time to deal with the remaining prey. He closed his eyes, sensing the 11 people scattered throughout the ice cave, and sneered softly, hee. Let us play a little assembly game, little bugs. Chapter 135, Enemies encountered by each group, the spliced monster. Thanks to the great god certification from Drink More Hot Water. Everyone is so enthusiastic, the author is directly offering 5 updates today. And Qianlan gripped his spear tightly, walking at the very front, his aura expanding like ripples. Each step taken with utmost caution. Stick close to me, he said softly, his voice echoing in the deep ice cave. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, clutching her tactical tablet. Her fingers flying across the screen, as she tried to analyze the structure of the ice cave. But the space here seemed twisted by some force. The data a complete mess. Suddenly, she explained while reminding, there is an abnormal energy response ahead. And Qianlan's gaze sharpened, and he indeed sensed a very complex aura. Specifically, it felt like many types of energy were gathered into a mass. The two quickened their pace, passing through a narrow passage, and suddenly, their vision opened up. Boom! Their field of vision suddenly widened, revealing a vast ice platform, the size of a football field, with a dome high above, ice crystals sparkling like stars. However, on this empty platform, only one figure stood quietly. That is. As the two focused, their scalps tingled. Chapter 136, Little Snow appears, regrouping. Boom. And Qianlan's figure instantly vanished, leaving only a ring of sound explosion clouds in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the spliced beast. The dragon-tooth spear thrusting towards its chest with unstoppable momentum. PFF. The spear tip pierced through the spliced beast's body without obstruction, blood-colored energy erupted from its back, blasting a large pit several meters in diameter in the ice wall. Roar! The spliced beast let out a painful howl, its body convulsing violently. But strangely, threads quickly grew out of its wound, starting to heal at a visible speed. What? And Qianlan's expression changed slightly. He tried to pull back the spear, but found the dragon-tooth spear was firmly stuck in the opponent's muscles. The spliced beast's face revealed a sinister smile, the shadow blade raised again. Without hesitation, bang! And Qianlan kicked the opponent's chest, using the force to pull out the spear and quickly retreat. The splicing beast seemed to be enraged, its body began to swell unnaturally. More demonic features emerging. Its back split open, revealing several tentacles. The left arm transformed into a mantis-like scythe. The right leg's muscles bulged, covered in a thick shell. What kind of monster is this? And Qianlan murmured. The most crucial question is, what kind of beast created this monster? Chapter 137, The Spider-Man appears. Xiaoxue and Wuji meet up on the circular platform. Everyone had different postures, surrounded by lingering killing intent. Was the space transformed again? Kuan Yen Jin spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Before everyone could gather their thoughts, a sharp screech echoed from the dome. Everyone looked up sharply. There! The Spider-Man hung upside down, sliding down from the spider silk, its 8 scythe-like limbs spread out in a terrifying fan shape. Its pale face was covered with spider web-like black patterns, and when its vertical pupils swept over the crowd, a sticky malice seemed to solidify. Welcome to my theater. The Spider-Man spread its arms, its voice filled with delight. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire area. And everyone felt as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, cold sweat soaking their backs. This aura far surpassed any enemy they had encountered before. The Spider-Man was quite pleased with the expressions of the crowd and said mockingly, "Congratulations on completing my test. To be honest, you are much stronger than I expected. So, as a reward, I grant you eternal life." Just as the Spider-Man was getting into its monologue, suddenly, a crisp voice abruptly interrupted it. "Hey!" Xiaoxue tilted her head, lazily slinging her axe over her shoulder, her crimson pupils fixed on the Spider-Man, a sickly smile creeping at the corner of her mouth. "You're the one who made me miss my big brother." Chapter 138, Cliff-like crushing, casualties, casualties, casualties. The Spider-Man's laughter sounded like a chilling wind scraping bones, piercing the eardrums of the crowd. "Your struggle is really exciting to me." Kuan Yen Jin clenched his fists tightly, red flames bursting forth from his body, distorting the surrounding air. He took a sudden step forward, instantly melting the ice beneath him, and releasing a cloud of white mist. "Stop talking nonsense!" Wuji roared, "Since he's not here, we can only rely on ourselves." Kuan Yen Jin shouted, "Even if I die today, I will tear off a few of your legs. For my brother's revenge." As his voice fell, his body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging, and red-scaled patterns emerged on the surface of his skin. Flames erupted from the gaps between the scales, making him look like a flaming demon. Second form, Scarlet Inferno Amaterasu. Boom! Kuan Yen Jin's aura skyrocketed, flames coiling around him like a fire dragon, the surrounding temperature rising sharply. Even the air was burning. "Let us go together," Tai Potlian shouted. The runes on his body writhed like living creatures, instantly covering him completely, his eyes turning crimson. Muscles swelling to their limits. Taishan Barbarian Body. Chapter 139, Arriving, Judgment of Total Annihilation. Beast? Beast? Shitu's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. The meteor hammer in his hand whipping up a howling wind, as he smashed it toward the Spider-Man. The images of his elder brother, Shizhong, and Captain Tai Potian dying tragically, their heads rolling on the icy surface, lingered in his mind. Rage and grief nearly tore apart his rationality, at this moment. He only wanted to crush this monster before him into a pulp. GGG. The Spider-Man merely sneered contemptuously, its figure flickering like a ghost, easily dodging the furious strike. It retaliated with a whip kick, heavily kicking Shichu in the chest. Bang! Shichu flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the ice wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is this all you've got? The Spider-Man licked its lips, its eyes glinting with sickly excitement. I suddenly changed my mind. Killing you directly is too boring. How about I let you watch your companions turn into my artworks one by one? It waved its hand, and invisible threads instantly wrapped around Shitu's limbs, pinning him firmly against the ice wall. Shichu struggled desperately, but could only watch helplessly as the Spider-Man approached the others. Who should I start with? The Spider-Man's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Ling Yue. Ah, this masked miss, I'm quite curious about your true appearance. Chapter 140. Arriving at the outpost, forced recall. Everyone paused in place to rest a bit. Those who needed to heal did so. Those who needed to replenish their strength did the same. However, each person's expression was very somber. The original team of 15 was now reduced to just 9, Su Wuji, Lin Xiaoyu, and Qianlan, Huang Yanjin, Ling Yue, Wen Han, Qin Shuyu, Ling Dang, and Shi Chu. Su Wuji leaned against the wall, smoking. His gaze swept over everyone present. Shi Chu sat in a daze, staring blankly into the distance. And Qianlan was on guard, scanning the surroundings. Huang Yanjin's wounds had healed, but his arm was no longer functional, as it had been severed. Ling Yue was meditating with her eyes closed. Qin Shuyu kept her eyes shut, silent. The usually noisy Ling Dang was quietly sitting aside, clearly affected by the death of their captain, who had also been turned into a monster. As for Wen Han, her face was pale, breathing rapidly, and her spirit seemed a bit off. Judging by her appearance, she probably couldn't hold on much longer. This was something Su Wuji couldn't understand. Why not enjoy life as a noble child in her family instead of idly learning to slay demons? But if you said she was weak, she was stronger than local demon slayers in talent. Chapter 141. What is your name? The face of the vortex inside the outpost. The fire flickered. Su Wuji sat cross-legged next to the fire, a pile of roasted wolf demon meat sizzling with oil in front of him. He tore into the meat, grease sliding down his chin, but his eyes remained fixed on the two survivors across from him. They were two adults, a man and a woman, seemingly a couple. Both were ragged and their faces still bore traces of lingering terror. The man hugged his knees, his voice trembling. We originally had over 100 people. And now it's just us and a barbarian child. Su Wuji chewed on the meat and asked indistinctly, what exactly happened? The man swallowed hard, his gaze wandering. A month ago, a huge ice fissure suddenly appeared in the northern mountains. According to the detectives, it's an ancient ruin. Then, that group of barbarians, also known as the Northern Resistance, occupied the entrance at the first opportunity, claiming it was their ancestors' cave and that they wanted to resurrect the Frost Monarch. We immediately reported to the council, and they said they would send elite forces to handle it. The man said this and suddenly trembled all over. Then the captain and the others all died. Overnight, the barbarians died too, all turned into ice corpses. Chapter 142. Wen Han, Deadeye didn't die. Wen Han opened her eyes, looking incredulously at Qianlan, who was frowning and slightly irritable. Although the other person's expression was very disdainful, at this moment, Wen Han felt an immense sense of reassurance. Ah! Wen Han tightly hugged Qianlan and cried fiercely, I almost died. That barbarian kid suddenly turned into a monster. And Qianlan felt very uncomfortable being hugged by Wen Han. He wanted to push her away. However, sensing that her emotions were quite unstable, he had to think in his mind. If it were the captain encountering such a situation, what would he do? According to his personality, he would probably help, right? Or he might just push her away and say, "You're so annoying, ugly girl." Regardless, this person was at least a teammate. So when Qianlan patiently asked, "Calm down, I'm here. Can you tell me what happened?" Wen Han, feeling the solid voice, nodded. Looking up at Qianlan with tearful eyes, and choked out, "A barbarian kid came to boil bath water. I wanted to take a bath, so I came over. But who knew that while I was washing, he suddenly went silent. Then I called for him, but he didn't respond." Chapter 143, New Enemy, Vortex. "Leave this person to me." Just as everyone was shocked by the strange changes of the two survivors, a refined and easygoing voice suddenly came from above. "He. No wonder you killed the Kang Niao and the Feng Zhu." Everyone suddenly looked up and saw a man standing on a vortex. He held a cane, wore a sharp suit and a top hat, but his face was a swirling black vortex, as if it could swallow all light. Upon their first meeting, the man slightly bowed. His voice gentle, "I am called Vortex." He paused, and the vortex-like face seemed to gaze at everyone. "If you proceed further, you will meet my father. So could I ask you all to die here?" Before his words fell, boom. Wuji's figure shot up into the sky like a cannonball, the thunder prison unsheathed. And violent thunder tore through the air, striking directly at Vortex's face. Vortex did not dodge, he simply raised his hand lightly. Buzz! A pitch-black vortex appeared out of nowhere in Wuji's path, resembling a giant mouth that chose to devour. "Captain!" and Qianlan exclaimed. However, the next second, Wuji suddenly twisted in mid-air, the blade of the thunder prison sweeping across, forcibly changing its trajectory, bypassing the vortex and targeting Vortex's neck. Chapter 144, First kill you. The strongest, then deal with the weaker ones are. Vortex reappeared, floating in mid-air, his vortex-like face flashing with a hint of surprise. Although unclear about what he saw, everything produced in this space was the most beautiful person or thing you had ever experienced. But you actually broke through the illusion so quickly. Saying this, Vortex slowly took off his top hat and elegantly bowed. "I admit you are the strongest among these people. It is indeed somewhat challenging to rely on rules to take you down. So, facing the strongest like you, it is worth slightly using force to hunt you down." Vortex's voice suddenly rose, almost distorted with excitement. He spread his arms wide, his vortex-like face spinning wildly, as if wanting to swallow the entire world. The black suit swayed wildly in the void, and the top hat was unknowingly back on his head, exuding a frenzied sense of joy. "I'm not interested in the others." His voice was like a snake hissing, cold and sticky. "Only you. I truly want to see your expression of despair. Come on. We can have some fun. Killing you, the strongest, the rest are just easy targets." Chapter 145, Welcome to join this world-changing journey. Wuji stopped talking, his figure flashing again, as he charged towards Vortex. This time, his attacks were even more fierce, the blade light pouring down like a torrential rain. Each strike accurately weakening Vortex's power. Vortex counterattacked frantically, the vortexes in the domain continuously emerging, trying to strangle Wuji, but each time was easily resolved by him. The battle between the two became increasingly intense, the collision of domains causing the entire void to begin collapsing. "Damn it! Damn it!" Vortex's roar was filled with despair. He had never encountered such a tricky opponent, and even began to doubt whether he could truly win. Finally, after a fierce clash, Vortex found another opportunity. He summoned the Vortex to attack Wuji. Die. Smack! Wuji was once again obliterated. Hiss! Vortex took a deep breath, thinking it was finally over, right? However, thud! Accompanied by a piercing pain penetrating his chest. What is going on? How, do you feel like you've developed a sense of pain? Wuji's voice was like a ghost's whisper, exploding in Vortex's ears. His figure slowly emerged from the void. Vortex suddenly turned his head, his pupils constricting. His vortex-like face twisting violently, as if greatly stimulated. Chapter 146. To the ruins, daughter, you can leave now the day after the rest. Wuji and the others learned about Wen Han turning into Vortex last night. Leng Yu felt somewhat sad. After all, she was a member of their team. But the abilities of the demons were indeed too unpredictable. The triggering condition everyone speculated was that phrase, "What is your name?" The demon needed you to answer your name, after he finished asking to trigger the fatal mechanism. Lin Xiaoyu also explained, "The first time I couldn't tell because they were indeed your thoughts and emotions. But later, they were controlled by the demon's rules. So it can be proven that the ruins mentioned by the survivors are indeed on the snowy mountain." Upon hearing this, everyone tidied up their emotions and set off again. Wuji stood outside the outpost, gazing at the distant undulating snow-capped mountains, his brow slightly furrowed. Those peaks soared into the clouds, covered in ice and snow, resembling slumbering giant beasts. If they chose the wrong one, not only would they waste a lot of time, but the key was that the demons were alive. And so many of his dispatched people had died. They were not fools and would definitely take action. Suddenly, leader. Lin Xiaoyu's timid voice came from behind. She was holding the fishing rod taken from Kang Yao, her small face flushed from the cold. I have an idea. Chapter 147, The Shadow of the Dark Abyss. The final battle with the Frost Monarch. His gaze fell on his daughter, his voice deep and firm. You possess talents far beyond mine. For now, just develop. I believe you can lead the Frost clan out of the ice fields. As for me, the Frost Lord's gaze turned towards the depths of the palace, where darkness surged like a tide. I will stay here. If I can deal with them, that would be best. If not, his voice paused before he continued calmly. Then you should hide, stay well, and develop steadily with your people until you have the confidence to conquer the human world. The beast-eared girl's eyes reddened, but she bit her lip hard to prevent herself from showing any weakness. She knew that her father's decisions would never change. Just then, tap, tap, tap. A sound of footsteps emerged from the darkness, neither hurried nor slow, but it seemed to tread upon the hearts of men. The Frost Lord's gaze shifted slightly as he whispered, "All right, take my daughter away. I hope you keep your word." In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. It was a man dressed in a black robe, holding a book emitting black smoke. His eyes were smiling, almost eerily gentle, and his voice was soft as the wind. Chapter 148, Twin Blades Release, Huang Lei Rakshasa. Ha ha ha. So refreshing. Wuji laughed wildly, his eyes burning with combat intent. The demon before him far surpassed any enemy he had encountered before. The Frost Lord was shocked inside. This human's power could actually contend with him head-on. He suddenly stomped the ground, and countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the surface, aiming straight for Wuji's feet. Good. Wuji leaped suddenly, unleashing Thunder Prison. The blade's light spread like a crescent moon, shattering all the incoming ice spikes. He twisted in midair, his left hand pressing hard against the back of the blade. And Thunder Prison instantly extended into a 100-meter-long Thunder Blade aura, slashing down fiercely towards the Frost Lord's head. Whoosh! The blade aura tore through the air, distorting the space it passed. The Frost Lord raised his axe to block. But this power was overwhelmingly dominant. It forced him to retreat violently. The ice beneath him cracking inch by inch, spiderweb-like fractures spreading 100 meters away. Not done yet. Wuji's figure approached like a ghost, raising Thunder Prison once more. The thunder on the blade coalesced into a roaring thunder dragon, charging towards the Frost Lord's chest. Boom! The thunder dragon roared forth, instantly engulfing the Frost Lord. Chapter 149, Epic Battle, Cataclysmic Phenomenon. As Wuji's words fell, the Frost Lord's massive ice axe and Wuji's Thunder Demon God, the combined name of Thunder Prison and Soul, swung out simultaneously. Boom! The moment the ice axe collided with the Thunder Demon God, the heavens and earth seemed to be torn apart. The violent energy shockwave swept across the entire ice field like a tsunami, the ground cracking in mourning, countless bottomless chasms spreading like a spider web. In the distance, the snow-capped mountains collapsed in the tremors, snow waves rolling as if the apocalypse had arrived. And Qianlan and others could only see a purple-black and ice-blue intertwined shockwave sweeping towards them. The next second, they were thrown away. "Hold on to me!" Cold Moon shouted, clapping her hands. Crack! Countless ice walls shot up from the ground, forming a honeycomb-like buffer zone. Crash! The group was like stones tossed into a rolling barrel, bouncing madly between the ice walls, and finally smashing hard into a snow mound. Cough, cough, cough. Crazy Flame Jin spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Struggling to rise, is this the kind of commotion a human can cause? Everyone looked into the distance. They saw two towering figures 1,000 meters high furiously battling. Was that the fusion ability of Wuji's aura and weapon? Chapter 150. I can't understand a word, Frost Lord. Fallen. The Northern Icefield. 10 days and nights. Wuji and the Frost Lord fought for a full 10 days and nights. The sky and earth mourned continuously throughout this long battle. Purple-black thunder and ice-blue cold waves intertwined and clashed, each encounter seeming to tear the world apart. The icefield within 100 miles had long lost its former appearance. Now only a bottomless giant basin remained, as if a deity had struck it with a giant hammer, leaving a scar. And Qianlan and others had retreated to the edge of the ice cliff, pale-faced as they gazed at the cataclysmic battlefield in the distance. How much longer would this fight last? It had already been 10 days and nights, and it was still not over. Crazy Flame Jin's voice was hoarse. The serrated giant sword in his hand had already been driven into the ice surface, supporting his swaying body. Cold Moon remained silent, her eyes fixed on the horizon. There, two gigantic shadows were still fiercely battling, every collision made her heart tremble. I've received information from the council, Qin Shuyu said, walking over with a slight headache. I briefly explained the situation to the council, and they informed us that for 10 days, dozens of cities in the north have been under continuous heavy snowfall. Temperatures dropping below historical extremes, and the royal city has become a chaotic mess. Chapter 151, The Northern Icefield Incident Ends, Return to the Royal City. Hours later. Whoosh! And Qianlan and others gripped their fishing rods together, as they flew towards the center of the battlefield. They heard that there was no more movement, and dared to approach the battlefield. Upon arrival, they saw Wuji sitting alone in the center of the basin, smoking, with the Frost Lord's remains at his feet. Captain Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly jogged forward, timidly handing over a nutrient solution. Wuji took it and drank it in one gulp. He looked up at the gradually clearing sky. Grinning, let's go, everyone, take the remains back to the royal city. The mission is over. As his words fell, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Northern Icefield SS-class incident completed. Royal City, Celestial Crown District. Wuji and his team slowly descended in their flying vehicle in front of the plaza at the council building. The cabin door opened, and a biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed towards them, making everyone instinctively shrink their necks. Strange. Wuji looked up at the snow flying in the sky, frowning and saying, how can it still be snowing in the middle of summer? Behind him, Crazy Flame Jin, Cold Moon, and others twitched their mouths, casting subtle glances at Wuji. Qin Shuyu adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a white light, and coughed lightly, Captain. This snow might be related to the weather anomalies in the north. Chapter 152, Enthusiastic Team Members, heading to the White Tower. Thank you to Wei Wenjua, who loves to eat egg-line noodles, for the Great God certification. Celestial Crown District, 5th floor. The flying vehicle slowly landed on the reception platform. The moment the cabin door opened, Lin Xiaoyu, and An Qianlan both widened their eyes. This is the Qianshu headquarters. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled. The scene before them was completely different from the Qianshu headquarters they remembered. The tortoise that once carried the building had long vanished, replaced by a cluster of giant floating islands suspended in the air. Dozens of floating islands were forcibly gathered by some power, stitched together to form a magnificent aerial continent. The central main island was like a sharp sword piercing the clouds, surrounded by 7 slightly smaller sub-islands, each topped with a tall tower, the tips of which emitted energy beams of different colors straight into the sky. The architectural style of the main island resembled a divine court from mythology, with pure white palaces arranged in an orderly manner, and a giant family emblem of a balanced scale hovered above the main hall, emitting a faint golden glow. The perimeter of the palace was occupied by facilities such as training grounds, armories, and tactical centers, the scale of which had expanded more than tenfold compared to before. Most exaggeratedly, the entire cluster of floating islands was surrounded by a ring of energy barriers, with runes faintly visible, clearly possessing strong defensive capabilities. Chapter 153, The History of the Human Race, The Way of Miraculous Gifts. Isn't that quite obvious? Wuji did not hesitate, his eyes sharp as knives. Tearing through the current predicament, if the human race only has this level, in the future, they will surely be destroyed by demons. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, phut. Bai Yi suddenly chuckled lightly, her slender fingers gently stirring the surface of the hot spring, creating ripples. You really hit the nail on the head. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her heterochromatic eyes glimmering with playful light. You directly pierced the truth that those old folks have been reluctant to admit. Wuji raised an eyebrow. What, am I wrong? No, you are quite right. Bai Yi reined in her smile, her voice low and solemn. That's exactly why I want to tell you something. She stood up and slowly walked behind Wuji, saying, Wuji, do you know why there are only 30 S-class families, and not 29 or 31? Wuji scoffed, I've heard of it. It said that a long time ago, 30 human heroes saved the world, and their descendants became the current 30 families. He shrugged, his tone dismissive. Such embellishments of family history might fool children, but not me. Chapter 154, Help me sit on the position of the Saint Envoy, when Ruyan has arrived. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bai Yi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You really are quite special. She retracted her hand, stood up, turning her back to Wuji, her voice carrying a rare hint of defeat. It's really a bit disappointing for me. Is it my own charm that's the problem? Maybe I should ask Yare. Wuji remained sitting in the hot spring, looking confused. So what exactly do you want? Bai Yi turned back, a dangerous smile curving her lips. That was my first kiss. Wuji thought carefully, then replied seriously, then I guess that makes it my first too. Bai Yi chuckled, that balances things out for me. Saying this, her gaze gradually sharpened. So, could you do me a favor? What favor? If there's a chance, she tilted her head slightly, her smile clear yet laced with a chilling killing intent. Help me take the position of the 7 saints. Wuji raised an eyebrow. You have such big ambitions. Bai Yi blinked. Is that not allowed? Of course. There are only 7 positions among the 7 saints, so, she said it casually. Just need to make one of them die. Wuji stared at her, suddenly grinning. Why would I help you? Chapter 155, Oh, everyone is here to train. Outside the extreme martial hall. Just as Wuji and his group arrived at the entrance, they bumped into a familiar figure. Oh, Yang. Wuji raised an eyebrow, a smile of recognition creeping onto his face. Yang was adjusting the armor on his left arm, and upon hearing the voice, he suddenly looked up, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Wuji. His right arm's sleeve was empty, looking quite conspicuous. Here to train? Wuji asked. Yang nodded. Waving his remaining left arm with a bitter smile, I need to get used to it again, my dominant hand was severed by a demon. I can't just be a useless person forever. Useless person? Wuji scoffed, stop talking nonsense, it's just one arm, you can still take down demons. Upon hearing this, a spark of battle intent ignited in Yang Jin's eyes, you're right. Just then, a surprised voice came from behind, you guys? Wuji and the others turned around to see Ling Yu, Qin Shuyu, Ling Dang, and Shichu standing not far away, their faces filled with surprise. Captain Leng. Qin Shuyu. And Qianlan exclaimed, you're here too. Ling Yu nodded slightly, her voice cool, training. Qin Shuyu adjusted his glasses. Explaining, Ling Dang and I ran into them on the way, it was just convenient. Chapter 156, If you're bad, practice more. Haven't you ever turned off the breathing technique? The hatch opened. The interior was roughly the size of a 5 square meter small single room. Go in. When Ruyan pointed to the gravity chamber, start with double gravity and gradually adapt. When your physical quality can fully adapt to 10 times gravity, then come out. Yang Jin and Ling Yu exchanged glances, then spoke, can we jump to 10 times? We've already adapted to the earlier multiples. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruyan smiled, is that so? Have you tried using the breathing technique in a gravity environment? Yang Jin was taken aback, how could that possibly be done? So, you see, if you're bad, you need to practice more. Wen Ruyan grinned, you'll need to keep the breathing technique on and adapt to the gravity here. With half an hour as one adaptation, until you can handle 10 times gravity, only then will you have passed the first step. Keep the breathing technique on. Adapt to 10 times gravity. Everyone was stunned. Normally, a person feels like they're going to die after half an hour of using it. Now you're saying we have to keep it on in a gravity environment. How is that even possible? Yare also explained, Doctor, this is practically impossible. Chapter 157, The Holy Blood Plan, Imperial Artifacts. The lift platform slowly descended, the mechanical sounds of gears echoing in the cramped space. Wuji had his hands in his pockets, leaning against the metal wall, casually glancing at the descending floor numbers. Dr. Wen, where are we going? Back to the first floor. Wen Ruyan had her back to them, her amber eyes glinting faintly under the dim lights. The corners of her mouth curling into a mysterious arc, don't rush, we'll be there soon. Lin Xiaoyu nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, muttering softly, Leader. I feel like something's not right. Yare was suddenly called over too, she frowned but said nothing. The platform continued to descend. 5 floors, 3 floors, 1 floor. The numbers kept changing, but the platform showed no signs of stopping. Wuji raised an eyebrow, hey, we've already passed the first floor. Why are we still going down? When Ruyan finally turned around, her smile radiant, because the place we are going to is not on the ground. Is it underground? Wuji squinted. Exactly. When Ruyan crossed her arms, her tone suddenly serious. Do you know why the royal city is so eager to transfer me here? Wuji shook his head, no, and I don't care. Chapter 158, Holy Blood Enchantment. Blood of the Thunder Beast Wuji and the others passed through the winding passage. At the end of the passage, a huge metal door slowly opened with a heavy rumble. Wuji, Lin Xiaoyu, and Bayaru followed when Ruyan inside. And the scene before them made everyone's pupils shrink instantly. This was a vast circular space, with transparent grids densely arranged on the surrounding walls, each holding a bottle of various shapes. Some containers were crystal clear, with a scarlet liquid swirling inside. Others were as black as ink, with wisps of black smoke wrapping around their surfaces. There were even some that appeared plant-like, with numerous flowers blooming on top. The number was staggering, at least hundreds. Is this the holy blood? Wuji's eyes sparkled with interest as he stepped forward, scanning the various containers. Why are they all in different bottles? When Ruyan nodded. Explaining, the holy blood contains special powers, and it will produce different effects based on the characteristics of the source demon, so the containers will change accordingly. The conditions for using the holy blood are very strict. First, based on previous tests, the user's physique must be able to activate a breathing method for over half an hour under 10 times the gravity, which is the minimum standard. Chapter 159, Do you consider me one of your own? Thunder Prison, Wuji, you're done all right, then let's confirm this. She put away the holy blood vial, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once it's ready, I will notify you to come and collect it. Wuji nodded and turned to leave. Wait! Wen Ruyan suddenly called him. Her gaze shifting to Lin Xiaoyu, who was shrinking behind Wuji, a dangerous smile creeping onto her lips. You and Bai Yaru can leave, but Lin Xiaoyu. She pointed at Lin Xiaoyu, her tone leaving no room for argument. Don't go yet, I still need to talk to you. Lin Xiaoyu stiffened, her face turning pale. Her fingers gripping Wuji's clothing tightly, her voice trembling, leader. Wuji frowned. Positioning himself in front of Lin Xiaoyu, what do you want with the new recruit? Wen Ruyan shrugged. Her eyes fervently fixed on Lin Xiaoyu, I just want to experiment with how to bring out her other personalities. She licked her lips, her smile gradually becoming twisted. I want to see what kind of stimulation you need to trigger your other personalities. Lin Xiaoyu was so frightened that she nearly shrank into Wuji's shadow. Wuji's expression turned cold. Don't scare the new recruit. He patted Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder. His tone firm, she can call forth her personalities on her own without your ridiculous stimulation. Chapter 160, Training in the Hundredfold Gravity Chamber, Wuji, you must die. Wuji and the others returned to the Hell training ground, their eyes scanning the area. And Qianlan, Leng Yu, and Kuang Yangjin were sweating profusely inside the threefold gravity chamber. The glow of the breathing method flowed across their bodies, indicating they had gradually adapted to this high-intensity training method. Not bad. Wuji smiled, the progress is acceptable. According to Wen Ruyan, once the Holy Blood Plan is initiated, the breathing method combined with tenfold gravity is considered the first hurdle. Countless people will be eliminated at this stage. It's uncertain how much time they will be given to adapt. And Qianlan and the others are already laying a solid foundation. Zhongpingen was not in the gravity chamber, his physique was too weak, and he could barely maintain the breathing method under normal gravity. At this moment, his face was alternating between blue and red, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly at his limit. Hiss! Seeing Wuji enter, Zhongpingen finally couldn't hold on anymore. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, Captain, this is too hard for me. Wuji was speechless, with your physique. How are you supposed to complete 100% task rate? Zhongpingen laughed heartily, Captain, you don't understand. In our line of work, being able to fight is not important, you need to know how to run and survive longer. Chapter 161, I'm out of money. I need to find a sponsor in the evening. The doors of the Extreme Martial Hall slowly opened. Wuji and his group emerged, dragging their exhausted bodies. Each person's face looking drained, their steps unsteady and eyes dazed. Kuang Yangjin leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, damn, this gravity chamber is truly unbearable. Leng Yu's face beneath the mask was as pale as paper, barely able to stand upright. Shi Chu was even more exaggerated, sitting directly on the ground. Mumbling, the main thing is, how can anyone survive in this godforsaken place? As he spoke, everyone turned their complex gazes towards Wuji, who was walking ahead. This freak. They had barely managed to activate the breathing method in the gravity chamber, adapting to 5 times the gravity. Each of them felt they had done well enough. Then they heard that Wuji was training on the top floor, and out of curiosity, they went to observe, only to have their worldview shattered. This guy actually trained under 100-fold gravity, fighting hand-to-hand with hundreds of battle puppets. Even more outrageous, he dismantled all the puppets and came out with an unfulfilled desire. Just how exaggerated is this person's physique? Ling Dang swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Chapter 162. I want you to voluntarily donate 10 billion, Too much. As night deepened. On the third floor of the Qianmian district. This was the living area of A-level families, with high-end clubs and private establishments lining the streets. A hedonistic atmosphere permeating every inch of the air. At the entrance of a top-tier club, a stout figure staggered out, followed by a group of bodyguards in black. Why is young Master Wang leaving so soon? Two scantily dressed women clung to him, playfully trying to keep him there. Wang Fugue grinned widely. His face a mass of flesh, casually pulling out 2 stacks of cash from his pocket and slapping them onto the women. Get lost. I'm not in the mood today. The 2 women's eyes lit up, quickly gathering the money and flattering him. Young Master Wang, you're so generous. Come back to play next time. Wang Fugue snorted, adjusted his pants, and swaggered towards the luxury car parked by the roadside. Time to drive home. Just as he sat down, a strong hand suddenly reached in from the window and grabbed his collar. Who the hell? Wang Fugue was about to curse when he looked up and met a grinning, hideous face. He was all too familiar with that face. Susu Wuji. Wang Fugue trembled all over, his flesh shaking in response. Chapter 163. A new S-Class incident. Head to the Abyss District, Floor 2. The next morning. In the 3-layered Crown District, a private meeting room of a high-end club. Dozens of heads of A-grade families are gathered together, each with a pale face, wrapped in blankets. Wearing masks, looking like a group of patients who have just crawled out of the ICU. That madman Su Wuji. How dare he treat us like this? A tall, thin man slams the table and roars, his voice hoarse. He soaked in the ice swimming pool for too long last night, and his throat got frozen. Exactly. We didn't collude with monsters, nor did we smuggle people, we just played a little too much. Is this how he treats us? Another family head grits his teeth in agreement. Wang Fugue is so angry that his fat trembles all over, suddenly stands up. And the flesh on his face quivers with rage, not to mention it was consensual. I paid for it, okay. How dare he drag me out of the club in the middle of the night, and throw me into icy water until dawn? Huh? You were thrown into the pool too? Yes. I swam a few laps. Then why do you look so normal? I have fat to resist the cold. The more they talk, the more agitated they become, spitting everywhere, the meeting room filled with denunciations of Su Wuji. Chapter 164, The Blood Clan's Ecstasy. Entering the pure heart world. Really? In the dim room, the candlelight flickers, illuminating a twisted and crazy face. The blonde Blood Clan member suddenly stands up. His scarlet pupils fixed on his subordinate, his voice trembling with excitement, he agreed. The subordinate kneels on one knee, respectfully saying, yes, Su Wuji took on this task. But what? The blonde Blood Clan member grabs the subordinate's collar, his tone urgent. The subordinate endures the pain and whispers, but he requested to go alone to the 2nd layer of the Abyss Zone. As soon as the words fell. After a moment of silence, ha 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 ha. The blonde Blood Clan member releases his grip, looking up to the sky and laughing wildly, his laughter filled with twisted joy. Heaven helps me. Heaven helps me. He trembles with excitement, veins bulging beneath his pale skin, his eyes flashing with morbid exhilaration. Su Wuji. You are so arrogant. If heaven does not take you, our Blood Clan will take you. The blonde Blood Clan member sits back down, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. His gaze as cold as a venomous snake. Foolish thing, daring to go alone to the 2nd layer, you are finished. He takes a deep breath. The face of his son Roland flashes in his mind, a glint of hatred crossing his eyes. Chapter 165, Thunder Beast, Boss, I was just joking with you. In the pure heart world. Boom. Dark thunderclouds roll, purple lightning snakes through the clouds like mad serpents, the entire space filled with violent thunder power. However, unlike before, This world that was once only endless thunderstorms now has a patch of charred land, resembling a wasteland formed after being struck by heavenly lightning countless times. Wuji's figure appears on this wasteland, his gaze calmly sweeping around. Ha 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 ha. A manic laugh echoes from deep within the thunderclouds, shaking the entire space. Just as I anticipated. Just as I anticipated. Just as I anticipated. Wuji. You really came here. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning strikes down. And the thunder beast steps out from it. It transforms into a 10-meter-tall thunder giant, its body composed entirely of pure purple lightning, its eyes like two piercing thunder suns. Exuding terrifying pressure. Wuji. Can you feel it? My power now. The thunder beast trembles with excitement. Its voice like the roar of thousands of thunders. The most wrong thing you did was to merge the holy blood with me. He. Wuji quietly watches the thunder beast laughing wildly in front of him, his gaze sweeping around, slightly raising an eyebrow. This place has changed quite a bit. Is it because part of your body has come back? Chapter 166, Entering the Second Layer, Slaughtering You All. Wang City, Layer 0, Reception Platform. The morning light spills onto the huge floating platform, a gentle breeze brushing past, bringing a hint of coolness. Yarui stands at the edge of the platform, holding a silver-white metal capsule. This is the latest space compression capsule developed by Dr. Wen. She hands the capsule to Wuji. Her tone calm, but with a hint of barely perceptible worry. Just throw it on the ground, and it will automatically unfold into a simple dwelling, stocked with a month's worth of food and water. After a pause, she adds, make sure to ration it. Wuji takes the capsule, tosses it casually, and grins, got it? He turns to leave, but hurried footsteps come from behind. Leader. Wait a minute. Lin Xiaoyu jogs over, her cheeks flushed from hurried breathing. Her eyes filled with anxiety. You must be careful. Don't let anyone deceive you. She knows Wuji too well. This guy is decisive when slaying monsters, but has no defenses against human hearts. If someone pretends to be pitiful and asks for help, they might just succeed in ambushing him. Wuji raises an eyebrow. Looking puzzled, what are you talking about? Do I look like someone who is easily deceived? Chapter 167, Efficient Monster Slaying, Endless Attacks. The battle is about to break out. Wuji's figure suddenly explodes, leaving only a dazzling lightning light after image in place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No flashy moves, no unnecessary techniques. Wuji's sword is the punishment of heaven. He doesn't bother to look for individual targets. His figure darts into the encirclement of the Blood Clan like a ghost. The Thunder Prison trailing a devastating purple-red streak, sweeping fiercely. Die. Boom. A massive arc-shaped lightning blade, spanning dozens of meters, erupts suddenly. Like a gigantic scythe wielded by death, it ruthlessly plows through the dense and deformed formation. Fut 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 fut. The sounds of cutting flesh and tearing plants merge into a spine-chilling cacophony. Within a radius of 10 meters, all the distorted Blood Clan members are like being thrown into a meat grinder. The Blood Clan with arms turning into thorn whips. The resilient vines turn to pitch-black ashes the moment they touch the lightning blade. The Blood Clan with a carnivorous flower mouth splitting open on its chest. The fierce flower bud along with the chest cavity below erupts violently at the moment the lightning flashes. The elite Blood Clan with a head transformed into a giant flower bud. Where the lightning blade passes, the hard black flower bud is directly split in two, then violently explodes. Chapter 168. Our Blood Clan just wants a home. What are you talking about? These three are different from the previous deformed, half-plant-like minions. They almost maintain a complete human form. Only subtle details expose their mutation. One on the left has dark vine-like patterns spreading from the temples, moving slightly like living things. The person in the middle has wood-like patterns faintly visible under the skin. On the right side, the nails became elongated and sharp, tinged with a brownish yellow like plant roots. Humans. The Blood Clan, with vine-like patterns on its forehead, was the first to speak, its voice filled with overwhelming resentment. You have repeatedly disrupted our plans. Destroyed our home. This time, you must die here. Hearing this, Wuji let out a mocking laugh that pierced the silence of the night. You mean just the three of you? Of course not. The Blood Clan member in the middle, with wooden-like skin, interrupted sharply, waving its hand fiercely, to hold you, this demon, we have exhausted all our resources. As the words fell, a loud crash echoed. It was as if the gates of hell had opened, heavy footsteps and roars suddenly rose sharply. From the shadows around, numerous half-plant-like Blood Clan members surged forth like a tide. They varied in form, their crimson pupils flickering with madness under the blood moon, locking onto Wuji high above. Chapter 169, Terrified Blood Clan, the Abyss also has its hands involved. What? How is this possible? The three airborne Blood Clan elites widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the figure that, like a demon, instantly annihilated tens of thousands of Blood Clan members. Why did it end so quickly? How can it be so brutal? Most importantly, why is he completely unaffected by our negative buffs? Wuji appeared like a ghost, holding the Thunder Prison as he stepped forward. He dug into his ears and looked at the three in front of him with a sinister gaze. Interesting, you guys actually know how to use demon-slaying power. It seems this Black Seal virus is indeed quite interesting. Oh right, he was surrounded by flickering lightning, smiling kindly, you can go die now. Are you kidding? The Blood Clan with wooden skin turned in terror and fled. Whoosh! He spread his wooden bat wings and instantly flew over 1,000 meters away. Damn! The remaining two Blood Clan elites were almost bursting with rage. Watching the wooden figure flee, their anger nearly burned through their rationality. Damn coward! Have you thrown away the dignity of the Blood Clan? Traitor! Shame! The two's angry curses had barely finished when. Chapter 170, Blood Clan's Plea. Blood Clan's mourning 3 days. A full 3 days and nights. This battlefield of ruins had been violently reshaped countless times by a non-human force. The ground was covered with layers of massive craters, and the remnants of walls were flattened and crushed by unimaginable shockwaves. However, the most shocking sight on this battlefield was that mountain. It was a mountain of corpses made up of broken pale limbs and countless Blood Clan heads frozen in fear and pain, stacked layer upon layer. At the peak of the corpse mountain, a figure stood alone. Wuji bore no obvious wounds. After 3 continuous days of dealing with the relentless Blood Clan offensive, Wuji indicated he could keep fighting. He had now realized the benefits of battling strong opponents. He might be the type that grows stronger when faced with strength and can maintain that strongest state. It could be said that after experiencing several S-rank or above missions, Wuji's current power had far surpassed his self from a month ago. The rapid increase in strength came at a great cost, as he had faced life and death battles throughout. Alright, it's time to send out the next wave, right? Wuji looked up at the distance. The remaining Blood Clan elites hovered in the air, far exceeding 1,000. Chapter 171, I am too lazy to reason with you. The moment the words fell, boom. An indescribable purplish-red lightning exploded from the Thunder Prison blade without warning. Wuji's figure transformed into a purplish-red thunderbolt. The target was the Blood Clan's chief elder, Sars, who had just delivered a tragic declaration. I am too lazy to reason with you trash, who have one set of rules in front and another behind. Because you are not worthy of listening. Trash. Die. Wuji's roar was like thunder. Sars' pupils shrank to needle points. A sense of humiliation instantly filled his body. But even stronger was the overwhelming omen of death. The bat wings behind him instinctively closed in front. Buzzing. Instantly layered with dozens of dark green thorn barriers. However, sizzle. A piercing sound filled the air. That thorn barrier, which could withstand gravitational strikes, was as fragile as paper in front of Wuji's thunder. Purplish-red arcs of electricity leaped and flickered, carrying the power to annihilate all. In an instant, it shattered the barrier along with Sa's closed bat wings into pieces. Ah! Saz let out a shrill howl. The pain and shadow of death instantly choked his throat. Chapter 172, Let's Play a Game, Wuji. It's not that complicated. Upon entering the ruined city, the scene before Wuji was similar to what he had imagined. On both sides of the street were dilapidated buildings. The walls mottled, and windows shattered. Yet the street was bustling with people, presenting a semblance of normal life. Everyone wore heavy coats, hurried along with their heads down, seemingly oblivious to the blood moon above and the distant echoes of battle. Wuji shook his head, indicating he didn't understand, then continued deeper, while holding the thunder prison. Suddenly, his nose twitched. A rich aroma wafted in, mixed with the fragrant smell of fried oil and spicy seasonings, instantly stirring his appetite. Following the scent, he saw a mobile tricycle parked at the corner of the street, with an iron plate sizzling as it grilled noodles and fried skewers. The vendor was a hunched old man wearing a thick cotton hat, his face obscured, only revealing a pair of dry hands skillfully flipping food on the iron plate. Wuji rubbed his belly. Although the scene was a bit strange, Yare indeed prepared food for him, but it smelled quite good. He grinned and strode towards the stall, plopping down on a small bench beside it. "Boss, do you have any alcohol?" Chapter 173, When Have You Seen All My Forms? The entire city came alive before Wuji's eyes. The solid road beneath his feet instantly transformed into a quagmire. Countless huge arms formed from shattered concrete erupted from the ground. With 5 clawed fingers, they roared and lunged towards Wuji from all directions. Above, those dilapidated buildings also revived. Huge exterior wall panels crashed down, like countless guillotines descending from the sky, sealing off all of Wuji's escape routes. Further away, the entire street undulated violently like a giant python. Transforming into an enormous shadow, it pressed down from above. He, the old man's raspy, twisted laughter was filled with wicked delight. It crawled out from every writhing stone, even from every wisp of dust that rose. It drilled into Wuji's ears in a dense swarm. Wuji. Wu-Ji. The voice fluctuated in distance, filled with a hint of morbid excitement. Do you see? This is the fate of those who defy the will of the abyss. Once. Again. Every time. You damned variable, always jumping out to disrupt our grand blueprint. The Scarlet Party of the Blood Clan in Jiangcheng, the heart-eating demon of Donghai City. Chapter 174, Thunder Prison Second Form, Thunder Yartalas. Crackle. Snap. Blinding lightning crazily tore apart the space around Wuji's body. Countless fine black space cracks spread like a spider web around him, annihilating everything. The turbulent energy tore at the air, producing a wailing scream like that of ghosts. The air beneath his feet visibly ionized and burned, forming a massive purplish-red ion sphere exuding terrifying high temperatures, and a sense of destruction. Violent. Frenzied. The aura was 100 or even 1,000 times more violent than any previous battle state. On the ground, the once fierce and clawing living building fragments silently melted and evaporated as they approached within 100 meters of Wuji. The grinning face of the rock giant showed its first signs of cracks. Those 2 clusters of eerie green flames flickered violently, revealing an unbelievable expression. Hiss. What kind of monster is this Wuji? This energy fluctuation, this weapon that merely fused with holy blood, can actually unleash such battle power. But it's all right. My ability is very special. No matter how strong Wuji is, he can never be stronger than me. Chapter 175, Strength. Speed. I am just like you. Ready to save him before he dies. What a coincidence. Wuji grinned, his smile wild to the extreme. What I fear the least is consumption. PFF. 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 5 light sounds, fast as a single one. 5 needles, without the slightest hesitation, were brutally plunged into the large artery on the side of Su Wuji's neck. ZZZ. An indescribable violent power instantly swept through every cell in Su Wuji's body. The dim purplish-red thunder on his surface suddenly surged. Su Wuji let out a roar that didn't sound human, not out of pain, but as a release of power filling to the brink of explosion. His muscles bulged, veins twisting like dragons beneath his skin. The thunder on the Imperial armor seemed to come alive, emitting a series of tearing roars. Zhong Pingan's warning echoed in his ears. Huge side effects, damaging bodily functions. But at this moment, Su Wuji clearly heard that those cells within him, torn apart by the violent drug power, were being replaced at an astonishing speed by newly born, more resilient and powerful cells. The non-human physique that Su Wuji had tempered countless times on the edge of life and death over the past 2 years now showcased its terrifying adaptability and recovery. A mere cellular-level destruction. It could be healed with a snap of the fingers. Chapter 176. Why can you still become stronger? The voting for the bill begins. Bang 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 bang. Ha 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 ha. Do you see it, Su Wuji? The massive body of the rock giant slid back hundreds of meters after yet another hard clash. It locked onto Su Wuji ahead, its voice carrying absolute control and a hint of incredulous excitement. My strength. My speed. Exactly the same as yours. But my strength comes from this endless earth. Comes from the source of this abyss. Infinite. Never exhausted. And you. You little human. You burning ant. How long can your energy last? A day? Half a day? Or will you run out of fuel in the next moment? Saying this, it raised its fist again, exuding an even heavier, more violent aura. Then it swung down towards Su Wuji. Faced with this destructive heavy punch, Su Wuji not only did not dodge, but instead erupted into an even more manic grin. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Truly interesting. Since we are equally strong, his body slightly leaned back. The right fist wrapped in millions of volts of thunder like a bow drawn to its limit. It was filled with violent power capable of tearing everything apart. Chapter 177, Overwhelming Votes, The Crumbling of Avenger. And Qianlan crossed his arms, his cold face showing no expression, but the tightly furrowed brows exposed his unease. Lilith, holding her toy rabbit Chichi, looked expressionlessly at the screen, although she couldn't understand what was happening. Avenger retracted his gaze, forcibly suppressing the upward curve of his lips. Then he swept over the A-level family representatives, who had yet to vote. A bunch of fence-sitters. What are you still waiting for? For your masters to express their stance. He sneered inwardly, his gaze unknowingly drifting to the highest level of the venue. That was the exclusive seating for the S-level families representing the true power core of the royal city. The Bai family, the Yuan family, and the Alvin family. Hiss. The S-level families have not voted yet. Avenger took a deep breath, thinking to himself. Soon, when the S-level families start voting, these fence-sitters still considering will rush to cast their sacred approval votes for our blood clan. The adults of the Abyss have already laid out their plans. That brute Su Wuji must be reduced to ashes on the second floor at this moment. There are no more obstacles. He could almost see the scene after the bill passed, where the blood clan could truly stand in the human world. Chapter 178, The Delusion of Collapse, Save Me. Reverse time. Bai Yi lazily leaned back in her seat, seemingly unfazed by the farcical voting situation before her. A faint smirk curled at the corners of her lips as she watched Avenger's face twist in shock below. Her eyes were filled with unmasked sarcasm and disdain. Foolish creature. This pitiful worm probably won't understand until death. Why would those once unbreakable allies turn against him at the most critical moment? All right. A playful light flickered in Bai Yi's eyes. The farce of this voting has come to an end. And now she would watch closely as this group of desperate blood clan insects would stir up what desperate waves they could. As for Su Wuji, her fingertips unconsciously tapped the armrest, as if she could penetrate the barriers of space and sense the boiling murderous intent from the distant abyss. Hurry up and finish killing and come back. The White Knight whispers softly, that smile deepens. Outside, there is still a group of clueless fools waiting for you to clean up. The second layer of the abyssal ravine, the center of the destruction storm. Both have already forgotten the passage of time. Only the madness of slaughter remains. Die. Su Wuji. Die for me. Chapter 179, The rule of saving people must result in death. I can only give up. Impossible. Wang was squatting on the ground. His eyes wide open to the limit, trembling uncontrollably. His voice twisted with fear. How could this happen? Not only him, but even the usually composed middle-aged man was stunned. His pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers twitched unconsciously. Damn it! The middle-aged man stared intently at the figure entwined with thunder in mid-air. A storm of shock surged in his heart. Why was Su Wuji able to react so quickly to the current situation? What was even more terrifying was that the opponent could instantly activate the second form. That almost frame-skipping movement ability completely shattered his thought process. Go? Just as the middle-aged man was about to activate his ability, he saw Su Wuji's figure suddenly disappear. Crack! Blood splattered. The girl's head flew high, her cute face still holding a look of confusion. Her body slowly collapsed. The blood gushing from her severed neck drawing a tragic arc in the air. Dao Taozi. Wang squeezed out a shocked syllable from his throat. The next second, crack. A bloody hole suddenly exploded in Wang's chest. He looked down at the large hole in his chest, the terror in his eyes not yet fully surfaced. And he had already turned into a puddle of mud, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 180, The Abandoned Blood Clan. Calling someone a little cutie, the world suddenly fell silent. Su Wuji landed on the ground, the Thunder Yatala's form showing no signs of fading. He squinted, the force spreading like a tide, instantly covering a 100-mile radius. TSK. So fast. He glanced at the pile of ashes on the ground, sneering, well, it seems like I was directly sold out by my teammates. So cold-blooded. But it doesn't matter. Su Wuji's figure flashed, turning into a bolt of lightning as he traversed the ruins of the city. Next, he needed to ensure that there were no fish that slipped through the net in this damned place. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out the spatial capsule given by Yare from his pocket. With a light tap of his fingertip, he selected the option to individually release food. Garka garka garka. A month's worth of food surged out like a flood, which Su Wuji gulped down. Hiss. Finally something that resembles food for humans. Although Yare said to save some, I need to clear the entire map. That stamina needs to be replenished. Royal City. Qianmian District, 9th floor, Alvin Family Mansion. Owen Jianong knelt outside the reception room, having waited for a full 4 hours. This once glorious blood clan leader now looked like a humble servant, bowing his head submissively. Chapter 181, Shenyu Qianxue has arrived, Blood Clan Uprising. The royal city was brightly lit at night, and the headquarters of the Qianxu army was also in a state of jubilation. Hey! Hey hey hey! Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, as she looked at the black-haired woman sitting in a wheelchair in front of her. Behind her stood a snow girl radiating coldness. Quietly pushing the wheelchair. Miss Qianxue. Lin Xiaoyu rushed forward in surprise, excitedly stammering, You, how could you be here? Shenyu Qianxue smiled slightly. Her moonlight-like eyes glimmering with a gentle light. The Shenyu family is also one of the A-level families in the council. She gently patted the armrest of the wheelchair, therefore, as the new head of the Shenyu family, I naturally have to come to vote. The Blood Clan Rights Protection Bill must be vetoed. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, but then she hugged her head, frustrated, stamping her feet. Miss Qianxue. You are here, but the leader hasn't returned yet. Shenyu Qianxue was taken aback. Su Wuji hasn't returned. Where did he go? Speaking of which, Shenyu Qianxue had also not seen that figure she wanted to meet. She really didn't know how he was doing. In a place like the royal city, she wondered if Su Wuji had faced any difficulties. Chapter 182, The Royal City Riot. Everyone's growth. The royal city was thrown into chaos. The Blood Clan and those A-level families that had been newly embraced joined forces to rebel. Death warriors, blood slaves, and black mark virus infectors surged out like a tide. They frantically attacked the residents of the royal city. They had injected the black mark virus, their strength skyrocketing, speed astonishing, and they could even control mutated plants. On the streets, blood flowed like rivers, and screams echoed endlessly. Soon, the major direct troops of the royal city quickly gathered to suppress the riot. Kill. And Qianlan held the dragon-tooth spear, the spear tip shimmering coldly, and the breathing technique was instantly activated. Boom! His body suddenly felt lighter, muscle explosive power, nerve reaction speed, and strength amplification all reached their limits. So light. So powerful. And Qianlan was shocked in his heart. Is this the benefit of practicing in the gravity chamber, after maintaining the breathing technique for a long time? But it's so difficult. Adapting to 7 times gravity with the breathing technique was already incredibly painful for him. And the captain could maintain it for 24 hours and train in 100 times gravity chamber. Therefore, I must become stronger. Faster. Bang 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 bang. He charged like a tiger into a flock of sheep, sweeping his spear horizontally, the spear shadows like dragons, instantly penetrating the heads of several blood clans. Blood sprayed. Bodies fell, but more blood clans continued to surge forward. Chapter 183, The Strong Blood Clan retreating relentlessly on the other side, the battlefield of Jiangcheng. Ha ha ha. Human. You look no different from a cripple. A pure-blooded royal blood clan laughed viciously, as he blocked Jiangcheng and the others. Looking at the mechanical arm on the opponent's left arm, his eyes were full of sarcasm. Jiangcheng remained silent. But the flames on the serrated great sword became increasingly violent. A desperate scene from the northern ice fields floated in his mind. They had prepared to die at that time. But they never expected that during that whole time, they were constantly trampled and ravaged by those monsters. They had no power to fight back. Even more unexpected. In such despair, there was actually someone like Su Wuji standing up to end the battle. But that person must be powerful. The power of the other party was pure, and they paid an unimaginable price to eradicate all the monsters. Therefore, he must also become stronger. He slowly raised his head, flames erupting from his pupils. Compared to those monsters from the Northern Territory, the pressure you bring me is simply negligible. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and the raging fire crashed into that person like a meteor. You all leave this place. Go support other areas. Chapter 184, The Blood Clan Reckoning Incident. End. Streets of the Royal City. You are also here. And Qianlan, carrying the dragon-tooth spear, looked at the approaching Jiangcheng and Leng Yu, grinning. Jiangchen's serrated greatsword was still dripping with blood, and he sneered upon hearing this. What's wrong? Is it only allowed for you to show off? Leng Yu flicked the blood droplets off his knife and said, The Blood Clan is weaker than expected. Shi Qiu, Qin Shuyu, Ling Dang, and others gradually gathered, and everyone exchanged smiles. After a long time of practicing breathing techniques in the gravity room, the results were indeed terrifying. Shi Qiu clenched his fist, muscles bulging. I can now take on 10 of my former selves. Ling Dang shook the bell in her hand. Grinning, I think our boss Wuji's training method is so perverse, it's a miracle he didn't die. Everyone burst into laughter. Suddenly, hum. The sky suddenly darkened. A blood-red formation covering half the royal city unfolded above everyone's heads. Scarlet runes writhed like blood vessels, exuding an oppressive feeling that was suffocating. What the hell is that thing? Kuang Yangjin's pupils shrank sharply. And Qianlan tightened his grip on the spear, his expression serious. Something's wrong. This formation seems to be absorbing blood. He reached out his hand and discovered that the blood from his wound was inexplicably floating upwards uncontrollably. Chapter 185, News Flash. It's a reverse heaven, thank you, the great god of why should the weak fight. The boss is magnanimous. Boom. 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 Tremendous shock. Reverse heaven. This time, we are truly witnessing history. Overnight, the entire internet exploded. The top 50 trending topics on Weibo were all related to the Blood Clan. Shocking. Blood Clan human experiments exposed. Reverse heaven. A top streaming Blood Clan singer collapses. Actually siphoning fans in private. Incredible. A Blood Clan internet celebrity live streams drinking blood and makes anti-human remarks. Douyin, AB, Xiaohongshu, all social platforms seem to have coordinated, simultaneously releasing explosive news. High-definition uncensored videos, photos, and recordings laid bare the filthy deeds of the Blood Clan over the years. Fans of a top Blood Clan celebrity in the entertainment industry were crying in the comments, "Woo woo, how could my Gigi do such a thing? I don't believe it. Someone must have framed him." Then, in the next second, they were slapped in the face. In the video, a Blood Clan celebrity was holding a comatose girl. Fangs deeply sunk into her neck, drinking with delight. It's slander. This is malicious editing by marketing accounts. The video from the official media is the one that reversed the narrative. Chapter 186, People Shouldn't. At least not shouldn't. Shenyu Qianxue also learned about the ins and outs, so she nodded seriously and said, "Good kill. Those bad guys who experiment on humans deserve to die." That's right. Then the higher-ups started the reckoning against the families, one by one, those families colluded with evil organizations. The higher-ups didn't go easy on them, they all had their homes raided. Wow. What else? Oh, there's too much, let me tell you. Lin Xiaoyu kept telling Shenyu Qianxue about Su Wuji's various miraculous experiences and operations since arriving in the royal city. Shenyu Qianxue's eyes sparkled with increasing stars. Then, Shenyu Qianxue asked a question she particularly wanted to know. She looked at Lin Xiaoyu and asked, "That Xiaoyu, does Su Wuji have a girlfriend?" Eh? As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaoyu was stunned, her guilty conscience causing her ears to flush red. Looking at Shenyu Qianxue's expectant and serious gaze, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly recalled a long time ago, when Shenyu Qianxue had pulled her and Su Wuji's hands by the lake. The question asked back then was, "The moonlight tonight is really beautiful." The joy of reunion made Lin Xiaoyu forget that Shenyu Qianxue was actually confessing to Su Wuji that time. Chapter 187, You are all my best partners. Strange dreams. Regardless of whether you accept me or not, I will accept it. But, I don't want to hide this feeling in my heart. I'm afraid of missing something. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, her panicked eyes flashing with struggle. After taking a shower and before coming here, Shenyu Qianxue had already talked to her about this matter. Lin Xiaoyu naturally pretended to agree nonchalantly, but why did she feel so blocked in her heart? That leader will be oh, I like you too. Eh? Now. Not only was Lin Xiaoyu confused, but even Shenyu Qianxue was stunned. Su Wuji likes me too. The next second, both of them looked up at Su Wuji. They saw Su Wuji taking a sip of beer, looking at Shenyu Qianxue, and grinning, "Not just you." He looked at Lin Xiaoyu and gently patted her head, "Newcomer. I've said a long time ago that I really like you." Lin Xiaoyu was first taken aback, and then her face suddenly flushed. Does this mean both of us? Then the three of us are such a thing. Chapter 188, Arriving at the tower top. Meeting Lilith, Wuji quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. First, he was sure that after messing around with everyone, he went back to sleep beautifully. And he was certain that he was lying on the bed. But what is happening now? He inexplicably found himself at the top of a 10,000-meter tower. All strength lost. No different from an ordinary person. Moreover, there were demons attacking. Is it a dream? Or some kind of trial? Never mind whether this is a dream or not. Let's survive first. Bang! He suddenly kicked off the tower wall, using the force to leap to a higher step. The demon's claws grazed his back, leaving deep grooves on the tower wall. Roar! The demon roared in anger, flapping its wings, and lunged again. Wuji used both hands and feet, frantically climbing upwards. The fierce wind tore at his clothes, the icy air rushed into his lungs, bringing a burning pain. Without the power of gas, then use technique. At the moment the demon was about to collide with him, Wuji suddenly flipped sideways, hanging outside the stone step. Boom! The demon, unable to stop in time, crashed hard against the tower wall, and debris flew everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Wuji flipped up, grabbing the demon's claw and leaping onto its back. Chapter 189, The World in Dreams. This is Lilith's dream. Kiki curiously asked, but, little ghost, how did you get in here? Wuji glanced at Lilith upon hearing this. Under her intense gaze, he lifted his cup of red tea and took a sip, then frowned, saying, how would I know? I just remember falling asleep. When I opened my eyes, I found myself here. Do you have any alcohol? Can we switch to that? Lilith didn't respond. But the next moment, Wuji noticed that the red teacup in his hand had transformed into a bottle of ice-cold beer. Even on the table in front of him, various snacks appeared, including pig ears, braised beef, and peanuts. Wuji picked a few pieces to taste and discovered they were quite good. This surprised him a bit, and he looked at Lilith, grinning, hey, you're pretty impressive. This dream feels as real as the real world. Is this your ability? Wuji's compliment seemed to trigger something deep within Lilith. Her originally hollow and lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of light. Little ghost, you are the first person to praise her. Chapter 190, Enjoy Life. Newcomer little ghost, how can you still be here? Kiki's eyes widened like buttons, and its ears trembled wildly. It was so shocked it couldn't speak. Incredible, truly incredible. Why was there someone else able to stay in this nightmare? Kiki looked at the strange knife in Wuji's hand. How did he summon that knife? Could it be? It suddenly turned to look at Lilith. Is it you, Lilith? Lilith shook her head gently, her hollow eyes trembling slightly, revealing rare astonishment. She had never seen anyone forcibly remain in her dream during a nightmare invasion, let alone summon weapons. That's right. The knife in Wuji's hand was not something she had materialized. It was brought in by Wuji himself. But why? How could he do such a thing? In this dream, there shouldn't be anyone able to use external abilities. On the other side. Wuji gripped the dead-eye knife. The blade entwined with a strange crimson mist, his pupils contracted with excitement. Every time he held this knife, it felt like his brain was being electrocuted, trembling with delight. Chapter 191, Meeting Bai Yi, the Dream Clan. The next morning, in the White Tower's reception room, Wuji came to meet his superior. He slumped onto the soft sofa, as if he were at home, one foot resting on the coffee table, showing no signs of restraint. Bai Yi sat opposite him, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes holding a hint of amusement. She took a sip of red tea, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. You came to find me so early. It seems you didn't sleep well last night. Wuji pouted lazily and replied, I slept fine, just had a weird dream. Bai Yaru, standing nearby with a teapot, shot Wuji a complicated glance. This guy was so casual in front of Lady Bai Yi. What surprised her even more was that Lady Bai Yi didn't seem to mind. In fact, She seemed a bit indulgent. Bai Yi chuckled lightly, putting down her teacup. I know why you're here, but before that, I have to praise you. During the Blood Clan's cleansing operation, you did very well. You can say that you shouldered 90% of the pressure for the royal city. Su Wuji scoffed, waving his hand. Come on, Lady Bai. I've heard that even without me, the voting was an overwhelming victory for humanity. Chapter 192, New Mission, Head to the Dream Clan. Yuanyin's twisted by Yaru's head buzzed, and she seemed to still hear Bai Yi's words. You are also the only one I granted miracles. Granting miracles. Bai Yaru's fingertips trembled slightly, and her throat tightened. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Lady Bai Yi's miraculous power be easily granted to others? It must be a verbal grant. Just a symbolic recognition. She murmured softly, trying to convince herself. However, just then, Bai Inspector. In front of her. Su Wuji suddenly stopped, turned back to look at her. Grinning, prepare the information about the Dream Clan, along with the necessary materials and vehicles. Wait for my orders, we are getting ready to set off. Bai Yaru snapped back to reality, her pupils constricting. So soon? You just returned from the Abyss District Level 2 yesterday, don't you need to rest? She looked Su Wuji up and down, wondering if he was a monster. A normal person completing such a deadly task would need at least a month to rest. Yet this guy was about to set off to the Dream Clan immediately. Rest? Su Wuji shrugged, his gaze sharp. Lilith is a member of Jiangcheng, my partner. So I must take responsibility. Chapter 193, Training, Understanding Lilith S. Lin Xiaoyu at the top floor of the Extreme Martial Hall, in the 100-fold gravity chamber. Su Wuji was bare-chested, his muscle lines still distinct under the 100-fold gravity. He gripped the dead eye tightly, the black blade carving fierce trajectories in the air. Each slash carrying the force to tear space apart. No combat puppets, no imagined enemies. Just pure hacking. 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 And more hacking. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, all his concentration focused on the blade. Not enough. The development of the dead eye is still insufficient. Su Wuji continued to hack away. He had conducted an experiment with the dead eye before, which could only create an ephemeral combination of force and weapon. However, chi and weapon, that kind of fusion that directly alters the individual S form, Su Wuji still couldn't achieve. He always felt that the dead eye was missing something. That something was like an energy bar that needed to be filled up before it could fuse. He didn't know what it was. Only that he needed to use the dead eye more to refine the compatibility. Next door. In the 10-fold gravity chamber. And Qianlan was once again ejected. Crashing heavily onto the cushioned mat. His whole body was red, and the overloading blood vessels were clearly visible under his skin, like grotesque centipedes. Chapter 194, Let me take you somewhere fun. That night, in the bathhouse of the Extreme Martial Hall, steam was rising. After taking a shower, Su Wuji casually draped a towel over his shoulder. He looked at Qianlan, who was still adjusting his breathing. Anzi, let us go, time to sleep. And Qianlan was taken aback, his hand, which was wiping sweat, froze in midair. Captain, aren't we going to practice a bit more? Su Wuji waved his hand and smiled widely. Hey, one must understand the balance between work and rest, so as not to harm the body. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Not to mention, I have a great place that will help you relax, where you'll feel amazing even while you sleep. Feel amazing while sleeping. And Qianlan frowned slightly, suddenly realizing something. Oh? His eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands together. And Qianlan had a rough understanding of Su Wuji by now. For Su Wuji, something that could make him feel amazing would definitely refer to cultivation. But why would it be while sleeping? And Qianlan felt that this must be some kind of code, right? It wasn't really about sleeping, but rather about continuing special training in another location. Before he could finish his thoughts, Su Wuji had already grabbed his arm. What are you thinking? Come with me. 10 minutes later, in the recovery room of the Extreme Martial Hall. Chapter 195, 24-hour training. Damn it, let's get started. He didn't know how long had passed. You awake? Another familiar voice rang in his ears. And Qianlan suddenly opened his eyes, the glaring sunlight making him instinctively raise his hand to shield himself. In front of him was a green field, and not far away, a clear spring looked out of place amidst the yellow sand. The water surface reflected the blue sky and white clouds, looking unrealistically beautiful. He struggled to prop himself up, and found Lin Xiaoyu watching him from the side. Lilith and her worn-out rabbit doll, Chi-Chi, were also standing nearby. And Qianlan rubbed his temples, his head pounding as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. I remember just now I was fighting monsters with the captain. His memory stopped at the last moment. Amidst the overwhelming sand-devouring demons, his consciousness suddenly blurred, and his body felt like it had been drained of all strength. Then you overexerted your mental power. Lin Xiaoyu handed him a cup of ice water. In this dream world, our power comes from momentum, which is mental power. And Qianlan took the cup, and the cool liquid slid down his throat, finally waking up his chaotic mind a bit. Mental power. That's right. Chi-Chi chimed in, shaking its ears. In this world, the stronger your mental power, the stronger the force you can manifest. Chapter 196, ready to set off. I am doing this for the mission after a week of uninterrupted training for 24 hours a day. Kuang Yang and the others also learned that Su Wuji had been taking in Qianlan to the Extreme Martial Hall every day. So they joined in midway. Together, they experienced the 24-hour non-stop crazy training method arranged by Su Wuji. Everyone was brutally tested once, but correspondingly, their willpower far exceeded before. In the Extreme Martial Hall. In the data monitoring room. When Ruyan stared at the wildly fluctuating data on the screen, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. These madmen, she murmured. In just a week, everyone's data has broken through theoretical limits, especially Su Wuji. Training under 100-fold gravity for 72 hours, maintaining a heart rate above 3,000. And the muscle tissue regeneration speed is 100 times that of ordinary people. This directly overturns the data Su Wuji had in Jiangcheng a few months ago. In other words, Su Wuji's growth rate completely depends on his training intensity, or the strength of his opponents. The stronger the opponent, the stronger Su Wuji becomes. The greater the training intensity, the stronger Su Wuji becomes. If there were enemies who could grow stronger alongside Su Wuji, wouldn't that mean he was stepping on both feet at once? Chapter 197, arriving at the Dream City, a dreamlike place the next morning. On the landing pad of the Jiangcheng headquarters, a silver-grey flying vehicle stood quietly. This vehicle resembled a giant eagle, with a streamlined design. Its surface was covered with dense runes, shimmering in the morning light. Su Wuji stood at the hatch with his hands in his pockets. Behind him, Lin Xiaoyu carried a bulging tactical backpack, radiating an aura of boundless energy. And Qianlan held a long spear, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Yet his gaze was sharper than ever. Lilith still held her worn-out rabbit doll, Chi-Chi, standing expressionless beside them. The Dream Clan can only be entered by those of the same clan. With Lilith around, you can safely reach your destination. Bai Yare briefly explained the situation of the Dream Clan. Understood. Su Wuji grinned, we'll finish this when we get back. Zhong Pingan handed over a metal box, Captain. This contains emergency supplies and communication devices. Regular communication may fail within the Dream Clan's territory. Su Wuji took the box and casually tossed it to Lin Xiaoyu, newbie. Take this. Chapter 198, Followers of the Dream Master. Not the people I know. As the distance closed in, Su Wuji noticed a thin layer of light membrane surrounding the city. As the griffin passed through, its body felt like it was immersed in warm spring water. Landing in the central square, a group of winged people was already waiting. At the forefront stood an elderly man with white hair. His wings had lost their color. But his eyes remained wise and gentle. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar." The elder slightly bowed. "I am the clan leader of the Dream Clan, Xinghui." Su Wuji jumped down from the griffin, grinning. "I am Su Wuji, here in the name of Bai Yi to solve Lilith's physical issues. But I must say, old man, this place is quite nice." Clan leader Xinghui smiled. "Lord Bai Yi mentioned you in his letter, saying you are a very interesting person." Lin Xiaoyu and Qianlan also dismounted. Lilith walked up to the clan leader and gently nodded, signifying her return. The clan leader lovingly patted her head. "It's good to be back, we have much to discuss. But before that..." He looked at Su Wuji. "Having come from afar, you must be tired, why not rest for a moment first?" Su Wuji was about to refuse and directly get to the point, when he suddenly felt his sleeve being tugged. Chapter 199, There are no conflicts here. Entering the dream at night time passed. Esteemed guests, the banquet is about to begin. A winged servant respectfully knocked on the door. His pure white wings glowing softly in the moonlight. His smile was impeccable, and his gaze was warm and polite. However, at this moment, that smile felt somewhat out of place in the eyes of the Qian Shu team. Passing through a winding cloud bridge, they arrived at a spacious platform in the clouds. The pure white clouds had been solidified by some power, forming a natural ground. Glowing crystals floated around, illuminating the entire banquet venue in a dreamlike manner. The long table was filled with delicacies. Translucent fruits, mysterious meats emitting steam, and beverages releasing enticing aromas. Dozens of small creatures with butterfly wings flit between the tables, pouring wine for the guests with their claws. But the most striking sight is the neatly lined up winged people. They are dressed in white robes, hands clasped together, standing solemnly with their eyes closed. At the front stands an old man with white hair and beard, who must be the clan leader. Behind him stands a towering statue, about 10 meters high, with the outline of a human woman, but sporting 7 pairs of wings. Each feather slowly changes color, from indigo to deep purple, flickering like breathing. Chapter 200, Individual Memories. Su Wuji stands in front of the old washbasin of the orphanage, a toothbrush in his mouth, foam filling his mouth. In the mirror, he sees his youthful face, with messy black hair sticking up. He is wearing a faded t-shirt, just like he looked in high school. "Wuji, hurry up. We're going to play." Yeah, don't dawdle." Behind him, a group of little kids chatter around him, some tugging at his shirt, others bouncing like a flock of noisy sparrows. Su Wuji spits out the foam and smiles. "What is the rush? Wait for me to finish brushing my teeth, and I'll take you to buy food." Yay! Wuji is the best. The children cheer. Su Wuji looks at himself in the mirror, but his gaze gradually deepens. It's too real. Whether it's the sensation of the toothbrush rubbing against his gums, or the noisy voices of the children behind him. Even the breakfast aroma wafting in from the window feels so real it's disorienting. Could this be what that old man said would happen after entering a dream? Su Wuji muses. In fact, he had seen a similar scene before when fighting the vortex in the northern ice field. But Su Wuji is sure that was fake. Chapter 201, Is it real or fake? Is that old man a good person? Early the next morning, the morning light spills through the crystal windows onto the corridor. Su Wuji pushes open his door, stretches lazily, and his joints crackle. He turns to the sides. And Lin Xiaoyu and Qianlan happen to push their doors open at the same time. Hey, looking quite spirited. Su Wuji grins, his gaze sweeping over their faces. So, did you have a beautiful dream last night? Lin Xiaoyu and Qianlan both freeze for a moment. And Qianlan takes a deep breath, looking down at his youthful, strong hands again. His voice carries disbelief. Captain, I can't imagine that dream was so real. Breathing, touch, the environment. Even my parents' expressions are exactly the same as in my memories. His fingers tremble slightly. It was just too wonderful. Lin Xiaoyu adjusts her glasses. her eyes sparkling behind the lenses. I know it's a dream, but I just can't help but want to immerse myself in it. Her voice becomes softer, even though she knows it was just a dream. At that moment, a gentle voice comes from the end of the corridor. Dear guests, good morning. Clan leader Xinghui approaches, leaning on a crystal staff, his snow-white beard glinting softly in the morning light. Chapter 202, The Return Trip. Is it really like this? Turning the corner, Wuji's expression suddenly darkens. Newcomer, immediately contact Zhong Ping'an. Tell him to block all information about Dream City online. Not a single piece is allowed to leak. Also, anyone promoting this place, send the demon slayers to investigate them. Lin Xiaoyu quickly pulls out her communicator. Understood. And Qianlan, Captain, are you worried? Exactly. Wuji spits. Everyone has been brainwashed into that ghostly state, and they still recommend people to come here. This cursed place is more sinister than a cult. Check the profiles of those two people from earlier too. It looks like a pyramid scheme scam. As he speaks, an inexplicable meaning flickers in his eyes. Once we finish looking at the profiles, we'll go check out the statue. With such a huge Dream Master statue standing there, it's impossible not to go. Soon, Zhong Ping'an sends over the profiles of the Ning siblings. Ning Yan, Ning Yuan, descendants of the Ning family in Jiangcheng. Went missing in a plane crash 3 years ago, with no bodies of the entire crew or passengers found to this day. Wuji stares at the information sent by Zhong Ping'an on the communicator, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 203, Do you mean that there will be no demons in the future? White Tower. A confused Wuji seeks out his superior again. Wuji lounges on the sofa in the reception room, his legs crossed, frowning slightly. He stares at the ceiling, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, producing a dull sound. Miss Bai. He suddenly speaks, his voice tinged with confusion. Is there really no problem with this dream clan? Bai Yi takes a sip of red tea, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. Her silver-white hair falls over her shoulders, casting a soft halo in the light. She puts down her teacup, her eyes glinting with amusement. What's wrong? Is encountering a smooth mission so unbelievable for you? Or do you prefer that life and death thrill? Wuji pouts, not responding immediately. He reflects on every detail of this mission. From arriving in Dream City, to Lilith gradually recovering, to clan leader Xinghui shattering the Dream Master statue, as a gesture of sincerity, everything has gone too smoothly. TSK. He scratches his head. There are too many unbelievable things in this world. Almost every time I go on a mission, I have to fight for my life. But this time, he pauses, it's so smooth it's making me uneasy. Chapter 204, It's Still a Dream. The Dream Master appears. Time slowly passes. Wuji stands in the shower of the Extreme Martial Hall, warm water washing over his strong body, steam enveloping him. He closes his eyes, letting the water splash on his face, trying to disperse the lingering sense of incongruity in his mind. A month, he murmurs softly, his voice drowned out by the sound of water. Since the human world announced that the demons had been completely eradicated, everything has become strange. The demon slaying department's duties have shifted from slaying demons to mediating neighborhood disputes. The internet is flooded with entertainment news, as if demons never existed. This sudden peace leaves Wuji feeling an inexplicable agitation. Moreover, even the woman Wen Ruyan has continuously upgraded from a 200-fold gravity chamber to a 500-fold within a month. He turns off the faucet, grabs a towel to dry his hair, and pushes open the bathroom door to step out. Leader. A crisp voice suddenly rings out. Wuji looks up and sees Lin Xiaoyu, Lilith, and Shenyu Qianxue standing at the door of the training room. Lin Xiaoyu's cheeks are slightly red, her hands nervously twisting together. Lilith hugged her bunny doll, a smile on her face. And Shenyu Qianxue was actually standing. Chapter 205, The Gradually Transparent and Qianlan, War Begins. Wuji, the sacred figure, spoke softly, his voice like heavenly music, filled with compassion and tenderness. Why do you refuse the beautiful world I create for you? There are no monsters, no killings, only eternal peace and happiness. All your regrets can be compensated there, all your pain can be soothed. Su Wuji coldly stared at him, his gaze gradually turning icy. He tightened his grip on the dead eye, the blade slightly trembling, crimson mist swirling around the edge. Beautiful, he scoffed, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. A false world built on devouring others' memories and emotions, is that worthy of being called beautiful? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung the blade, the dead eye cutting through the air with a scarlet arc, directly striking that sacred phantom. However, the blade passed through as if it had cut through air, unobstructed. The phantom sighed softly, the holy radiance gradually distorting, the originally gentle face slowly cracking open, revealing a hideous visage. The corners of his mouth stretched to the roots of his ears, exposing sharp teeth, the voice turning hoarse and cold. Humans, truly foolish and stubborn creatures. Unfortunately, you cannot go back anymore. Chapter 206, The Domain Unfolds, Devouring World. Whoosh! The red glow of the dead eye tore through the sky, accompanied by a piercing shriek, directly slashing at the winged beings charging forward. No blood splattered, no clash of metal against metal. The struck winged beings twisted and shrank like illusory shadows, ultimately being completely devoured by the dead eye. The scarlet pattern on the blade instantly brightened. Just as I thought. Su Wujin grinned and turned around, his wrist flicking, the dead eye tracing a scarlet arc. You are just a group of creations of mental power. He could clearly feel that the dead eye was frantically devouring the energy of these dreamlike existences, a certain progress accumulating at an unprecedented speed. In the distance, the recently slain winged beings reformed once more. Their voices had turned ethereal and holy, as if they had completely changed existence. Oh, are you so certain? The Dream Master's tone carried amusement. Perhaps you are still deeply trapped in a dream. Perhaps your companions behind you are merely phantoms in the dream. It chuckled lightly, the voice like a venomous snake drilling into Su Wujin's eardrum. What makes you so sure? It's too noisy. Su Wujin suddenly shouted sharply, holding the blade horizontally in front, baring his white teeth. My instincts tell me my companions are real. Chapter 207, Captain, I will definitely come back, definitely. Su Wujin and Qianlan suddenly looked up. Before them stood a monster that could not be described in words. Its body coiled like a giant dragon. But it was not covered in scales, instead, it was formed from countless twisted human faces. Each face silently screamed, laughed wildly, or cried, writhing densely like a hellish mural suddenly come to life. Even more terrifying was, is that us? And Qianlan exclaimed in shock. At the most prominent position of the dragon's body, 4 incredibly familiar faces were embedded, Su Wujin and Qianlan, Lin Xiaoyu, and Lilith. Their faces seemed to be burned into the monster's body, hollow eyes staring intensely downward. Humans are. The human-faced dragon emitted a sound that combined the screams of millions. It suddenly spread its wings, whoosh. The sky instantly transformed into a dazzling sea of stars. Countless shards of memories flowed like a star river, hiding the bizarre beneath their brilliance. Do you see these stars? The Dream Master's voice was filled with intoxication. Each one is a memory I have devoured. Its gaze fell on Qianlan's gradually transparent body, including yours. And when I gradually devour someone's memories, they will also gradually disappear in reality. Chapter 208, The Progress Bar about to be filled, Another Mental World. The Dream Master could not comprehend Qianlan's last firm words at all. Even less could it understand where Su Wujin's confidence came from. It disdainfully shook its head. Su Wujin, oh Su Wujin, you are truly too naive. What makes you think that these humans devoured by the rules can be resurrected again? Ridiculous. Simply absurd. Every face on the human-faced dragon simultaneously let out piercing laughter. They have long reached the land of dreams. It is a world without war, without discrimination. Filled with hope and beauty. Would they still wish to come out of such a world? And you? Su Wujin. Why do you want to stop such a world? What are you still struggling against? What has reality given you? Only betrayal, death, and endless slaughter. Look at your companions. Lin Xiaoyu found her deceased parents in the dream, and Qianlan reunited with her family. Even Lilith has returned to normal. Your so-called reality is merely another form of cruel illusion, and what I grant is eternal. Its tone grew increasingly fervent, countless transparent tentacles extending outward. At the end of each, the faces from Su Wujin's memories emerged. Chapter 209. Everyone must voluntarily give up their beautiful dreams. Deadeye's progress is full. And Qianlan looked at the dream city before him, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. I'm in. And Qianlan exhaled, thinking about how it would be to enter someone else's world. Suddenly, child, how did you end up here? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. And Qianlan trembled, turning sharply. There stood Xinghui, the leader of the Dream Clan, not far away, holding a basket of fresh fruit, a kind smile on his face. Upon seeing Qianlan, he was first taken aback, then suddenly realized, so that is it, you came out from your world. Is that the old man? No. This time it's really the leader of the Dream Clan. And Qianlan's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately stepped forward, urgently asking, Leader, where exactly is this place? How do I get out? My companions are still fighting outside, I must go back. Xinghui looked at his anxious expression, sighed softly, and shook his head. Child. You cannot leave. Why? And Qianlan clenched his fists, his voice nearly squeezed out between his teeth. Xinghui did not answer directly but beckoned him, come with me. I will tell you everything. Chapter 210, the final form of the dead eye. The progress bar is full. The Dream Master's voice held a hint of confusion. And the giant dragon body composed of countless faces trembled slightly, as if pondering the meaning of Su Wujin's words. However, the next moment, it understood. Vaz? The blade of the dead eye suddenly erupted with blinding crimson light, like ignited blood, illuminating the entire distorted starry sky. The patterns on the blade writhed like living creatures, rapidly spreading to Su Wujin's entire body. The enormous black eyeball behind him began to contract violently, transforming into a pitch-black flow of light that surged crazily into the blade of the dead eye. What is this? The voice of the Dream Master sounded heavy for the first time. Then, Su Wuji slowly raised the dead eye, the tip of the blade pointing straight at the starry sky. He suddenly understood why the dead eye couldn't transform directly like Lei Yu and the others. It turns out that this knife needed to be filled with spiritual power first. And now, it was full. The conditions were met. A sinister grin spread across his lips, the end of the dead eye. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth twisted. Crimson and shadows intertwined into an illusory vortex, erupting violently with Su Wuji at its center. Chapter 211, A person's dreams will never end, will your lives not scream? This time, it was an elderly couple of winged people. They were sitting in a garden enjoying tea, with dream sprites dancing on their shoulders. Old folks. And Qianlan rushed into the courtyard. The Dream Master is devouring your spiritual power. Hurry and come with me. The old couple exchanged smiles. The old man picked up his teacup and took a sip. Young man, we have lived for hundreds of years, what kind of suffering have we not seen? He put down the teacup and sighed. To enjoy our old age here is already our greatest blessing. By the way, take a look at this. The old woman pulled out a glowing memory crystal from her bosom, and after activating it, a picture of their family happily reunited appeared. My grandchildren are all here. We are a family together. Outside, her voice lowered, they all died in battle. And Qianlan's throat tightened. He remembered the joy of reuniting with his parents in the dream. A joy that almost overwhelmed his reason. But he could not soften his heart. I understand your feelings. He took a deep breath, but avoiding it won't solve the problem. The Dream Master is using your memories to create this illusion, and you are being devoured by it bit by bit. Chapter 212, Just Give Up. Is that the Dream Master? In the Void Star realm, crimson and shadows intertwined into a chaos. Wuji's figure flickered like a ghost. Each appearance accompanied by the Dream Master's mournful howl. His end form seemed not to belong to this world. His arms transformed into translucent shadow blades. Countless crimson eyes spinning wildly on the blade. Wherever he passed, space was torn apart and devoured. Roar! The dragon transformed from the Dream Master rolled its body. Thousands of human faces twisted and wailed at the same time. It spewed forth a spiritual black mist condensed from countless negative emotions, like a galaxy pouring down. Crashing towards Wuji. Wuji did not retreat, but advanced, swinging the great blade fiercely. Void Devour. Where the blade passed, the stream of spiritual energy was forcefully split apart. Those fragments of anger, despair, and ecstasy were crazily devoured by the dead eye, turning into nourishment for the end form. Useless. Wuji. The Dream Master's voice overlapped with millions of emotions, shaking the starry sky. I currently hold the memories of billions of people. My spiritual power is endless. It spread its dragon wings, and suddenly, countless weapons formed from pure spiritual power appeared in the starry sky. Long spears, giant axes, chains, arrows. They shot towards Wuji like a torrential rain. Chapter 213, Can the Dream Master be killed? Major weakening. Health bar mechanism appears. I want out. A frail young winged person stood up first, tears still on his face, but his eyes were exceptionally determined. I don't want to wait until my parents' memories are also consumed. I want to go out and find them. I want out too. That woman who was holding a baby earlier also pushed open the door. Tears filled her eyes, but she held the child tightly. And me. Damn it. Let us do it. After all, we are all going to die. Count me in. I've had enough of this damn place. Damn it. Instead of waiting for the Dream Master to finish us off, let us rush out. You all saw it too. The captain this young man spoke of. So strong. We can do it. Even the Dream Master in full form is no match for the young captain. If we go out, wouldn't he that mean, hiss? The Dream Master can be killed. 1, 2, 10, 100, more and more people stood up. Their eyes gradually became firm. A power that had been dormant for who knows how many years began to awaken within them. It was a thirst for freedom, a longing for reality. Hurry. Quickly. Go call Uncle Wang. Yes. I'll go call them too. Don't stay here any longer. Chapter 214, My Life is only about slaying demons. Damn it. A bunch of fools. The Dream Master was even more enraged by their words. It felt the ripples rising in the sea of consciousness that had originally provided spiritual power. Although weak, it significantly affected its foundation. It went completely mad. The torrent of emotions from billions of beings accumulated within it erupted without reservation. Then let us sink together, Wuji. The light of eternal sleep instantly became blinding and chaotic, as the Dream Master gave up defense, taking a blow from Wuji as the price. The pure white long knife transformed into countless knife shadows, each strike not aimed at the body, but directly cleaving towards Wuji's spiritual core. Bang bang bang. Wuji's figure shook violently, the flickering body in the void even showed a moment of instability. Family, friends, the laughter of the orphanage. The last wishes of comrades before death, playmates from the streets. Lin Xiaoyu's shy smile, and Qianlan's determined gaze. Even the drunken nagging of Wen Ruyan. Countless fragments of memories, whether beautiful, painful, or precious, were forcibly evoked by the Dream Master with powerful spiritual power. Amplified, distorted, finally transformed into the most dangerous spiritual attack. crazily impacting Su Wuji's sea of consciousness. Chapter 215, The Girl and the Boy. Author's note, 5 chapters offered, a small gift, in the pure white space. Su Wuji's gaze was fixed tightly on the white-haired little girl squatting on the ground, dressed in a strange white dress. Her attire was certainly not from this era. Coarse linen material, simple cut. More like the clothing of a remote village from ancient times, carrying a primitive and antiquated aura. Dream Master. Su Wuji's voice was low, filled with cold scrutiny. The little girl seemed startled by his voice, her frail shoulders trembled suddenly, and her crying abruptly stopped. She slowly, extremely slowly, raised her head. It was a pale face that was almost transparent, with delicate features that should have evoked pity. But a pair of big eyes were swollen like 2 peaches, filled with tears and endless grievances. The most striking feature was her long hair, as white as snow, which hung messily over her frail shoulders. Upon seeing Su Wuji, especially the ominous red glowing knife in his hand, the little girl's face was instantly filled with fear. She shrank back slightly, like a frightened little beast. "No. Don't eat me," she trembled, her voice thick with nasal tones. Chapter 216, The Birth of the Dream Master. The girl was stunned. Her pale cheeks suddenly flushed with 2 shades of red, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. A huge sense of happiness overwhelmed her like a tide, and she even thought she was dreaming. Tears welled up again, but this time, they were tears of joy. She nodded vigorously, stammering, "Really? Really? I also." She pulled out her most precious treasure, a white dress left to her by her mother, which she had always been reluctant to wear. Although it had an old-fashioned style, it was washed clean. She changed into the dress and tidied her snow-white long hair. Filled with joy and anxiety, following the young man towards the home she had longed for, which had also brought her countless pains. All the way, she fantasized about the villagers accepting her with smiles, imagining a future of happiness and fulfillment, picturing herself finally free from the ominous curse. She even naively believed that the young man beside her could shield her from all storms. The outline of the village emerged in the night. However, what awaited her was not warm lights and friendly smiles, but a sea of torches. It was the firelight illuminating faces that were twisted with ferocity, fear, and filled with hatred. Chapter 217, Lilith's Dream. Darkness. Thick, cold, suffocating darkness. Lilith felt like a stone forgotten beneath the deep sea. Heavy pressure surged from all directions, binding her limbs and imprisoning her consciousness. She wanted to struggle, but couldn't even move a finger, as if her soul had been cast into an invisible amber. Confused noises and fragmented images collided and roared in her mind, yet they were blurred and indistinct. Pain, longing, fear, and a trace of warmth. Amidst this chaos, an extremely gentle voice pierced through layers of fog, clearly ringing in her ears. "Lilith?" The voice carried laughter and infinite indulgence. "My little Lilith, tell Mommy. What do you want to be when you grow up?" The feeling of being bound suddenly vanished. Lilith opened her eyes wide, the blinding sunlight made her instinctively squint. She found herself standing on a hillside covered with white flowers, a gentle breeze caressing her fine hair. Looking down, she saw a pair of small, tender hands. A larger, warmer hand was holding hers. Following the arm, she saw a beautiful woman in a simple long dress. Chapter 218, Don't Go Back, Lilith. Everyone's spiritual power in the orphanage of the royal city, Lilith learned of her mother and the entire clan's death. In countless deep nights, she curled up in the cold corner of her bed, her tears soaking the pillow. Why am I the only one who survived, Mom? Just as she was crying almost to the point of suffocation, a familiar, gentle voice echoed in the empty room, like a devil's whisper. "Lilith, my poor little Lilith. What are you crying about?" Lilith suddenly raised her head, and through her tear-filled eyes, she could hardly believe it. Her mother, Letitia, was standing perfectly fine in the room. Dressed in that pure white robe, her smile was just as she remembered, warm and full of love. "Mom? A huge surprise and a tremendous sense of incongruity violently struck Lilith's heart. She froze for a moment, ultimately unable to resist the deep longing. Crying out as she jumped off the bed. Like a wounded little beast, she pounced into that cold embrace. "Mom? Mom? I miss you so much. I am so scared." "Good. Don't cry, Mommy is here, Mommy will never leave you again." Letitia gently patted her back, her voice soft enough to drip with water. Chapter 219, The Dispersing Dream Master. Go back. Sleep. Those who once indulged in beautiful dreams now had eyes burning with an unprecedented light. They placed their hands on the shoulders of the person in front. Their thin but converging spiritual power forming a river. They transmitted that desire for reality, unreservedly, to jointly confront the giant door that represented despair. "Lilith. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense." Wuji's voice came again, accompanied by labored laughter, yet it carried the weight to shatter everything. "False tenderness can't compare to the fun of real life. Hurry up and get out here. Go back. Let us celebrate well." One after another. Figures appeared, hands upon hands. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Belief converged into a torrent. Lilith stared blankly as the giant door, under the efforts of countless hands, once again emitted a loud sound. The crack began to widen again, and a weak, but real light seeped through the gap, illuminating her tear-streaked face. Then, he. "It seems like it's full here. It looks so lively." A sweet yet extremely manic voice suddenly joined in. Bang! Countless dark, sinister chains, covered with barbs, surged in like a hungry swarm of pythons, suddenly writhing through that crack in the door. Chapter 220, The White Knife. Is this statue me? Wuji had a dream. He dreamt that he was lying on an ocean. Floating on the surface of the sea, he swayed with the waves. Most importantly, before him, a long white knife was suspended. A knife? Wuji became interested and wanted to reach out to touch it, but before he could, Lilith. Is this your captain? This little guy must be too tired. Still hasn't he woken up? Soft whispers and suppressed giggles surrounded his ears like a flock of curious sparrows. Wuji's consciousness struggled to rise from the depths of deep sleep. Extremely unwilling, he frowned. Only when he absolutely couldn't sleep did he reluctantly lift his heavy eyelids. Blurred light flooded his vision, gradually focusing. Then he found himself staring into a circle of heads. That's right, a circle. Tall, short, fat, thin, young, and old, all with wide-open eyes. They looked down at him with various indescribable expressions, curiously and with concern. Lilith stood quietly a little further away, tightly holding the rabbit doll Chichi in her arms. Chichi's button eyes seemed to be looking right at him. Lin Xiaoyu and An Qianlan stood on either side. Chapter 221, The Dream Clan event of Lilith is complete. Chief Xinghui smiled and nodded. His eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Yes, Captain Su, from today on, your image as the savior of our Dream Clan will replace the past Dream Master and stand here. This is not only to commemorate this day of rebirth, but also represents that from now on, our Dream Clan will be your most loyal ally. In the future, if there is anything, our Dream Clan will come to offer our lives for you. Offering our lives is unnecessary. Wuji stroked his chin, looking at his statue. Muttering to himself, that guy Baiyi seemed to have asked me to recruit allies in his name. This result seems a bit off. But the goal has been mostly achieved, and the details of the process are not important. He waved his hand. Allies are fine, the statue is up to you. Chief Xinghui's smile grew wider, and he gently clapped his hands. Immediately, 3 winged girls came forward, holding 3 pure white velvet trays. Each tray had a neatly stacked scarf. The scarf had an extremely special texture, neither quite like silk nor quite like feathers, and felt icy smooth to the touch. A very gentle, dreamlike soft light flowed over its surface. Chapter 222, Returning to the Royal City, the upcoming Sacred Blood Plan. Back in the Royal City. The White Tower. Familiar with the route, he arrived at the thickly carved wooden door at the top of the White Tower. Wuji had no concept of knocking and directly raised his foot and kicked the door open with a thud. Hey, Miss Bai. I'm back. The mission is complete. Hurry up and give me the reward. Wuji's boisterous voice suddenly stopped. Inside the office, Bai was not alone. Bai still sat behind his large desk, fingers crossed, with his ever-present gentle smile on his face. But sitting across from the desk was an extremely eye-catching visitor. It was a girl dressed in a black sheer long dress, her face concealed by a thin black veil. It was hard to see clearly. Only the beautifully shaped jawline and a pair of deep eyes that seemed to contain swirling stars could be vaguely made out. She lazily leaned back in her chair, her fingertips gently tapping on the armrest, exuding an ancient aura that was inconsistent with her outward appearance. Behind the girl stood a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored dark green uniform. The man had a resolute face, sharp eyes like an eagle, and an aura as heavy as a mountain. Just standing there, he gave an invisible enormous pressure, far beyond that of an ordinary demon-slaying team leader. Chapter 223, Undercurrents and Dinner. Author's note: thanks to the great god Wei Wunjua, who loves to eat egg vermicelli. The boss is generous. That night, deep in the Alvin family manor, in a bedroom, Yu Wenyun sat up from a luxurious big bed. The silk blanket slipped off, revealing his strong upper body. The encrypted communicator on the bedside table was emitting a low, continuous hum. He got out of bed barefoot and walked step by step to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Connecting the communication, a deliberately lowered voice, filled with reverence and a hint of fear, came through. My lord. The target Wuji has returned to the royal city this evening. He has successfully returned from the Dream City. Moreover, based on the scattered information and energy fluctuations we intercepted, it is highly likely that the Dream Master has been slain by him. The voice in the communicator paused, seemingly in disbelief, and added, he has returned alive, and he doesn't appear to be seriously injured. Yu Wenyun said nothing. He simply tightened his grip on the communicator. The brilliant lights outside reflected in his unfathomable eyes. Yet, they did not illuminate any warmth, but instead made those eyes even colder and more ominous. Wuji. Chapter 224, Possible Cancellation of Directly Affiliated Troops. Just follow me and it will be fine. Wuji recalled the observations from the White Tower during the day and nodded. Oh, that, I heard a bit. Bai also said that the real monsters are hidden in the S-class families. Quite interesting. Not just a bit interesting. When Ruyan suddenly raised her voice, waving her hands. That's a real monster concentration camp. It's completely different from the small fry you usually deal with. She turned her gaze, pointing at Kuang Yangjin and Qianlan, Leng Yu, and the others present. Her tone carried the directness of a researcher and a hint of drunken cruelty. As for you guys, you're too weak. The training methods will be completely different. Kuang Yangjin furrowed his brows tightly and spoke in a deep voice. Doctor, what do you mean? Are we going to be separated from boss's training? Exactly. Wen Ruyan nodded vigorously, speaking without reservation. The intensity of your training cannot keep up with the rhythm of those monsters. Keeping up would only ruin you. So, at that time, you will be in one kind of training camp. Wuji and the others will be in another, even more twisted kind. She paused, her voice becoming more vague. But then dropped a bombshell. Moreover, I've heard that the elders of the council intend to take this opportunity to cancel the existing numbering system of the directly affiliated troops. Chapter 225, Peering in the Shadows. What are you doing here? The roar of the hover engine gradually faded away. The group of drunken, swaying companions disappeared into the night. Wuji stood on the empty street, a cigarette in his mouth, leisurely blowing out smoke rings. Finally, it's done. He looked at the direction in which the hovercraft had disappeared and smiled. These guys, Huang Yangjin and Shi Chu, had turned into two puddles of mud after drinking. They were dragged onto the hovercraft by Zhong Ping'an and the relatively sober and Qianlan. Ling Dang was holding an empty bottle and grinning foolishly, while Leng Yu expressionlessly pulled her away. Qin Shuyu had long since collapsed on the table, unconscious. Wen Ruyan had also been downed early, mumbling drunken words that no one could understand. Even Shenyu Qianxue, after just one cup of clear wine, fell asleep sweetly in her wheelchair, her fair cheeks flushed. And she unconsciously mumbled something like next time for sure. The snow girl pushing her wheelchair, who had a cool demeanor, was actually Qianshue's mother. Before leaving, she deliberately paused her steps, standing side by side with Su Wuji. She turned her head to look at Su Wuji, her ice blue eyes filled with complex emotions. Finally, it turned into a soft sigh and a sincere thank you. Su Wuji, thank you. Chapter 226. Who is behind you? Thud. The man felt his heart being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, as if all the blood in his body had been instantly drained, leaving him icy cold to the bone. Almost simultaneously with the sound, his deprived five senses instantly recovered. Vision, hearing, smell, everything flooded back like a tide. But the sight that met his eyes made his scalp tingle and his blood freeze. What kind of silent alley in a royal city was this? The surroundings had become a ruin. The walls were covered with cracks and marks as if clawed by sharp talons. The ground was dry and decayed, and the air was filled with an indescribable, maddening sense of oppression. It felt as if he had been dragged into some nightmarish battlefield of ruins in an instant. And right in front of him, Su Wuji stood quietly. The corners of his mouth curled into a nearly sinister arc. His eyes shimmered with a fierceness more menacing than demons. What terrified him even more was that beside Su Wuji floated a strangely shaped long knife. The long knife was entwined with a thick, inextricable scarlet mist. The blade was indistinct, only vaguely revealing a hilt embedded with a constantly rotating, bloodshot, sinister eyeball. That eyeball was vividly alive, staring at him with malicious intent. Chapter 227. Thorns, Another Abyss. The shadowy figures around him suddenly moved. No sound, no wind. Only countless flickering black cold glimmers. Phut, 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 phut. The daggers did not cut flesh, but directly affected his mental perception. Pain magnified tens of thousands of times. It felt as if every cell was thrown into a furnace, and then instantly frozen. The multiplied fear gnawed at his soul like millions of poisonous insects. Despair was like the deepest sludge at the bottom of the sea, threatening to drown him completely. Ah! Kill me! Kill me! He rolled around on the ground, convulsing. Tears, mucus, and saliva uncontrollably poured out. His screams were heart-wrenching. Yet they could not alleviate even a fraction of the terrifying pain. This was not a torture a human could endure. After less than 10 seconds, his will completely collapsed. I said, stop. Please stop. He cried out, his voice hoarse and broken. Su Wuji waved his hand, and all the shadowy figures instantly ceased their movements. Like frozen sculptures, but the cold murderous intent still locked onto the man. The man slumped to the ground, like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. His eyes were filled only with utter fear and submission. Chapter 228. New Weapon. The eternal sleep of mental weapons. This man wore a pitch-black combat uniform, styled archaically, with no insignia. Yet it perfectly outlined a body that seemed to harbor explosive power. His face was as hard as rock, revealing no specific age. Only a pair of eyes, sharp as an unsheathed deadly weapon, seemed capable of piercing the soul with just a glance. Just standing there, he exuded a heavy oppressive feeling like a collapsing mountain. His aura was so fierce and pure that it sent chills down people's spines. This was the true embodiment of the Yuwen family's deep heritage. A family battle power flowing with ancient bloodlines. The man slightly raised his gaze, his eyes landing on Yuwen Yun, as if they were a tangible force. His voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried absolute confidence and an ancient ferocity. Wuji is very strong. He paused, as if savoring something. Then he curled his lips into a sinister arc, revealing his white teeth, but I am stronger than him. No grandiose speeches, no exaggerated promises. Just this simple statement. Yet it carried a determination to crush everything. Yuan Yun looked at him, finally revealing a hint of a cold smile on his face. Good. Then let me see if the bloodline of my Yuan family is strong. Chapter 229, 1 month later, the Holy Blood Plan begins. Time slowly passed. 1 month later. The Holy Blood Plan officially launched. No lengthy official announcements, no complicated procedural explanations. Just a concise and powerful command from the highest authority of the Royal City Council. Instantly issued through encrypted networks to all qualified Demon Slayers' personal terminals, as well as to the headquarters of major demon-slaying agencies, academies, and families. At the Skyport, in the waiting hall. The crowd was bustling. Unlike any other day, the hall was filled with many uniquely charismatic young people dressed in various combat uniforms or family emblem attire. They either closed their eyes to rest or whispered to each other, drawing the attention of ordinary travelers. Hey! Meng! Over here! Good guy, it really is you. A young man dressed in a floral shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, looking like he was off to a beach vacation, suddenly patted the back of a robust man, who looked like a small mountain. The strong man turned around, his face resolute, with bronze skin. He wore a simple linen tank top, and his exposed muscular arms seemed to harbor explosive power. He frowned, looking at the flamboyant young man, Jin Bu Huan. What are you doing here? Chapter 230, Talents Gather, See You Again, 7 Saints. Upon hearing this, Yang Shaoqi immediately became displeased. Big brother, when it comes to this, I'm not convinced. The previous blood clan cleansing operation, all the fame was taken by this guy named Wuji. Heh. I want to see if he really has that ability. The long-haired strong man closed his eyes again upon seeing this. Actually. He did want to see if this Wuji was really capable. On the express shuttle to the royal city, a seemingly timid young boy was sitting in the corner with his backpack. He was wearing ordinary sportswear, and looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. But if someone with keen perception were present, they would notice a faint yet extremely pure sword intent surrounding him. Next to him, a friendly middle-aged man attempted to strike up a conversation. Little brother, are you also going to the royal city for that plan? Which family are you from? You look quite young. The boy raised his head, a bit nervously saying, my name is Li Mubai. I don't have a family. A teacher from the Chuan Yu Qian Fu school recommended me to come. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh. A civilian genius. Impressive. You look like a sword cultivator. Chapter 231, The Elimination Round for the Newbies. Time passed, that night. The various reception platforms in the royal city were brightly lit. Talents, elites, and monsters selected from all over the world arrived one after another. They wore combat uniforms or family attire of various styles. With curious, scrutinizing, excited, or arrogant gazes, they examined the fortress. Hovering cars, floating ships, and even those arriving on giant contract demons. Various modes of transportation nearly filled the expansive platform. Among them, the largest platform in the royal city, the first transfer platform. Look! Isn't that the Zhen family's Zhen Shanmeng? TSK, even the Goldfinger is here. Is this flashy guy here for an auction? The people from the Advanced Technology Academy of Deep City have arrived. Wow, that exoskeleton armor looks cool. The people from whose city are also here. What a huge spectacle. Those over there must be from the Beaming family, right? Such strong sword intent. I heard that even some civilian monsters have come. Look at that boy with the sword on his back. His aura is so pure. The crowd whispers and observes each other. The air is filled with a current of excitement and tension. These are all proud individuals. Yet at this moment they have all restrained themselves a bit, because just being able to come here signifies extraordinary status. Chapter 232, Selection finished. Author's note, 4 chapters today. On the first transfer platform, the sounds of wailing, crying, and frenzied howls echoed together. Many people knelt on the ground, clutching their heads, their bodies curled up like shrimp. Tears streaming down their faces, trembling violently. Their pride, their confidence, their glory as geniuses from various places, were crushed to dust at this moment. Beside the high platform, when Ruyan pushed up her glasses, the transparent tablet in her hand was rapidly refreshing different data. She calmly recorded each person's mental fluctuations, physiological indicators, and collapse critical time. She slightly tilted her head and whispered to Wuji beside her, "The duration of the mental attack has exceeded 30 seconds, the elimination rate is 29. And it's still rising quickly." Wuji, with a cigarette in his mouth, scanned the hellish scene below with indifference. A cruel smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Only 29. It seems this batch of rookies is slightly tougher than I imagined. Wen Ruyan, hey buddy. It's only been 30 seconds, how many do you want to eliminate? Wuji obviously didn't notice Wen Ruyan's expression. His gaze had already swept over several particularly eye-catching figures. Yang Xiaoqi was half kneeling on the ground, desperately holding up the ground with both hands. Chapter 233, Wuji's Training Ground, First Round Elimination Match. After sending off this batch of rookies, Wen Ruyan turned to Wuji and teased, "As expected of you, Wuji. Even if you don't practice much, your mental strength in terms of quality and quantity is truly abnormal. Using it for this entrance screening is first-class efficiency." Wuji shrugged nonchalantly, "So, where should I go? Don't tell me it's one of those collective dormitories." "Of course not." Wen Ruyan laughed and turned around, "Let us go. I'll take you to see a good place. I guarantee you'll like it." She led Wuji through a dedicated ascension passage, directly arriving at the 6th level of the Qianmian district. What came into view was not the technologically advanced and battle-scarred buildings of the Extreme Martial Hall, but a gigantic, magnificent structure seemingly pieced together from countless irregular blue crystals. It shimmered with colors, resembling a dreamlike water cube magnified countless times. Once inside, the internal space was far more vast and grand than it appeared from the outside. The air was fresh, carrying a faint energy aura, and the light was soft yet bright. A small, cute robot with a completely white body and rolling wheels glided over. The display screen on its head flickered with a smiling emoticon. Chapter 234, Rule Explanation. Each ally. The cold numbers caused many people's expressions to tighten slightly. This meant that more than half of the people would be directly eliminated. There are 2 elimination methods. First, incapacitate them and force them to surrender. Second, with his voice. The entire platform suddenly emitted a deep rumble and began to shake violently. Boom! The edges of the platform suddenly collapsed and contracted downward, like a giant beast closing its mouth. In just a few seconds, the area outside the platform turned into an unfathomable dark abyss. Dense darkness spread out from it. Those who fall and cannot return to the platform are considered eliminated. The middle-aged man's voice was devoid of emotion. Those who fall and cannot return to the platform will be deemed eliminated. Wuji raised an eyebrow. TSK, simple and brutal. Just throw them down. He liked this rule, but it meant they couldn't return on their own. Does that mean I need to beat them up before throwing them down? But that's not all. Supplementary Rule 1, the basic gravitational environment here is set to 50 times standard gravity. As soon as the words fell, a heavy force suddenly descended, like an invisible mountain crashing down on each candidate's shoulders. The air became extraordinarily thick, and breathing required much more effort than usual. Chapter 235, You better be strong enough. The other factions around were secretly observing Wuji, whispering, "Is that Wuji? He doesn't seem that impressive. His aura is indeed very condensed, under 50 times gravity. He is so relaxed, his physique is probably more monstrous than many specializing in defense. HMPH, just a brute force warrior. In this level of melee, those who don't know how to use their bloodline advantages and rules will be the first to die. The Wolf family, the Star family, the Jin family, and the Mu family, these troublesome guys have indeed gathered together, plus a more troublesome Wuji. TSK. It seems I need to find a way to reduce their numbers first. Clearly, Wuji's reputation precedes him. But here, this group of proud bloodline geniuses holds more of an attitude of scrutiny and challenge. They don't truly believe he can crush everything. Of course, being able to chat normally under 50 times gravity has already earned them their superficial recognition. At least they know Wuji is a rare physical monster. Just then, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out, filled with provocation and mockery. Hey! The one called Wuji. Yes? It's you. Chapter 236, Melee begins, time rules enemy. After a brief silence, complete chaos and frenzy erupted. Damn! This madman. Wolf Wucheng watched as Wuji transformed into a streak of lightning rushing toward the next target. Instead of being angry, he excitedly ruffled his wild black hair. A wild smile spread across his face. Starting to kill without a word. Not caring about the rules or consequences, ha ha ha. This is really to my taste. Boom. Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled. The harsh sound of bones cracking echoed. Dense black fur instantly pierced through his skin armor, covering his entire body. His head pushed forward, with his mouth and nose transforming into a wolf's snout. His fangs were sharp and white, and his hands morphed into claws, glinting coldly. In the blink of an eye, a nearly 3-meter-tall werewolf, muscular and exuding a primal fierce aura, appeared in place. A woo! Wolf Wucheng threw his head back and let out an ear-splitting wolf howl. The crimson eyes instantly locked onto another visibly hostile faction not far away. You little ones! Don't let that madman Wuji steal all the limelight. Tear them apart. Boom! His massive wolf claws slammed hard against the ground, propelling him out like a cannonball. He crashed directly into the group he had targeted, instantly unleashing a flurry of claws, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 237, Time Reversal. We can't do that. Crack! It was as if an invisible glass shattered before him. That stagnant area was violently torn apart by the raging power of thunder. Wuji's speed was hardly affected. On the contrary, due to the secondary explosion of thunder, he became even faster and more ferocious. What? The middle-aged man from the Kei family's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief written all over his face. Their time-space domain was actually burst open by the opponent with pure energy explosion. What kind of terrifying power and energy level did that require? Quickly enhance yourself. He hurriedly changed tactics. Some members of the Kei family immediately switched their hand seals, trying to apply acceleration effects to themselves and create distance. But it was already too late. Too slow. Wuji's maniacal laughter, like the harbinger of death, was already closing in. The Thunder Prison Tang knife in his hand was raised high, entwined with devastating purple and white lightning, and without any fancy moves. He delivered a powerful strike at the core of the Kei family's formation. Block him! The middle-aged man shouted in horror, and alongside several core members. They raised their hands to counter, fully activating their abilities. Time-space barrier triple break. Vaz? 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 3 distorted, invisible barriers, seemingly composed of countless shattered clock hands, instantly stacked before the blade. Chapter 238, Training on the Other Side. 10x gravity room. For half an hour his control over his own power, and that unwavering fighting spirit, were the keys to breaking the deadlock. No matter how profound the rules, they still needed strength to support them. When his power was strong enough to twist and tear apart those incomplete rules to a certain extent, the so-called rules naturally fell apart. After all, who decided that the rules of power weren't rules? The assistant beside him was obviously surprised that this adult would give Wuji such a high, even somewhat admiring evaluation. Unable to help but ask in a low voice, based on his current performance, after his training. When he truly learns the advanced techniques of energy and momentum, wouldn't he crush those little guys who rely on bloodlines in a cliff-like manner? The middle-aged man took over the conversation, a larger smile on his face. Exactly, I very much look forward to that day's arrival. Right now, he's more like an uncut jade, or a legendary ferocious knife that only knows how to hack wildly. Once he masters more sophisticated techniques of exerting force and the secrets of demon-slaying power, integrating them into his own system. Chapter 239, Wuji, enough already. Author's note: thanks to the great god Ren Juntong for the certification of liking Tai Yu Huang. The boss is generous. Deep blue heart, on the platform. Damn it. A young man wielding a narrow, swift blade, moving like a ghost, shouted angrily. His figure flickered rapidly, and his blade light slashed at a slightly chubby, bespectacled youth. Clang! 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 The sharp, dense sounds rang out. The air around the chubby youth seemed to solidify into an invisible, heavy wall. Countless transparent hexagonal ripples violently undulated where the blade light fell, firmly protecting him within. He didn't even move his feet, just adjusted his glasses. His small eyes behind the lenses filled with mockery. Useless. The speed of the Kazuki family's swift blade is fast, but it can't break my absolute rational barrier. The chubby youth spoke leisurely, his tone carrying a sense of superiority typical of a top student. My bloodline ability precisely calculates the surrounding energy flow and physical impacts, constructing the most optimized defense model. Every strike you make is providing references for my database, allowing my next defense to be even more perfect. In simple terms, you're helping me become tougher. Chapter 240, Alliance. Thunder Yatalas. Has the test ended? Wuji grinned, revealing his white teeth. And the battle intent in his eyes burned like tangible flames. Next, it's my turn. He gave no time for the opponent to react or adjust their tactics. And the thunder prison roared again in his hands. Boom! No longer a single lightning column, but a thunderstorm pouring down like a torrential rain. The coverage was vast, although the individual power was slightly reduced, the sheer volume was overwhelming, indiscriminately bombarding the entire platform below. Even those who had just flown up to trouble him were engulfed in this storm of thunder. You madman! The genius of the Shi family was both furious and frightened, dodging and blocking frantically, looking utterly disheveled. They originally planned to stop Wuji, but now they too were dragged into this indiscriminate thunderstorm. The battlefield below was in dire straits. People who were still fighting each other had to divert most of their attention to deal with the calamity falling from above. Various defensive skills, barriers, and shields lit up. And the scene became extremely chaotic. Alliance. Let us bring down this troublemaking madman first. Someone shouted loudly, instantly receiving many responses. Chapter 241, Elimination Round ends. Basic ranking. Swish. Just as all the attacks were about to hit, he suddenly burst apart into countless violent, jumping lightning snakes. The holy sword slashed through the lightning snakes. The cage trapped the lightning snakes, and the rain of arrows pierced through the lightning snakes, but all missed. All physical level attacks and restraints lost their meaning in the face of his elemental form. And those energy attacks, upon contact with that highly condensed thunder power, were instantly ionized, annihilated, and cancelled out. What? How is that possible? Before the exclamations could finish, those scattered lightning snakes instantly converged in another direction, reassembling into the Atala's form of Wuji, completely unscathed. He didn't even bother to look at those attacks. Too slow, too weak, too shallow in rules. He coldly evaluated, as if a teacher was critiquing a student's poorly done assignment. Bastard! A bloodline genius controlling flames shouted angrily, bringing his hands together. He condensed a red fireball, compressed to the extreme, radiating a destructive aura. Let's see how you dodge. Explode. TSK, Wuji seemed annoyed by the noise. Casually raised his left hand in the direction of the fireball. Chapter 242, Special Monitoring Wristband Few, finally passed. A youth who had been lucky enough to remain on the field collapsed onto the ground. Looking at his ranking in the 90s, he let out a long sigh. Feeling a sense of exhaustion akin to surviving a disaster. Being able to stay was, in itself, a testament to his strength. But more people were focused on the top 10 names. TSK, the few in front are truly deserving of their ranks. A young master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression serious. That monster from the Long family, Long YA. Hasn't moved a muscle from beginning to end, just standing there, with no one daring to approach within a dozen meters. I really don't know who can fight him. Not just him, look at the Yuan family Yuan, ranked 4th, with his unique rules along with his physical strength. Even Long YA wouldn't he dare to get close to him. Jiangcheng is actually ranked 2nd. Her ability seems very mysterious. I haven't seen her make a move. The one from the Huangfu family isn't to be underestimated either, ranking 3rd, he is probably more difficult to deal with than imagined. Amidst the discussions, the 5th place was inevitably mentioned. Wuji ranked 5th. A young man who barely managed to hold on after being hit by Wuji's thunder wave. Chapter 243, It's so noisy, get lost. Someone immediately exclaimed, oh? It really shows in real time. My stamina is slowly recovering. By the way, can this also be detected? Mental energy consumption is too high. No wonder my head hurts so much. What does it mean to complete 10,000 squats under a 100-fold gravity chamber to increase my physical attributes by 1? Is this training data being quantified? Wuji also looked down at his wrist. On the blue holographic screen, his information was simple and clear: name, Wuji, number, 005, ranking, 5, below. The 5-dimensional data was a series of glaring question marks: demon-slaying power, stamina, mental power, spirit control, speed. Just like during the previous council test, it couldn't measure the limits at all. Wuji pouted, not surprised by this. His 24-hour breathing technique was special. Coupled with several form changes and the uniqueness of the Thunder Prison, it would be a miracle if conventional testing methods could measure it. The distribution work was quickly completed. Chen Lin adjusted his glasses, once again putting on that hypocritical smile. All right, everyone can follow the guidance of the wristbands to your assigned lounges for rest. Chapter 244, Jiangcheng's ability, Fate Weaving, has failed. Outside the door, Jiangcheng was still slightly leaning forward, ready to continue asking questions. But the brilliant smile on her face froze completely. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes blinked in disbelief. Wait. What is going on? He actually said I'm noisy. Jiangcheng had grown up. It was the first time someone described her with this term. And in such an extremely impatient tone. From childhood to adulthood. Which man had not been extremely courteous to her, trying every means to attract her attention? Even if they were fellow genius competitors. At most their attitude was indifferent or full of fighting spirit. Who would dare to directly express disdain for her noise? A sense of indescribable astonishment, and a hint of dissatisfaction surged in her heart. Hey, my temper. Jiangcheng's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the cold no. 5-door, both angry and amused. She didn't feel offended, but found it even more interesting. This Wuji is indeed completely different from those flashy and mediocre talents. Oh, you think I'm noisy, huh? You think I ask too many questions, right? Jiangcheng pouted her red lips, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. This young lady will make you speak up voluntarily. Chapter 245, Position Switch Duel. Not long after, a slight vibration came from Wuji's wrist. He raised his hand, and the blue holographic screen projected from the wristband. Notice: all participants please proceed to the B9 layer gathering area immediately. Repeat. Please proceed to the B9 layer gathering area immediately. The text was concise, exuding an undeniable sense of command. Here, it's here. A small smile curved at the corners of Wuji's mouth. The rest period was shorter than expected, which suited him just fine. He hated waiting. As he stepped out of the lounge, almost simultaneously, the door marked number 6 quietly opened. A figure slowly swayed out. The person was tall but slightly hunched, looking like he hadn't fully woken up. His slightly messy black short hair partially covered his forehead. He wore a simple grey training suit, exuding an air of casual laziness. It was Jiangcheng, ranked 6th. He raised his eyes, seemingly glancing at Wuji, but his gaze was hollow and unfocused. More like he was looking at the air behind Wuji. Then, he yawned very perfunctorily. After that, he shuffled his feet and walked towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. Chapter 246, Jiangcheng, I'll take you down later, scum. A gasp arose from the crowd. This meant that a victory could allow those ranked lower to ascend to great heights, gaining resources for cultivation beyond imagination. But the middle-aged man's next words immediately doused the flames of ambition that had just ignited. But his voice suddenly turned cold. If the challenger fails, there will be no second chance. The loser will be immediately eliminated and expelled from the deep blue heart. Cruel. Barefaced cruelty. This is not just an opportunity, but a gamble. Betting all qualifications to remain in the sacred blood plan. However, it wasn't over yet. The middle-aged man's gaze seemed to penetrate the hearts of people as he slowly added, moreover, to ensure vitality, those ranked in the top 10 must not refuse any challenges, even if multiple people simultaneously challenge you. This means they might face a wheel battle, or be forced to fight one against many. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp intake of breath was heard. Even some of those ranked higher slightly changed color. This rule practically put the top 10 on the grill. They would be the primary targets of all ambitious individuals. Lang Wuqiang scratched his wild black hair and whispered to Xing Liuqian beside him, damn, there's such a rule. Isn't this forcing the top 10 monsters to become public enemies? Those old foxes in the council really know how to play. Chapter 247, it seems Wuji's journey is about to end. Buzz? On one side of the platform, a heavy metal gate slowly rose, revealing a brightly lit wide passage leading to the unknown duel arena. Wuji scoffed. He was too lazy to even look at the shocked, doubtful, and gloating gazes around him. Carrying the Thunder Prison, he took the lead and strode towards the passage. Yuanzheng's expression was cold, but a hint of extremely subtle mockery and killing intent flickered deep in his eyes. He stepped forward to catch up, walking side by side with Wuji into the passage. The passage was brightly lit. Yuanzheng slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Wuji beside him, who walked with a leisurely pace yet exuded an astonishing sense of oppression. He sneered inwardly. Fool. Do you really think you can act recklessly just because of your brute strength? The master has long instructed that in this holy blood plan, there will be an opportunity to completely eliminate you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me, saving me quite a bit of trouble. Dimension collapse. Dealing with a reckless man like you, who only knows how to clash head-on, is simply a natural counter. It seems that I will soon fulfill the master's commission. He could almost see Wuji turning into a fragile piece of paper, terrified after being touched by him, torn apart at will. Arrogance and disdain were about to overflow. However, just as he was indulging in his inner mockery. Chapter 248, Wuji vs Yuanzheng in the monitoring control room, when Ruyan held a cup of coffee, leisurely watching the dozens of screens before her. The screens displayed real-time data streams and monitoring footage from various training pods. One genius after another gritted their teeth to endure in the gravity chamber, either struggling in simulated battles or exerting energy to resist. The indicators on the data panel were jumping wildly, with potential being forced out little by little. TSK, the foundation of this batch of seedlings is indeed impressive. She took a sip of coffee, the corners of her mouth curling up in a satisfied arc. The average adaptation speed is 320 times faster than the same level of demon slayers in the outside world. It seems the Council's investment this time was not in vain. Behind her, Lin Xiaoyu stood somewhat awkwardly, her hands nervously clutching her clothes. Yet her gaze behind her glasses kept scanning the rapidly switching screens, trying to find that familiar figure. She hadn't seen Su Wuji for a long time. He had almost lived in the extreme martial hall before being directly transferred to that mysterious Deep Blue Heart project, and she hadn't even seen his face. Then where is he now? Lin Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but ask softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito. Dr. Wen, where is he now? Upon hearing this, Wen Ruyan turned her head. Chapter 249, My ability is called Dimension Collapse. Yu Wenzhong's pupils suddenly constricted, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. Not only did his provocation fail, but he was also completely seen through by the other party. The feeling of being completely exposed made him extremely uncomfortable, even causing a rare moment of panic. This guy's battle instincts are surprisingly sharp. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions. The gloom on his face suddenly dissipated, replaced by a grin that carried a cruel amusement. Ha ha ha. Yu Wenzhong actually started to laugh. Good. Very good. Su Wuji, I admit. I indeed underestimated you. You are slightly smarter than I imagined. He moved his neck, making cracking sounds, and directly laid his cards on the table, since you've noticed. There's no harm in telling you. After all, you will soon personally experience that despair. Yu Wenzhong raised his right hand, slowly curling his fingers as if grasping something in the air, his eyes becoming fervent and dangerous. My ability is called Dimension Collapse. The effect is simple. As long as my body touches you, even for just a moment, your existence dimension will be forcibly lowered. Chapter 250, You asked for this, Eternal Sleep. Activate. Zizizizi. In the duel arena, thunder and lightning danced like a raging dragon, tearing the ground apart with countless charred cracks. Su Wuji's figure had transformed into a constantly flashing, refracting core of thunderstorm. The sonic booms generated by his high-speed movement exploded repeatedly, deafening. He no longer held back, fully activating his breathing technique. The compressed energy within him erupted like a volcano, pouring entirely into the Thunder Prison. Thunder Prison's 1,000 guns. With a low roar, thousands of sharp thunder arrows condensed out of thin air, like an enraged swarm of bees, shooting towards Yu Wenzhong from all directions. Yet Yu Wenzhong merely stood there laughing maniacally, arms wide open, as if embracing this storm of destruction. Useless. Su Wuji. Don't you understand? He waved his hands, creating illusory shadows, and with every palm strike, a portion of the thunder arrows bizarrely collapsed and flattened just before touching his fingertips, turning into countless fine two-dimensional thunderbolt patterns that fell to the ground with a clatter. Look. This is your futile struggle. Yu Wenzhong crushed a few still flickering thunderbolt patterns underfoot. In front of me, your power is nothing but a child's scribble. Su Wuji's gaze was icy, and his offensive suddenly changed. Then how about this? Chapter 251, Mental Attack. Su Wuji used a mental attack. What is going on? What is happening? Yu Wenzhong slowly slid down from the dented wall, his chest burning with pain. Several bones were likely broken. But more horrifying than the injuries on his body was the moment of blankness just now. His brain felt as if it had been violently pierced and stirred by a red-hot iron rod. It was neither a physical impact nor energy erosion. Instead, It was a sharp pain that directly acted on the essence of his spirit. It interrupted the operation of his ability, causing him to momentarily stiffen. Just that fleeting moment of vulnerability was seized by Wuji, who slashed him away. Cough. Yuanzhong coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, looking at Wuji, who was walking over, with a gaze filled with suspicion. The thunder prison knife, the weapon he often used, had indeed turned into a ridiculous, light two-dimensional paper. Quietly lying on the ground. Look. This is the evidence. Even if his attack successfully hit me, the weapon itself would still be forced to lower its dimension by my bloodline rules. I would still be injured, but my ability is by no means ineffective. It was just an accidental mistake. Yes, it must be. It was some kind of interference that I haven't noticed yet. Chapter 252. Could it be that Wuji's momentum has reached that stage? Mental attacks are usually the domain of geniuses who specialize in momentum. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to cultivate to a level that can instantaneously interfere with a powerhouse of this caliber. Yuanzhong was already very familiar with Wuji's information. The 24-hour operating breathing technique, the various weapon forms, never mentioned he was also adept at this kind of intangible mental attack. And it was so powerful. If this power came from the dead eye, then where did that weapon called Dead Eye go? Oh no, that knife is right on Wuji's waist. The other party didn't even use it. In the brief moment when Yuanzhong was in shock, trying to gather his mental strength and think of a countermeasure, Wuji had already crossed through the temporarily harmless dimensional silk thread area that had lost control. The distance between the two sides was once again pulled within 30 meters. He didn't even glance at the threads that nearly cost him his life. His gaze remained calm and focused on Yuanzhong the entire time. That look was not like that of someone observing an evenly matched opponent, but more like watching a prey that had already fallen into a trap and was struggling futilely. Then, under the fearful gaze of Yuanzhong, Wuji raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and casually pointed at Yuanzhong, lightly tapping the air. Chapter 253, Yuanzhong is dead. The victor is Wuji. Ha ha ha. An uncontrollable laugh rolled out from the throat of the middle-aged man. What started as a low murmur became increasingly loud and exhilarating, filled with the excitement of discovering a treasure and a mocking sense of watching the clouds rise. These arrogant ancient bloodline families had gone to great lengths to place their offspring here, thinking they could control everything. They didn't understand at all. They had let a monster into the arena. Ha ha ha. He seemed to already see the splendid expressions on the faces of those high-ranking figures when Wuji's unreasonable power was fully revealed. The young subordinate next to the officer had already been dumbfounded, stammering to confirm. The middle-aged man abruptly stopped laughing, but the joy and sharpness on his face remained undiminished. He waved his hand, his voice booming, "What are you still dawdling for? Immediately announce the battle results and the latest rankings. Right now. Immediately. Oh? Yes? Officer." The subordinate jolted, hurriedly but efficiently operating. Almost simultaneously, a buzzing sound filled the B9-layer assembly hall and all the rest areas for ongoing duels. Chapter 254, Rankings updated. 60 people remaining. Time flowed slowly. In the B9-layer assembly hall, the atmosphere shifted from initial fervor to a heavy exhaustion, even carrying a hint of bloodiness. The rules of the positional duel were extremely cruel. The victor soared to the heavens, while the loser left in silence, with no room for reversal. The entire hall fell into a brief silence, with only heavy breathing and some people suppressing their pain with low moans. Buzz? The central main screen lit up again. And the image of the authoritative middle-aged man appeared. His gaze swept over the noticeably sparser crowd below. The positional duel has ended. His voice was steady, revealing no emotion. As if the eliminated were not a group of rare geniuses, but merely a string of insignificant numbers. Current remaining number, 60 people. A cold number made the survivors' hearts shudder. 125 people entered, and in a short time, 65 were directly eliminated. This included even a monster like Jiangcheng, who was originally ranked 4th. The cruel elimination rate made everyone once again clearly realize the weight of the Holy Blood plan. The latest rankings have been updated, you may check them on your wristbands. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the list on the main screen refreshed instantly. Chapter 255, Sleeping Under Gravity, Beginning Mental Training. The empty beer can on the table let out a mournful cry, as it was instantly crushed. Wuji's body suddenly sank. 50 times standard gravity. Almost simultaneously. All the surviving geniuses' wristbands lit up, emitting a unified electronic prompt, Deep Sleep Assistance Training activated. Current resting area gravity environment adjusted to 50 times standard gravity. Please undergo deep sleep in the gravity environment to fully adapt to the gravity, laying a foundation for subsequent training. Note: good recovery is an important part of training. Those who refuse to adapt may remain awake to resist gravity or leave the resting area. But the intensity of subsequent training will be based on this adaptation data, and those who do not meet the standards will bear the risk of elimination. What? Sleeping under 50 times gravity? Are you kidding? Are you crazy? How can one sleep like this? Are we being treated like demons? Damn! This is impossible to sleep at all. For a moment, similar exclamations and complaints echoed in each resting area. However, for Wuji, who had experienced the hellish training of Wen Ruyan, and was already accustomed to sleeping under 100 times gravity, even having to multitask in mental combat training within Lilith's dream, this was not a challenge. Chapter 256, The Trinity of Time, Dimension and Body. Dream Training. The rules of time are like that waste from the Ke family, capable of delaying or even freezing my actions. The dimensional rules are like the mishmash from Jiangcheng. Reducing one upon contact, extremely disgusting. Coupled with his own robust physique that cannot be broken or flattened and his combat instincts. Wuji's eyes sparkled with extreme excitement and danger. His mental power began to crazily edit the dreamlike creation before him through eternal slumber. Yes. Just like that. Merge everything into it. As if responding to his nearly creator-like will, buzz. The body of the dark abyss madman across the field shook violently. The space around him began to twist and blur. The flow of time around him seemed to become abnormal, sometimes extremely fast and sometimes extremely slow. Deep within his pitch-black eyes, countless tiny clock-like phantoms and shattered geometric patterns flickered in and out of existence. A more terrifying, more bizarre, and more scalp-tingling aura spread from within him like a tide. He slowly raised his head, and that grotesque smile became even more eerie. As if simultaneously carrying the vicissitudes of time and the sense of dimensional chaos. Chapter 257, The Path of Advancement for the Demon Slayer's Power. Notification: all participants, please proceed immediately to the A6 layer assembly area. Repeat, please proceed immediately to the A6 layer assembly area. Looking at the projection on his wristband, Wuji rolled out of bed, took a battle shower, then changed into the base's standard black training suit. He casually draped the iconic trench coat over his shoulder and pushed the door open to leave. There were already some figures in the corridor. The exclusive resting area for the top 10 was closest to the A6 layer, and when he arrived, there weren't too many people yet. The door of room 2 across from him happened to open at that moment. Jiangcheng emerged. Upon seeing Wuji, her peach blossom eyes immediately curved up. As if she hadn't been turned away the day before. "Good morning, neighbor," she greeted with a smile. Wuji glanced at her and remained silent. Walking straight towards the elevator. "Hey, why are you still ignoring me?" Jiangcheng didn't get angry and quickly took a few steps to catch up, walking alongside him. "How did you sleep last night? Did you feel particularly solid under 50 times the gravity?" Her tone carried an obvious hint of probing. Wuji couldn't be bothered to respond. The elevator doors opened, and there were already a few people inside. Long Ya stood alone in the corner. Eyes closed in meditation, his aura calm like an abyss, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Chapter 258, Demonstration and Explanation of the Three Stages of Qi, Momentum, and Tool. An old man named Nangong nodded slightly and stepped forward. The path of Qi is not simply about energy accumulation. The old man's voice was aged. It is about refining the body and transforming the spirit. Using the laws of heaven and earth to forge oneself into an existence that can rival the universe. The first stage, I believe many people have achieved it. Through breathing techniques, one draws in the energy of heaven and earth, refining bones and muscles, transforming it into the purest, attribute-free source Qi. This stage is foundational. The thicker the foundation, the greater the potential for future heights. As he spoke, everyone noticed that the old man hadn't even activated his technique. Yet, they could all clearly feel the energy in the surrounding space spontaneously and gently flowing toward him, forming an invisible perfect cycle that replenished the slightest consumption. It was as if there was an inexhaustible furnace within him. The old man's gaze swept over Wuji, carrying a hint of approval. To put it simply, this first stage is about laying the groundwork for the body. The longer the breathing technique is practiced throughout the day, the thicker the foundation. And the higher the future heights one can achieve. Wuji blinked. The second stage is also the most essential for every demon-slaying master, refining one's exclusive Qi. Chapter 259, Training Qi. We didn't have your conditions back then. A 7th-floor, Qi training area. Rather than a training ground, it was more like a vast circular space. When Wuji stepped in according to the wristband's guidance, he found that quite a few people were already there. About 20 people stood scattered, each carrying a noticeable sense of scrutiny and distance. Those who could choose to major in Qi and remained until now were all extremely confident in their control over their energy. Little brother. Over here. A familiar loud voice called out. Wuji looked over to see Wolf Wuqiang. As he walked over, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to a figure at the other end of the training ground, Long Ya, the monster ranked first. He still stood alone in the shadows at the edge, eyes closed, as if he was out of place with everything around him. It was as if the entire space became tranquil, centered around him. Even from a distance, Wuji could feel the essence of Qi and energy that the other had refined to perfection. Wolf Wuqiang followed Wuji's gaze and whispered, "Tch. That monster from the Long family is also under immense pressure. But it's fine. It's a good chance to see how top bloodline geniuses train their Qi." Chapter 260, Training of the Second Stage. Following Nangong Wentian, through a dark door led to another slightly smaller yet more exquisite training room. "All right, it's quieter here." Nangong Wentian turned around, looking at the two outstanding young people before him, who were distinctly different in style. "The first stage poses no challenge for you anymore. Your accumulation is already sufficient. What you lack is merely the correct guidance and that final insight," he said slowly. "The mysteries of the second stage will be taught in detail later. Now, let us start with one of the most basic yet crucial advanced applications of Qi." Nangong Wentian looked at the two, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "That is flight." "Flight?" Wuji raised an eyebrow. This was not unfamiliar to him, as his Thunder Prison armor and various forms possessed flying capabilities. However, they mostly relied on powerful recoil, energy propulsion, or elemental properties. It was not about relying on external forces, shape changes, or simple ability effects. Nangong Wentian's voice turned grave, but the purest, most essential way is to use one's own Qi to draw upon the cosmic Qi, lifting oneself and soaring through the sky. Chapter 261, Wuji vs. Nangong Wentian. Great. To practice through battle, to comprehend the true essence of Qi in the midst of life and death struggle, is indeed the fastest and most effective way. I'll accompany you in a spar. Before his words fell, Nangong Wentian's thin hand suddenly clenched. Boom! The surrounding aura crazily converged again. A gigantic hammer made entirely of crimson gold, heavenly gang dominance, chi appeared. The scorching aura made the air in the training room slightly distort. Since it's a spa, I want to use my demon-slaying weapon's true form. Nangong Wentian held the enormous hammer in one hand, his tone carrying a warning, otherwise, the noise would be so great that this base might just come down. Ha ha ha. Wuji laughed wildly, lightning bursting around him. Then I'll eventually force you to use it. Watch closely, old man. Vaz? Almost simultaneously with Wuji's words. The familiar terrifying gravity of 100 times came crashing down, instantly filling the entire special training space. Clearly, the two were about to battle in this extreme environment of 100 times gravity. Come! Wuji shouted, lightning exploding beneath his feet. His figure transforming into a tearing thunderbolt. Holding the roaring thunder prison blade, he charged fiercely towards Nangong Wentian in the most brutal and direct manner. Chapter 262, Wuji's second stage of Qi. No restrictions. Bang bang bang. The deafening explosions echoed wildly in the training room. Kid. We've been fighting for over 10 hours. Do you know what time it is now? Nangong Wentian shouted in exasperation, while swinging the flaming giant hammer to shatter a striking lightning snake. His breathing remained steady, but the frequency was noticeably faster than at the start. Enough! Stop fighting. Training requires balance. At this moment, Wuji had entered the Thunder Titan form. Surrounded by destructive lightning. His speed was so fast that even under 100 times gravity, he left countless afterimages. He had just taken a hammer strike head-on. His thunder armor slightly cracked, but it repaired in an instant. Hearing this, he not only didn't stop, but his fighting spirit surged even more fiercely. Old man. It's only been over 10 hours. What are you so anxious about? Wuji laughed wildly, his figure again turning into lightning as he charged forward. The thunder prison blade descended with a sharp edge. My energy hasn't run out yet. Come again. Boom. Another straightforward clash. Wuji was once again sent flying by the overwhelming force. But the lightning in his eyes flashed, as if he didn't know what fatigue was. Chapter 263, The Path of No Taboo. Immune to being hit. Wuji's consciousness sank deep into the sea of spirit. On the battlefield, before him, was a trinity monster shaped by his will, merging the body of the abyss madman, the rules of time, and the rules of dimensions. However, this time, Wuji's thoughts wavered again. It wasn't enough to merely fuse the rules and the body, it wasn't real enough. He muttered to himself, his eyes shimmering with the colors of inevitability. True top-tier demon slayers had already undergone a qualitative change in their energy. Just like that old man Nangong. Vaz? With his thoughts, the dream creation underwent dramatic changes again. A scorching, fierce, and unmatched aura erupted like a waking volcano from within that monster. Crimson gold energy coiled around it, wildly merging with the distorted flow of time, chaotic dimensional ripples, and the robust body. Skygang fierceness. The exclusive characteristic of Nangong Wentian's aura. Wuji forcibly endowed this dream creation, with it using his battle memories and the might of eternal sleep. At this moment, the Trinity monster evolved into a quaternity. A terrifying existence that fused top-tier physique, rules of time, rules of dimensions, and the utmost young and strong Skygang fierceness. Chapter 264, How come you've become so fierce in just a week? Arriving at the training area, Nangong Wentian was already waiting there. Longya was as usual, in the corner, meditating with his eyes closed. The energy flowing from him was round and restrained. Clearly, he had already stepped into the second stage, and might even be exploring the mysteries of the third stage. Kid, didn't you get enough of a beating yesterday? Here you are again looking for trouble. Nangong Wentian looked at Wuji, habitually stroking his beard and smiling, but his eyes carried a hint of expectation. Enough nonsense. Old man, let's keep practicing today. Wuji said bluntly, lightning prison instantly in hand. As the 100-fold gravity crashed down, he had already transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged up. Nangong Wentian laughed heartily, and the giant flame hammer condensed once more, smashing down. Boom! The collision erupted. However, at the moment of their strikes colliding, the seemingly murky old eyes of Nangong Wentian suddenly shot out a flash of brilliance. Huh? He clearly felt that Wuji's energy seemed to have changed. The degree of refinement, the internal density, had actually improved compared to yesterday. More importantly, within that overwhelming energy, there seemed to be an extremely faint, yet real, resistance. A resilience that instinctively resisted the erosion of foreign elemental energy. As if forged through countless trials. Chapter 265, You go train with the instructor, and Qianlan and others move on to the next level. No more fighting, no more fighting. Nangong Wentian hurriedly waved his hand, his tone filled with deep helplessness and astonishment. Unbelievable. Too damn unbelievable. You a monster. He originally thought he could at least bully Wuji for 5 years, enjoying the thrill of being a senior. But now it seems that being able to last a month would be a blessing. If this continued, he might not die on the demon battlefield, but would probably be exhausted to death under this kid's hands. Old man, stop pretending. Wuji strode over, the ever-changing domineering energy around him slowly receding. But his eyes remained bright. Get up and keep practicing with me. I feel like I can improve a bit more. Nangong Wentian looked at his seemingly boundless energy. The corners of his eyes twitched violently, and he said irritably, all right, all right. Know when to stop. Your energy at this second stage has already reached this level. And you're still not satisfied? My old bones can't take this much of your torment. He paused, his expression becoming slightly serious. Your current energy cultivation. The second stage is already stable, and you've even walked out your own path. But to touch the third stage, the law of heaven and earth. To invoke the great power of heaven and earth, it's not enough to just practice energy. Chapter 266, The Cooperation of Qianlan and Others. What's wrong? Scared silly? You bunch of useless fools. Do you even deserve to stand in front of me? The tall and thin man stepped forward. Let me introduce myself. He licked his lips, his eyes scanning like a predator. My name is Li Yang, from the S-class family of the Li clan. Although I was temporarily pulled out by some madman from the deep blue heart, crushing you is as easy as crushing 3 bugs. He twisted his neck. Do you know why? Li Yang's smile widened, carrying a sense of superiority. Because the gap in bloodlines is a chasm. It's a gulf that you postnatally striving fools can never cross. He suddenly clenched his fist, his arm muscles bulging, as if blood-colored light was surging beneath his skin. My holy blood ability is called Boiling Blood Frenzy Bone. He roared, his aura surging again. Strength, speed, reflexes, and self-healing capacity all multiplied. The density of my bones is more than 10 times yours. He raised his hand, fingers spread, toward Qianlan and the others. Then he slowly clenched it, as if he intended to crush them into pieces. Do you know what this means? Li Yang laughed arrogantly. It means that my physical quality can move freely even under dozens of times the gravity. Chapter 267, Bloodline Members Out of Bounds. Wuji's Energy Training. Get lost. Li Yang punched Qianlan back, suddenly turning to threaten the biggest threat, Li Mubai. And his giant claw tore through the air to grab him. Li Mubai's face turned pale as he quickly retreated, but his speed was clearly not fast enough. Just then. Look here. You big idiot. Yang Xiaoqi roared, slamming his hands on the ground. Earth erupting lotus. Boom. The ground beneath Li Yang suddenly exploded. And a lotus entirely composed of scorching flames suddenly bloomed, engulfing him whole. although it was shattered by his violent blood energy the next moment. It successfully delayed him for a moment. Just that instant. And Qianlan had already regained his breath, the dragon-shaped phantom reappearing on the dragon tooth spear. Dragon tooth. Break military. Man and spear merged into one, transforming into a silver meteor, crashing towards him. Li Yang had just shattered the flames, and could only cross his arms in a hurry to block. Bang! The deafening sound resonated. Li Yang was struck by this spear, which had gathered all of Qianlan's power, and was sent staggering back, his feet digging 2 deep grooves into the ground. He just happened to retreat to the edge of the dueling arena. Now is the time. And Qianlan let out a hoarse roar, gripping the spear tightly with both hands, using it as a fulcrum to push forward with all his strength. Yang Xiaoqi and Li Mubai understood each other, and simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. Chapter 268, the second stage of Su Wuji's momentum. The body of no taboo. I will suppress my momentum to the peak level of the second stage as well. Li Feijuan's expression grew serious, and the deep, ocean-like aura around him began to retract. However, the invisible sense of oppression became even more concentrated. Until you successfully condense your own spiritual avatar. As the words fell, Li Feijuan's eyes narrowed. Vaz? There was no earth-shattering roar, nor any explosive brilliance of energy. But Su Wuji felt the scene before him suddenly blur, as if the entire space had been instantaneously replaced. The training ground scene rapidly faded into obscurity. In the next moment, he found himself in an endless expanse of pitch-black void. There was no solid ground beneath his feet, no boundaries around him. Only distant points of starlight flickered in the far-off places. The sea of consciousness. Only those who have condensed their spiritual avatars can clearly observe this marvelous world composed of countless spiritual wills. At the same time, the barriers of 2 independent training rooms in the distance rippled slightly. Jiangcheng and Huang Fuling, who were immersed in comprehending the mysteries of the third stage, were almost simultaneously stirred by this unreserved powerful mental battle wave, and they turned their gazes towards the void. They immediately saw the two confronting each other. Chapter 269, The Battle Between Avatars. The Body of No Taboo. Good kid. Li Feijuan stood still, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Su Wuji. This guy's rate of improvement has become even faster. The foundation of his opponent had long been sharpened to an incredibly deep level. As long as a teacher stands out to guide him slightly, he can find his own path. Qi, momentum, and weapon are essentially a trinity. As long as one of them finds its path forward, the other two will not find it difficult to step into the next stage. And Su Wuji, on the path of Qi, is following the body of no taboo. Then on the path of momentum, his opponent is the same. So what ability does his avatar possess? Just as this thought crossed his mind, behind Su Wuji, the newly born body of no taboo moved. It held the eternal sleep, its form flickering, and slashed out with a single stroke. In that instant, Li Feijuan's deep moon illuminating the heart also moved, taking the initiative to strike first. It summoned a round of starlight to blast towards a certain direction. Clearly a predicted attack. Boom! The blade of eternal sleep directly cleaved through the descending predicted impact. A violent collision exploded, sending a storm of mental energy sweeping out. The consciousness bodies of Jiangcheng and Huang Fuling, who were watching from afar, swayed slightly. Chapter 270, The Forbidden Avatar. Countering all attacks, Su Wuji did not stop his steps, only glancing sideways. It was Jiangcheng who called out to him. She had been waiting outside for who knows how long, and was now quickly catching up, walking alongside him. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, scanning Su Wuji up and down, as if she wanted to see something extraordinary from him. How did you do it? Jiangcheng finally couldn't help but ask quickly. It's only been a few days. Not only have you stabilized your qi at the second stage to such an extent, but you've also directly condensed your spiritual avatar. Was it this avatar's ability you used when you defeated Yuanzhong? She fired off questions in rapid succession. Clearly, Wuji's speed of advancement had a huge impact on her. Wuji initially didn't want to respond. But thinking of her being ranked second and the keywords related to the training of momentum, his heart stirred slightly. He slowed his pace a bit, his gaze sweeping over Jiangcheng. He replied calmly, "No." Jiangcheng didn't expect him to actually respond, first taken aback, then her face lit up with surprise. She immediately leaned in closer, chattering away, "Not really." "Then what is it?" "Oh right, you came from the Qi training area, and Instructor Nangong actually let you go." Chapter 271, Wuji vs Jiangcheng. Soon, in the momentum training area, Li Feijuan stood with his arms crossed, watching the two confronting each other in the arena. A hint of unnoticeable admiration flickered in his eyes. He truly didn't expect that Jiangcheng would really agree to Wuji's somewhat abrupt battle invitation. This young lady of the Yi family was famously proud. It seems that Wuji's monstrous speed of advancement has indeed piqued her interest. On the other side, Huang Fuling leaned casually against the energy barrier of the training ground, his posture relaxed, a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes, which seemed to see through the rules, swept over Wuji with great interest, finally settling on Jiangcheng. For those of them from top bloodline families, while each other's abilities were not completely transparent, they generally had a good understanding of each other. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of Jiangcheng's fate weaving. It was a cause and effect ability that was almost cheating. Coupled with her already having stepped into the second stage of momentum, Huang Fuling slightly narrowed his eyes, eager to see how this unconventional Wuji would crack this nearly unsolvable situation. Arrogant as he was at this moment, he only felt a hint of curiosity towards Wuji personally. Chapter 272, Standing Before You. Is me. From 5 years later. Jiangcheng lay on the ground, her mind instantly blank. Why? Under the full operation of fate weaving, how did the opponent escape the preordained fate? She looked at Wuji standing in front of her, his eyes calm yet carrying an invisible sense of oppression. There was no pride, no showiness in those eyes, only a natural indifference. But Jiangcheng knew how astonishing the insight and execution contained in that moment of offensive and defensive transition had been. If this were not training, but a life-and-death struggle in reality. If Wuji had not used his fists, but rather a demon-slaying blade. She feared that at this moment, she would already be a cold corpse. Gulp. Jiangcheng swallowed hard. A strong sense of fear and a shock that completely awakened her swept through her body. Wuji did not possess those flashy top bloodlines. He had no innate power over rules. He was merely an ordinary demon-slaying master, who had climbed up from the bottom through 24/7 relentless breathing techniques and countless life-and-death battles. And precisely because of this, once he tore through the defenses of the rules, or to say, approaching him closely, the instant destructive power brought by his well-forged body, and the unrestrained aura that defies common sense. Chapter 273, Time stopped. This moment is mine. Vaz? Within the domain of destiny, countless transparent threads of fate crisscrossed, turning this space into a theater absolutely dominated by Jiangcheng. Wuji's figure darted through it. However, just as he was about to rush in, the flat ground beneath his feet suddenly transformed into quicksand, causing him to sink uncontrollably. He attempted to disperse the unrestrained body into a black mist for a combined attack. Yet, the surrounding light suddenly distorted and refracted, causing microsecond-level chaos in the control of the substitute. Everything was unfolding according to a script that had already been written. Countless small accidents and coincidences layered upon each other, forming an inescapable cage of fate. Jiangcheng's voice came through the chaotic threads of fate. It's useless, Wuji. In my domain, every one of your actions is a footnote already marked in my script. Your so-called struggle merely makes this drama more exciting. Of course, while saying this, Jiangcheng maintained an absolute safe distance from Wuji. She was indeed honest. Even with the grand spiritual power and realm insights borrowed from 5 years into the future, her physical strength did not seem to have increased enough to confront Wuji head-on. Chapter 274, No need to practice, I already know it, the trials ahead. Although it was only an insignificant moment, not even a second. But in that fleeting instant, for a monster like Wuji, it was already enough. His breath, chaotic due to fate's scripting, forcefully penetrated through, relying on his domineering nature. His originally staggering form, with the help of forward momentum, broke free like a mad dragon from all shackles. Bang! Jiangcheng only saw a flash before her eyes, unable to react in time. An indescribable immense force had already slammed hard onto her left shoulder. Crack! The clear sound of bone fracturing echoed. Ooh! Jiangcheng let out a pained grunt, her whole body flying backward like a kite with a severed string. The borrowed power from the future receded like a tide. The weaving lies garment, an ancient book, instantly became illusory and fluctuated, about to dissipate. The surrounding domain of destiny also began to twist violently, on the brink of collapse. She crashed heavily to the ground, clutching her injured left shoulder, her face filled with disbelief and confusion. What just happened? Was the domain just frozen in that instant? Not just her, but Huang Fuling and Li Feijuan at the side were also completely stunned, their faces filled with horror. Chapter 275, Marrying the Strongest Instead of Becoming the Strongest, I Don't Like You Like This. Deep Blue Heart, Internal Cafeteria. Here, everything requires points to consume. And points are directly linked to strength and contribution. Wuji's points had already reached 50,000. This was thanks to his consecutive breakthroughs in the second stage of Qi and momentum cultivation. Of course, for him, the greatest use of these points was to exchange for the terrifying energy needed to support his inhuman cultivation intensity. At this moment, in a corner of the cafeteria, the empty plates piled up in front of Wuji had formed a small mountain. Yet he was still consuming the food served with astonishing speed. His eating style was not elegant, and even somewhat barbaric. Jiangcheng sat opposite him. And although the number of plates in front of her also far exceeded that of ordinary demon slayers, compared to Wuji's side, it seemed trivial. She rested her chin on one hand, poking at the spirit fruits on her plate with the other. But her eyes were fixed on Wuji as he devoured his food. Ever since she was knocked dizzy by Wuji's punch last time, she found herself greatly interested in this pure guy. Being with him meant not having to think about the complex scheming. In short, watching him eat was quite entertaining. Chapter 276, Dragon YA in Closed-Door Training, Days of Training. In the monitoring room, Lin Xiaoyu finally managed to clean the screen. Looking at Wendini's eyes that not only showed no signs of frustration, but instead sparkled even more, her heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again. But seeing Wuji's straightforward rejection, she finally breathed a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. As expected of you, leader, now I can rest assured. However, before she could fully relax, a crisp female voice filled with mockery and derision suddenly popped up in her mind. He, what are you so relieved about? Don't you like Wuji too? If you confess to him, he'll definitely reject you like this, maybe even more decisively. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned red instantly. And she hurriedly retorted in her mind, that's not true. I don't like the leader. That's just concern from a subordinate to a superior. Oh? Is that so? Then why do you get anxious as soon as you see a girl approaching him? I'm afraid the leader will be deceived by those bad women with ulterior motives. Lin Xiaoyu tried to argue, but her eyes showed a hint of panic. The voice in her mind was filled with disdain. He has probably already been deceived by some woman, and you, this silly sweet girl, don't even know. Chapter 277, a month later, heading to the trials. The most significant achievement is reflected in the rules of time. A full month has passed now. He can already forcibly act for 3 seconds within the frozen time and space with his physical body and will. Although he will still be refrozen by the power of the rules after 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds are already enough to determine life and death in a duel between top-tier powerhouses. Moreover, his substitute can also use 3 seconds of stillness. At the same time, through countless death experiences in dreams related to those rule abilities and Xiaobai's analysis. His unrestrained body has successfully plundered and simulated part of the rule power. For example, it can briefly distort causality in a small area, causing a guaranteed hit to inexplicably deviate. However, the activation of these rule powers can currently only be executed by the unrestrained body. And each activation consumes a massive amount of mental energy. Even with Su Wuji's monstrous total mental capacity, he cannot sustain frequent uses. The consumption of activating rules through the substitute is still too high. Su Wuji pondered. It seems that to control the rules at will with his main body. I'm afraid I have to wait until the all-forbidden trait completely immunizes this rule, making it a part of my instinct. Chapter 278, The Trial of the Oasis for a Month. Thanks to weaklings, why fight for the divine certification? The boss is generous. Practical trial rules, trial location, Oasis Island. Trial duration, 30 days. Participants, 12 people. Initial deployment, 12 people will be randomly placed at 12 different entrances around the island. Task core, hunt down demons. Scoring rules, each demon killed will be automatically recorded and analyzed for its energy level and threat level, converted into corresponding points. After killing, the demon's partial data and points will be updated in real time. Victory reward, after 30 days. The person with the highest score will receive a qualification for Holy Blood Baptism. The rules are clear, brutal, yet seem to offer rich rewards. Holy Blood Baptism. Su Wuji looked at the 4 characters and murmured. He knew that holy blood, extracted from demons, could grant immense power. But what is the Holy Blood Baptism? Hearing this, Jiangcheng leaned in closer and whispered, I know about this. It's a collaboration between the Council's Research Institute and top S-class families. It's the most refined essence extracted from demons using some secret method, extremely rare and precious. Chapter 279, The Spider-Legged Demon Gorilla. Threat level. Jiangcheng, Yuan Family Mansion. In an extremely luxurious quiet room, Yuan Yun was lazily leaning back in a large chair, playing with a crystal-clear teacup in his hand. A trusted subordinate was bowing and reporting the recently obtained intelligence in a low voice. The news confirmed that Su Wuji had entered the trial island codenamed Oasis through a spatial passage an hour ago. Yuan Yun paused for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. He took a gentle sip of warm tea, his gaze piercing through the thin mist, looking into the depths of the void with a hint of mockery. Oasis, indeed. The Holy Blood plan and the intelligence were the same. He would go to Oasis. It was worth it for me to have Dark Abyss lay the groundwork early. Su Wuji, you should thank me. I believe you can enter the Holy Blood plan. He murmured to himself, I believe you will like the gift I have carefully prepared for you. A demon capable of killing you all inside. On the Oasis Island. In the primitive jungle. Su Wuji was walking through it. His demeanor seemed leisurely, but his senses were heightened to the extreme. Chapter 280, Let me quickly slaughter you. Su Wuji continued to walk at a leisurely pace for a while. Suddenly, he paused, slightly tilting his head. His gaze shot towards a particularly quiet shadowy area in the left front. There, he sensed not just one, but multiple demon auras. Moreover, they were more condensed and organized than the spider-legged demon gorilla from before. However, his expression did not show any vigilance. Instead, it was gradually ignited by excitement. Just then, the bushes in the left front shook violently. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of black shadows leaped out in succession, forming a loose semicircle, blocking Su Wuji's path. It was the gorilla demon squad led by the tiger arm. As soon as they appeared, their greedy and excited gazes fixed on Wuji, as if sizing up a walking feast. Human. It's really a human. Ha ha ha. Great. Capture it. Offer it to the queen. The demons let out excited screams. However, the tiger noticed that Wuji not only showed no fear, but was looking at them with an excited expression. A hint of confusion flashed in its eyes. But this confusion was instantly drowned in the ecstasy of capturing prey. An eager gorilla demon volunteered to jump out. Chapter 281, Instant Kill Boom. Thunder struck. The pupils of the Silver Scar gorilla suddenly contracted like needles. Fast. Too fast. That bolt of lightning had almost closed the distance to penetrate its skull the moment it was visually captured. There was no time to think. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Its robust left arm bulged with muscles. It grabbed a still unresponsive kin beside it and hurled it like a projectile towards the trajectory of Wuji's charge. At the same time, it used the recoil from this throw to wildly retreat backward. Its right hand grasped the air, and demonic energy surged and gathered. A massive battle axe, entirely silver-grey and entwined with black-purple evil energy, suddenly formed. Ah? Boss? Why? The demon that was used as a meat shield could only let out a surprised and confused roar. The next second, whoosh! A brilliant and brutal bolt of lightning flashed by. That demon didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before it was instantly torn apart under the sharpness of the thunder prison, leaving not even a trace. Simultaneously, clang! Wuji's thunder prison collided violently with the hastily blocking silver battle axe. A visible circular shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Chapter 282, The Fierce Light in the Dark, the power at the peak of mystery. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the forest, a region shrouded in thick darkness and demonic energy, here stood a huge and bizarre lair. In the center of the lair, coiled a spider-shaped demon of indescribable size. Its body resembled a pile of mountains, with limbs like colossal pillars supporting the sky. Suddenly, its head, as large as a small mountain, abruptly lifted. Dozens of pairs of densely packed, glimmering emerald eyes erupted in the darkness with unparalleled greed. Unmatched excitement. That aura. That pure, domineering scent, but also carried a trace of flavor that made its very soul tremble. Despite the great distance, that scent was like the brightest lighthouse in the night, clearly guiding the direction of the prey. Good. Such strong energy. Its voice twisted with excitement. Such a delicious scent. Around the lair, in the shadows, countless demons of various forms simultaneously raised their heads. Their eyes sparkled with the same fanaticism driven by a supreme command. Hurry! Bring them over. It will be ready soon. Just a bit more to eat. Chapter 283. I will not betray what I say. Must we fight like this? He sighed softly, his tone filled with genuine regret for not being able to have a good sleep. Human, how much damage can you rebound? The demon tilted its head, its movements stiff. I want to see. Saying this, bang bang bang. The strange bone club weapon in its hand instantly turned into a myriad of club shadows. Each strike contained the terrifying power to shatter stone and split earth, fiercely chopping down towards Jiangcheng once again. I really want to see. Bang 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 bang. The attacks were like a torrential storm. The demon seemed to feel no pain. Even though it was continuously injured due to backlash from the rules, it appeared completely oblivious. It simply locked onto the ground beneath Jiangcheng's feet, and the space he might evade to. Boom boom boom. The ground was smashed into deep pits. Dirt and stones flying everywhere. Jiangcheng's gaze slightly tightened. His body executed extremely precise dodges within a limited range. At the same time, his own abilities began to surge. Visibly, the demon's attacking arm bones were continuously shattering, clearly its own power was rebounding against itself. Yet it continued to attack. As it attacked, its injuries worsened, the indentation on its forehead deepening. Chapter 284, Encounter with the Cold Family, Cold Qian Yuan. A moment later, Wuji understood. So that's how it is. No wonder the demons in this place are so strange, with various forms yet unified by spider elements. So they have a unified, supreme leader, revered as the queen. And these demons attacking him are not simply symbiotic or hybrid. Essentially, they are all offspring of that queen. They are fusion products conceived through some special means. Furthermore, there is an extremely strict hierarchy among them. Like it in the mantis and crocodile that just died. They are squad leader level. As for the queen herself, it is said she is undergoing a great evolution. Once completed, a new king may be born. The light in Wuji's eyes grew increasingly intense. Who would have thought? I initially thought this practical trial would be boring. However, it's no surprise that this is the Holy Blood project concocted by the royal city. Demons of this level can easily be raised on the island, and then used for their trials. With this in mind, he casually tossed aside the lifeless pig head in his hand. Then the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Then I'll kill all the demons along the way while searching for that queen, and finally slay the born king. Chapter 285, The Task Target of the Dark Abyss, Jiangcheng. Wuji slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the astonished cold Qian Yuan below. It seemed he had just noticed him, and greeted him in a flat tone, "Oh, it's you." Cold Qian Yuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. Why? Why could the other party be so nonchalant? As if he had just casually swatted a buzzing fly. This commanding level demon, that he had felt pressured by and prepared to take seriously, in front of Wuji. Hadn't he even lasted a second? To what unfathomable extent had this guy's combat power reached? Just as cold Qian Yuan was shaken to his core. Wuji seemed to lose interest in the half-dead demon in his hand. His fingers suddenly tightened. Crack! The neck of the commanding level demon, along with its twisted spider head, exploded in his hand like a fragile watermelon. Wuji casually wiped away non-existent stains, slowly descended, and stood before cold Qian Yuan. His eyes, calm to the point of indifference, scanned cold Qian Yuan up and down for a few seconds, as if confirming something. Cold Qian Yuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Chapter 286, The Power of Fate Has Failed. The Dark Abyss Strikes. What the hell? Jiangcheng's pupils constricted. Her voice filled with suspicion. Human? Are you the demon-slaying master guarding this island? Why have you turned into this? Hearing this, the person smiled with a strange curve at the corner of his mouth. Why? Because we made a wiser choice. We have already fused with the Great Queen, becoming her glorious offspring. His tone gradually turned fervent. And you fresh blood foods will also become the supreme nourishment for Her Majesty the Queen. He spread his arms, as if embracing some great existence, his compound eyes flashing with a mad light. Then, Her Majesty the Queen will lead us to step onto the continent where you humans rely on to survive. We will eat you all. Not a single one left. This guy has gone insane. Jiangcheng's mind was instantly thrown into chaos. Isn't this supposed to be a controllable practical trial? What's going on with this obviously demonized former demon-slaying master in front of her? Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through her mind like lightning. The other party was the island's demon-slaying master, yet had turned into this demon form. Chapter 287, The Combination Ability of Dark Abyss Members Negates Causal Infinite Resurrection. Jiangcheng's heart alarm bells rang. Instantly understanding the reason, her gaze turned icy as she looked at Taozi. It was you who did this. Taozi pouted angrily. Seriously? Don't answer a question with another question. It's not cute at all. But she soon revealed a smile, looking like a good child who was confessing. However, I am an honest good child, So I'll tell you that yes, it was me who did it. She clapped her hands, her tone carrying a hint of pride. One of my abilities is to infinitely resurrect beings in a death state. No matter if they are chopped into pieces, burned to ashes, or directly written dead by your power of fate like just now, I can bring them back. Jiangcheng's eyelids twitched slightly. What kind of ability is that? And she just revealed her trump card so easily. The other party was either naive to the point of foolishness, or had absolute confidence and didn't care about information leaks. Obviously, it was the latter. Jiangcheng's mind raced, remaining calm and collected. The fabrication garment behind her silently raised its penknife again, her mental energy highly concentrated. Chapter 288, Jiangcheng's full force battle, instant death writing. As her thoughts resonated, a vast and invisible domain erupted with her as the center. Within the domain, light warped. Countless transparent threads of fate crazily weaving and intertwining, as if they had a life of their own. The weaving lies garment behind her entered an unprecedented state of superfrequency. That enormous illusory pen blade transformed into a series of afterimages, writing and modifying at a frenzied speed on that ancient book. Swish! 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 Within the domain, fate creations formed from pure misfortune, chaotic causality, and twisted laws of reality surged forth from nowhere. They twisted in shape, at times resembling transparent vengeful spirits, at times transforming into sharp blades of law, rushing towards the two incoming enemies like a tide. At the same time, Jiangcheng directly activated fate writing. No longer pursuing a one-hit kill erasure, but instead writing a fate that was less backlash-heavy, yet still destructive and persistent. Fate writing, target, tall man. Its energy operation will fall into permanent chaos until self-destruction. Fate writing, target, demonized demon-slaying master, its flesh and blood will continuously decay and rot, as if experiencing 1,000 years of time. The invisible power of fate descended. Chapter 289, is this the end? No. Wuji has arrived. Damn it. I must think of another way. Jiangcheng looked at the three individuals who had once again resurrected intact before her. Her brain was working at an unprecedented speed. The fate erasure was ineffective, and the resurrection mechanism was nearly shameless. If she kept fighting head-on, she would only be exhausted to death within the time limit of this borrowed power. Since she couldn't directly affect the enemy, what about affecting herself? A thought flashed through her chaotic mind like lightning. Yes. Write fate for herself. For example, fate writing, let me discern the only way to crack the opponent's abilities in the next second. This was the only way to survive. Upon thinking this, a trace of determination flashed in Jiangcheng's eyes. The pen of the weaving lies garment suddenly turned, about to fall onto the page representing her fate. But, Buzz? Just as the pen tip was about to touch the page, an indescribable, intense pain, as if from the soul level, suddenly erupted. Phut! Jiangcheng's face instantly turned as pale as paper. A large mouthful of blood uncontrollably spurted out. This was just the beginning. Blood began to seep from her nostrils, ears, and even the corners of her eyes. Her muscles began to spasm violently, convulsing, bringing excruciating pain. Chapter 290, revive and kill again. The pressure surged. Wuji merely stood there, his gaze like an immense iceberg crashing down. The signature's sweet smile on Taozi's face became somewhat stiff, but she still held on. Just as she opened her mouth, trying to say something to ease the suffocating atmosphere, Phut. Before she could finish her sentence, three muffled sounds erupted almost simultaneously. Without warning, without light or shadow, without any obvious action from Wuji. In the instant Jiangcheng subconsciously blinked. In her line of sight, Taozi and the tall man, along with the demonized demon-slaying master being held by Wuji, all three bodies exploded with a bang. The rich smell of blood instantly permeated the air. Jiangcheng was completely stunned, Her mind blank, her beautiful eyes wide open. What is going on? She had just blinked. Not even a tenth of a second. How did these three powerful enemies, who had pushed her to the brink, just disappear like that? The most crucial point was Su Wuji this strong? She knew Su Wuji was powerful. But these three, especially that pink-haired Taozi's ability combination, was simply disgustingly despairing. Chapter 291, The Illusion of Flowers and Water, I like your awareness. Su Wuji's figure moved like a ghost, creating an endless cycle of death in that area. He had no unnecessary words, no extra movements. He simply sent the just resurrected Taozi and others back to hell again and again. 10 times, 20 times. 30 times Jiangcheng stared in shock at this seemingly insane scene. Su Wuji was like an unwearied killing machine, violently trampling the very concept of resurrection itself. Finally, after repeating this cycle of death and revival an unknown number of times, after once again cleaving the recently formed Taozi into a mist of blood, he stopped. Then, he made a move that surprised Jiangcheng. He sheathed the thunder prison and drew out a very sinister demon-slaying sword from his waist. She remembered it was called the Eye of Death. Swish! At the same time, taking advantage of Su Wuji's pause, the three bodies resurrected in order once more. Taozi, still shaken from being cut, turned pale. But she provocatively looked at Su Wuji. So, Su Wuji, no matter what you do, we won't die. Everything you do is in vain. Chapter 292, Cleaning the Entire Island of Demons, The Extreme Methods of Demons. In another area of the island, Jiangcheng leaned against an ancient tree that required several people to embrace, slightly squinting, with a face of eternal drowsiness. Beneath him lay the body of the birdman spider demon that he had killed using reverse causality, the surroundings in disarray. Ha, he yawned, murmuring softly. Finally, it's quiet. However, this peace did not last long. A new surge of violent demonic energy spread from the forest, rapidly approaching his location. Jiangcheng's lazy brows furrowed slightly. A flicker of extreme impatience flashing in his eyes. What now? He sighed, his voice filled with a sense of despair. Can't a person get a good night's sleep? The next moment, roar. A demon resembling a giant leopard, but with a hard shell covering its back, suddenly pounced out of the bushes. Its gaze locked onto Jiangcheng, leaning against the tree. It let out an excited roar, its claws slicing through the air, aiming straight for his head. Jiangcheng couldn't even be bothered to fully open his eyes, simply sighing helplessly. Chapter 293, Dimensional Slash, all killed. Boom. 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 Su Wuji was efficiently cleaning up the remaining demons on the island. At the same time, his immense presence acted like an invisible net, guiding and gathering all the scattered members on the island, including Lang Wuqiang, Wang Fuling, Shangguan Jinghong, and Jiangcheng, who reluctantly came after being disturbed by thunder, together. Everyone looked at the figure of thunder in the sky, radiating a sense of destruction, as well as the lightning that kept flickering on and off all over the island, feeling a deep shock without exception. It's not like we are all at the second stage of demon slayers. Why are you so different from us? However, Su Wuji quickly noticed something unusual. Not only was his speed in eliminating demons extremely fast, but the remaining demons also seemed to be frantically fleeing towards a certain direction deep within the island. Then their auras quickly vanished. It wasn't that they were killed, it was more like they were instantly devoured by something. Su Wuji, what's wrong? Jiangcheng noticed his slightly furrowed brow and asked. She had taken her family's secret medicine and rested for a moment, so her condition had improved a lot. Su Wuji did not answer, only closed his eyes. Chapter 294, The Birth of the King. This move is mine, as if to confirm Su Wuji's words. A piercing sound suddenly erupted from the deepest shadow of the nest. The next second, a thread wrapped in purple-black thunder shot silently towards Wendini's back at a speed beyond visual capture. Too fast. Too concealed. Thunder. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. When Dini felt a cold sense of death grip her heart instantly. Her body's instincts urged her to dodge, but her mind couldn't keep up with the speed of the attack. She didn't even have time to turn around, and could only watch helplessly, as the deadly lightning rapidly enlarged in her peripheral vision. It's over. The thought just arose. Bang! A deafening sound suddenly exploded behind Wendini. The violent shockwave spread, making her blue hair dance wildly. She was stunned and turned around. A pitch-black figure had unknowingly stood behind her. Wuji, holding the already drawn thunder prison, positioned the blade perfectly between her and that attack. The blade and the thread of lightning clashed fiercely, creating a shower of dazzling sparks. Chapter 295, Thunder Prison's True Name Release Kuei Nyo. The moment the words fell, a completely different force erupted explosively from Wuji's body. It was not the coldness and despair of a demon king, but a violent momentum that proclaimed his supremacy. Suppressing all, the two immense forces collided violently in the air. Crack! It was as if an invisible glass had shattered. The originally heavy pressure of the demons, akin to a mountain, crumbled instantly before Wuji's even more domineering force. Those oppressed and struggling to breathe, including Jiangcheng, suddenly felt a lightness throughout their bodies. The suffocating sensation vanished without a trace. The demons' eyes widened in disbelief, revealing their astonishment. What's going on? How could your momentum be? Wuji ignored their shock and slowly raised the thunder prison in his hand, the blade level, pointing at the opponent. Your abilities are much better suited than those cumbersome rules. His voice was calm. The boundless immunity can learn and become immune to any power. The rule-based force takes time to become fully immune. But with just one clash, I can immediately learn these trivial demon techniques. Next, I will also use the power I've newly comprehended. Chapter 296, Refining the Island. What did you say? One dead, one captive. Boom! As Wuji's words fell, the entire Oasis Island suddenly let out a heavy rumble. What happened? Lang Wuqiang steadied himself, looking around in shock. It wasn't an earthquake. It wasn't an explosion. The entire island, along with the rock layers beneath it, was rising. No. More accurately, it was disintegrating and reconstructing. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the beach at the edge of the island first collapsed. Hundreds of millions of tons of sand defied gravity, shooting up like a golden waterfall. Next, the coastal rocks shattered. Dense jungles were uprooted, mixed with soil and stones, transforming into torrents of earth dragons madly surging into the sky. Is this guy a monster? Shangguan Jinghong muttered, the scene before him completely overturning his understanding of power. Quick! Get off the ground. Jiangcheng was the first to react, her aura surging, lifting her swiftly into the air. The others, jolted awake, hurriedly fled the crumbling ground, floating in mid-air. When they rose to a sufficient height and looked down, the sight before them made their pupils tremble. The entire massive Oasis Island. Chapter 297, Instant Kill of the Spider King. The arriving Li Feijuan paused for a moment, then rushed to his subordinate. Grabbing his shoulder, he asked urgently, who did it? Who subdued the people of the abyss? The subordinate, intimidated by the general's aura, stammered in response, it was Wuji. Wuji. Li Feijuan was stunned, this guy is so fierce. Those who can deal with the bizarre abilities of the abyss are all-powerful beings with a deep understanding of the rules or absolute crushing strength. How long has Wuji been cultivating? Wait. Li Feijuan had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, he turned to look at the main screen, which displayed a chilling crimson energy reaction area covering the entire sky above the island. An absurd yet perfectly fitting thought uncontrollably emerged. Don't tell me. This energy fluctuation in the sky. The subordinate swallowed hard and nodded with difficulty, confirming his speculation. The news says that indeed a king has been born among the demon horde. Wuji is preparing to kill it himself. This power seems to be caused by Wuji. Vaz? Li Feijuan felt a rush of blood to his head, and even his vision blurred for a moment. Chapter 298. The training intensity is not enough. I'll change places alone. Is this Wuji's combat power? Li Feijuan clenched his fists tightly. A storm of emotions raging in his heart. Refining the island for soldiers, one strike to slay the king. Is this power merely his normal strength? He hasn't even used those documented, bizarrely powerful multi-form transformations. If he were to combine this refining substance, control the magnetic field power, and use that with various forms. Li Feijuan dared not think further. Is this guy really as Bai Yi said? Wuji is that special individual who is not bound by the inherent rules of this world, the subtle balance between humans and demons. Is he a variable capable of breaking the deadlock and tipping the scales entirely to one side? Wuji's gaze swept over Jiangcheng and the others, who were still in a state of shock and daze below. Then, he casually flicked his right hand, and the invisible force field enveloping the peach lifted her and brought her over. Work is done. Wuji said flatly, let's go back. Only then did the crowd awaken from their dreamlike state, looking at the empty sea around them. They glanced again at the figure in black in the sky and collectively swallowed their saliva. Chapter 299. Absorbing the blood of the primordial source, ultimate control of power. The holy blood baptism chamber is located at the deepest part of the deep blue heart base. As soon as Wuji stepped in, two familiar figures came into view. Leader. A timid yet unmistakably joyful voice rang out. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside the instrument, her big eyes behind glasses sparkling, as she stared unblinkingly at Wuji. She felt that the aura around Wuji was even hotter and deeper than before. Like a walking sun, it instinctively made her feel warm and drawn to him. Hiss. It smells so good. Not bad, not bad. Another voice was filled with the excitement of a researcher. Wen Ruyan was still in her signature white lab coat, her hair casually tied up. She pushed up her glasses, sizing up Wuji from head to toe, her gaze akin to admiring a perfect work of art. You really are something, Wuji. I knew that level of strength from Deep Blue was nothing for you, you breezed through it. After all, I usually trained you at this intensity. She unabashedly took credit for his achievements. Wuji rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with her, and directly said, stop with the other talk, hurry up and build a higher gravity chamber, I'm waiting to use it. Chapter 300, Comprehending Divine Martial Skills. I want to level up alone. Just as Wuji grasped the true essence of the divine martial arts, a humming sound resonated. In that totem of the starry violent ape, a star that was originally dim suddenly lit up. This signifies that Wuji officially stepped into the threshold of the divine martial realm. 1 unit of strength can exert the effect of 2 units of strength. At the same time, a deeper belief took root in his heart like a rock. 1 strength can conquer 10. No matter how many techniques or supernatural powers you possess. I shall crush everything with absolute strength. The path of absolute freedom, even without bloodlines, a mortal body can achieve sanctity. With the lighting up of this star, Wuji clearly felt that the bone of his right index finger seemed to be infused with immortal divinity. It suddenly became heavy, several times tougher, and its surface shimmered with a barely perceptible light golden sheen. But this was just the beginning. Outside, when Ruyan had become numb to the sight, all that was left was the mechanical operation and the frenzied shouting within her heart. Monster! Truly a monster! The council had mobilized strategic reserves for this holy blood plan, preparing a vast amount of primordial source blood, enough to allow dozens of S-class bloodline geniuses to undergo the highest level of baptism with surplus. Chapter 301, The Betting Agreement with Bai Yi and 11 S-class families. When Ruyan had clearly heard some rumors, and she said in realization, oh. You are going to train in the secret realms of those S-class families, right? HMPH. You just think I can't create more advanced training equipment don't you? You fickle guy. Wuji shook his head, his expression unusually serious. It's not that I think you can't create equipment. It's just that right now, the hundredfold gravity chambers refining for my body and mental pressure has little improvement. I can't waste any time. He looked into the distance, as if seeing some shadow of the future. I have a premonition that the Holy Blood plan's duration of 1 year is not because it can be completed in a year, but because something will happen after a year. I must become strong enough before that. He retracted his gaze, his expression grave, otherwise, it may lead to an irreparable situation. As soon as he said this, the playful expression on Wen Ruyan's face faded. She looked deeply at Wuji, then chuckled lightly. With a hint of relief and subtle concern, all right, your monster instincts are always frighteningly accurate, so I won't interfere with you, just be careful. Chapter 302, Arriving at the Poseidon family, heading to the secret realm on the 9th floor of the Heavenly Crown District. Wuji arrived at a strange void according to the coordinates provided by Bai Yi. It was a palace complex so large it was difficult to imagine. Not built on a mountaintop or the ground, but suspended high in the sky. The entire palace was constructed from a certain blue stone. Countless thick water chains twisted around the base and columns of the palace like living creatures. They flowed slowly, producing a pleasant sound of water. Most astonishingly, in the center of this floating palace complex, there was indeed a vast ocean. The seawater was clear and blue, with waves rolling, and occasionally, gigantic marine creatures phantoms swam and surged within. The ocean above the sky defied logic, yet it existed vividly. Clearly in the sky but forming a world of ocean. The means of the S-class family is indeed intriguing. Wuji clicked his tongue in amazement. However, what he was really concerned about was when he could enter that endless ocean abyss secret realm to start training. Just as he thought this, the main gate of the palace made of giant shells and crystals slowly opened. A group of people came out to greet him, led by a towering figure nearly 2.5 meters tall. Chapter 303, Deep Sea Training, Pressure. Following the attendants through the winding corridors of the palace, Wuji arrived at an exceptionally spacious hall. In the center of the hall was a massive dark blue light gate. The light gate spun quietly, with the deep sound of flowing sea currents emanating from within. Lord Su. The attendant stopped, bowed slightly to Wuji, his tone filled with genuine awe. This is the entrance to the endless ocean abyss secret realm. Within the secret realm, dangers abound, especially in the deep sea area, where the pressure is terrifying and powerful deep sea demons reside. He pointed to the blue bracelet on Wuji's wrist, which he had worn upon entering the palace. Just in case, when we detect that your life signs drop to a dangerous threshold, we will forcibly activate the bracelet's teleportation function to take you out of the secret realm. Your life data has been bound to the bracelet in real time. We can monitor you throughout from the outside. Wuji nodded. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and his figure disappeared into the swirling azure light. Once Wuji's aura completely vanished at the entrance of the secret realm, the attendant let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 304, 50,000 meters deep sea. The news of Wuji's departure. Poseidon family, main hall throne. The head of the family, Poseidon, was comfortably lounging on his massive coral throne, playing with a fist-sized luminous pearl in his hand. He hummed a little tune, his face beaming with joy at the prospect of finding treasure. He glanced at his wife, who was sitting uneasily beside him, a hint of worry on her brow. With a hearty laugh, he reached out his strong arm and pulled her close, comforting her. "My dear, why do you still look so troubled? Isn't it a great thing that a powerful bloodline, like Wuji, is joining our Poseidon family? There aren't many young people with such unlimited potential these days. Just give him some time to grow, and his combat power might even come close to mine." He paused, seemingly realizing he might have oversold it, and cleared his throat to add, "Ahem, as for surpassing me, well, he'll need a bit more time, just a little bit." He patted his wife's hand gently. With a serious tone, so, let him be with our silly daughter. Who knows, it might even be our Wendy that's climbing up. You just relax and wait to become a grandmother. Hearing this, Poseidon's matriarch rubbed her brow. Chapter 305, What did you say? 30,000 meters deep sea. By ye, you tricked me. 2 days passed in a flash. Poseidon was pacing back and forth in the family hall. Every few minutes, he would look up at the entrance of the hall and ask in a rough voice, How is it? Any news? How is Wuji doing? Are there any abnormal fluctuations in his life signs? An attendant rushed in and immediately bowed to reporting to the head of the family. Lord Wuji's life signs are all normal and very stable. Everything is normal. Stopped in his tracks, his thick eyebrows raising, and he began to comfort himself internally. Oh, everything is normal, that's good. Maybe this kid is just hanging out in the shallow areas of 2,000 or 3,000 meters in the deep sea. The pressure there is considerable, but for his physique, holding out for 2 days is certainly no problem. Stable life signs are to be expected. Yes, that must be it. He tried to convince himself with this thought to calm his somewhat anxious mind. However, the next words from the attendant struck him like thunder. According to the depth coordinates feedback from the secret realm detection device, the head of the family. Chapter 306, The Strong Adaptive Body of the Unhindered. At the endless abyss, 30,000 meters deep in the sea. Here, the water pressure was no longer something that could be described as mere pressure. It was more like a pervasive, all-penetrating law. From every basic particle level, it crazily squeezed and repelled everything that did not belong here. Wuji floated in this body of water, feeling as if he had been stuffed into a hydraulic compressor. The forces coming from all directions were terrifying beyond words, as if they were trying to squeeze his well-forged body into the densest mass of flesh. But this feeling was precisely what Wuji wanted. It was the perfect environment for tempering his body and awakening his potential. Moreover, after enduring for more than 2 days in such a non-human environment, Wuji discovered something that surprised even him. He slightly opened his mouth and gasped. The water elements, mixed with some unique life energy from the deep sea, were directly inhaled into his lungs. Through the domineering operation of the unhindered energy within his body, it was instantly transformed into pure energy that could be utilized by his body. He was actually able to breathe underwater at 30,000 meters deep. No, more accurately, it was his unhindered body that was able to adapt in such extreme conditions. Chapter 307, 1 week later, passing the secret realm and obtaining the Emperor's artifact abyss. 1 week later. Poseidon family, main hall. Was no longer pacing anxiously like he had been a few days ago. He simply sat quietly on his gigantic throne, one hand propping up his forehead while the other idly tapped on the armrest. His gaze was somewhat hollow as he stared at the crystal screen in front of him. On the screen, the number representing Wuji's depth had transformed into a jaw-dropping figure. Depth, 990,000 meters. Order the preparation of the source blood from the storeroom. OM's voice carried a hint of fatigue and numbness, as he instructed the attendant beside him. Yes, head of the family, the attendant bowed and left quickly. OM's wife, the still graceful blue-haired matriarch, gently walked to his side, looking at the number on the screen that was infinitely close to 1 million meters. Her expression was complex, eventually turning into a soft sigh. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying, muttered to himself, his face unable to display any more shock. What is this guy's physical quality made of? Is he really human? It's impossible for even a demon to be this extraordinary, right? In just a little over a week, he has plunged from 300,000 meters all the way down to 990,000 meters. Chapter 308, 1 year later. Everyone's cultivation results. Author's note. Today I present 12,000 words, equivalent to 6 chapters. The card draw went poorly, making me so mad I trembled all over. Spending the whole day typing. 1 year later. Deep blue heart. Ding. In the center of the duel arena. A young man with a silver dragon phantom entwined around him shot out his spear like a dragon, clashing fiercely against a robust man whose arms were covered in crimson dragon scales and whose body was engulfed in roaring flames. The shockwave exploded violently. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. And Qianlan, your spear is even more cunning than before. Kuang Yangjin laughed wildly, tearing with his dragon claws, creating a scorching storm. You're not bad either. And Qianlan's eyes were sharp, shaking his spear, the silver dragon roaring, charging again. In the audience seats, a group of people munching on snacks watched intently. Good fight. Good fight. Lingling, while munching on potato chips, swayed her twin ponytails. Brother Lan's spear is awesome. Shi Chu, who was beside her, pushed up his golden glasses and looked at the muscular man next to him. Kuang Yangjin has stronger power, but Qianlan is faster, it's 50-50. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng lazily leaned back in her soft chair, sucking on jelly as she mumbled, "TSK, is this holy blood being wholesale? There are hundreds of them in one go." Chapter 309, Wait a minute, our examiner is Wuji. A huge cheer and buzz swept through the crowd, and everyone's eyes lit up. After a year of hard training, countless eliminations and promotions, they finally reached the last step. How could this not stir people's emotions? The deep blue heart, after layers of selection, was now down to just over 100 people. Those who could stand here were all top demon slayers, who had fought their way out from thousands of talented individuals. Whether in temperament or combat power, they were truly the pillars of humanity's future, monsters among monsters. They began to rub their fists in anticipation of the content of the final assessment. Jiangcheng couldn't hold back her curiosity. Taking a few steps closer to Wen Ruyan, she blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "Dr. Wen, can you give us a hint? What exactly is the final assessment? Is it super difficult?" Thanks to her connection with Wuji, Wen Ruyan had become quite familiar with Qianlan, Jiangcheng, and the others. Hearing this, she pushed up her glasses. A hint of mysterious light flashing in her eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. "He, you all should look forward to it." Her gaze slowly swept over the gathered Qianlan, Kuang Yangjin, Qin Shuyu, Ling Dang, and Shi Chu. Chapter 310, Wuji vs. And Qianlan's 10. Team leader. And Qianlan exclaimed, his cold expression cracking for the first time. Wuji. Kuang Yangjin's pupils shook. The leader. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her eyes behind her glasses widening instantly. Whoosh! A figure of ice and snow dashed past at incredible speed. Shenyu Qianxue directly lunged at Wuji. She tightly hugged Wuji's left arm and looked up, her eyes sparkling with uncontrollable joy and excitement. "Wuji. It's really you." Wuji looked down at her, somewhat surprised, the spoiled young lady throwing a tantrum. "How could you get down here? HMPH. How rude." Shenyu Qianxue wrinkled her nose, but her face was filled with smiles. "I drank the holy blood, and I can move freely now." As she spoke, cold air gathered behind her, and a beautiful snow woman phantom appeared. She slightly bowed to Wuji. Her voice ethereal, "Long time no see, Wuji." Wuji raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the audience. He saw familiar faces, and Qianlan, Kuang Yangjin, Leng Yu, Qin Shuyu, Ling Dang, and Shi Chu. The auras they emitted were far thicker, and more refined than a year ago. They had clearly all stepped into the second tier of demon slayers and perfectly fused with the power of holy blood. Chapter 311, The Growth of Qianlan and Others. Long time no see everyone. Universal analysis. Qin Shuyu seized the opportunity, his eyes shining brightly, trying to see through Wuji's aura flow or any weaknesses. However, as soon as he activated his eye technique, he screamed and covered his eyes, blood tears seeping through his fingers. peeking into the future. Your eyes can't bear my causality. Su Wuji said calmly. Shichu roared and charged in, his giant axe bringing the power to split mountains. Su Wuji casually slapped it aside, and the axe blade veered off, heavily smashing into the ground, leaving a deep pit. The power of the mountain was relentlessly fierce, not understanding the balance of rigidity and flexibility. Shenyu Qianxue transformed into an ice and snow goddess, countless ice crystal spears pouring down like a storm. Su Wuji merely glanced up, and all the ice spears disintegrated on their own 3 feet away from him. The extreme cold was similar but not the same. It had not grasped the true meaning of ice. At this point in the battle, Su Wuji still stood in place, not moving an inch. All attacks before him seemed like child's play. Not at all, not on the same level. And Qianlan gasped, gripping his long spear tightly, I must use all my strength. The others exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Second-tier Divine Sense Avatar. All exclusive auras activated. Artifact Spirit Release. Boom. 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 Chapter 312, the top 10 rankings are out. Training chapter ends. Amidst the chatter of greetings, Su Wuji laughed heartily, responding one by one, all right, stop the nonsense. Let's eat. I'm treating. Let's drink to our heart's content. Just as everyone cheered, a cough suddenly came from the surveillance screen. Cough cough. When Ruyan's image appeared in mid-air, she looked at Su Wuji, who casually ended the assessment, with a speechless expression, I knew you would do this. But it does fit your style. She waved her hand helplessly, all right, Su Wuji, you all can gather later. You wait for the other rankings to finish their assessments. And then we can go together. You must wait for me. When Ruyan warned, glaring at Su Wuji, who shrugged indifferently. Oh right. Su Wuji suddenly remembered something. Scratching his long hair, I still owe Yi Qingcheng a meal, so let's wait for her. At the mention of Yi Qingcheng, Lin Xiaoyu and Shenyu Qianxue immediately became alert. Shenyu Qianxue squinted her eyes. You have a good relationship with Yi Qingcheng, huh? And that Wendini has been mentioning you too. Lin Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, mm. Su Wuji blinked and said seriously, yes, that's right, they are all my friends. Let's call Huang Fuling and the others too. Chapter 313, once again swearing in, the first sequence team officially assembles. The next morning, in the Royal City Council, Su Wuji and his group walked through the spacious hall. Ahead, the black butler, Buchan, dressed in a neat black uniform, walked steadily to lead the way. From today on, the council will be the office for all sequence members. Buchan's voice was steady and calm. All high-risk tasks that ordinary demon slayers find difficult to solve will be handled by the sequence team. Su Wuji, with his hands in his trench coat pockets, casually said, this suits me just fine. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and looked seriously at Buchan, by the way. Does this count as a promotion? Buchan was clearly taken aback, then laughed, yes, Captain Su. Su Wuji nodded in satisfaction, that's good. Lin Xiaoyu, who was following behind, nervously pushed up her glasses, muttering softly, so amazing, I didn't expect that in such a short time, we could work in the council. The council staff showed complex expressions when they saw them. Some were in awe, some were curious, but more were cautious and avoided them. It was a joke. While others might dare to scrutinize them with their eyes, Su Wuji, who had wiped out more than a dozen families overnight, and single-handedly penetrated the Blood Clan's lair, was a star of destruction, and he was even the strongest in the first sequence. Chapter 314, the first mission. Monster Painting Skin Bone Umbrella. Difficulty. After a calm 3-day rest period, the exclusive task notification for the first sequence team finally arrived. In the Council's exclusive combat conference room, the atmosphere was tense. A group of people sat around a cold black round table, and a holographic projection suddenly lit up in the center. The scarlet task marker slowly rotated. Task location, Jiangcheng City, task level, target confirmation, Wapi Gugu, nickname, Boneless Beauty, task description, 2 days ago. Jiangcheng City was hit by a torrential downpour, and over 20,000 people mysteriously disappeared overnight, most of whom were internet celebrities, stars, and those with outstanding appearances. It has now been confirmed that this was caused by the ancient demon Wapi Gugu. Demon intelligence. This demon is obsessed with collecting beautiful human skins and only appears on rainy nights, attacking only under 3 specific conditions. It must be raining. The victim must be beautiful, and they must be isolated and helpless in the rain. Once the task briefing was released, the room fell into a brief silence. Over 20,000 people vanished overnight. Kwang Yangjin smacked his lips. Is this some kind of precision hunting? This is interesting. Lin Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed. This demon is completely different from the ones we've encountered before. It seems more like a rule-based existence that only appears under specific conditions and only targets those who trigger the rules. Chapter 3:15, Disguise is an art, task completed. Day 8. Jiangcheng City. The artificial rain system continued to operate. The streets were empty, with only the sound of rain hitting the ground echoing. Patter, patter. A young man dressed in a plain hoodie and wearing black-framed glasses was crouching under an eave, anxiously holding his head. He looked like a recent college graduate. His tattered jeans and hoodie were soaked through, and he emanated a sense of pitiful fragility. Why did it suddenly rain so heavily? He stomped his feet in frustration. His voice tinged with grievance. What should I do? I didn't bring an umbrella. He looked up, raindrops sliding down from his hair tips, revealing a face that could be described as a perfect weak and beautiful boy. Clear eyes, a slightly flushed nose, and just the right amount of panic in his expression would evoke pity in anyone who saw him. In the shadows of the street, Lin Xiaoyu held a telescope and took a deep breath. Hiss, hiss. It's the leader disguised as a pure and beautiful boy. In any case, it's quite impressive. She pressed her earpiece, suppressing her excitement. Leader, we have detected an abnormal demon energy fluctuation. Please maintain your position. Over. Chapter 3:16, Return Trip. Demon on the plane. Author's note. I accidentally wrote an extra chapter, my bad. The private plane on the return trip flew steadily through the clouds. Wuji leaned against the spacious airline seat. With his eyes half closed, he seemed to be taking a nap, but his spirit was like a radar covering the entire cabin. Suddenly, a slight vibration came from the silver bracelet on his left wrist. A mini holographic projection quietly lit up, floating above the bracelet. In the projection, Bai Yi sat elegantly on a vintage sofa, delicately holding a cup of red tea and gently blowing on it. A faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. It seems that our first ancient species extermination mission for the first sequence has gone quite smoothly. Bai Yi's voice came through the projection. Wuji lazily replied, It's okay. Should I thank you for your concern, leader? Leader? Bai Yi chuckled softly, taking a sip of her red tea. That feels too formal. I still prefer you calling me Lady Bai. Yes, Lady Bai. Wuji complied, but there was no respect in his tone, rather a hint of perfunctoriness. The two chatted casually, discussing the details of the task briefing and the internal assessment of the efficiency of this operation by the council. Chapter 3:17, Li Xiao's panic. Am I dead? A huge fear nearly suffocated him. But the thrill of danger quickly overshadowed the fear. He realized that these demons seemed to be in a deep sleep. And if he could find their fatal weak points. With the large knife in his hand, which had a very small probability of instant death effect, he might just achieve a stunning comeback. Killing enemies beyond his level, isn't that just the protagonist template? Yes, that is right. Li Xiao felt like he was the protagonist, the destined child of this world. After all, he had read many novels. Protagonists always had a system. And his game of killing enemies to level up was essentially the same. Although he was only in his 50s in level, with the attribute points bonus. His actual combat power was not weak. So he took the gamble. He held his breath, activated his stealth skill, and cautiously approached the chosen lowest level, petite demon. As he got closer, his heart raced, almost jumping out of his chest. However, just as he took a crucial step, ready to deliver a fatal blow, a scarlet prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. You have startled. Another question mark. Before he could comprehend the meaning of this prompt, he saw that didn't he even open its eyes? Chapter 318, The Truth of the Slayer Game. Li Xiao crushed his mind, his brain buzzed, becoming a blank slate. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinholes. Because on the dark, damp ground of the alley, there lay two corpses with their necks brutally severed. The blood had long since congealed and turned black. They were holding supermarket logo-printed shopping bags, scattered all over the place. One bag seemed to have been thrown out, and the vegetables and fruits inside rolled everywhere. The familiar faces still bore the terror and confusion they had before dying. Huh? Li Xiao let out an unconscious sound. At that moment, the world in front of him instantly lost all color and sound. Mom? Dad? He trembled as he reached out his hand, wanting to touch them, but just as he was about to make contact, he retracted it as if electrocuted. His stomach churned violently, and a strong urge to vomit surged in his throat. A terrifying thought was born. Could it be that those various demons he killed in that Slayer game were actually humans? In that airplane instance, those 11 above level 90 and that were resting demon hunters. Chapter 319, Contacting Black Again, Clown Icon. Royal City, exclusive office area for the first sequence team. Wuji took a shower. Changing into a clean black training outfit, he walked into the completely soundproof computer room he specifically requested. Inside the room was a sci-fi-styled mainframe and several curved screens. He skillfully powered it on and retrieved an old-looking black USB drive from a secure metal box, inserting it into the port. The screen flickered a few times, revealing a pure black interface with no markings. Wuji entered a long string of complex dynamic keys. The interface changed, and he entered a deeply hidden dark web forum. User, Wuji login successful. The interface style was rough, and as soon as he logged in, the private message bar began to flash wildly. All messages came from the same ID, Black. Black, Wuji, where are you? Why haven't you been online for so long? Are you dead outside? Black, hey. Reply if you see this. I have some intel about the Western ruins that you might be interested in. Black, Wuji. Black, forget it. I heard you went to participate in that bullshit Holy Blood project. Chapter 320, The Spread of the Slayer Game of Black, It's over, Wuji. That clown smiley icon just appeared on my computer. Black, it just pulled me into a weird place. It's dark, like an abandoned factory. I ended up encountering a demon with a chainsaw. Black, I was so scared, I got killed. I woke up and came back. Woe is me. What should I do, Wuji? Now this software has uninstalled itself, is everything okay on your end? Black, by the way. It also said this is called the Slayer game, and killing demons can make you stronger. The messages were filled with panic. Completely different from his usual image as an intelligence master. Wuji secretly thought to himself, as expected. His fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. Wuji, it just appeared on my phone too. After sending the message, his brain raced to connect all recent clues. The Jiangcheng city mission, the demon with a knife that appeared out of nowhere on the return flight, and the intel Black provided earlier. Plus, the bizarre icon that appeared on both their devices at the same time. A clear thread gradually emerged. He fixed his sharp gaze on the clown icon he had dragged to the center of the screen. Chapter 321, Danger Level 12 Stars. Joyful Clown. Wuji raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. So that's how it is. This so-called game must have a limit on the force or authority that can forcibly pull people in. For someone like him, a demon slayer. Even touching the essence of the rules. Such a crude, large-scale net-like spatial drag would be completely ineffective. It could even be directly obliterated by the power field he unconsciously emitted. With that thought, he got up and left the room. This thing was useless to him. But it could pose a threat to ordinary people. He needed to investigate immediately. However, this thing was spreading so rampantly. The council should soon discover the anomaly, right? Meanwhile, in Shanyu City, an extremely bizarre building stood in the center of the city. To call it a building would be an understatement. It looked more like a child's poorly drawn doodle. Its lines were twisted, colors clashed, as if it existed in the crevice between reality and fantasy. At the deepest part of this strangely styled castle, on a throne made of various broken toys, a tall figure dressed in a clown costume was lazily leaning back. Suddenly, the exaggerated smile on its face slightly froze. Chapter 322, Arriving in Shanyu City. Each one's game. Above Shanyu City. Just standing here. A malicious aura rushed towards them. The entire Shanyu City, along with the surrounding area, was completely enveloped by an invisible energy field that appeared blood-red to the senses. The scene inside the city looked through the field. It brought a sense of unreal distortion, as if this city had walked out of a game. Too exaggerated. And Qianlan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shock in his heart. This demon's domain can actually cover an entire city and is even expanding outward. Lin Xiaoyu's tone was grave. Such a large-scale domain definitely requires immense energy to support it. This demon. Could it be relying on devouring human souls, or some kind of life energy to sustain and grow stronger? But how long has it been since it appeared? This growth rate is indeed worthy of the 12 stars. After observing for a moment, Wuji calmly spoke, "Let's go in." Saying this, he took a step forward and plunged straight down into the game-like city. Yes. Everyone followed closely. After landing steadily, everyone immediately looked around warily. Then, they discovered something very strange. Chapter 323, Wuji's Game. Deadly cards won. Just as Wuji confirmed the environment of this place, a transparent screen appeared before him. Welcome player Wuji to the Joyful Cruise. Here, you need to complete a minigame to qualify for the next level. Now, please proceed to your game venue. And wish you a pleasant game. As he spoke, a flashing icon appeared on the screen, Deadly Cards. Wuji glanced at it briefly. A magnetic and elegant voice came from beside him. This young man, with such extraordinary temperament, wouldn't he like to play around? Wuji turned his head to look. It was a relatively quiet black velvet gambling table in the corner of the casino. The dealer was a golden-haired croupier, impeccably dressed in a waistcoat and white gloves, with an unblemished smile. And beside the gambling table sat only one guest. He looked to be around 40 years old. With slicked back hair. Dressed in a well-tailored custom suit, he held a nearly burnt-out cigar between his fingers. His appearance was ordinary. And he was currently smiling at Wuji, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Without further thought, Wuji stepped forward, directly walking to the gambling table. Chapter 324, Wuji's Game. Deadly Cards. Liu Qianhao took a deep breath, his twisted smile gradually retracting. He then cautiously pinched the corner of the card. The Ace of Hearts and the Ace of Spades. Double A. An excellent starting hand. He looked at Wuji, who merely glanced at the bottom card and then placed it down. His face showed no expression, as if he were looking at two pieces of scrap paper. In the first round of betting, the bet on his left arm was confirmed. The dealer's voice was cold, now distributing the community cards. Swish, 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 swish. 5 community cards were revealed in sequence: King of Clubs, King of Hearts, King of Diamonds, Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Liu Qianhao's heart skipped a beat. There were 3 kings among the community cards, plus the 2 aces in his hand. He could form a full house with aces and kings. This was already an excellent hand. In the first round, he did not use any abilities, relying purely on luck. After all, the real killer move is yet to come. However, if he could see Su Wuji's desperate expression in the first round, he would be more than happy. Ha. It seems luck is on my side. Liu Qianhao couldn't help but laugh out loud, eagerly slamming his trump card down on the table. Kid, your left arm, I'll take it. He fixed his gaze on Su Wuji, anticipating the terror and despair on the latter's face. Chapter 325, Su Wuji's game, Deadly Cards, end, on Liu Qianhao's side. He slowly placed his cards face down on the table, but didn't rush to flip them over. His eyes were fixed on Su Wuji, a mocking curve on his lips. Su Wuji, do you know? His tone carried a long-suppressed madness. My life was simply terrible. I lost all my savings at the gambling table. My wife ran away with the kids, and even my parents pointed at my nose and called me a complete waste. At this moment, his expression suddenly twisted. Letting out a hysterical low laugh, they were right, my life is a mess, there's no saving it. But now it's different. Liu Qianhao suddenly slammed the table. His eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance. I met the Great One, and he gave me a new life, gave me this power to control everything. Now? Right here. Liu Qianhao's voice suddenly rose, almost tearing apart. I am the chosen one. The only king in this casino. No one can win against me, no one. He leaned forward, each word dripping with manic malice. And you, Su Wuji. You are destined to die here today. Chapter 326. And Qianlan and Kuang Jin's game, Sweet Explosion 1 Sweet Explosion. Kuang Jin frowned, the name itself sounded uncomfortable. And Qianlan also wrinkled his brows. Is it really sweet? Just then, a sweet female voice came from not far away. Hey. You 2 handsome guys over there. The game is here. Over here. They turned to look and saw a woman in a sexy swimsuit, with a hot figure standing at the edge of a designated beach area, waving vigorously at them. She was beautiful, her smile radiant. But in Qianlan and Kuang Jin's eyes, that smile seemed very abnormal. This place is so strange. This woman is most likely a puppet bewitched by demons, or is a demon herself. Hey, Anzi, did you see that? Kuang Jin's voice was extremely serious. He seemed to have discovered something. And Qianlan's gaze was equally sharp, staring intently at the floating symbol above the woman's head. Slowly nodding. He squeezed out a response from between his teeth. LV99. LV99. This number hit them like a heavy hammer, ringing in their hearts. According to the rules of the Slayer game they learned earlier, the level is directly related to the number of demons killed. Chapter 327, and Qianlan and Kuang Jin's game, Sweet Explosion 2. The 2 understood. The game rules were simple. It was a contest of who could complete the target number first to win. The woman licked her lips, her crimson tongue brushing the corner of her mouth. Carrying a kind of morbid allure, before the game starts, let me introduce myself, I am Shishiroe. So, she tilted her head. Malice swirling in her eyes. Are you 2 geniuses from the Demon Slayer division ready? And Qianlan and Kuang Jin exchanged a glance. Then. And Qianlan spoke up, let us begin. Calm on the surface, but internally, he was calculating rapidly. The rules were clear, any means to stop the opponent's actions were allowed. So, I just need to fully restrain this crazy woman to create opportunities for Kuang Jin. Let him shatter those 100 watermelons as quickly as possible. In this seemingly desperate game, there is still hope. However, just as his thoughts settled, ding. Camp allocation complete. Players and Qianlan, player Kuang Jin. Your camp is Camp B. B Camp victory condition, shatter 50 B Camp items. The game's prompt sounded like thunder in their ears. Chapter 328, and Qianlan and Kuang Jin's game, Sweet Explosion 3. The battle began. Kuang Yang Jin shot out like a cannonball, his giant sword Jin Mia trailing flames. Aimed directly at Shi Xiaorui's face. Since the rules allowed using any means to stop the opponent, then killing the opponent could be considered within the rules. Clang! A piercing explosion rang out. Shi Xiaorui's right-hand bone whip lashed out like a venomous snake, precisely wrapping around the sword's body of Jin Mia. That seemingly fragile white bone whip, upon contact with the dragon flame, actually forced the scorching flames to be isolated and neutralized. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Bring it on. Shi Xiaorui let out a delighted scream, her left-hand bone whip attacking Kuang Yang Jin's weak points relentlessly. Can you feel it? This power that allows me to be reborn and trample everything underfoot. And this? It only took 10 days. 10 days. Her voice twisted with extreme excitement. The offensive came like a storm, with two bone whips dancing impenetrably. Dark red energy spread like blood mist, sealing off the space around Kuang Yang Jin. On the other side, Qianlan moved like lightning. His spear transformed into a silver flash, instantly stabbing out dozens of spear shadows. Chapter 329, Qianlan and Kuang Yang Jin's game, Sweet Explosion, End, Don't Look Down on Me. You all die. The demonized Shi Xiaorui let out a sharp scream mixed with countless noises. Dozens of bone whips danced like frenzied magical serpents, sweeping towards the two, blocking out the sun. The momentum was several times stronger than before. Faced with this terrifying sight, Qianlan's eyes showed no fluctuation. He gripped Longya tightly in his right hand, his left hand gliding over the cool gun body, looking at his battle-hungry companion beside him. Yang Jin. Kuang Yang Jin grinned and nodded heavily. Understood. In the next moment, two completely different yet equally formidable auras erupted like dormant volcanoes. Buzz? Qianlan's whole body was bathed in silver light, and his short hair turned pure white at a visible speed like frost. A solid silver dragon-shaped phantom spiraled up from the Longya spear, wrapping around his right arm and half his body, the cold dragon eyes glowing with a chilling light. Qianlan's second form. Silver Dragon Possession. Boom. On the other side, dark red dragon flames surged high around Kuang Yang Jin. His right arm's muscles bulged, and dark red dragon scale patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. Chapter 330, The Clown is stunned, this person is so strong. What is going on? The joyful clown's pupils slightly constricted. It looked at the human who should never have appeared here. He stood there, calm, without a hint of nervousness despite intruding into a den of dragons and tigers. For the first time, the clown's abyss-like eyes showed genuine surprise. It even instinctively sat up straight. Why? The rules were forcibly penetrated in its game domain before it had allowed any player to step onto the final stage. This is impossible. But this surprise lasted less than half a second. It was replaced by excitement akin to discovering a rare treasure. It stared intently at Su Wuji, its voice filled with the frenzy of finding a new toy. Su Wuji, you are indeed special, unique. Its gaze seemed to want to devour Su Wuji inside and out. How did you do it? Ignoring my game rules, crossing unlocked game nodes. Tell me quickly. How did you do it? However, Su Wuji showed no expression in response. The answer to the clown's curiosity was a sudden rumble of thunder, and his chilling killing intent. Chapter 331, Half-Adaptation to the Rules, Wait for Me Here. Bang! Another dazzling colorful firework exploded, accompanied by a comical yet eerie melody. The joyful clown's figure coalesced again before the throne. But this time, the previous mockery and disdain in its eyes had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a deeply hidden panic. Human. Wait. We can talk. It tried to stabilize this completely unpredictable guy. Wait for what? Su Wuji gave it no chance to waste words. His figure transformed into a streak of lightning and charged forward again. Phut! 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 The thunder prison blade mercilessly tore apart the newly formed body again. The screams and the sound of fireworks exploded in succession, presenting a one-sided, infinite loop of brutal slaughter in this twisted castle. Chop, revive, chop again, revive again. After an unknown number of repetitions. When the clown's figure coalesced from the fireworks once more, its iconic exaggerated smile had completely disappeared, replaced by a near-numb bewilderment and a deep sense of frustration. What on earth is this human? How can he be this strong? Chapter 332, Strange Game. Just find the normal people, right? On Lin Xiaoyu and Shen Yu Qianshue's side, after stepping out of the teleportation passage, the scene before them immediately put them on high alert. It was dark and oppressive here. The shabby fluorescent lights barely illuminated a long and empty corridor. The walls were of an old style, with the upper half painted green and the lower half showing dirty beige peeling paint. The floor was covered with plastic flooring that had long lost its original color. It was severely worn and sticky. In the distance, a faint sound of low sobbing echoed, adding a touch of eeriness to the spacious building. What is this place? Lin Xiaoyu instinctively leaned closer to Shen Yu Qianxue, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tension. No, it's just a game. You've turned it into a horror game for us. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to calm herself down. But sob, without the leader by her side. She still felt a bit insecure. It always felt like there was an emptiness without a safety net. Shen Yu Qianshue's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, forcing herself to analyze calmly. She shook her head and replied, not sure, but judging by the environment, it seems like a hospital. Just then, a semi-transparent light screen with a clown-style border popped up in front of the two. Chapter 333, Can't find them, just take everyone out. Ah? Leader? Is that you? You? How could you be here? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened instantly. The immense surprise dispelled the tension and unease that had been lingering in her heart. Shen Yu Qianxue beside her also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment. No. How could Su Wuji be here? Is this fate? Su Wuji leaned lazily against the chair back in the guard room. He shrugged and said in a flat tone, I need some time to adapt and analyze the underlying structure of the game rules here. The concentration of rules is relatively high, so I came here first. His words had no hint of evasion. Shen Mingzhuan's heart sank. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze deeply scanning Su Wuji. There was a hint of scrutiny. This person spoke about the game rules so casually, as if they, the NPCs, were merely unimportant background characters. How did he bypass the hospital rules to become the guard directly? However, he didn't ask further. According to the setting, as an NPC, he currently had no authority to question or interfere with the system's arrangements. Shen Mingzhuan's standardized gentle smile remained unchanged. Chapter 334, Adaptation to Game Rules, Half a Substitute. Splash. In just a moment, the once crowded psychiatric hospital became empty. In the open space outside the hospital, countless figures forcibly pulled out by magnetic force were piled up. Most of them looked confused, in shock, making various whimpering and moaning sounds. However, the expected game completion prompt did not appear. Su Wuji raised an eyebrow, sensing the group outside, not over yet. His gaze instantly sharpened, piercing through layers of walls, locking onto one direction. Is it because the only normal person isn't among this group? Just as he was speaking, a figure stepped out in his line of sight. It was the chief physician, who had brought Lin Xiaoyu and the others in the morning, Shen Mingzhuan. He slowly walked out of the soon-to-collapse outpatient building, still wearing that white coat. His face held a complex, hard-to-read expression, showing helplessness, admiration, and a hint of deeply hidden bitterness. No wonder he was rated as the best demon slayer of the year after resolving multiple crises. Shen Mingzhuan's voice remained gentle, but it lacked the professionalism of before. Adding a touch of genuine emotion, breaking through the game in such a bottom-up way really fits your personality. Chapter 335, Cheating Through the Game. The clown is fainting with anger. Deep within the castle, the joyful clown was stunned. Ever since Wuji arrived at the game venue, it had been watching the screen, anticipating that Wuji would be trapped in that terrifying psychiatric hospital. But may I ask, what is the situation now? On the screen, the death psychiatric hospital it had meticulously designed, filled with bizarre rules and a terrifying atmosphere, had turned into a heap of ruins. Wuji, unexpectedly, had brutally cleared out all the patients along with the building, forcibly achieving the objective of leaving. No. No. The clown suddenly stood up from its throne, its body trembling with extreme anger. It was not angry that Wuji cleared the game. On the contrary, it had been looking forward to Wuji's victory. Because the more powerful the soul, the more beautiful the despair and unwillingness that bloom after enduring hardships. What it was furious about was the method Wuji used to clear the game. It was such a crude, direct, and outrageously barbaric shortcut. It felt as if it had painstakingly designed a clever puzzle, only for the opponent to directly pull out the answer, even beating up the questioner to force a change in the answer. Chapter 336, What? Only forced to lose 1 point of health. In the sky above the city, with the appearance of the game prompt, a huge table full of cards appeared between Wuji and the clown. At the same time, the words 2000 health appeared above both their heads. The rules were simple. The clown's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and malice. It's a turn-based card battle. But the true essence lies in the different effect cards. Here, you can summon units from outside to assist in battle, unleash devastating moves, set deadly traps, and even alter some of the battle rules. It locked onto Wuji tightly, as if it could already see the other struggling and collapsing under the bizarre effects of the cards. Wuji, shall we begin this ultimate carnival? Wuji calmly scanned the rules, which were filled with terms like a special summon, magic card, trap card, and rule override. Begin. Was? The moment he finished speaking, the rules of the entire city were completely solidified and concentrated on this card table. Here, the effects of the cards are the truth, and the value of life is reality. Chapter 337, The Mad Clown, my turn, still my turn. It drew another card, and a glimmer of joy flashed in its eyes when it saw the card. It activated the magic card, Greedy Cost. Pay 500 life points to draw 2 additional cards from the deck. The clown's life points dropped to 1495. But it instantly had 2 new cards in hand. Then, it activated the continuous magic card, Despair Proliferation. As long as this card exists on the field, I can perform 1 additional normal summon each turn. Normal summon, Wailing Ghost. Another twisted ghostly monster appeared on its field, with an attack power of 800. Wailing Ghost, attack the opponent player. The ghost let out a piercing scream, penetrating space, and lunged at Wuji. Bang! 1. Wuji's life points, 1998. Drowning Envoy Li Xiao, attack again. Li Xiao transformed into black lightning and punched out. Bang! 1. Wuji's life points, 1997. The clown, it looked at its 2 monsters on the field and then at Wuji's blood bar, which had barely moved. A surge of unnamed anger shot straight to its head. Covering a card, the turn ended. Chapter 338, Complete Mastery of the Rules, Substitute Cloth. Roar. The Grief Ripper swung its massive bony thorn claw down fiercely at the standing Wuji. The attack did not directly hit his body, but the forced health deduction rule had already descended. Boom boom boom. Wuji's once sturdy health bar plummeted like an avalanche. 1990. 1000. 500. 100. 10. Finally, it was firmly fixed at 1. The captain's health bar And Qianlan gasped, feeling utterly incredulous. Are you kidding me? Only 1 point of health left. Kuang Yang's fists cracked as he clenched them tightly. What should we do now? That demon is too despicable. How can we fight like this? Zhong Pingan's face was solemn. Everyone felt the terrifying power of the rules. It transcended the realm of power, directly acting on the very essence of life with a destructive effect. Ha 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 ha. Su Wuji. You are finished. Completely finished. The clown let out a deafening, maniacal laugh, dancing with delight. Do you see this? This is the fate of defying the game master. Chapter 339, but all I see are a bunch of demons that should be killed, right? Su Wuji. You should die. How dare you steal my rules? You despicable guy. The clown's roar was heart-wrenching, filled with ultimate rage at being plundered. All of its composure, all of its mockery, completely collapsed at this moment. Its rule authority, which it relied on for survival and took pride in, had actually been controlled by a human it viewed as prey. This was 1,000,000 times more painful than being killed. Boom! It suddenly reached out its right hand towards the massive Grief Ripper, that LV-100 fusion demon let out a wail. Its enormous body instantly twisting into a distorted long sword entwined with endless resentment. On the sword body, countless faces of pain struggled and screamed. The clown held it in hand. Die for me. It completely abandoned the so-called game rules. It was going to crush this and that stole its authority with the most primal, most violent power. In the next second, the clown's form transformed into a twisted, colorful streak of light. Holding the grief demon sword, with the might to tear everything apart, it charged directly at Su Wuji. However, facing this furious strike, Su Wuji showed no fear on his face. Chapter 340, This is the justice in my heart. Su Wuji finally understood. It turned out that no one understood his true intention. I only save those I can save. Su Wuji's voice was calm, but it carried a ruthless determination. If I cannot save the lives of hundreds of millions, I will choose to give up directly and prioritize completing the demon-slaying mission. But if I can save them, I will certainly do so. No reason needed. He paused. The lightning on the thunder-prisoned blade suddenly blazed, just because this is the justice in my heart. He raised the blade sharply, pointing at the dark red light pillars. His voice booming like thunder, and now, the group of people you marked, what I perceive is the intense, nauseating smell of blood emanating from the depths of their souls. Their hands are already stained with the blood of their kind. They are no longer human. They are completely demons. The clown's expression instantly stiffened. It looked at Su Wuji's unwavering gaze, which was filled with even more killing intent. A terrifying thought surfaced in its mind. So, Su Wuji grinned savagely, revealing his white teeth. Do you think I haven't directly broken your fragile game domain until now? Chapter 341, Completion of the Joyful Clown Task. Demons explode, demons die, what? Then you get lost. The horned demon roared, this damned place needs powerful demons. You're such a waste of air just by being alive. How can there be such a weak low-level demon like you? Just looking at you is annoying. Another demon chimed in, sneering, ha. You should thank your parents for going to the battlefield. If they didn't perform this ridiculous act, you probably wouldn't even be able to stay in this tribe. Oh no. Wait, I remember, they seem to be dead already, so you should really thank us for taking you in. As the words fell, the clown, who had always been submissive and fearful, suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented rage surged from the depths of its heart. Bullshit. My parents are not dead. Shut up. It let out a sharp screech, like a thoroughly provoked young beast, suddenly leaping up from the ground. It recklessly lunged at the demon that had insulted it, opening its mouth to bite hard on the demon's arm with its relatively harmless teeth. Damn! This little brat dares to bite me. Bang! A heavy blow fell on it again, harder and heavier than before. Chapter 342. We can start planning now. In the deep night, at the Alvin family estate. In the innermost luxurious master bedroom, Yu Wenyun stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling lights below. Like a starry river hanging upside down in the royal city night scene. After a year of settling down, the sinister and resentful aura that had once surrounded him had dissipated significantly. In its place was a profound restraint. His features remained handsome, but there was an added steadiness and composure between his brows. When he stopped obsessively thinking about how to target Bai Yi and how to kill that crazy Wuji, he realized the world could actually be so broad. He shifted his focus back to his own cultivation and maintaining certain necessary relationships. Yun Yun. A lazy and dissatisfied voice came from the large bed behind him. Elena Alvin, the head of the Alvin family. A charming woman whose beauty was still evident, but whose eyes had fine lines, was half propped up, unhappily patting the empty bed beside her. It's so late. What are you still looking at? Come over quickly. Her voice had an intentionally elongated ending, as if she were acting coy. Yu Wenyun reined in his drifting thoughts. Chapter 343. The leader called me out to accompany him. Could it be? The next day, in the Qianmian district on the first floor. At the corner of a bustling street, Lin Xiaoyu was nervously adjusting her already neat hairstyle in front of the shop window. She had woken up early today, applying delicate light makeup that made her already pretty face even more radiant. She wore a simple light blue casual outfit, with a fitted white t-shirt paired with a light blue denim jacket, and grey-fitted straight-leg jeans, complemented by a clean pair of white sneakers. This outfit added a touch of youthful vitality that suited her age, perfectly outlining her well-proportioned figure. With a pair of slightly intellectual black-rimmed glasses, she looked fresh and beautiful. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, her heart racing. The first sequence team had just resolved the crisis with the joyful clown and achieved great merit, leading the council to grant them a week-long vacation. Her original plan was to comfortably stay in the high-end residence assigned to sequence members in the royal city, clearing out the novels she had been meaning to catch up on and the games she had stockpiled over the week. Chapter 344. The Demon Protection Association's Parade. Leader. This octopus ball is super famous. There are so many people in line. You have to try it. Wow. This cheese-baked durian tastes so unique. Do you want to try it? Look quickly. There's glowing cotton candy over there. Interesting. Although Wuji's comments remained succinct, he indeed followed Lin Xiaoyu, sampling all sorts of strange-looking snacks along the way. Lin Xiaoyu was happily eating, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, as they strolled to a cozy and cute dessert shop. Lin Xiaoyu's attention was instantly captured by a beautifully shaped cream cake adorned with fresh strawberries and mint leaves in the display window. Her steps unconsciously slowed down, her eyes glued to it. Wuji followed her gaze and noticed her eager yet shy expression. Wait a moment, he said, walking straight toward the dessert shop. In just a few minutes, Wuji emerged with two elegantly packaged boxes, handing one to Lin Xiaoyu. Here. Lin Xiaoyu froze for a moment before accepting it, opening the box to find the strawberry cake she had been staring at for so long. Chapter 345. Are they all possessed by demons? Beat them up and take them back for questioning. The painted man was clearly very confident. His voice was loud, instantly attracting all cameras and attention. How many demons have you killed? Don't they have the right to live? Some have just gained intelligence. Some haven't even harmed humans. You just drive them to extinction like this. What difference is there between you and those demons who kill innocents indiscriminately? You are an extremist who only knows slaughter. I don't understand at all what peace is. What coexistence is. You are a disgrace to our human civilization. It was the same before. You killed those kind-hearted blood clans. The man was emotionally agitated, spitting as he stood on what he considered a moral high ground. He used vicious words to attack Su Wuji's long-standing demon-slaying actions. Then, he suddenly raised the paint bucket in his hand and shouted his final curse, "People like you should die." Before the words even finished, he forcefully swung his arms, splashing the bright red paint all over Su Wuji's head. "Watch out, leader!" Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her demon-slaying power instinctively wanting to activate, wanting to rush up and block it. But it wasn't necessary at all. Chapter 346, Lu Family's Lu Lingxi. Su Wuji, you need to apologize to the demons. It was at this moment that Lin Xiaoyu came back to her senses from the violent scene just now. She jogged over, her big eyes filled with little stars of admiration, excitedly whispering, "Leader. You're so cool. Dealing with these idiots who spew nonsense should be done like this. Talking reason with them is a waste of breath." Upon hearing this, Su Wuji comfortably squinted his eyes, clearly pleased. He reached out his hand and habitually patted Lin Xiaoyu's head, tousling her soft short hair a bit, his tone carrying a hint of approval. "Newcomer, you have good insight. You have a future. Follow me closely and study well. I guarantee no one will dare bully you." He, okay, leader." Lin Xiaoyu immediately beamed, feeling that the little grievance she just suffered had all vanished. While they were talking, they prepared to leave this place of chaos and find a better-rated restaurant to solve their lunch problem. But just as they lifted their feet and hadn't taken a step, Su Wuji's gaze was attracted by a sudden figure not far away. A girl dressed extremely luxuriously, as if she had walked out of a classical oil painting, was squatting in front of a long-dead, shriveled body, clearly the corpse of some demon offspring. Chapter 347, Stunned and Crying in a Storm. All the onlookers, including the Lu family's bodyguards, were stunned, as if they had been hit by a freeze spell. Even Lu Lingxi herself was completely bewildered. She felt a sharp pain radiating from her left cheek. Her ears buzzed, and her brain went blank. The entire world seemed to lose its sound and color. "What? I was hit?" The young lady of the Lu family, who had never even heard a harsh word in her life, in the most bustling street of the royal city, was slapped hard in the face by a man in front of countless people. "Young lady." The bodyguards behind her finally reacted from their extreme shock. In an instant, their eyes turned bloodshot, and a violent aura erupted from them. Like enraged lions, they charged at Su Wuji without hesitation. However, in an instant, clang! 4 figures appeared like ghosts, precisely blocking the furious attacks of the bodyguards. Upon closer inspection, it was Qianlan, Quang Yang, Qin Shuyu, and Ling Dang, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. And Qianlan, holding a spear, looked cold as frost and stared at the bodyguards. "You have such courage. Dare to lay hands on the captain of the first squad of the demon-slaying division." Chapter 348, The Ashamed Lin Xiaoyu, I'll just cultivate. That night, in the high-end residence assigned to the first squad members in the royal city, soft light filled the living room, and Lin Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the soft carpet. In front of her, she opened a notebook with a cute cartoon cover. Holding a pen, she couldn't help but smile broadly as she wrote, "Today's record, sunny weather. Super good mood. Went out with the leader. Crossed out, the leader asked me to accompany him for shopping. Bought a ton of stuff. The leader even bought me a watch. Attached a hand-drawn sketch of the watch, ate super delicious takoyaki, cheese-baked durian, this durian tasted so strange. And there was glowing cotton candy, which the leader said was interesting, and also, super delicious strawberry cake. All bought by the leader. Although I encountered some annoying flies and an even more annoying young lady, the leader handled it super coolly. Little Anzi and the others arrived just in time. In short, today was a very, very happy day." After writing the last line, Lin Xiaoyu happily closed the diary and hugged it like a treasure. Chapter 349, Fragments Equal Rules. Your law enforcement video from yesterday was recorded by someone. The world finally quieted down. But the inner storm was far from over. Lin Xiaoyu sat weakly on the ground, leaning against the cold bathroom wall. Her hands were still tightly covering her face, with her exposed ears and neck stained with an enticing crimson. Her body slightly trembled due to extreme embarrassment. In her mind, the cold and precise analysis from Xiaoling and the bold and crazy proposal from Xiao Zhu echoed uncontrollably. Intimate contact, kissing, Wuji, ah. She let out a wail, burying her scorching cheeks deeply into her knees. So distressed, leader, if I run up to you seriously and say, leader, report. I found that as long as I can have intimate contact with you, like holding hands, hugging, or even that, I can quickly become stronger and replenish energy. This absurdity sounds like a poorly crafted excuse to take advantage of someone. How could anyone possibly believe that? The leader would definitely think I'm crazy. Or think I'm a pervert. And how could I ever say such a thing out loud? Lin Xiaoyu curled up in the corner of the bathroom. Chapter 350, please everyone collect 100,000 MHM for all weak demons. Who is this demon slayer? Too violent, right? It makes me feel physically unwell. Exactly, family. Demons don't want to become like this. What is the difference between what he is doing and the demons? Do demons not deserve to live? Does being a demon mean they must be exterminated? What extreme ideology is this? I'm just a passerby, not taking sides. But this time I think the demon slayer in the video is indeed a bit excessive. That is right, even though it's a demon. But the guy sacrificed himself to protect his family. You're the real hero. Flowers X3 JPG, ISNT it all about advocating civilized law enforcement and humane treatment now. What is going on with this demon slayer? My little kitty was so scared after watching this video that it hasn't come out to eat since. Upstairs 1. My dog is the same. 1 in 10,086. Yes, aren't the lives of demons also lives? I strongly demand the establishment of the harmless demon protection law. Even if the other party is a demon, as long as they pose no harm, they can coexist with humans. Exactly. There are indeed good demons in the world. In the video, it's obvious that this demon was provoked by that demon slayer, and only retaliated out of stress. Chapter 351 President of the World Demon Protection Association, Lionheart City. In an office decorated to the utmost luxury, yet exuding a vulgar nouveau riche vibe. A middle-aged man dressed in a flamboyant silk shirt, wearing a gold chain around his neck and rings adorned with various gemstones on his fingers, was holding the latest communication device, and laughing loudly on the other end. He slapped the mahogany desk vigorously, making a loud bang. You all saw it online, right? Ha ha ha. Now the whole internet is criticizing that Wuji's character issue. That's right. He deserves it. Ah yes. It was all me, ha 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 ha. I hired thousands of professional online water armies, edited hundreds of thousands of versions, and targeted them precisely. The effect is outstanding. He proudly crossed his legs. His tone filled with disdain. Wuji. Hey, isn't he quite strong? But what's the use of being strong? In this era. What is the most important thing? It's the internet. It's public opinion. It's traffic. He said to the person on the communication device in a domineering tone, today I can make Wuji deeply mired in public opinion, the target of everyone's scorn. Chapter 352 Lu Lingxi has arrived, heading to Lionheart City. Hey! Lin Xiaoyu, listening beside him, felt a vein throb on her forehead. Internally cursing wildly, the leader is not that kind of person, okay? What kind of nonsense are you thinking in your head? I'll wait. I also have no right to say anything about others. Shenyu Qianxue quietly leaned over to Lin Xiaoyu's side, tugging at her clothes, and whispered, Xiaoyu. Who is this person? The vibe here seems a bit different from ours. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu lowered her voice and explained with a complex tone, she is from an S-rank family, the young lady of the Lu family, Lu Lingxi. Ah? S-rank family. That Lu family. A hint of shock flashed in Shen Yu Qianshue's eyes. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. Is the Lu family very famous? Of course. Zhong Ping'an, who was fiddling with the information terminal beside them, chimed in with a hint of a scientific tone. To be precise, it is this little princess of the Lu family, Lu Lingxi, who is very famous. She is the only one in the past 100 years who has successfully awakened the ancient bloodline power of the Lu family. The only one. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned, not expecting this seemingly silly and naive young lady to have such a big background. Chapter 353. What? Already set off? Lu Wanchu's tone grew increasingly serious. So, after I found out that there is a shadow of Yu Wenyun behind little Lu going to the Qianmian district, I felt that this couldn't go on any longer. He is very likely to exploit little Lu's naivety and lead her to do even more dangerous things again. Sister Baiye, you also know what that ability little Lu awakened means for our Lu family, and even for the entire human camp. Lu Wanqiu raised her head, her gaze burning as she looked at Baiye. So, I would rather take a gamble to send little Lu to Su Wuji, even if I might get beaten by Su Wuji, or be scolded as an idiot. But at least Su Wuji acts directly and has great strength. He can absolutely guarantee little Lu's personal safety. I have no doubt about that. Upon hearing this, Baiye looked at Lu Wanqiu with a pair of deep, beautiful eyes that seemed to smile, but were not quite. She asked with great interest, "Oh? You're so confident. You've only known Su Wuji for a few days. And you dare to stake the future of the Lu family on him, certain that he can protect little Lu well?" Lu Wanqiu nodded heavily, her tone filled with a decisive determination, its intuition, and also judgment. The combat power Su Wuji displayed earlier is already completely beyond human limits. Chapter 354. Arriving at Lionheart City, Lu Lingxi's purification power. 5 days later. Lionheart City. When Su Wuji and the other two stood on the streets of this renowned city, an inexplicable sense of eeriness struck them. The sky was eternally greyish-yellow, as if shrouded by a thick layer of cotton. The sunlight struggled to penetrate, becoming weak and feeble. The entire city was enveloped in a thick grey-white mist that was difficult to disperse. Visibility was extremely low, buildings 10 meters away were just vague outlines. But this was not ordinary water vapor mist. Su Wuji frowned slightly, taking a deep breath of the damp, chilly air. Then a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. In this mist, there was a type of energy that constantly attempted to erode both the body and spirit of living beings. This is the aura of demons. Moreover, it is the demon fog with a concentration so high that it has formed a substantial mist. TSK, Su Wuji clicked his tongue, his sharp gaze sweeping over the indistinct figures and buildings in the fog. To transform the natural environment of a city into this state. How many demons are being raised or bred here? It's simply unimaginable. What impressed him even more was that the residents of this city seemed to have long since grown accustomed to it. Chapter 355. Bitch. Are you trying to abduct my son? Su Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, he clearly sensed that the dog demon's attack was genuine murderous intent. Not a disguise. But after entering within 10 meters of Lu Lingxi, that violent demon aura seemed to be forcefully purified by an invisible force field. Even the inherent ferocity of the demon was temporarily suppressed. Is this the bloodline power of the Lu family? The purification power. Quite impressive. Just then, the couple chasing after them also ran over, panting. They saw their son sitting obediently in front of a strange girl, and were momentarily stunned. Lu Lingxi was just about to explain something when, slap. The middle-aged woman suddenly reached out and violently swatted Lu Lingxi's hand that was petting the dog demon. The force was so strong that Lu Lingxi's fair hand instantly turned red. Lu Lingxi was completely stunned, covering her hand and staring blankly at the couple. The couple, however, paid her no mind and hurriedly rushed forward, grabbing tightly onto the broken leash of the dog demon's collar, like a hen protecting her chicks. They glared at Lu Lingxi, shouting angrily, "Bitch! Who told you to touch my son? Are you trying to abduct it? Huh?" Chapter 356. Kill the director and take over Lionheart City. Moments later, the three arrived at the Demon Slayer division in Lionheart City. It was a stone building with a rustic style, clearly featuring Gothic elements. As soon as they stepped through the doors of the Demon Slayer division, Wuji frowned. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Logically speaking, in a place like Lionheart City, where the demonic aura was so thick it formed a tangible haze and demons were almost openly active, the Demon Slayer division should be the busiest and most tense place. The mission bulletin board should be filled with demon-slaying orders of various levels, and personnel should be coming and going, creating a tense atmosphere. However, what lay before them was a scene of lifelessness. The hall was empty, with only a few uniformed staff wandering aimlessly, even reeking of alcohol. And the bulletin board, which should have been the most eye-catching, was completely bare. Not a single demon-slaying mission. Wuji's gaze turned cold as he did not linger in the hall. He directly followed the signs, leading Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Lingxi to the director's office located on the top floor. Upon knocking on the door, he met the director of the Demon Slayer division in Lionheart City. He was a middle-aged man with a typical Western appearance, his golden hair meticulously groomed. Dressed in a crisp director's uniform. Chapter 357, The Underground Prison, the previous director boom. With a loud crash, Wuji kicked open the iron door of the underground prison of the Demon Slayer division with precision. A strong and foul stench of demonic energy surged out from within the door. Wuji and the others stepped inside. What greeted their eyes was a prison. The internal space of the prison was vast, but the environment was extremely harsh. On both sides were small, filthy iron cages, each containing densely packed human figures. Most of them were in rags, emaciated, with vacant and numb expressions, either sitting or lying down. They showed no reaction to the loud crash at the door, as if they had long been accustomed to despair. The ground was filthy, and the walls were covered with suspicious dark stains. These scum actually locked people up in such a place. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly with extreme anger. Are they even human? She quickly walked to the nearest iron cage, crouching down to check on a young man curled up in the corner, who was nearly skin and bones. She cautiously felt for his pulse and examined the numerous wounds and bruises on his exposed skin. Finally, she looked up at Wuji. Her eyes slightly red as she shook her head, her voice low. Chapter 358. Already finished. How do you know Wuji, Sister Xiaoyu? Wuji directly asked, why are you locked up here? What happened in Lionheart City? Upon hearing this, Old White's face revealed deep sorrow and helplessness. He sighed heavily. His voice pained, Sir, the prison you see before you holds those who refuse to be complicit with demons, who uphold the original belief of the Demon Slayer division. He pointed to the people behind him, whose faces had rekindled hope. And the one who put me and them in here is none other than the successor I valued the most and personally trained, my own nephew, Lincoln Pendragon. The old man's voice was filled with heart-wrenching pain. After Lincoln took over as director, he quickly colluded with that demon named Jia Fugue. Together, they pushed for the establishment of that damned World Demon Protection Association. From that day on, our Lionheart City has become a twisted city where killing demons is not allowed. Even advocating for peaceful coexistence with demons, as if they were family. We dissenters, who try to expose the truth and uphold the dignity of the Demon Slayer division and the human bottom line, are regarded as thorns in their eyes. Chapter 359. Creating Memories Without Remembrance. Lu Lingxi listened intently, cradling her chin in her hands, her eyes wide open. These experiences, like legendary tales to her, were filled with freedom, adventure, and the colors of fighting alongside companions. It was a world she had never imagined in her tightly protected life. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoyu also opened up. She looked at Lu Lingxi's delicate, doll-like face and curiously asked, What about you, little dear? You are the young lady of the Lu family. Surely you have many interesting experiences, right? Like attending grand banquets. Or having special fun friends. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ling's eyes visibly dimmed. She lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, her voice as soft as a whisper, "Me?" Fragments of memories flashed uncontrollably through her mind. "Little dear. You are the rare holy maiden of the Lu family, bearing the holy blood of purification. The future of humanity may depend on you. You must not act recklessly and always remember your mission. Lingxi, the outside world is too dangerous, and human hearts are unpredictable. Staying within the family barrier is the safest. Your power is too precious, there must be no mishaps." Chapter 360. A survival struggle between two races. Back in the director's office with Su Wuji. Lu Lingxi barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before she heard his unrelenting critique. "What a fool, you can get lost just getting a drink." Lu Lingxi trembled instantly, unable to refute, feeling wronged as she pouted. She quietly curled up on the sofa, wrapping herself tightly in her oversized coat, revealing only a pair of slightly reddened big eyes. The next moment, with a soft thud, an empty cup by the water dispenser in the corner of the office seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. Flying over and landing steadily on the coffee table in front of Lu Lingxi, already filled with appropriately warm water. "Drink up and then sleep." Su Wuji had already returned to his desk, his gaze focused on the constantly scrolling data and documents on the light screen in front of him. Lu Lingxi was taken aback, looking at the cup of water and then at Su Wuji. The little grievance in her heart strangely dissipated a bit. She cautiously picked up the cup and took small sips. The warm water soothed her dry throat and helped relax her tense nerves. As she drank, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Su Wuji, who was sitting behind the desk. Chapter 361. Lu Lingxi's thoughts. The disturbance of the crowd. Su Wuji observed Lu Lingxi's wavering gaze and delivered a final, almost heart-wrenching blow. "Lu Lingxi, you are merely standing from the perspective of a well-protected, overly optimistic idealist, naively believing that love and education could make predators give up their fangs. I must view this issue from the perspective of a demon slayer, standing at the height of a guardian of the human defense line." He even pointed out the contradictions within the Lu family with a hint of mockery. "That so-called divine beast you have revered and controlled for generations is, to put it bluntly, just a powerful demon bound by your stronger forces and control methods. Does it not yearn for freedom? Does it not long for the mountains and forests? But in the end, isn't it still tamed by your Lu family? Used as a means to showcase status and facilitate travel? If you truly uphold your idea of equality among all beings and guiding towards goodness, the first thing you should do is to release your family's divine beast, which has lost its freedom, back into nature." Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi was completely stunned. As if struck by a thunderbolt, she opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Chapter 362. Are you, Jia Fuguei? At the entrance of the Demon Slayer department in Lionheart City, it had now descended into a chaotic sea of noise. The Demon Slayers struggled to maintain a barricade against the surge of people. The defending Demon Slayers wore serious expressions, drenched in sweat, relying only on the human wall and stern shouts to maintain order, preventing the agitated crowd from truly storming into the department. Behind this chaotic crowd, in a black luxury car that seemed out of place, a man dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses was using a secure communicator. Lowering his voice to report, "Yes, President, we have successfully incited a large crowd to block the entrance of the Demon Slayer department as planned. The situation is already out of control, but Director Lincoln Pendragon has yet to appear, and the inside of the Demon Slayer department seems very quiet. Yes, rest assured. This time, there will definitely be no problem." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the World Demon Protection Association, located in a lavishly decorated skyscraper in the center of Lionheart City, President Jia Fuguei was comfortably sunk into his luxurious chair made from demon materials. He opened his mouth, allowing the maid beside him to feed him peeled grapes one by one. Chapter 363. slay Jia Fuguei, destroy the association. Jia Fuguei was bewildered. How did he get here? 200 kilometers away. He had just hung up the phone, and the next moment, he was here. What kind of ability is this? Teleportation. Spatial jumping. Is this something a human can do? This is a demon slayer. The extreme fear nearly caused Jia Fuguei's brain to crash. But after all, he was an old fox who had been in the game for many years. His survival instinct forced him to suppress the scream that was almost about to escape his lips. He squeezed out a smile that was more grotesque than crying. Fawning to the extreme, that. Lord Su. This is actually a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. He waved his hands wildly, trying to explain, do you want money? I can give you money. A lot of money. Just name the figure. Really? It was as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Hurriedly shifting the blame, I was also forced into this. It was that adult behind me who forced me to do this. You know, I'm just a small character. How could I dare to provoke you? It's all that adult's fault. Really? Believe me. He pointed at the secure communicator that he hadn't had time to dial out. Chapter 364, The Priest and the Goddess. In the evening, at the headquarters of the World Demon Protection Association, the atmosphere was no longer one of luxury and fervor, but filled with a bloody and murderous aura. Crash! Crash! Hundreds of demon slayers urgently dispatched from the Demon Slayer Department in Lionheart City were wearing uniforms. Clearly divided in their tasks, working efficiently. Some were using high-pressure water guns to repeatedly wash the corridors and rooms stained with dried black blood. Others, in pairs, expressionless, were moving black body bags, bulging and marked with special symbols, from various corners of the building and neatly stacking them on designated transport vehicles. Old White stood at the entrance of the building, watching the scene before him as if it were post-war cleanup. His aged face was filled with shock and disbelief. His legs feeling weak. His heart was trembling to the point where he couldn't speak. What on earth happened? Does this mean that when they received the order from Wuji to come here, the entire headquarters of the Demon Protection Association, led by Jia Fuguei, had already been completely annihilated? Realizing this, White gasped, feeling a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head. Chapter 365, Wuji. Do you want to try being purified by me? That night, at the Demon Slayer Department in Lionheart City, in the office of the director, a holographic projection was suspended in the center of the office. The projection showed Bai Yi, far away in the royal city. She was still dressed in a capable manner, with a hint of laziness, but an all-seeing smile on her stunning face. Wuji had finished clearing all the demon factories and succinctly informed Bai Yi about the situation in Lionheart City, including Lincoln Pendragon's betrayal and downfall, the destruction of the World Demon Protection Association, the death of President Jia Fuguei, and the confiscation of a special secure communicator. Of course, along with this, there was also a detailed report compiled by Lin Xiaoyu, listing the numerous crimes of Lincoln and Jia Fuguei. His intention in notifying Bai Yi was clear and direct. It would take time to coordinate reliable personnel and resources from the royal city to take over and reorganize Lionheart City during this interim period. If Jia Fuguei's phone rang during this window, that would be perfect. I could conveniently clear out the hidden mice behind him as well. Bai Yi's slender fingers lightly tapped on the table, instantly understanding the core of Wuji's plan. Utilizing the information gap and time difference to conduct a precise ambush. Chapter 366, The danger approaches. The next day, in Lionheart City, it seemed that with the loss of a large number of demons, the grey-white demon mist that had shrouded the city for years had finally thinned out a bit. The Demon Slayer Department had begun to resume operations. Under the leadership of Old White and a group of renewed cadres, they started to handle the backlog of official duties, repair the paralyzed systems, and take inventory of supplies. A squad was dispatched to conduct basic patrols within the city to stabilize the people's hearts. The once lawless headquarters of the World Demon Protection Association has now become a temporarily sealed shell, waiting for further processing. The filth inside has been thoroughly cleansed by thunderous means. However, Wuji did not immediately issue any statements or announce the restoration of Lionheart City with fanfare. He was waiting for the right moment. First, the requested support and subsequent management personnel from the Royal City and other outer cities had yet to arrive. During this transitional period of power transfer, he needed to wait for a possibility. Wuji had a premonition that the big fish behind Jia Fugue would definitely appear. This was not blind confidence, but rather based on his understanding of organizations that hide in the shadows and engage in despicable acts. They had the audacity to breed and transport demons on such a large scale within human territory. Chapter 367, Wuji's Arrival, Is It You Again, Dark Abyss? On Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Ling's side, after wandering around for a while, they entered a rather elegant cafe. The interior was decorated in a vintage style reminiscent of the old century. The warm lighting temporarily dispelled the gloom outside. "Boss, 2 lattes, please," Lin Xiaoyu said familiarly to a middle-aged boss behind the counter, who looked somewhat tired with deep bags under his eyes. The boss nodded, said little, and turned to busily operate the coffee machine. Lu Lingzi looked at the slightly wilted back of the boss, which seemed to have been slightly eroded by demonic energy. She blinked and quietly took a few steps forward, clasping her hands gently in front of her chest. A pure, warm white light rippled out, instantly sweeping over the boss's body. The boss, who was extracting coffee, paused slightly. Blinking in confusion, he instinctively rubbed his temples. What's going on? I felt my head was a bit heavy and my neck was sore just now. How come I suddenly feel so much lighter? He murmured softly, twisting his neck, feeling as if he had unloaded an invisible burden. Is it an illusion? Lu Lingzi playfully winked at Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 368, 1,000-Foot Demon, Law of Heaven and Earth. The priest spat out a mouthful of foul blood. The fear in his eyes was replaced by a kind of frenzied piety. He tightly gripped the howling cross in his hand. God said, "Now, it's time to eat this guy." The next second, crack! Without hesitation, the priest exerted force with his 5 fingers. He actually crushed the ancient cross into pieces. Rumble! It was as if some kind of seal was broken. And the entire Lionheart City suddenly shook violently. Immediately, a massive, filthy, and crazed crimson demonic aura surged out from the shattered cross, instantly engulfing the priest's body. At the same time, the greyish-white demonic mist that enveloped the entire Lionheart City seemed to be thrown into a dye vat, visibly being stained and assimilated. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a heart-pounding crimson color. Raw! From every corner of the city, all demons that were either raised or lurking, regardless of their strength, seemed to receive some kind of supreme call and corrosion, all letting out frenzied roars. Their eyes turned bright red in an instant, their bodies swelled, losing all reason, leaving only the purest desire for slaughter and destruction. Chapter 369, The Crushing Power. The might of a palm, the heavens and earth trembled. This is not a metaphor, but a real tremor. As Wuji's voice fell, centered around the spot where he stood, the entire crust of Lionheart City emitted a terrifying roar. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on the hearts of every living being, like a burden of billions of pounds. Even the 2 towering demon incarnations, radiating divine pressure, felt an oppressive force coming from deep within their hearts. The surging destructive thunder light transformed into a roaring sea of thunder, instantly engulfing Wuji's figure completely. The thunder light was not a single bright white color, but contained countless hues of purple, gold, white, and blue, ultimately blending into a chaotic and noble thunderous color. His body began to expand and rise in an illogical manner within that endless sea of thunder. The law of heaven and earth. The third stage of the demon slayer's chi path is the ultimate expansion of energy and existence. It is the highest embodiment of briefly resonating one's small universe with the grand universe of heaven and earth. If an ordinary demon slayer could enter this realm, Based on the richness of their qi and their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, the height of their law manifestation could reach 100 feet. Or even 1,000 feet. Chapter 370, Aftermath Work. The phone rang when the blood-colored tentacles and rule pollution surged against the current. And the black sword light stream slashed against the heavens. The moment the two attacks touched the giant thunderous hand, they were completely purified and annihilated by the thunder. The two demon god incarnations let out unwilling roars, exhausting their last strength to resist. But it was useless. All struggles appeared so pale and ridiculous before that giant hand representing absolute power and rules. The giant hand pressed down without obstruction. Boom! Like the hand of God extinguishing two insignificant moths. The thunderous giant hand firmly pressed against the ground. In an instant, an indescribable wave of terrifying energy, perfectly circular in shape, spread out madly from the point of impact in all directions. Wherever it passed, the core area locked by the rules was instantly annihilated. Even the crimson demonic mist that permeated the entire city was instantly swept away by this pure and extreme thunderous power. A massive, bottomless crater with a diameter of over 100 miles replaced the original central area of Lionheart City, appearing on the ground. Chapter 371, Is the one on the phone really Wuji? Meanwhile, in the royal city, at the Yuan family's manor, in a luxurious and private study, a man dressed in the Yuan family's guard uniform was holding a communicator, speaking to the other end, his face bearing a hint of flattery and caution. While speaking, he kept glancing with the corner of his eye at the handsome young man sitting on a luxurious sofa not far away, casually savoring red wine. Yuan Yun was originally just casually listening to the conversation between his subordinate and Jia Fugui. He didn't pay much attention to such a trivial matter as public opinion manipulation, leaving it to his subordinates to handle. However, as the silence continued on the other end of the phone, Yuan Yun's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly. A hint of sharpness flashed in his usually gentle eyes. His brows slowly knitted together. A nearly instinctual alertness cultivated over many years of dealing with schemes made him instantly aware that something was wrong. That greedy guy Jia Fugui, who was obsessed with money, would never remain silent upon hearing the mention of additional funds. Even if he were in the bathroom, he would pull up his pants to respond. Unless... Yuan Yun's gaze suddenly hardened, like ice. No. He abruptly raised his other hand. Chapter 372, Reputation Reversal. You actually want to steal my leadership. The online world is the place where the wind changes the fastest. One moment it can be overcast, and the next it can be clear skies. Just as the overwhelming evidence of the demon-slaying division of Lionheart City and the World Demon Protection Association was publicly disclosed through official channels and media like snowflakes. The previous tsunami-like online violence directed against Wuji immediately experienced a stunning reversal. What the hell? It reversed. Family, who understands? I said Captain Su couldn't be that kind of person. Those previous videos were definitely malicious edits. Who made the heroes bleed and cry? Step up and take the beating. When I stood up for Captain Su, you all said my mom flew away. Those who didn't stand with Captain Su when he was being criticized online, successfully won against 99 commenters. Doghead for survival, where are those who cursed Captain Su the most? Come out and walk a few steps. Now you know who the real guardians are, right? Tearful to see those compatriots who were imprisoned and tortured, look at the inhumane experiments that Captain Su has destroyed, a den of evil. This is the true demon slayer. Decisive in killing, eradicating evil. Captain Su is awesome. For those who followed the trend to curse Captain Su, I apologize. I'm blind. Captain Su, I'm sorry. Chapter 373, Absorbing the Blood of Origin, Divine Martial Realm First Level with a swish. The shuttle landed steadily on the designated platform in the royal city. The cabin door opened, and outside, it seemed they had already received the news. Lu Wanxiu brought several calm and steady Lu family guards, waiting on the platform. Seeing Su Wuji and the others step out, Lu Wanxiu immediately greeted them with a warm and slightly apologetic smile. "Welcome back, Captain Su. Thank you for your hard work regarding the Lionheart City matter." His gaze then fell on Lu Lingxi, who was hiding behind Lin Xiaoyu and Su Wuji, deliberately turning her head not to look at him. And his tone softened, "And little Lu, welcome home." HMPH. Lu Lingxi let out a dissatisfied snort from her nose, glaring at Lu Wanxiu in anger. Instead of stepping forward, she shrank even further behind Su Wuji, clearly expressing her displeasure. The corners of Lu Wanxiu's mouth twitched slightly. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. He realized that forcing his sister out earlier had indeed upset her. But he quickly adjusted his expression and looked back at Su Wuji with a sincere smile. "Captain Su, the blood of origin you need has been prepared by the family. Please follow me to the Lu family residence for the handover." Chapter 374, Yuan Yun. Get out of my sight within 3 seconds. Swish. Consciousness returned to reality. Su Wuji opened his eyes. It was as if thousands of stars were flickering in his gaze. The overwhelming power brought by the colorful bones surged and flowed within him, giving him the illusion that he could shatter the stars beneath his feet with a single punch. He looked down at the dark golden blood of origin in the pool, which had originally been boiling but now had become clear, with all the essence energy completely devoured by him. Su Wuji stood up and stepped out of the pool. His clothes had automatically changed during this time. The two Lu family guards stationed at the entrance of the forbidden area immediately straightened their backs, their eyes filled with reverence, as they respectfully saluted. "Captain Su, we are ordered to wait here. Lord Lu has instructed us that as soon as you come out, we will take you to the banquet hall." Su Wuji nodded slightly. "Lead the way." Before long, Su Wuji followed the guards to the luxurious yet elegant banquet hall of the Lu family. The hall was brightly lit, and several people were already seated. His gaze swept across the room, and he first saw Lin Xiaoyu sitting to one side, looking somewhat anxious. Upon seeing him enter, Lin Xiaoyu immediately seemed to find her backbone, visibly relaxing and quickly standing up. "Captain." On the other side, Lu Lingxi was chatting happily with a strange man. Chapter 375. I'm going to Bai Yi's place, seriously cultivating Xiaoyu after the banquet. Lu Lingxi's kind heart couldn't help but worry about Yuan Yun, who had been angered by her. At the end of the banquet, she hurriedly left with several guards, saying that she wanted to explain things to Yuan Yun. Once Lu Lingxi's figure disappeared outside the hall, only Su Wuji, Lin Xiaoyu, and Lu Wanxiu remained in the large banquet hall. The polite smile on the latter's face slowly faded, replaced by a serious expression. He waved away the attendants on both sides and focused his burning gaze on Su Wuji, who was still sitting there, fingers pinching a cigarette, exhaling smoke. "Brother Wuji, I've heard some things," Lu Wanxiu began carefully, his tone probing. "Do you have a grudge against the Yuan family?" Su Wuji, upon hearing this, lazily glanced at him, exhaling a smoke ring, his tone flat. "A grudge? Ha ha. You're referring to the Holy Blood Project, right?" He flicked off the ash, his expression indifferent. "Someone like Yuan Chong isn't even worthy of being my enemy. Killing him was just getting rid of a noisy fly. A trivial matter." However, Su Wuji's tone shifted, and his deep-set eyes regarded Lu Wanxiu. Chapter 376, Goodbye Bai Yi. The same backyard as the 7 holy envoys. Upon arriving at the White Tower, the maid at the entrance seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Su Wuji, she showed no surprise, simply bowing respectfully and speaking softly. "Lord Su, Lord Bai Yi has been waiting for you inside the tower for a long time." Su Wuji raised an eyebrow. This woman knew he was coming. He didn't ask further, merely nodded slightly and followed the leading maid into the tower. However, this time, the maid did not lead him to the usual reception room, but continued deeper into the White Tower along a spiraling corridor. After passing through several colorful energy barriers, the view suddenly opened up. Before him was a meticulously maintained back garden, starkly different from the floating island scenery outside. Exotic flowers and plants bloomed vibrantly, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Gentle streams flowed through jagged rocks, producing a pleasant tinkling sound. The layout of the garden appeared random, yet it resonated with a certain mysterious rhythm. With every plant and tree placed with great care. Wuji's gaze swept across the garden, his eyes sharpening. Why did this place feel somewhat familiar? Although the details were different, the overall layout and aura were strikingly similar. In the center of the garden stood a small and exquisite white jade pavilion. Chapter 377. I will solve the 7 saints and stabilize the miracle. Upon hearing this, Wuji had a look of realization, nodding, that is true. By Yaru. Wait, you two just reached a consensus. Such an earth-shattering matter was decided so lightly. So, Wuji leaned slightly forward, locking his gaze on Bai Yi. Directly cutting to the core, the one you mentioned, related to the 7 saints and the dark abyss, who is it? Bai Yi smiled and shook her head. You don't need to worry about that. I will deal with that person personally. Hearing this, Wuji frowned. He looked at Bai Yi, his eyes scrutinizing. Could she really handle someone of the 7 saints level? If so, her true strength must at least be at that level too. Wuji had experienced the combat power of the 7 saints a year ago. At that time, he could be sure that unless he unlocked the 3rd stage of the path of the instrument, he would never be a match for any of the 7 saints. But now, he had stepped into the 1st layer of the divine martial realm, breaking through the 3 stages of the demon slayer power, and possessed 11 fierce beast totems in his divine martial techniques. He was absolutely confident that crushing a 7 saint would be a trivial matter. Chapter 378. Really made a bad move in a side hall of the Yuan family. Brother Yun, there must be some misunderstanding in this. Lu Lingzi sat on a soft sofa, holding the flower tea served by the maid. Her small face filled with guilt. I will definitely find a chance to explain things clearly to Wuji. To let him, eliminate any malice towards you. Yuan Yun sat in the main seat opposite her, wearing his usual gentle smile. However, deep within that smile seemed to hide a trace of subtle loneliness. He smiled wryly and shook his head, his tone filled with just the right amount of tolerance and helplessness. It's okay, little Lu. Yuan Chong is after all one of our Yuan family. What he did to Captain Su is unforgivable. So it's only natural that Captain Su would hold a grudge against our Yuan family and vent his anger on me. He sighed gently, appearing very understanding. Another day. When I prepare a generous gift, I will personally visit Captain Su to sincerely apologize. I hope he will consider your face and at least be willing to listen to my explanation. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingzi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A bright smile spread across her face as she nodded vigorously. Chapter 379. Finding black to crack the recording, Lu Lingzi is happy. Meanwhile, after leaving the White Tower, Wuji returned directly to his simple residence assigned in the royal city. He did not rest but directly opened the encrypted dark web terminal. He contacted his old friend Black. After sending over a 1-minute phone call recording intercepted from Jia Fugue's encrypted phone, Wuji directly typed, "Find out who the owner of this voice is." Black almost replied within seconds, "So you want me to help you find out who the speaker in this recording is?" Wuji, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Black, "It's a problem, brother. You just gave me this 1 minute of recording with noisy background sounds. And the other party deliberately lowered their voice, and you want me to find the person in this vast sea of people. Do you think I'm a god?" Wuji looked at the text on the screen, his gaze showing no signs of fluctuation. He had a strong premonition that this person, who had spent a fortune to smear him through Jia Fugue, was definitely connected to some extraordinary force hidden in the dark. To mobilize such resources and target him so clearly, this person was certainly not simple. Chapter 380. Drinking away sorrows with Leng Qianyuan, all in one place. That evening, Wuji withdrew from his deep cultivation state. As his consciousness returned to reality, a strong sense of hunger immediately struck him. He rubbed his protesting stomach and thought of his human-shaped food guide, Lin Xiaoyu. This guy knew all the best places to eat in the royal city, especially where he could have a hearty meal and enjoy a few drinks. So, without hesitation, Wuji picked up the communicator and dialed Lin Xiaoyu's number. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone rang for a long time until it automatically hung up. There was no sign of Lin Xiaoyu's nervous yet energetic voice in the receiver. Wuji raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This newcomer usually answered his calls in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, in Lin Xiaoyu's residence. He, leader, don't do this, he. On a soft big bed, Lin Xiaoyu was sprawled out, a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth, lost in an indescribable beautiful dream. Her face beaming with a silly smile. The personal communicator she had tossed at the foot of the bed was buzzing persistently. The screen flickered on and off. Chapter 381, Leng Yu's realization. Leng Yu sat expressionlessly on the sofa, allowing Bai Yaru to cling to her legs and wail. Usually calm and capable. Like an ice mountain aide, Bai Yaru had completely turned into a sobbing little girl under the dual blows of alcohol and a collapse. However, the one who should be comforted is clearly me. Leng Yu sighed helplessly in her heart. Her own troubles were no less than Bai Yaru's. Her father and that stepmother had suddenly arranged a marriage for her, the target being Yuan Yun of the Yuan family. This left her in a huge struggle and confusion. She was not opposed to marriage itself, she just wasn't ready to hand over her future so hastily. Yuan Yun, she had heard of him, gentle and refined, exceptionally capable. In the younger generation of the royal city, she has an excellent reputation, and her family background matches that of the Leng family. Logically speaking, this should be a marriage that countless people envy. However, why does she always feel that it shouldn't be like this? In her mind, memories from a year ago in the northern ice fields flash uncontrollably. The extreme cold, terrifying demons, and the despair of teammates constantly falling. Even now, she often wakes up from nightmares. That experience has left her with severe psychological trauma. Chapter 382, Beautiful Intelligence from the Yuan family, heading to the Yuan family. Upon returning to her residence, Wuji's personal terminal emitted a notification sound indicating that an encrypted file had been received. It was black. The efficiency was even faster than he had anticipated. Wuji opened the file. Dense text and a few images instantly filled the screen. Yuan family core member profile, Yuan Yun, identity, eldest legitimate son of the Yuan family, age, 26 years, public evaluation, gentle and refined, humble and courteous, charitable. Enjoys a very high reputation among the younger generation in the royal city, praised as a model of aristocratic youth. Father, Yuan Qingqian. Currently one of the core senior members of the Royal City Council, holds real power. In his youth, he was known as the Qingqian Blade. And during the Battle of the Demon Graveyard 30 years ago, he led a team to slay 340 demons, taking the lead and sustaining 23 injuries. Achieving remarkable military merit, and making significant contributions to stabilizing the human border. Mother, Murong Zhu, from the S-class family Murong. Fought alongside her husband Yuan Qingqian at the demon graveyard, using an exquisite formation to cut off the demon's retreat, assisting the main force in completing the encirclement. After the war, she retired due to injuries and devoted herself to charity, founding the Shueyu Foundation, which regularly supports the orphans of fallen demon slayers, and the infrastructure of impoverished areas. Enjoying an excellent reputation among the lower-class populace in the royal city. Chapter 383, You have no right to investigate me, what does it have to do with me? Yuan Qingqian's brow furrowed instantly, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he said in a deep voice, What is the matter? What a mess you're making. Outside the door, the butler's trembling voice reported, Master of the family. It's not good. Wuji from the first sequence has surrounded our mansion with many people. Wuji. Yuan Yun's eyes twitched sharply, and his heart skipped a beat. What the hell? He had just seen that person at the Liu family yesterday. And it had ended on bad terms. He hadn't fully considered how to respond to this unpredictable madman. And now this person directly came to his door the next day. Yuan Xingqian's expression darkened instantly, as if covered by a layer of frost. His cold gaze swept towards the slightly changed expression of Yuan Yan. His voice carried suppressed anger. What did you do at the Liu family yesterday? How could you provoke this calamity? Yuan Yan felt wronged in his heart, but could only maintain his composure on the surface. He quickly explained, Father, I just made a routine visit yesterday and happened to meet Wuji, trying to befriend him. However, he held a prejudice against our family due to last year's incident with Yuan Zhong, and was rather rude in his words. I did not engage in direct conflict with him. Chapter 384, Yuan Yan's situation, what are you babbling about? Yuan Xingqian's smile froze completely. He stared fixedly at Wuji, his chest heaving violently. After a moment, he took a deep breath, and his expression changed. Although the corners of his mouth still turned upwards, sketching a smile. There was no warmth left in that smile. Only a chilling and oppressive brutality remained. Yuan Yan, who had been standing slightly behind him, trembled imperceptibly upon seeing that smile. A fear from the depths of his soul engulfed him like ice water in an instant. He was too familiar with this smile. It represented extreme humiliation and punishment. Yuan Yan. Sure enough, the next moment, Yuan Xingqian called out indifferently without looking back. Yuan Yan's body stiffened suddenly, as if bound by invisible chains. His face turned pale. And his lips trembled slightly. But under his father's accumulated authority, he still stiffly moved step by step to stand in front of Yuan Xingqian. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking suddenly rang out. Yuan Xingqian unexpectedly raised his right leg without warning. With a sharp force, he kicked fiercely at the back side of Yuan Yan's left knee. Chapter 385, The entered Yuan family. Yuan Xingqian was stunned. I just broke my son's leg. The purpose is to tell you to give each other some face. Yet, you still pulled this stunt. Yuan Xingqian fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly confirming what was going on in Wuji's mind. Did he have any basic etiquette for living among the high-ranking officials of the royal city? Finally, the corners of his mouth twitched, seeming to want to maintain a smile, but it appeared somewhat twisted. Captain Su. Are you really not going to give me a bit of face? Not give the Yuan family a bit of face? Face? Wuji chuckled upon hearing this. That smile was faint, but inexplicably tightened Yuan Xingqian's heart. Immediately afterward, Wuji's mouth curled into a more evident arc. At the same time, his right fist was already clenched, the joints cracking with explosive sounds. Damn it, stop chattering. A terrifying killing intent erupted like substance centered around Wuji. The air seemed to solidify in that instant. Get lost. The moment the words fell, bang. A sound so muffled. It felt like a heavy drumbeat hitting everyone's hearts exploded. Wuji's fist. Chapter 386, Yuan family master spitting blood. Goodbye Seven Saints. What right does he have to investigate me? Does he have no law in his eyes? No counsel. He is trampling on the rules. This is robbery. He was shaking with anger, appearing disheveled and insane. After being the head of the family for so many years, he had never been so humiliated. Several council members had varying expressions. Some had flickering eyes, some showed sympathy, while others remained expressionless. Among them, the oldest member, with meticulously combed hair, slowly raised his hand, signaling him to calm down. He picked up a cryptic electronic document he carried with him and casually flipped through a few pages. Then, in a flat tone devoid of any emotion, he said, Councillor Yuan, you seem to not fully understand the position of the captain of the first sequence. The authority and weight assigned during special periods. He raised his eyelids and looked at the ashen-faced Yuan Xingqian. This position, unlike other sequence captains, is directly appointed by the Seven Saints and granted the highest level of temporary decision-making power. In other words, the old man paused, his tone growing heavier. Theoretically, only the 7 holy envoys themselves can determine whether Wuji's actions have crossed the line and whether he is guilty. Chapter 387, The 7 Holy Envoys Test. HMPH. The grim-faced old man with blackened fingers was the first to break the silence. He snorted coldly, Wuji, you have entered the Yuan family. Are your actions too reckless? Truly thinking we do not exist? Faced with this question that could make an ordinary demon-slaying master tremble, Wuji merely smiled and relaxed his posture. Old man. Are you overthinking it? He dug at his ear and casually said, I was just following the demon-slaying department emergency regulations, conducting routine inspections on forces suspected of colluding with demons. The Yuan family has a history of supporting bloodsucker legislation, so the suspicion is high. I checked carefully. Bringing back potentially contaminated items for disinfection, isn't that part of my duty? Routine inspection. Finding an empty house and the head of the family in a recuperation chamber. The grim old man was furious but laughed. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the old man with the pipe suddenly burst into loud laughter, breaking the impending tension. He looked at Wuji with great interest and asked, Kid, why don't you tell us how you managed to bring back those potentially contaminated sofas, refrigerators, and color TVs? Chapter 388, The Cold Family Completely Parasitized, Cold Moon with No Choice. Ha ha ha. The old man with the pipe exhaled a smoke ring. His laughter filled with admiration. This kid is a monster. You haven't he counted, over the past year, how many families' primordial blood has entered his body? That energy is enough to explode tens of thousands of top demon-slaying masters. But look at him, not only is he unharmed, but his physique has also repeatedly broken through its limits. I dare not speculate on how far he has evolved. Heh! The tea-brewing elder with a golden vertical line on his forehead chuckled softly, refilling the empty teacup with spiritual spring water. Who would have thought that the girl Bai Yi dug up from the bottom would grow to the point where we need all 7 of us to come forward and chat as equals in just a year? He set down the teapot, glancing at the others. As long as he still cares for humanity and recognizes the council's rule, then he is the sharpest and most effective weapon in our hands. A blade capable of cutting through the current deadlock. The others nodded slightly in agreement. Wuji's growth rate is indeed astonishing, but as long as the direction is controllable, his value is immeasurable. Chapter 389, Okay, but I want to resign first. Cold Moon forcibly suppressed the urge to act, her voice icy and piercing. What do you mean? It means, Jia elongated her tone, revealing a cruel and playful smile. The next second, snap. A chilling sound, as if flesh were tearing and forcibly reattaching, suddenly came from Cold Jiangcheng's neck. Under the gaze of Cold Moon's suddenly constricted pupils, the skin on the side of her father Cold Jiangcheng's neck writhed. Then, a head identical to Jia's, equally beautiful and charming, grew out. The newly formed head tilted slightly, flashing Cold Moon a chilling smile identical to Jia's. And that's not all. Snap! 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 Immediately after, a series of similar eerie noises came from outside the hall, from all directions of the mansion. Footsteps echoed. The Cold family's guards, maidservants, collateral relatives, and even some elders familiar to Cold Moon walked out one by one, their expressions blank, eyes hollow, as if in a trance. They stiffly emerged from all directions, gathering inside and outside the hall, and on each of their necks. Chapter 390, Cold Moon resigned. The captain must have his reasons for doing this. The upper circles of the royal city had not yet recovered from the shock of the Yuan family being emptied by Wuji, when another heavy news swept in like a hurricane. The Cold family would marry the Yuan family, with the engagement banquet scheduled for the end of this month. Upon hearing the news, there was an uproar. My God! Cold Moon and Yuan Yun. What kind of combination is this? The Yuan family has just been raided by Wuji and is now marrying the Cold family. Is this a strategy to seek warmth in numbers? This is a strong alliance. Both the Cold family and the Yuan family are top families in the royal city. But I heard that Cold Moon has always been a core member of Wuji's first sequence team. This sudden marriage. Various discussions, speculations, admiration, and jealousy spread wildly among the major forces during their meals. In the Royal City Council, the exclusive office area for the first sequence, the atmosphere was tense. Cold Moon. What did you say? You want to resign? Lin Xiaoyu stood up, her voice filled with disbelief. She looked at Cold Moon, who stood calmly at the desk, and doubted her ears. Not just her, the sequence members who were originally busy all stopped their actions the moment they heard this and immediately gathered around. Chapter 391, You support me. I support you. Oh? Jia tilted her head and teasingly looked at him. You say that as if you know Wuji very well. Hey, Yuan Yun, you don't actually like men, do you? So that's why you pay so much attention to him. Yuan Yun's eye twitched at her words. He glanced at her, his tone flat and unruffled, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. That woman Bai Yi is deep-minded like the sea. I can't analyze her. But Wuji, his behavior patterns and core logic are relatively straightforward, I can see through them. He paused and added, moreover, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I don't believe it. Jia teased, deliberately pressing on, then tell me, what kind do you like? Is it the mature and charming type, like the head of the Alvin family you had to approach for the plan? Yuan Yun's eyes twitched slightly, his tone carrying a hint of disgust. That was a strategic contact made out of necessity for acquiring information and resources, not my personal preference. Then tell me. What type do you actually like? Jia persisted, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 392, The Engagement Banquet begins. On the 8th floor of the Qianmian district in the royal city. Today, it was festooned with decorations, and spiritual energy filled the air. The giant banquet hall, Cheongyuga, suspended above the sea of clouds, stood wide open, welcoming guests from all directions. Although the Yuan family had just been visited by Wuji and was severely weakened. But a thin dead camel is still bigger than a horse, and the heritage and influence of the S-class family remains. The Leng family is also an S-class noble family not to be underestimated. Especially since Leng Qianyuan is the captain of the 8th sequence. The forces involved in this marriage are deeply intertwined. Gorgeous flying shuttles continuously arrive, and those who disembark are all prominent figures from the royal city. The men are dressed in splendid garments, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The women are adorned with pearls and jewels, displaying elegance. Inside the Cheongyu pavilion, it is a scene of splendor, with lights shimmering and cups clinking, a picture of luxury. Young Master Yuan, congratulations. A match made in heaven. The marriage between the Yuan family and the Leng family is indeed a fortunate event for our human race. Yuan Yun stands near the entrance of the banquet hall, wearing a flawless gentle smile as he responds to the continuous stream of guests coming to congratulate him. Today, he is dressed in a white formal suit, accentuating his tall and graceful figure. Thank you all for your presence, please come in, please come in. Chapter 393, Wuji has arrived, Captain. This person is a demon. Leng Yu's gaze calmly sweeps across the venue, but her heart is in stark contrast to Yuan Yun's madness. She believes Wuji will come. This is an unreasonable trust rooted in countless battles fought side by side. The captain must understand. Below the stage, at Jiangcheng's table. What is Wuji doing? His team member is getting engaged, and as the captain, he still hasn't shown up. Jiangcheng can't help but complain again, idly spinning her wine glass with her fingers. Huang Fuling chuckles lightly, with a hint of understanding. Perhaps he is crazily training somewhere in a corner. This guy's mind, besides getting stronger and slaying demons, Can fit anything else. It's good enough if he remembers to come. Upon hearing this, Jiangcheng rolls her eyes charmingly. What you said makes sense. But it's just so sudden. Her words come to an abrupt halt. Not just him. Huang Fuling, Wendy Ni, Shangguan Jinghong. Even many perceptive powerhouses in the audience. All at the same time, they sense something and stop their conversations or actions. Yuan Yun's gaze suddenly sharpens. He abruptly looks towards the huge entrance of the banquet hall. An invisible, but overwhelming oppressive aura is spreading from outside the door. Thud. 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 Chapter 394, Leaving the banquet hall, Yuan Yun stops pretending. Inside the banquet hall. Silence envelops the entire room. Jiangcheng's beautiful eyes widen, filled with astonishment. What's going on? How did it suddenly turn into demons? Isn't today the engagement banquet? She can't keep up with this sudden turn of events. Leng Qianyuan is even more shocked, suddenly looking at his sister. Then he glances at the stepmother Jiaxiao, who has always made him uncomfortable. What did you say, little sister? She is a demon. Yuan Qingqian's face turns ashen as he slams the table and stands up. He glares at Su Wuji, his voice trembling with extreme anger. Su Wuji. What do you want to do? You're out of control. Are you really going to rebel? This is the royal city. You can't act recklessly here. You're rebelling. This Su Wuji really wants to go against the Yuan family to the end. Yuan Yun's gentle smile completely disappears, replaced by an extreme gloom. He squints his eyes. His gaze sharp, directed at the expressionless Leng Yu. He suddenly understands. So it was like this. That resignation back then was indeed a signal. They had long colluded. But he immediately sneers. Chapter 395, the ceremony begins, the 8th floor sealed. The conversation between the two leaves Yuan Qingqian, who still hasn't fully grasped the situation, completely stunned. Just as he was about to scold Yuan Yun for speaking nonsense, a strange light sound echoes. Yuan Yun, expressionless, raises his hand and presses it towards his biological father. Yuan Qingqian's angry expression instantly freezes. He feels as if he is being crushed by an invisible giant hand. His body is suddenly compressed from a three-dimensional being into a thin two-dimensional piece of paper. The paper lightly falls into Yuan Yun's palm. And then he presses towards his mother as well. Murongzu and the younger brother in her arms experience the same fate. Dimensional collapse. This is the terrifying power inherited from Yuan Yun's family bloodline. At the same time, a buzzing sound erupts. Heart-wrenching wails suddenly resound from all corners of the banquet hall. Those controlled by Jiaxiao begin to convulse and twist violently, their faces expressing extreme pain. Crack! 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 The chilling sound of flesh being torn apart intensifies. Heads of seductive women, identical to Jiaxiao's true form, grow from those people's necks like ripe fruit. Chapter 396, Jiaxiao is stunned, ability ineffective. Why didn't you say so earlier? Swish. On the 8th floor of the Qianmian district, in a luxurious mansion's balcony corner. A plant originally meant for decoration suddenly begins to writhe violently. Crack! A beautiful woman's head emerges first. Then comes the neck and body. Jiaxiao, like a snake shedding its skin, completely detaches from the plant, returning to the alluring form of a mature woman. She tidies her messy hair and takes a deep breath of the scorching energy in the air. A slight smile forms on her lips, the feast of binding gods. She whispers the true name of this forbidden ritual, her eyes glimmering with interest. This ritual can forcibly break the spatial barriers using specific mediums and carefully arranged special formations. Summoning true ancient demons from deep within forgotten seals. Such existences surpass all known demons in today's world. Their power is beyond the current human world's comprehension. The medium Yuan Yun uses this time is the divine fire bestowed by the Dark Abyss leader. It is a flame seed taken from a sealed ancient existence that wields the power to burn the world. Choosing to start the ritual here not only satisfies Yuan Yun's personal desire for revenge against the royal city's nobility. Chapter 397, The Root Demon Domain. The key is Lu Lingxi and Leng Yu. Author's note, today, I present 4 chapters to make a complete number. Moments later. You mean? Su Wuji's tone is contemplative. This space can only be entered by those who meet specific conditions. The Thunder Bunny, who looks a bit bruised from Su Wuji's physical questioning, nods its round body pitifully, making muffled sounds, mmhm, mmhm. Boss, this is the innate ability we all possess. It allows us to open up a unique inner realm for ourselves. It strives to organize language to explain. We call this root magic domain. It is an extension of one's own power, rules and soul, considered one of the highest level trump cards for survival and cultivation. However, the conditions for forcibly invading someone else's root magic domain are very harsh. Thunderbolt Tuanzi counted on her fingers as she transformed them. First, and the simplest, is that the master of the magic domain actively agrees to let you in. Second, it's to rely on the power of one's own magic domain to forcibly crash in, just like another big shot, who can also open their own root magic domain. However, this can easily lead to the collapse of the magic domain, resulting in mutual destruction. Chapter 398, The Lord of the 72nd Prison, Agos. It is a giant skeleton nearly 100 meters tall. Its whole body is like charred carbon, blackened and sinister, as if it has been repeatedly burned by heavenly fire. Countless spiderweb-like cracks cover the skeleton, and deep within the cracks, dark red lava flows slowly. Its head resembles a mix of a goat and an ancient dragon. Twisted horns curve upwards from both sides of the skull like a burning crown. In the hollow eye sockets, there are no eyeballs, only 2 cold, eerie blue flames quietly burning. The most striking feature is the huge bony wings behind it. When the wings spread, the shadow cast is like a cloud hanging low in the sky, obscuring half of the purgatory sky. At the same time, countless thick dark golden chains, engraved with ancient sealing runes, extend from the void like living giant pythons. They coil layer upon layer around its skeletal body, limbs, and even its head, tightly binding it to the throne. The chains are pulled taut and occasionally emit sounds of breaking. It is evident that the sealing power is being continuously weakened by the impact. Yuan Yun endured the tremors and burning sensations coming from the depths of his soul. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke, "Nice to meet you, Lord Agos of the 72nd Prison." Chapter 399, The 8th Layer has Su Wuji. Its perception penetrated the exit, and instantly captured the figure standing in front of the fiery void, continuously slaying and devouring the demons that surged forth. That figure is not tall, even minuscule compared to it, but the life aura it exudes is like a blazing torch in the night, intense, magnificent, filled with endless vitality and danger. Even an existence like Agos, upon clearly sensing the intensity of that life aura, couldn't help but gasp. Such a powerful life aura. It growled lowly, filled with disbelief. Has humanity evolved to such an extent after tens of millions of years? An ordinary human without bloodline can possess such vitality comparable to that of a royal demon cub. After the shock, what surged in its heart was deeper greed and excitement. Crack! Crack! The dark golden chains wrapping around its body began to gradually break, as its emotions fluctuated and its power revived. As the chains fell away, flesh and blood began to slowly grow on its originally only charred skeletal body. Good. 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 Agos roared excitedly, feeling the power returning little by little. Chapter 400, The Hope of Humanity is me, not you. Lu Lingxi stood behind her brother, but her gaze was fixed tightly on the burning, destructive, and ominous entrance. The roars of demons echoed in her ears, and the sight before her was one of desolation. She remembered her purification power. Remembered the responsibility of being the legitimate daughter of the Lu family with special abilities. Yes, I am the hope of humanity. I possess the power to purify evil. At such a critical moment, I cannot back down. I have the duty and must take on this responsibility. With that thought, she took a deep breath. Her gaze became unprecedentedly firm, and just as she was about to say, "Let me do it," she was interrupted by a calm voice. Wuji raised his hand. And 3 differently shaped demon blades, Thunder Prison, Soul, and Death Eye, automatically flew out, hovering in mid-air, emitting a chilling wave. "I will leave these 3 blades here," Wuji said flatly, yet with an undeniable strength. "With them here, most troubles can be resolved." He then shifted his gaze to Lin Xiaoyu, newcomer. "Yes?" Lin Xiaoyu jolted and immediately stood up straight. "If a danger arises that even they cannot handle." Wuji looked at her with a serious expression. "Then it will be up to you to resolve it." Chapter 401, Why can Wuji come in? Abyss of Imperial Artifacts. Author's note, 5 chapters delivered today. I've been high on the recent plot, so I won't write with a dead hand anymore. Readers, please take care of yourselves. What's going on? Why is it Wuji? What a joke. The intel never mentioned that Wuji possesses purification power. That is a unique talent of the Lu family bloodline. How could he possibly meet the entry conditions? This is simply impossible. On Wuji's side, he shifted his gaze from Ager's and calmly landed on Yuan Yun, whose expression management had completely collapsed. It was as if he could see through all of his schemes and panic, and he said lightly, "What is the matter? After all your efforts to set up this situation, the one who stepped into this trap is not the piece you had predetermined on your chessboard. Is this leaving you at a loss?" Wuji shook his head gently and uttered 5 words, "Ridiculous means." Yuan Yun's eyes twitched violently, and veins bulged on his temples. He stared fiercely at Wuji, almost squeezing the question out through gritted teeth. "How did you do it?" Wuji didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. His tone as indifferent as before. Chapter 402, Pressing Aegis to Fight. Someone from the prison. The cold words fell. The abyss, carrying overwhelming might, slashed down towards the burning throne. Where the blade passed, the space was cut open, leaving a blue crack that could not be mended for a long time. Arrogant. Aegis roared furiously. Although it was imprisoned on the throne and unable to move, the dignity and power of the Lord of the 72nd prison could not be desecrated. It suddenly raised one of its huge bony claws. Endless purgatory flames gathered, condensing into a gigantic shield of flames that blocked the sky. Countless tortured magical patterns emerged on the shield, facing the slashing ocean blade. Boom! The azure power of the ocean and the dark red purgatory flames. 2 completely opposite and mutually restraining ultimate forces collide violently at the core of this demonic realm. The terrifying energy shockwave sweeps outwards like a tsunami, plowing the charred earth flat once again. Crash! At the center of the collision, the azure light clearly carries a crushing momentum. The power of the abyss resembles a truly endless ocean, embodying the characteristics of inclusiveness, and annihilation of everything, frantically washing away, and devouring the purgatory fire. The giant flame shield dims and thins at a visible speed. Chapter 403, Aegis has broken the seal and can act freely. In a hidden corner of the outer area of the 7th prison, a man and a woman are lurking in the shadows, their breaths having been suppressed to the extreme. The man has a delicate appearance, with long pointed ears, and plays with a continuously rotating black feather at his fingertips. The woman is dressed in tight black clothing, with an alluring figure. There's quite a commotion inside. It's uncertain whether they succeeded in rescuing the core member that the leader wanted. The delicate man whispers, "It shouldn't be a problem." Although the cells of the 7th prison are sturdy and heavily guarded, their combined abilities of the 10,000 corruption poison domain and soul annihilation poison fog are hard to defend against, making them well suited to fight a few against many in this enclosed environment. As long as it's not an ancient monster of the caliber of Nangong Wentian, or Li Feijuan personally overseeing the situation. Before she finishes her sentence, a hum. The two suddenly feel the surrounding light dim abruptly, as if they have instantaneously stepped from daylight into deep night. The sun, which once radiated light and warmth above them, has transformed into a moon that emits a cold glow. Following that, a buzzing sound. A series of spine-chilling, dense noises come from all directions. They look around in horror and realize that they are unaware of when. Chapter 404, Final Judgment. What? You don't think you're guilty? Wuji hovers in mid-air, watching Agos, whose breath surges, flesh and blood growing, breaking free from some of the chains binding him. His gaze shows no fluctuations. He sneers, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth, and sarcastically says, a mere bug. Even if it has fortuitously broken free from a few threads of binding and entered the so-called second stage. He pauses, mocking. It's just a slightly stronger bug. Agos, just having broken free, is about to let out a skyward howl to vent the rage that has been suppressed for 10,000 years. He also intends to use the most vicious language to mock this ignorant human, making his fear and despair the first trophy of his return to the world. However, the similar lines he prepared were unexpectedly spoken by the other party first. And in such a contemptuous tone. Damn! A sense of humiliation more intense than being sealed for 10,000 years instantly overwhelms his reason. Human, you will pay the most painful price for your arrogance and ignorance. Agos roars, even if my power has not fully recovered. But killing a mere ant like you is nothing but a trivial matter. Chapter 405, Destroying Agos, Soul Resonance of Yuan Yun and Jia. Boom! The blade light pours down like a galaxy from the 9 heavens, carrying the absolute will to annihilate all things, ruthlessly cleaving down towards Agos. Agos lets out a desperate roar. It wants to dodge, to escape, but is horrified to find that the space around it seems to be completely imprisoned by an invisible force field. It's as if it has fallen into the stickiest of quagmires, unable to move an inch. This is magnetic field manipulation. Damn it, it's that guy Kuei Nyo's ability. Why can this human use it too? Unable to comprehend, and with no time to think it through. At this moment, Agos can only frantically muster the 80% of power it has just regained. It gathers layers of purgatory fire shields and sin barriers in front of it, trying to withstand this devastating blow. However, bang! The azure blade light this time effortlessly breaks through all its defenses. Attribute restraining. Power crushing, without any suspense. How could this happen? Agos completely collapses. It thought that the previous defeats were due to its sealed power. But now that it has regained 80% of its strength, why is the outcome still unchanged? Even defeated more quickly, and more miserably. Is the human before it too strong? No. Chapter 406, Memories of Soul Resonance. Noise, clamor. This is the first thing Jia perceives after regaining consciousness. The sounds come through some barrier, mixed with a woman's frantic cries and a man's cold reprimands. She opens her eyes to find herself standing behind a splendid wooden door carved with the Yuan family crest. The door is not fully closed, leaving a small gap. A little boy, looking only 5 or 6 years old and dressed in a delicate little suit, is trembling and crouching in front of the door gap. His small body is curled up, peeking fearfully into the room through the gap. His eyes, which should be clear and bright, are now filled with panic and helplessness that do not match his age. Jia looks at the familiar brow and eye contours of the little boy and instantly realizes that this is Yuan Yun, and it is the young Yuan Yun. She instinctively reaches out her hand to touch the trembling little shoulder. But her fingertips pass through the illusion, as if there is no barrier, effortlessly penetrating into the past. She is taken aback, then quickly understands. This should be the deepest state of soul resonance. She is observing from a spectator's perspective. Chapter 407, That home never had a place for him. Thus, from that day on, Yuan Yun became exceptionally outstanding and exceptionally hardworking. In cultural classes, he was always first. And he could recite demon-slaying theories backward. He practiced combat skills diligently, and his etiquette was impeccable. He participated in various competitions, whether academic contests, energy manipulation, or swordsmanship displays. He always managed to achieve the best rankings, bringing home countless trophies and certificates. He became the quintessential other people's child, versatile and outstanding, shining brightly. Only during these times would his father, Yuan Qingqian, rarely show a smile. He would take him and his mother to attend various important banquets. In those occasions filled with toasts and exchanges, his father would pat his shoulder and boast about his son to his colleagues. His mother would also wear a beautiful dress, with a gentle and graceful smile on her face, standing beside his father. At that moment, the family was harmonious. Even when returning home, his father's mood would be good, feeling that his son had brought him face. This brief harmony became the only motivation for Xiao Wenyan to keep striving. However, this harmony was as fragile as a castle built on quicksand. Chapter 408 Can I Make Friends? My name is Kisaki. An ordinary girl who would be lost in a crowd. No friends, average looks, a modest family background, the only characteristic is probably her complete lack of uniqueness. At this moment, Kisaki stood in front of the old dressing mirror at home, looking at the girl in the mirror with a clumsy braid and heavy black-framed glasses. She took a deep breath. She forcefully brushed aside the bangs that obstructed her view, clenched her small fists tightly while looking at herself in the mirror. Tomorrow is the first day of reporting to Demon Slaying Academy. Kisaki, you must change. You have to muster the courage to make friends. Come on, Kisaki. She encouraged herself and made a bold decision. With all the money she saved from her summer job, she went to a trendy hair salon she had never set foot in, where the window always displayed glamorous hairstyles on models. Several hours later. Wow! Standing in front of the bright floor mirror of the salon, Kisaki covered her mouth in surprise, almost unable to believe the person in the mirror was herself. She had discarded the braid and cut her hair into a refreshing shoulder-length wavy style. She took off the heavy black glasses and replaced them with transparent contact lenses. With a light application of powder, the girl in the mirror, liberated from her plain appearance, looked stunning. Chapter 409 The Vessel of Love is complete. New life. Kisaki's figure slowly coalesced in pure white. She crossed her arms, her face showing a weakness and dullness that Yuan had never seen before, having shed all her disguises. If only I were still whole. She looked up at Yuan, her eyes filled with a hint of self-deprecating hope. If I had met you back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. What a pity. Yuan looked at the tragic smile on Kisaki's face, which seemed on the verge of tears yet forced. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Afterwards, I still foolishly went to find Shenjijie, asking him about our future. He was so gentle, saying he would take responsibility, support me, and marry me. I believed him and continued doing those things, giving him every penny I earned. One day, on my way home, I spotted a beautiful wedding dress, imagining if I could wear it one day. Her voice grew softer, choked with emotion. How many years has it been? I can't remember. When I asked him again when we would get married, Kisaki's tears finally fell in large drops, her voice breaking. Chapter 410 Abyss's second form, Dragon King of the Sea. As Su Wuji's voice fell, the next second, boom! Centered on his feet, an immense blue glow suddenly erupted. The purgatory flames that had been ravaging the demon realm extinguished in large patches, as if they had met their natural nemesis. The scorched earth was quickly covered by clear and deep sea water. The scorching and distorted air was replaced by overwhelming water vapor. In the blink of an eye, the purgatory scene in the demon realm was forcibly reversed. In its place was a shimmering, bottomless blue water area. The waves rippled, reflecting the dark red sky above, creating a strange yet magnificent sight. Splash! Endless torrents of water, as if alive, cheered and surged toward Su Wuji, forming a massive swirling cocoon of water that completely enveloped him. Hiss! The small green snake coiled around Su Wuji's arm let out a joyful hiss. Its body expanded with the infusion of immense water elements. The scales shimmered with a jade-like luster, its body twisting and stretching. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a long, dozens of meters long, entirely azure, sharp-clawed eastern water dragon radiating ancient dragon majesty. Chapter 4:11 When did you develop the illusion that rules work for me? The entire demon realm seemed to transform into his home ground. Endless torrents obeyed his commands, taking on various forms. They launched an unending series of terrifying assaults on Yuwenyan, relying on the powerful source energy after fusion. Along with Aegis' combat experience and the Scythe of Sin, Yuwenyan fought desperately to defend, evade, and counterattack. The purgatory flames morphed into various fierce beast forms to strike. The power of Sin solidified into cursed spears that were projected. The thousand-handed wings defended at times, and at others, launched bizarre attacks like countless tentacles. The battle had completely entered a fever pitch. Water and fire intertwined, dragon roars and demonic howls echoed. The explosive sounds of energy collisions reverberated, turning this fragile demon realm space upside down. Yuwenyan grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. He realized that even with all of Aegis' power, in this forcibly transformed water domain, facing Wuji, who had transformed into the Dragon King of the Sea with full firepower, he was still firmly suppressed. The opponent's strength seemed endless, and his mastery over the rules of water reached a remarkable level. Even more frightening was that divine knife of the abyss, which countered the purgatory power to an unreasonable extent. He even couldn't tell if Wuji was using his full strength. Chapter 4:12 I am the only seven holy envoy. Boom! Another heavy punch struck Yuwenyan's back, sending him flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the water below. Yuwenyan struggled to rise from the water. His fused body was already battered, dark red blood gushing from various wounds. The thousand-handed wings on his back had broken off more than half, leaving only a few arms twitching weakly. He coughed up large amounts of blood. His eyes filled with resentment and a hint of incredible despair. He stared fixedly at Wuji, who was slowly descending onto the water's surface. Gritting his teeth, he used his last ounce of strength to roar, "Wuji, do you really think you can kill me? Dream on." It was as if he had grasped the last straw of hope, his voice filled with frenzied madness. "To tell you the truth, I come from the abyss. And our abyssal forces are so powerful that you can't even imagine. Even here in this royal city, right at the so-called core of supreme power, there exists another entity, one you can't even imagine, who is also a member of our abyss." A sinister and exhilarating smile appeared on his face, as if he could already see Wuji's shocked and terrified expression. Chapter 4:13 The balancing scale of sin, the comparison of sins. Outside, at the edge of the purgatory formation, the three demon-slaying swords, Lei Yu, Yu Hun, and Sai Yang, seemed to possess a consciousness of their own. They traced purple, black, and grey arcs in the air, crazily reaping the remaining sin demons. And Qianlan and the others were responsible for cleaning up any stragglers that occasionally broke through the sword net, and the battle was nearing its end. The rabbit doll-like Chichi was sprawled on the ground, its once tattered belly now swollen like a small ball. It patted its belly contentedly, mumbling, "Burp, Lilith, you don't understand. I've been scared of living in poverty. This is the first time I'm enjoying such abundance. I need to eat back what I've lost." Lilith's small face puffed up in anger as she tightly hugged Chichi, trying to pull it up, "As if I usually don't feed you. Lilith, don't be mad. I'm doing this for your own good, to store energy. HMPH, I won't talk to you anymore." On the other side, Zhongpingen scratched his messy hair and looked up at the still-burning flame entrance in the sky, which no longer spewed out demons. Clicking his tongue, "I wonder how the captain is doing inside. Should we finish up quickly and get him out?" Chapter 4:14 60 seconds countdown. Yuwenyan's body began to transform into the purest purgatorial fire and sin energy. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it merged into the left pan of the fiery scale in the sky, making the left side heavier and more tilted. He. The head let out a final mocking cold laugh, but it's useless. Was? As Yuan Yun and Jiasai's final souls and powers completely merged. Flames soared from the left side of the fiery scale. A flame phantom of Yuan Yun and Jiasai, entwined with each other, coalesced. The phantom, filled with endless resentment and mockery, gazed down at Su Wuji. Su Wuji. The flame phantom of Yuan Yun roared, "Final judgment cannot judge you because you never believe you are guilty. The divine punishment fire has no foothold. Therefore, under this fiery scale, this pure judgment comparing the depths of sin, you will undoubtedly lose." This was a simple yet cruel logical paradox. Su Wuji, because of his inner innocence, had a sin weight as light as a feather. But precisely because of his innocence, in this judgment of who is dirtier. Chapter 4:15, Lin Xiaoyu's third persona, overwhelming sin. It's over, it's really over. Jiangcheng, who rushed over from the 8th layer and understood the situation, held her head in despair, her beautiful face filled with hopelessness. How can we determine whose sins are deeper? This is impossible. It's a deadlock. Wait. But it seems I can borrow power from 5 years in the future. Can fate also be judged and changed by this thing? So chaotic. Just as the countdown reached less than 30 seconds and everyone was enveloped in despair, Lin Xiaoyu, who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Xiaoyu. You, the closest person, Shenyu Qianxue, immediately noticed and hurriedly asked. But as the words reached her lips, she suddenly froze, her subsequent words stuck in her throat. Although her appearance showed no change, still wearing glasses and looking frail, Shenyu Qianxue, with her keen intuition, clearly sensed that the person before her was definitely no longer Lin Xiaoyu. Because a cold arrogance, as if viewing all things in the world as mere ants, was silently emanating from her center. Chapter 4:16, Yuan Yun's death. Obtaining rule magic weapon, Su Wuji glanced down at the bodies of Yuan Qingqian and Murongzu at his feet. Then he raised his eyes to the nearly extinguished Yuan Yun, whose lower half had largely dissipated. He said faintly, "What exactly are you talking about?" "Ha ha, cough cough cough." Yuan Yun seemed to have anticipated Su Wuji's response and couldn't help but laugh. "Fine, do as you wish." He finally understood why he disliked Su Wuji so much. It wasn't because the other had disrupted his plans or because of his powerful strength, but because Su Wuji was too pure. Pure enough not to care about the world's judgment. Pure enough to follow his own inner principles. Pure enough that it seemed all the filth and scheming of the world could not taint him in the slightest. This purity, like a mirror, reflected all the dark, twisted, and unbearable parts of Yuan Yun's heart. He truly envied it, envied this purity that he could never possess, despite exhausting his life in disguise, scheming, and plundering. Yuan Yun slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness beginning to blur. Fragments of memories flashed uncontrollably in his mind like a revolving lantern. It was the memory of himself as a child, hiding behind a door, fearfully watching his parents argue. Chapter 4:17, My name is Xiaoling. Let's start training her soon. In the depths of the 7th prison of the royal city, the passage was now shrouded in a thick purple-black poisonous mist. Any ordinary demon-slaying master who inhaled it would likely turn into a puddle of pus in an instant. However, for the towering figure standing in the center of the passage, this poison that could corrode the soul and bones seemed like an inconsequential mist. Nangong Wentian was enveloped in a visible layer of crimson gold energy, his heavenly gang dominating energy. The ultimate yang, the ultimate rigidity, impervious to all evils. When the poisonous mist touched this energy, it was instantly purified and could not approach within 3 yards of him. He furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping past the 2 bodies of the Abyss members embedded in the ground. "Damn it!" he muttered, his tone filled with frustration and anger. The goal of these 2 was not to fight him head-on. From the beginning, they were determined to perish together, crazily releasing their own poisonous gas, targeting him. Nangong Wentian's gaze turned to the end of the passage, to the cell sealed with special chains. In the center of the cell, the petite figure of a girl named Tauzi was now bleeding from all 7 orifices, her once hollow eyes completely devoid of the last glimmer of spirit. Chapter 4:18 No. Do you understand what my training means? Lin Xiaoyu looked around in confusion, noticing everyone was staring at her with extremely complex expressions, mixed with surprise, curiosity, and a hint of reverence. Suddenly feeling flustered, her face turned slightly red. Instinctively clenching her fists, her voice was weak and tiny. I actually. Xiaoyu. She hadn't finished speaking when Shen Yuqian, Zhu rushed over like a gust of wind and hugged her tightly. Her voice trembled with fear as she shouted. Xiaoyu, you scared me to death. But it's okay. No matter how you change, you will always be our best friend. And Qianlan and the others visibly relaxed and stepped forward, their tone filled with sincerity and apology. Sorry, Xiaoyu. It was my first time meeting you apart from Xiaozhu, and I was a bit taken aback, not quite used to it. Ling Dang patted her chest. Her expression exaggerated. That personality called Xiaoleng is really scary. It feels like a super strong aura, quite difficult to get along with. Shichu nodded with a deep voice, succinctly adding, but as long as you're one of us, that's fine. Lu Ling she blinked her big eyes, curiously leaning in to take a look at Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 4:19 The Yuan family's handling result, the raid in the Royal City Council. In the circular conference hall, the huge round conference table was now filled with people. Their auras ranged from deep as an abyss, sharp as a sword, to hot as fire. Without exception, they were all representatives from the top S-level families in the royal city. Except for the absent protagonist Yuan family. All other families were present. Unlike the solemn and serious atmosphere of previous meetings, today's council chamber was filled with an inexplicable strange atmosphere. The reason was simple. Almost everyone's gaze was intentionally or unintentionally glancing toward one side of the round table. That figure, Wuji, who shouldn't have appeared at such a core power meeting. He wore a black trench coat, completely out of place among the family representatives dressed in suits or traditional Chinese garments. He casually sat in the position originally belonging to the Bai family representative. It was evident that this was Bai Yi's arrangement. However, this arrangement itself was enough to make the old foxes present think rapidly. Good heavens! Bai Yi is directly pushing Su Wuji to the forefront. Does this signal that Su Wuji represents the Bai family? Or does it imply that the Bai family has already taken Su Wuji as their leader? Either way, it was enough to shock people. Although thoughts varied, most of those present did not voice their doubts. Chapter 4:20 The Next Step Plan of the Dark Abyss Buzz. In a special hall that seemed to exist independently from the world, the space rippled like a lake disturbed by thrown stones, creating layers of invisible ripples. A door, seemingly formed from pure darkness, silently opened. A figure stepped out from within. The newcomer wore a perfectly tailored black robe made of an unknown material. He had a gentle face, appearing to be in his 20s. The corners of his mouth held a hint of a barely perceptible smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. His demeanor resembled that of a well-read, peace-seeking scholar. However, the heavy tome he held, continuously emitting wisps of dark smoke, disrupted this harmony. The black smoke was not lifeless. It twisted and squirmed in the air like living tentacles, forming countless blurred faces that screamed in pain and despair. Almost as soon as he stepped into this space, the previously silent shadows around him rippled like water waves, revealing several obscure and suffocatingly powerful figures. Some were as burly as mountains, with muscles bulging and skin glistening with a dull metallic sheen. Just standing there felt like they could collapse the void. Others were enveloped in a violent elemental aura, flames, frost, and thunder intertwining and flickering, making their specific forms unclear. Chapter 4:21 Thunder echoed throughout the royal city all night. Meanwhile, in the royal city, after the meeting that decided the fate of the Yuan family, Bai Yi sought out Su Wuji again. However, this time, the meeting place was not the White Tower. Instead, They directly arrived at the true core of power in the royal city, the 10th level of the Qianmian district, the forbidden area where the seven saints resided. In the familiar backyard that seemed to condense the essence of heaven and earth, there were no other saints present at the moment. Only Bai Yi sat lazily in a white jade pavilion, brewing tea with her delicate hands, her silver hair flowing like moonlight. Su Wuji, uninterested in pleasantries, directly plopped down on the stone bench opposite Bai Yi. Leaning back, he lit a cigarette with a snap, took a deep drag, and exhaled swirling smoke. Through the smoke, he looked at Bai Yi's stunningly beautiful face and grinned, teasingly saying, "You, woman, are really impressive. You actually managed to sit in this position." Bai Yi smiled slightly, her heterochromatic eyes glinting with inscrutable light. "Rarely," she replied with a hint of teasing, "I told you before, if you follow me, I will clear all obstacles for you. Though with your current strength, you might not really need me to do that." Chapter 422, New Task. Handle the cult organization. Hearing this, Su Wuji blew out a smoke ring and smiled broadly, his tone oddly gentle. "Don't worry, newbie. I understand. You're just embarrassed to let me accompany you in your training, feeling a bit awkward." He shifted to a more comfortable position, crossing his legs in a way that suggested he was thinking of her. "It's okay, I'll just stay here with you. We're not in a hurry. Let's take it slow. Whenever you finish 1,000 sit-ups, we can go eat." Lin Xiaoyu. Her vision went black, and she almost fainted. 1,000? Finish that before going to eat? That would take forever. She felt like her waist was no longer her own. Ah! She let out a desperate scream in her heart. "Family, who understands? My training is really not this kind of physical exercise. Leader, does your comprehension ability inversely relate to your combat power?" After Su Wuji finished speaking, he ignored the despairing Lin Xiaoyu and let his thoughts settle again. Just as Bai Yi had said before, she sat in the position of the seven saints. And the greatest benefit was being able to clear away many unnecessary small matters for him. Chapter 423, Li Mu Bai arrives at Chuanyu Qianfu City inside the dedicated flying shuttle heading to Chuanyu Qianfu City. On one side of the cabin, a boy who looked about 17 or 18 was sitting upright, his hands nervously resting on his knees. He wore the standard uniform of a sequence member, his features handsome. Though there was still a hint of childishness in his brow and eyes, his gaze was quite resolute. Li Mu Bai was feeling extremely anxious at this moment. The person sitting next to him was the legendary first sequence captain, Su Wuji. Just feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him, like a prehistoric beast lying in wait, made him shiver. He felt that even breathing was somewhat difficult, and he didn't dare to move at all. "Are you Li Mu Bai?" At that moment, Su Wuji suddenly spoke up. "Ah, yes." Li Mu Bai jolted, almost reflexively straightening his back and answering loudly, his voice trembling slightly. Su Wuji nodded, his gaze sweeping over him, as if he could penetrate flesh and blood to see the essence. "Not bad." He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a somewhat appreciative expression, solid foundation, refined breath. "More importantly, there is a very pure sword intent on you, sharp and evident, you're good material." Li Mu Bai was somewhat bewildered by this sudden praise. Chapter 424, The Monk of the Jiangcheng Temple. Information on the Gi sect. The two blended into the bustling night of Qianfu City. The streets were filled with a constant flow of cars, neon lights flashing, brimming with the warmth of human life. Unlike the solemnity of the royal city, the atmosphere here was richer in life and more inclusive. They could see some walls bearing remnants of hurriedly cleaned dark red, bizarre graffiti. The shapes were twisted, resembling symbols of some cult, with words like Gi and True God written nearby. They also noticed signs of damage to public facilities, shattered glass, and twisted railings. But surprisingly, the surrounding populace seemed largely unaffected. The crowd continued to bustle, with some fashionable young people posing in front of the remaining cult graffiti. taking pictures and laughing as if it were merely a trendy street art backdrop. Wow, this place really is very inclusive, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but murmur. Su Wuji remained noncommittal, his gaze passing over the graffiti with a slightly cold expression, but he said nothing more. The two followed Lin Xiaoyu's pre-researched guide and found a highly rated old-fashioned hotpot restaurant on a review site. Chapter 425, The Director Has No Issues. Li Mubai's sister and teacher. After leaving the demon-slaying division branch, the night was already deep. Su Wuji looked at Lin Xiaoyu beside him and directly asked, "Is there any problem with this director?" Lin Xiaoyu carefully recalled every detail from their earlier meeting, including the director's micro-expressions, body language, and tone fluctuations. Finally, she shook her head affirmatively, no problem. His anxiety, fatigue, and the relaxation upon seeing the leader were all genuine. I observed no signs of disguise or malice. Upon hearing this, Su Wuji took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. The white smoke curled up into the night. Xiaobai, eternal sleep spirit artifact, also transmitted confirming information within his mental realm. There were no signs of malice from the director. The newcomer's observations corroborated this. It seemed that this time was different from the situation in Lionheart City. The problem didn't lie with the internal higher-ups. Su Wuji exhaled a smoke ring. His gaze sharp as he surveyed the seemingly calm, but actually tumultuous city. However, the Gi sect. He narrowed his eyes, offering a precious item. Or is it an abstract conceptual thing? Quite interesting. Chapter 426. The riot parade of the Gi sect. The next day, in the morning, several main roads of Qianfu City plunged into a frenzied chaos. A dense crowd held high scarlet flags adorned with twisted spiral symbols. Shouting slogans at the top of their lungs, "All things return to one, the true God is eternal. Give me all, enjoy ultimate bliss. The demon-slaying division obstructs my path. They shall receive divine punishment." On each of their faces, on their bare skin, some dark red paint was smeared with bizarre runes, resembling flowing blood, exuding an unsettling aura. Their eyes were fervent, as if they had lost themselves, leaving only blind worship for the so-called true god of Gi. They were not just marching, but also committing atrocities. When they saw hesitant bystanders, they rushed forward, forcefully pulling them, smearing the scarlet paint on them, attempting to convert them into the cult. The shops along the streets had their glass shattered, public facilities overturned, leaving a scene of devastation. Just then, a tall, fervent believer, grinning menacingly, grabbed the wrist of a terrified man who was struggling desperately, about to pour a can of scarlet paint on him. Bang! A muffled, drum-like sound erupted. A shadow flashed by at a speed that was hard to capture with the naked eye. Chapter 427. All suppressed, proceed to interrogation. What's going on? I can't move. Amid the terrified cries of the believers, their bodies were forcibly compressed, as if by an invisible giant hand. Dozens of people were squished together like rubber, forming a massive, writhing ball of humanity. Lock them up. Su Wuji said this as his figure flashed again, disappearing like a ghost, leaving behind a group of demon slayers staring at the still slightly writhing ball of people, their hearts surging with excitement, trembling all over. My God. Is this Su God? So strong. Just like in the news. No. Even stronger than what was reported. Meanwhile, on another street, Li Mubai and several Demon Slayer team members were surrounded by a group of well-dressed believers, who appeared to be social elites, enduring a verbal onslaught. A middle-aged man in a designer suit, slicked back hair, pointed a finger at Li Mubai's nose, spitting as he yelled, "What is wrong with you Demon Slayers? Huh? There are Buddhists and Taoists in this world, and you don't care. Now there's a Gi sect leading people to goodness, and you want to allow it. Why not?" Chapter 428. Captain Su, can you sign me up when you join the Gi sect? In the interrogation room, the light was harsh. The man in the suit, who had been knocked out by Su Wuji's punch and was now awake, had his hands shackled to the table with special handcuffs. struggling and roaring in agitation, spitting everywhere. Let me go. This is illegal detention. I won't say anything. I won't tell you anything. You damn demon slayers. Go die. All of you go die, ah. His eyes were wild, bloodshot. And his face bore the bruises left by Sir Wuji's punch, adding a few more touches of ferocity. Clearly, the fanaticism of the Gi sect and some deep-seated mental influence were still wreaking havoc in his mind. At this moment, slap. A crisp and loud slap echoed like thunder in the narrow interrogation room. Sir Wuji didn't even exert much effort, with a casual wave of his hand. The voice of the suited man abruptly stopped. His head jerked to one side, and all his frenzied shouts were forcefully pulled back into his throat. Half of his cheek swelled visibly, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes instantly shifted from madness to a dazed confusion. Then, Sir Wuji turned to the several young demon hunters standing at the door, who were stunned by this simple and brutal method, and waved his hand. Chapter 429. The director of Qianfu City committed suicide after leaving the interrogation room. Sir Wuji obtained an address. 66, Jinxia Road, West District, Qianfu City, Jiangcheng Retreat. This was pried out from Jiangcheng, who was still dreaming of recruiting people. It was said to be an important stronghold of the Unity sect in Qianfu City. And it might even be the headquarters. Lin Xiaoyu and Li Mubai had been waiting outside for a long time. Upon learning the address, Lin Xiaoyu immediately took out her phone to check. The map navigation indicated that 66, Jinxia Road, was just a few dozen kilometers away, not too far. She looked up at Sir Wuji. Leader, shall we go take a look now? Sir Wuji nodded, his eyes cold. The sooner, the better. Notify the director, and have him arrange some reliable personnel for us. Let's take down this hideout today, and see what kind of monsters are hiding inside. Before he finished speaking, a shrill scream filled with panic suddenly rang out. Su! Captain Su! Not good! A young demon hunter came rolling and crawling, his face pale, as he rushed over. Due to extreme fear, he could barely speak. Not good. Not good. The director. The director has committed suicide. Chapter 430. Where are your sister and your teacher? Unity sect stronghold. Her voice carried a hint of chill. Moreover, the key point is, offering this item may not require the consent of the item itself. As long as it is deemed your precious possession by the rules of the Unity sect, then the sacrifice can be established. The director's brother joined the Unity sect. In order to gain a higher position and achieve more outrageous desires, he likely sacrificed his own brother, the director of the Qianfu Demon Hunter Department. One of the most important relatives in his life. That is why the director would commit suicide without warning or motive. Because this was not his own will, but a forced implementation stemming from the bizarre rules of the Unity sect. Sir Wuji narrowed his eyes. Lin Xiaoyu's analysis was like a light breaking through the clouds, connecting various unreasonable elements. That so-called sacrifice not only plundered wealth, but also trampled on humanity, directly manipulating life. Just then, Captain Su. It's bad. The family members of those believers downstairs, they are also causing suicides. Many people are holding knives to cut their throats. We can't stop them. The panicked cries and louder commotion of the demon hunters echoed from downstairs. Chapter 431. Members of an abyss, wrath in the courtyard. The dozens of grey-clad believers, who had originally been sitting still, suddenly raised their heads, their eyes bursting with a crazed crimson light. They all roared in unison, their voices overlapping like a tide, filled with a hair-raising fanaticism. Their bodies began to undergo terrifying mutations. Muscles swelled, bones twisted, and skin, revealing dark red flesh beneath. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into dozens of monsters of various shapes, all exuding a violent and evil aura. They roared and rushed towards Sir Wuji like a tidal wave. You obstruct my path, and thus defy the heavenly way, you shall fall into the abyss. The deep voice echoed again from behind the shattered statue in the hall. A third figure in a red robe slowly stepped out. He spread his arms as if embracing something. On the ground, a huge and complex blood-red formation suddenly lit up. Countless twisted runes writhed like living things, emitting a strong bloody and ominous aura. Our flesh and blood are but shells, your power is also a shackle. The path of unity is the suffering of transcendence. The voice of the figure in the red robe carried a kind of fanatical and compassionate martyrdom. Wuji was surrounded by dozens of mutated monsters, his expression still icy as ever. Chapter 432, The Black Lotus Buddhist Kingdom, Force Prohibited Boom. The Thunder Yatala's form was activated. The thunder prison in Wuji's hand emitted a joyful rumble. The runes on the blade lit up layer by layer, and thunder surged around him, gathering power. However, Roth simply watched calmly, hands clasped together, and began to chant. But the chanting was extraordinarily strange, each syllable seemed to be spoken backward, twisted and bizarre. It seemed to contain a madness that subverted common sense. Sanskrit reversal. Om Mani Padme Hum. A wave of invisible rule fluctuations spread from him as the center, instantly covering the area. Wuji, about to charge forward, suddenly halted. He clearly felt that the rules around him had been rewritten. The thunder that should have erupted beneath his feet and provided extreme propulsion not only failed to accelerate him, but instead felt like it had turned into a sticky glue, firmly adhering to his feet, and even exerting a reverse pulling force. Roth smiled slightly and said, Master Su, within this realm, the law represented by thunder's speed has been twisted, becoming a representation of bondage. As he spoke, it seemed a voice whispered in Wuji's heart. Chapter 433, Rule Suppression is Mutual, but I only need to hold you back. Roth's grand and indifferent voice echoed in this place. Wuji's thunder dimmed, and the thunder prison in his hand felt as heavy as a mountain. It was as if he was sinking into a swamp, the more he urged his power, the tighter the invisible shackles of the rules constricted. However, there was not a trace of panic on Wuji's face. He felt the rule that almost erased all concepts of martial power. He slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at the black lotus that carried Roth's consciousness. The suppression of rules is mutual. Wuji's voice sounded exceptionally clear in the silent realm. You laid down this ultimate rule-prohibiting force in this place. Does that mean you yourself cannot use force either? Amitabha. From the Black Lotus came Roth's smiling reply, as I previously mentioned, Master Su. My purpose is not to fight with you, I merely wish to hold you back. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Now, my teammates should have already begun the next step of their actions. I forgot to inform you, Master Su, that I am not the leader of the Unity sect. The true leader of the Unity sect is someone else. Roth's voice suddenly turned cold. We may not be able to inflict substantial harm on you. Chapter 434, The Prearranged Means. The illusion reappears just as her consciousness was about to blur. Vaz? A pitch-black blade light shot out from the shadows of the living room like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, striking without warning. Phut! The blade accurately sliced through, severing the deadly rope. Immediately after, the blade spun back and struck the man's neck fiercely with the back of the knife. Ua! The man groaned softly and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Wang fell to the ground, covering her neck and coughing violently, gasping for precious air. She looked at the demon-slaying knife floating in mid-air, emitting a faint black aura, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Is this Mu Bai's demon-slaying knife? No, it doesn't look like it. This knife is filled with a sense of ominousness and death. But it saved her at a critical moment. What exactly is going on? On the other side, at the Qianfu City Hospital, in a patient room, Li Jixia was lying on the hospital bed with her eyes closed, resting. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open with a whoosh, and a nurse pushing a food cart walked in with her head down. Miss Jixia, it's time for your medication. The nurse's voice was somewhat low. Li Jixia opened her eyes, sitting up obediently, unaware of anything unusual. Chapter 435. Our battle has only lasted 5 minutes. Mirror flower, water moon. Completely hypnotized. Controlling the 5 senses. The pupils of Chen Hui suddenly constricted, but his long-term cultivation in Buddhism allowed him to forcefully suppress the surging blood and energy. He pressed his palms together, his face quickly regaining a compassionate and gentle expression. Yet deep in his gaze, there was a frozen seriousness. Amitabha, Su benefactor, good means. His voice remained steady, as if the earlier shock had never happened, to be able to invert this monk's awareness silently and imperceptibly. Such illusionary techniques are truly miraculous. He shifted his tone, speaking with both testing and certainty. However, illusion is ultimately illusion, deceiving the senses is easy, but altering the rules is difficult. This monk's precepts and reverse speech cannot be mere illusions. Oh? Su Wujin interrupted him, tilting his head with a playful smile, then give it a try. Chen Hui's gaze sharpened, and he stopped speaking. He took a deep breath, the dark red Buddhist light around him shining brightly again, though not as grand as before. It was more condensed. He opened his mouth, the reverse speech of the mantra about to be uttered. He intended to twist the rules once more, completely shattering this unsettling dark void. However, just as his syllables were about to emerge, Su Wujin's voice was like a ghost. Chapter 436. We must be annihilated around him. The environment, at the moment Chen Hui opened his eyes, rippled like water, reorganizing, returning once again to the blood-red haze and the distorted mantra of the Black Lotus Buddhist realm. He remained suspended in the center of the domain, merging with the massive Black Lotus. This proved that his domain had never truly shattered, maintaining its form all along. He looked down, seeing the demon-slaying knife that had deeply pierced the core of the Black Lotus at some unknown time. It had penetrated the source of his consciousness. In an instant, all confusion and discord had answers. It turned out he had already activated the domain. He had also already used precept reversal and mantra reverse speech. But just as the power of the rules was about to take full effect, suppressing Su Wujin, the latter's unpredictable mirror flower, water moon, had already activated. It did not create an entirely new illusion, instead, it cleverly implanted a brief reality fracture within his perception, making him believe his domain had been broken, making him think he had returned to human form, making him see the terrifying sight of the Black Lotus transforming into an eyeball. Even more so, Su Wujin's question of whether he truly used the rules had deeply pierced his core of belief. Chapter 437. Greed, hatred, and ignorance are cut down. The gate of heaven appears ignorance. Li Mubai was taken aback, then quickly reacted, greed, hatred, ignorance. Captain, do you mean that the mastermind behind the return to one sect is these 3? Exactly. Su Wujin's gaze was sharp, if I'm not mistaken. The so-called teammates of that old monk Chen Hui include himself and these 3 poisons of greed, hatred, and ignorance. Their goal is probably not just to create chaos. Chen Hui's words about needing to be annihilated reappeared in Su Wujin's mind. Could it be that cutting down all 3 poisons was itself a triggering condition? Would it lead to some even more terrifying consequences? Su Wujin was not the kind of person who would turn a blind eye to potential consequences. Was? Without any hesitation, Su Wujin's thoughts moved. A massive force surged like a raging tsunami, centered on him, instantly covering and sweeping through the entire Qianfu city and surrounding areas. As his spiritual power passed, everything became visible. The city's clamor, the fluctuations of people's hearts, the veins of energy, all painted a clear picture in his perception. He needed to find that existence suspected to be ignorance. Where would it be? His perception acted like the most precise radar, scanning rapidly. Chapter 439. All filth returns to one, Buddha confirms for Bai Yi. What on earth is this? Li Mubai looked up at the sky, his pupils contracting violently. The scene before him completely exceeded his realm of understanding. Sacred. Indeed, It was the utmost sacredness. But for some reason, that pervasive aura of holiness sent a chill deep into his heart. It felt as if something fundamental was being quietly stripped away. At that moment, the entire Qianfu city fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into a cacophony akin to a roaring tsunami. Oh my God! Buddha! It is the Buddha showing his presence. Heaven! It truly is heaven. I told you there were deities. Quick! Quick, take a picture. Post it on social media. Post a short video. Countless citizens frantically raised their phones, capturing the miraculous scene in the sky. Their faces were filled with fervor, excitement, and an infinite reverence for the power of the divine. Traffic came to a standstill as people flooded the streets, gazing up at the descending heavenly ladder with yearning in their eyes. Meanwhile, at the top of a skyscraper, the dark and enigmatic Chrono, dressed in a sharp suit, stood beside a doll-like figure named Taozi, who had a vacant expression. Chrono gazed at the radiant image of the giant Buddha in the sky. Chapter 440, the second stage of the law of heaven and the phenomena of earth, clearing the city above Qianfu City, the Buddha, seated deep within the gates of heaven, finally spoke. His voice was not deafening, but flowed like warm spring water, directly reaching the hearts of every living being. It carried a strange magic that soothed all anxieties and satisfied all desires. The sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore. The world is full of hardships, and troubles are endless. Enter my heaven, attain great freedom, and enjoy supreme bliss. Abandon this fleshly body, and realize the eternal path. Unite with me, and you shall be liberated. The sacred sounds lingered, each phrase targeting the most vulnerable parts of the human heart, sketching a blissful image of a carefree existence, free from illness and disaster, where wishes come true. The seductive power contained in that voice was far more terrifying than any mental attack. It did not forcibly control, but rather guided one to willingly sink, offering everything without hesitation. In an instant, the entire Qianfu city went completely insane. Buddha! It is the Buddha calling us. I want to go to heaven. I want eternal life. Don't stop me. Let me go up. Countless citizens, regardless of age or gender, had empty yet fervent gazes. Their faces wore a smile twisted with happiness, surging like a tide toward the descending heavenly ladder.